uh, overall, and hopefully everything is working. Camera's acting weird. Camera's always acting weird. But I hope you all having a good day. Okay. For a second there, I thought my mic wasn't plugged in. I'm like, what the fuck? Brian, come on. My mic will act up on me, but usually, I got it plugged in. But it looks like it's fine. So, okay. We'll move on with our lives. Reverie Roundtable up next. Excited to talk to the people, do the things, do here, enjoy. Hit the follow button in case you aren't followed yet. Love to have you.
It's whatever. I was just like, I don't usually show up early anymore because there's not really a point.
No, there's not.
Unless I have like a bathroom break or something.
Yo, Scott,
It's like,
something's
all
up
right,
with
we
your
gotta pee.
mic. It's muffly AF.
Muffly AF. Let me unplug and plug it.
Cool.
Did that fix it?
A little bit?
What do you mean by muffly?
Thank you. Like, it sounds like, I don't know, it sounds like you have a bad mic. Normally, it sounds less clear. Like it sounds like you're a little bit distant and that there's, like, maybe something over your microphone.
I think you sound a little, it's not muffly.
Testing. 1 2 1 2.
I wouldn't describe it as muffly. It's more gainy.
All right, there we go. Maybe I don't know the terms.
Well, you'll have to wait a few years to be on my level, kid. All right.
Testing.
I'm simply a
Does that sound
novice.
Sorry, say
not
that
really.
again. Try it again, Scott.
Give me 1 second.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, testing. How's that sound?
Better. I think it's
Same.
Better.
Oh,
Yeah, is it better?
For me, it is.
I think so. Well,
Okay.
as we go along, we'll figure it out. Because sometimes it's not exactly obvious, but I think it sounds better.
He sounds low, but
Yeah.
the good thing is he isn't nearly as choppy as he was. For earlier, he was just choppier than holy
for
hell.
whatever reason, slowly but surely, my mic just keeps getting quieter.
yeah.
So I've had to like pull the things up on the equalizer, which
Mm,
makes it more gainy. Like I knew what the issue was,
yeah.
but I don't know where or what program is doing that because I have no filters on OBS. And when I look at my virtual audio cable, it like peaks out in the red, and then people will be like, "You're too quiet," and then I have to pull it up more, and then they're like, "Ooh, you're kind of."
I can fix your problem. I can fix your problem right now. You ready?
What is it? Go ahead.
Go to StreamYard and then go to settings.
Mhm.
Go to audio,
Mhm.
and where it says automatically adjust mic volume, make sure that's unticked.
It wasn't ticked.
Yeah,
But
the
it did
problem
have
is we're not
echo
even using
cancellation ticked.
this system.
Oh yeah, we're not even using StreamYards.
But hold on,
Like Discord.
sometimes
Yeah,
StreamYard
you gotta
still
go to
fucks with
Discord.
people's mics.
No. It doesn't matter if you're not using StreamYards, even if you have your mic muted in StreamYards. If that box is ticked, it will go into your computer and adjust your mic volume.
That's ridiculous.
Okay, well, that didn't seem to fix it because it wasn't ticked. But echo
Fair enough.
cancellation was ticked, which is like another filter I don't need.
Untick everything. Just it's
Yeah, that's what I did. I'm seeing if maybe my Discord did something weird.
Yeah. But I think you're fine for now. We'll just keep going, and if your voice is irritating us, we'll let you know. Okay.
Oh well,
But that's
I
every day.
figured that was a given.
So we're just waiting on a few people who will be here at some point. I'm not sure if anyone
Doobie's taking a
said they were
sweet ass
late.
time.
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying about showing up early, guys? Like that's why I show up at like 7:59 now. Like no offense to you, Prime, but
I mean, it's fine. Yeah.
it's like I'll be on time, but I'm not going to be early anymore.
Yeah,
'cause-
no. I mean, you shouldn't. I mean,
Okay,
I'm
so
never
while we're
early.
waiting on people, hold on, pause. While we're waiting on people, I wasn't here last week. I had a family thing happen. I had a whole stressful fucking week. But I just want to point out, right? Sometimes when you have a wrong perception of people, you need to make a public comment if you have integrity. Okay? So I'm going to publicly say right now that Admiral Gibbs posted a couple weeks ago a stream cancellation because he was too busy with 3 different baddies. I mean baddies. And in my mind and in my words, there was no possible world in which Admiral Gibbs pulls, but Admiral Gibbs pulls. And so I just need to publicly say, if I've ever said anything against that or told you you're full of shit and you're in regards to you being able to say anything about women or what works, clearly you have a masterclass in some form of Riz. You were fucking like, I saw it and I was jealous of your evening for a minute. I was like,
Big Papa
God
Gibbsy.
damn.
I appreciate
All right?
it.
So, so like just honesty is where like I gotta put some respect on your name. All right, that's all I'm saying.
Well,
is I'll
thank
put
you.
it there,
Thank you.
You know, 'cause
When was this?
Gibbs pulls.
I'm not sure if you know, but like Admiral Gibbs is married to a model, right? I'm just saying.
Not anymore. Fuck that puta. We'll replace them. Well, that's perfect segue into what I was gonna say. Tomorrow we're doing a horny summer stream on my shit, and we're gonna have another model here at my house. It's gonna be doing streaming.
Hold on,
So,
sorry. You got to send me this stream because I didn't see the stream that you were on with women. Send me
this
that.
wasn't a stream.
It wasn't
was
a stream. He canceled stream. He was just on Twitter. And like the next thing I knew, I was just like, God damn, Gibbs pulls. Like,
Justin, you have
got
VODs at all?
pictures? You got pictures then, Gibbs?
Yeah, I got photos here.
All right,
Let's
send
see.
photos. All right, I got a feeling fucking Scott's into goth girls or some shit, and he's like, oh yeah, super hot. Yeah.
No, they're like party girls.
Yes,
More like
goth
angry
black
Latinas.
girls who like white guys are really shooting for the 0.01%.
Well, I mean, he's in
They do
Texas.
exist, black girl metalheads, by the way, and they are hot. And
They
I'm
do.
not saying I don't love you if you're looking, but you know, I'm sure that of everyone in everyone's chat, you're not there. So
We just got to go to the cities where the black metalheads exist, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, why do you think I love Richmond City so much? All right,
Sure.
that's where Burn the Priest that
Take a
turned
look right
into
there.
the original band name when they were in Richmond.
God.
Before they were oh god, now I can't think of the original band. They did the song Buried Alive. What the fuck is that band name? Oh my god, Randy Blythe is the lead singer, and I can't think of the name now. Oh my god. But anyways, Guar is from Richmond. Cannabis Corpse is from Richmond. It used to have a huge metalhead scene. I actually did a project for it in grad school and like one of my cultural like anthropology-esque things. And it's really interesting the way the government pushed out metal out of Richmond City because Hurricane Isabel, I don't know if any of you guys are East Coast, so you probably might not remember Isabel, but Hurricane Isabel was like the worst hurricane at the time. And there was a lot of like metal clubs and a few black clubs, and they were kind of like blamed for all of the violence in Richmond, right? And so when the hurricane hit and they were applying for like relief funds, the state refused all relief funds to like all of these metal clubs and like nightclubs, and gave like all of this money to like restaurants so that they could like reform Richmond to be like where all the white people came in to like eat at nice like restaurants or whatever, and try and pull out all of like the metal scene and like nightclub scene. And like it worked pretty well. I mean, because you know all of these businesses were destroyed and then they couldn't get any state funding. I don't know how that didn't violate a bunch of like laws, but I guess
Why would
you
it?
got to have
I
the
mean,
lawyers to do it.
This is a disaster capitalism, which has been noted by like Naomi Klein. I think that was her book that she wrote about it. But this happened exactly what you're talking about happened in Katrina, right? In the aftermath of that.
Yeah.
And it's worked
Which,
to
by the way-
reshape the state. But
By the way, like little thing about New Orleans. I don't know who here has been to New Orleans.
I've wanted to.
So New Orleans is I went to New Orleans to have a good time. Like the last time I went, this was years ago, but I went, and one of the things that struck me the most, and it was actually kind of one of like the things that kind of made me unattracted to my ex-wife or my ex, Just leave it at that. Because she didn't like she thought I was being a Debbie Downer the whole time. But when I went to New Orleans, the poverty, like I've never been to a place in my entire life where poverty is juxtaposed to debauchery. That they're like right next to each other. Right? Like it's very in most cities, there's an area of the city that is like kind of run down, and then there's an area of the city that is like for shopping. And you can kind of pretend that area of the city doesn't exist because you don't go to that part of the city, right? You don't go to the bad part of town. You don't go across the train tracks. And when I went to New Orleans, I remember like I went to Cafe Du Monde to like, because it's like, oh, I want to try a beignet, but mostly I want to try their coffee. Turns out the beignets were great and the coffee was meh. But it's like and I went there with my son because my ex was doing like stuff. She was there for business. Right. So we kind of like took a vacation / business thing. So I was kind of walking around with my son when he was a baby still, just enjoying the city. And like, I remember it was like, there was some kind of pride event going on or whatever. I don't really care. We were having fun. We were drinking. And I just remember I could not enjoy myself because on that main street, I forget the name of the street. It's like the party street. Oh God, I can't remember the exact name.
Bourbon Street.
Bourbon Street.
Bourbon. On Bourbon Street, there was like people getting drunk. There was all this partying, and literally every single solitary alley was just full of homeless people in tents. And like everyone was just there, drunk, partying, spending money. And like they were 5 feet from you at all times. And like it was like such a fucking like heart-wrenching thing for like I could not enjoy myself because it's like, how the fuck can I spend this money to have a good time? And I'm 5 feet away from somebody that's hungry, right? Like I'm 5 feet away from somebody whose home has been destroyed and was never rebuilt because like Red Cross, built, a tenth of the homes they were supposed to build or what the fuck ever, right? And like, it was like a pivotal, like cultural moment for me that really fucked me up and still like haunts me to this day is like I can understand partying, right? And realizing that there's always, the banality of evil, right? Like your cell phone was made using slavery in Africa right now, like, or at the very least, was, unless it's a Motorola, a free phone, or a Google Pixel, like it was using a fuck ton of conflict minerals. And if it's an iPhone, it was definitely like they used the most amount of slavery. And Foxconn, like, they have barbed wire fences around their factories so that they don't leave and try and quit their job. Like it's horrible conditions. Yeah. But you're not there. It's not right in front of your face. And like Bourbon Street was the only place I've ever seen in my life where poverty and suffering was within literal arm's grasp of you. You could get up from your little bench and just walk around the corner and there would be someone there on fentanyl. And everyone just kind of like ignored it and just kept walking. And like, it just, I don't know, like even just thinking about it now, it just fucks me up. It's a very, like, I don't know, it was a big deal for me then. Yeah, well, I don't know where I was going with that. I was just kind of sharing because we're just chilling, but no, I don't know. Like that to me is like, it's there. I don't know. I take it with you. No, I didn't really have a point to what I was saying.
No, it's fine.
And have you ever been to like outside of the country? Like, second or third world countries? Yeah, you go to Mexico, you go to like, you got a resort right by some crazy shit. You're in Lebanon, you're walking around the markets and there's beggars all around, that's a tough thought.
I've been out of the country, but I haven't been to the third world. So no. Like I haven't experienced that in my travels because I haven't been to the third world or been to places with like higher levels than
like developing
society poverty. Yeah. Or I guess second world if you want to call it that.
Yeah. So I mean I'm not sure if you would count this because of the nature of the business, but when I went to Bogota, the red light district is like right in the middle of like an extremely poor area. I was walking around that place and like this, like it was a strip, that like the one street, and then there's like a ton of businesses there, right? But then like right past that, I was looking at the spot. I'm like, I don't want to wander around here. Being a person not from this area, I feel like probably best I stick to this one little part.
Like even if you don't get mugged, it's like a great place to get pickpocketed or something. Like your spider senses are tingling.
Yeah, it's like I'll stick here. And And
I mean,
like,
but that makes sense, right? Like, because that's the district where debauchery is designed to take place, and I guess the same is true in New Orleans, right? Like Bourbon Street is where it is, but it's also the heart of downtown, and so maybe that's why it's weird.
Oh, I was
um,
just in New Orleans.
no, okay, yeah. He was talking about how he found it disquieting how like Bourbon Street is where a lot of homeless people are, and he's like, that was the first time he'd seen that. Have you seen anything like that?
Well, it
Yeah.
wasn't the first time I'd seen that, obviously, but it was like what I mean is like I was there with my ex, and we were there to get drunk and party a little bit, and like I couldn't enjoy myself because like there was abject poverty, like that was like saddening within feet of me. And I just remember looking around, seeing drunk partying people everywhere, feet away from people like suffering. And like, and this was years ago. So this was like, you know, after this was closer to Hurricane Katrina, obviously, than, like maybe it's gotten better. But even still, it was just like, it just fucks with me to this day. Like it's something that's hard for me to like wrap my head around how people were able to just push out something that was right in front of their fucking eyes and just like have a great time. And it's like, I could not, like,
Well, you know
I
why you
couldn't do
couldn't,
it. I
right?
couldn't.
You didn't drink enough. That's the secret to Bourbon Street. You just drink more, and then you're not gonna worry about what else is going on
It's
because
right
your
in the
only
name.
No,
concern
dude, I had one
is
of
getting
those.
to the
I had
next
one of those
bar.
like slushies. I had one of those like slushies that they sell that are like have a
The
retard. Like I
yards.
was drunk, and I mean I was still sitting there just like this is fucked. Like I can't do this.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what.
the
I always ask them for directions to places. Like, where's the best place to get? And then I'm not gonna say what we're getting, but like then they'll point out which place to go, and they'll hook you up. The hobos are usually pretty good about that.
I think that the biggest thing with homeless people is like generally there's two general perceptions of homeless people and neither of them are the actual truth. There's like one side of people who think that homeless people are like basically animals. Like they're not like actual human beings. They're like, like, oh, it's kind of like an alley cat.
I don't
You
know that
just
I've ever
shoo 'em
met
off.
anybody that really
And
believes that.
no, I've absolutely met people who think that like homeless people are like if you like
100%.
look their direction, they're gonna bite you.
Okay. Well, okay. Sorry,
It-
I thought you meant like not.
there was a
human,
second half of
Jimmy.
that I was gonna say. So there's one side that thinks that, and then there's another half of people who thinks that they're exactly the same as like they're like, oh yeah, they're like my brother or my best friend. If I just missed a
usually
check,
just mental
this is the
ill.
person I would be. Like out there, then I would be like a person on the street. And that's also not true. These people if like there's people who don't have houses who may be in like a hotel or something for a period, but people who are like legitimately on the street generally do have some like extra level of like mental illness outside of like drugs and stuff. Like you it's not a problem that can be solved by providing them housing. Like giving them a place to go doesn't
No.
solve that issue.
No, I mean I've been homeless personally.
I feel like it
and-
would just
and you're
having a
correct.
place to
It's
sleep.
mostly just mental illness.
but
right, like,
it
the
is not like
majority of homeless people
a
are
lot of people have like a lot of them even have places like have some family member that would have put them up. They're like it's just pulling them off the streets doesn't do it. It has to be like a choice that's made. They need like
Okay.
Yeah,
This is
A
This
lot
is
of them
pretty
have a
s-
place, but they won't give up the drugs. Is another portion of it too.
I mean, this is pretty straightforward once you just categorize people, right? We put people under the banner of home, and you tried to do that, Bam, just a little bit there at the start. But we categorize people under the banner of homeless, and that houses a wide variety of people in a wide variety of situations. I think there's a large cohort of people there. I'm not going to say large. I don't know the percentages. I'm not going to pretend like I know percentages here. But there's part of it where these people there's just like a momentary downturn, right? Like it can happen to literally anybody, where shit gets crazy, and now you technically just don't have a house, right? And just a little bit of help, and you're back up and running. Then there's others who've taken a bigger hit, right? And like at least in the medium term, they're gonna need help, right? And those people need services, and like I think they're probably the most receptive to those services, and those services can have the highest amount of impact. Then there are people who've been on there for a long period of time, and I think that's a lot of the people that Bam's referring to when we're talking about the homeless, the mentally I was going to say deranged, but not that. Sorry. Yeah, having mental issues.
well, some of them are.
So yeah, and then I think even among that group, right, they definitely do need services, and I think they're the most problematic group. But even then, I think some of them would do well with being housed, right? If they could get housed, because not everyone has a support system, right? People have like awful stories about how they've gotten there. And so if we gave them that support system and put them in housing, then that group would do well. But then even among that long-term group, there's another one that are just like, they need to be put in a hospital, right? They put in a treatment center because there's no other way really to address them. So like if we
That's
just
a majority.
I look,
Yeah,
Like
it's
if
not
you
as
look
big
at the
as a majority.
statistics,
you can
it's literally a majority of people.
like I said,
that
I don't know
the
the
reason they're
percentages.
there is because mental illness.
Like
If
I
you
said,
don't, if you don't fix
let
that,
me
you
just
fix nothing.
finish the point. But like I said, I don't know the percentages. My and the last thing I'm just saying is that like to tackle this problem, it requires us to have an honest view of the landscape of who is out there, understanding that they are different, right? And so we target different populations in different ways. But also, we'd actually have to give a fuck. Like we'd actually have to give up. We have to care and put like money behind this in effective ways, right? Not just like handing over to nonprofits who will spend the money on whatever, right? But we have to actually have some political weight behind it. I think it's a problem that's not completely solvable. I don't think it'll get all homeless off the street like like immediately or anything. But I think we can vastly reduce the population if we actually tackled it that way.
I think there's
So
like
I'm sorry. I'll just be very quick then. I'm sorry. I do know some of the numbers because this is something I'm fairly passionate about. How you define what level of mental illness is something that needs to be addressed in order for you to make a really strong claim about whether or not housing and basic services can fix this problem. But if you just take a blanket statement of what percentage of the homeless are mentally ill in some regards or another, then it's upwards of 67%. Like 2/3 of all homeless people are suffering from some form of mental illness. But again, there are plenty of functioning adults that have depression. You know what I mean? That like, that's not causing them to be mentally ill, homeless. But so yes, you're correct in being like, I don't know the percentage, et cetera. But we do know at the very least that an overwhelming majority of them are mentally ill. And if you want to have any serious conversation about solving homelessness or drastically reducing it, then giving them a house, giving them, a government paycheck is going to do literally nothing.
Yeah,
when you say you're
hold on. But like what I just said though, like included all that, right? It took all that into account.
No. I was agreeing with you. I was
Okay.
trying to add context.
Okay.
That's why I said I'm
Okay.
no
Fair enough,
argument there.
Okay.
I
fair
just
enough.
feel like I feel like you used a broader brush than I was when I said mental illness, especially if you include things like depression. When I'm saying when I was using mental illness, I was saying people who aren't able to like function and like sustain themselves in a way that we consider normal. Like most homeless people, like which Prime was pointing to, most homeless people have actually never slept outside. Like homeless people means you don't own this housing, but that doesn't mean they don't.
Yeah,
They live with a mom or stay with a friend or be in a hotel. Like honestly, living in a car is already like rare, but like being on the streets is that's a smaller percentage of people, and it's overwhelmingly men. Not
Well,
because
that's what
women
I was
are
saying,
like less efficient, just because somebody's going to take.
there's
this
more
woman,
support
at least
systems.
to
There's more
have sex with
there's
them.
more shelters, especially single. Well, yeah, there's that, but also there's just more services and support for them in those situations. And also, men, it's easier to house groups of women together, because let's be honest, men tend to be more aggressive. And when you're dealing with a percentage of the population that's more desperate and more mentally ill than the general population, and you're dealing with a demographic that's more aggressive, it's more expensive to alleviate problems when housing 30, 40, 50 of them together than it is, let's say, with women. Obviously, there's still a lot of issues there. But no, Black American Made, I apologize if I made it seem like I was going against what you're saying. I was legitimately, I'm all with you. I agree that it probably is a minority of people that are incapable of taking care of themselves. But the thing that's weird about that, right, and it's so difficult to study because we're talking about human behavior, is that like, well, obviously without some assistance, they're incapable of taking care of themselves because they're not taking care of themselves, right? Like they're homeless. So like clearly their mental illness is, at least at the very minimum, a contributing factor as to why they're incapable of taking care of themselves. Their trauma, their issues. Maybe a house fixes that, right? Maybe that's all they need to jumpstart themselves. But even still, I think that any problem that deals with the homelessness that doesn't primarily focus on addressing drug addiction, and further than that, addressing why there's drug addiction, right? Because you're not addicted to drugs
love
because
that.
drugs are cool. You're addicted
Yeah.
to drugs because you lack support systems. You have trauma that you're trying to cover up.
Mhm.
You know, you're trying to live in the moment because you can't plan for the future because of learned helplessness, or whatever these things are, is going to fall flat on its face and is going to be money, whether it's taxpayer money or whether it's charity, right? Like I'm not trying to throw the ANCAP thing in here because I think it derails from the conversation a little bit. You know, no matter what we do, it is going to be far less efficacious if we're not primarily focused on mental health and drug addiction, and those two things kind of coupled together in order to solve this problem. And that's why I said like 67% are mentally ill. Yeah, maybe it's only 20 or 30% that are like so mentally ill that that's like basically everything. But those people with depression, that's one of the major things holding them back, right? Like it's you know, it's not a univariate thing. It's like there's multiple different layers of bullshit that has gone wrong in their life, and that's one of them. And teach, because I mean, like when we talk about psychopathology, you know, that's one thing, but when we talk about psychotherapy, that's another, right? Like and usually when we look at like what is the most effective form of psychotherapy that we have right now, that's cognitive behavioral therapy, right? That tends to be a blanket thing. It doesn't tend to work on people with high IQ. With low IQ. It tends to be less effective the more low IQ you are. And it can have its issues for sure. But why is it that cognitive behavioral therapy works? It's predominantly two reasons. Reason number one is that anybody can do it, right? Whereas like, you know, psychoanalysis or, you know, like dream therapy, shit like that, there's a lot of quacks. There's a lot of people that don't know what they're doing. There's a lot of people that kind of take liberty with the freedom of the type of therapy, whereas cognitive behavioral therapy is very means tested, very rigid, very structured. And so it's very easy to implement and see success. And the second reason cognitive behavioral therapy works so well is because it teaches you skills, right? It's less about let's unearth the trauma of your mom. Let's unearth this trauma and then hopefully we can deal with it. Instead, it's saying, look, you have this behavior and you have these goals in your life, and your behavior is not matching the goals that you state. In fact, they're matching the goals you really have. So let's observe the antecedents. Let's observe the things that cause these triggers, and let's observe your behavior and show how your behavior doesn't align with your goals. And let's teach you skills, practical skills to recognize and realign your behavior to fit your goals. And so it's very, very goal orientated. And so, yeah, I think if we really want to actually, as a country, as a nation, as a people, solve this problem, we have got to start stepping away from psychobabble and put in people that are doing basic, means tested, effective cognitive behavioral therapy en masse to people, and getting them to teach them the skills. And if they have the capacity to pull themselves up, they can. But right now, the line, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, doesn't work because these people lack the skill set to be able to do that mentally.
Do you feel like do any of y'all feel like mental health? I'm sorry. What?
I just had a technical question. Like, can I move? Like,
Oh, you can go because I'm going to ask about something.
I think you're using the wrong
Andre.
mic. It doesn't sound
Sounds
good.
like you're coming from an echo in the room or something. Like a
Yeah,
underwater Tom.
Yeah, I'm asking. Can somebody
go.
tell me
Oh,
why
there you
we're talking about homelessness?
Oh,
Like, what is the reason?
Oh, I think I brought it up. Maybe. No, I didn't bring it up.
Scott
I just-
brought it
About
up.
New Orleans.
I was
I
just
meant
like, I
like,
was just
what
telling
is
a
the
story.
actual topic? Or are we just generally talking about
We were
homelessness?
just talking.
or-
So I was talking about
Yeah,
New
right.
Orleans and how
Just riffing
you know
it.
he was
So like
partying
this.
next to homeless people and making fun of them in the streets and stuff.
We're in the free discussion phase.
He like would ball up his trash, throw it to him,
And, like
now
throw
you're
it at the
fed.
homeless people.
Yeah,
He'd
yeah,
like
yeah.
just like waft
Yeah,
his money like
he-
ha ha ha. we're on
turns out
vacation, bitches."
Scott was the original
You
bum
gotta make sure
fights.
you record it and put it on YouTube if you do
Mhm.
that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. He's a bum
monetize
fight
it.
guy.
Personally, I like to shoot it with paintball guns, but that's just me.
Yeah. Oh, well, good.
Apparently,
Good option.
so this is just in. I just wanted to bring this up.
What a joke.
As of 7:29, or actually, I guess of 7:02, I'll share it in chat. Looks like Julian
Assange.
Assange reached a plea deal.
Yeah, I saw that.
Mhm.
I just seeing it now. Sorry.
So
The
The
quick
plea deal
question.
is it's time served, so he's gonna be able to go home.
Wow.
Good for him.
That's crazy. He
So-
shot fucking. I guess maybe it was probably shooting Trump's foot on that one because he was probably about to announce that.
Just quickly, and then I will go to Bam because Bam has something to say. But on the homeless thing, I saw a documentary a few years ago, and it's basically said like you won't find like Japanese women on the street. Like that's like not a thing because they're immediately given resources and put in some sort of housing by like the government or something. But you will find Japanese men, and if I'm remembering correctly, and this was a while ago, so forgive me if I'm mistaken, but like I think the reason was that it looked it was sort of like if a woman is on the street, then it's a failing of society. But if a man's on the street, it's a failing of them personally, and of their character.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Bam.
Dope culture. But
Well, that's
I
just
mean,
patriarchy.
America does the
Like,
same thing,
we care
just
about
without
women.
we just don't talk about it. But there's I was curious, do you guys feel like the current model of like how we deal with mental health issues in the United States, and at least our diagnosis model, do you feel like it's beneficial? And what I mean by that in a little more detail on my perception of it, and somebody I'm about to say feels like something Corey would come out and say. Actually, that's not true. But my perception of it, of our current mental
I
health
didn't
model
invite
would.
Corey. Fuck.
Yeah,
I can't believe this.
yeah. My current perception of it is kind of like we give people diagnoses, and then we let them do what feel how they feel about that, and then like they just go on about it. It doesn't seem like there's any or it doesn't seem like there's actionable steps that come with diagnosis, and I wonder if it's like actually a crutch more than it's helpful. Like if you go back, even the generation, even the Gen X, or just before then, you just didn't have it. You didn't have a diagnosis. Even if everyone in town knew, like, oh, your kid's a little different from the other ones, you kind of just, I guess, personally developed coping skills for your kid to figure it out, or like, so they didn't think they were
So I
less
can-
than.
Well, on top of that, so like there's I think you're absolutely hitting the nail on the head partially with this, or maybe fully. I'm not understood. So like I'm going to use an anecdotal example. There's this girl Molly. I don't know if y'all watched me before. Then sometimes she appears every once in a while. But she's like clearly an addict, right? Beautiful woman, but like clearly an addict. Like talks to the voices, full on like schizo, psycho, right? And she's like, I've had to like. I've took her in and then taken her to rehab. Like I cared about the show. I hope she didn't die. I mean, to this day, I don't know where she's at now because she's probably on the street corner somewhere doing heroin if we're being serious. But like I'd catch her like smoking pills. Like she put a pill on a piece of foil and smoke it. And I'm like, bro, you can't be doing that. But then like we'd take her to go get her doctor and she'd get diagnosed and they would get her all these meds and she'd be like, oh, I don't like to take these meds. I don't want to take these meds because they make me feel different. I'm like, well, they make you feel different because you can't hear Cracky McGoo in one ear and Sally McCrazy over here, like telling you whatever. Like, yeah, I'm sure it does make you feel different. But like, she's like, oh, I'm not going to take it. And this is kind of the crux, right? That you just brought up, Bam. Like, which is, what do you do in this situation? Like, yeah, we diagnose them. But like, are we going to hold a gun to their head and say, "You take these pills"? I'm going to be on the side. You mean you already know I'm going to say probably say no. But then like, this person's clearly unwell, right? Like, what do you do? It's not really anything you can do at this point. Like, sort of like
Yeah.
I don't know, stuffing it down their throat.
There's two things that are being mentioned here. So Black America Made. The first thing we have to talk about is what is the American healthcare model like, right? And so the American healthcare model is not about curing disease. The American healthcare model is about managed diseased care, right? If I can manage your disease for 4 to 6 years, then you'll get a new job. As if I'm an insurance company, right? Then you'll get a new job, and then you're no longer my problem. And if I can put this off for 10 years, then eventually you'll go on Medicare, Medicaid, and you're the government's problem, right? So the way the system is set up, which is this kind of mixed market system, is that we have a disease care, we manage disease. And mental health is not immune to this problem. Is that we manage mental health, we don't attempt to solve mental health. There's been plenty of research that has shown that that you can rewire the brain to cure, if you will, many mental health problems with enough work and effort. We see this predominantly in obsessive compulsive disorder, that even without medication, if you are given enough therapy, and the therapy, not everyone responds, obviously, but there are plenty of people that have been able to almost completely rid themselves of OCD symptoms with enough practice and things like that. So the question then becomes, well, why aren't we doing that? What's going on? Well, Admiral
That's for
Gibbs touches on
behavioral
two
disorders,
things here.
though, not just like mental illnesses across the board. Like it's
If
really
we're talking, there's certain,
behavioral
it
issues.
depends. Yeah, it depends, right? So like cluster Bs, like the success rate on that is like 0 to 0, right? So that'd be like narcissism, bipolar, or not bipolar. Sorry, your 4 cluster Bs are going to be an issue there. But the thing is when you
I think
get
bipolar is cluster
diagnosed,
B, right? BPD.
Yes.
yeah, but bipolar can also be manic depressive bipolar, which wouldn't be a cluster B. So I was like, well, that's why I said like not, because I didn't want to get into it, the specificity of it. But yes, but that would be borderline personality disorder, not bipolar. Bipolar would
Yeah.
usually be a form of mania and depression with another thing. But still, setting that aside, you go to the doctor, you get a diagnosis. Well, if you don't like the diagnosis, then you can just leave. Well, now you have a diagnosis and you have no care. Or let's say your insurance doesn't like the practice and they drop it, or it's not in house, or you move, right? A lot of care gets interrupted. And so the question, but diagnosis is kind of the first thing you do. So you're always going to have a system where you have more diagnosis and less help, because of just the reality of the situation is that some people go get diagnosed and don't continue therapy, or they don't like that therapist. You see it a lot, let's say, in marriage and family counseling, where the marriage and family counselor will call out behavior, and then one of the parties is like, fuck this, I'm done, right? Or the relationship just ends, right? So what we have now is we have diagnosis, but we don't have any care because they're no longer going to the therapist. And like Admiral Gibbs points out, we can't put a gun to their head and make them go just because they have a diagnosis. Admiral Gibbs, the other thing that you're kind of touching on, which is a really big controversial issue in that is kind of a war between psychologists and counselors versus psychiatrists, is what's known as the medicalization of psychotherapy, or the medicalization of psychology, which is we find certain pills that have, immediate positive outcomes for people with certain conditions. And then when we say, well, why would we go through all of this expensive psychotherapy to where 20 or 30% of people, it never works anyways, when I can just have you take this pill, and now the insurance company and the pharmaceutical industry can make money off of this pill, and you're on this pill for life, as opposed to teaching you the skills necessary to cope with your mental illness, or potentially giving you the therapy, with like especially with phobias and things like that, where you get over your issue. And that is very problematic. You also kind of touch on the fact of like why certain people don't take pills. Selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, your SSRIs, your traditional depression medication that's prescribed for depression and anxiety, and and that's manic depression and persistent depressive disorder, and et cetera, et cetera. They can make you really dull, and they can have a lot of effects on your behavior that are negative. One of them being, and a lot of people don't talk about it, but one of them being libido and the ability to orgasm, especially with women. When you're on depression medication, it'd be very difficult to have for you to work yourself up sexually, and you can have those feelings but not be able to orgasm or not be able to really enjoy sex. And you find a lot of people not taking them. So there's a lot of issues there. But Bam, overall, I don't think that you're wrong per se, but I don't know that that's necessarily like therapy's fault so much, or that it's like our diagnosis model is a problem so much as it is our insurance model, and like just the reality of how therapy needs to be done. Like the best therapy even usually requires 20 sessions, and it's really easy for those sessions to get interrupted, or for people to get sent to a mental institution with no insurance, get diagnosed, get some help, and then get kicked back out on the streets without the actual help that they needed.
I just think that there's there's a cultural issue, especially like just looking back over generations. Like the most I think honestly one of the best movies of all time, but definitely one of the most well-known movies of all time is Forrest Gump. And Forrest Gump is a movie about a mother who was given a diagnosis without even saying the word, was told early on that her child was going to have some developmental issues, and then they just ignore that. And like that's what makes the movie great. Like, wow, he just ignored medicine, and look at him now. And I think that it's like there's create generations of people that's like the real story is ignoring what doctors say to you, or like
the real story of Forrest Gump is that even though he's mentally challenged, that intelligence and wisdom are not the same thing, and that Forrest Gump is a wise person worthy of respect for his wisdom and his personal character, despite the fact that he's mentally challenged.
he's in Vietnam.
Sorry, I've never seen this movie because I'm not old.
What? You've never seen everybody seen Forrest Gump.
No, I've never seen Forrest
I'm kind of shocked on that one.
It's white people's best thing
that
they did.
Actually, that explains a lot about you.
Wow, the best thing the white people did.
I love it. I brought it up. White people, it's the best thing y'all ever did. I'm telling you, I'm all about it.
I hate Forrest Gump. It's so terrible.
The best thing white people ever did was colonize India. Change the
world. What about America? That was pretty cool, right?
Black people played their role. Okay. Not in the decision-making process.
Honestly, hot take. I'm about to say only movie thing I'm going to say. Benjamin Button is actually a better version of Forrest Gump, but Forrest Gump is fantastic.
I've never seen Benjamin Button because it looks like some kind of pedo movie. I wasn't interested.
No. If you like Forrest Gump, you would love Benjamin Button.
I never saw.
I didn't like Forrest Gump. I didn't like Forrest Gump.
Are those two like one and the other? Like
the guy's born like old.
They're not a
one
one-on-one.
He becomes like a child over time.
They're the same story model. Like you should, if you haven't seen the other, you should. If you haven't seen either of them, you should.
Ali, have you
all
seen
movies
Forrest
are the
Gump?
same, dude?
No. Yeah, see, he's young too.
Okay, look at hold on. It's not about look at okay.
Where did you grow up?
Let's be
Ali, where'd you grow up as a kid?
Michigan, Dearborn.
Dearborn.
America later.
Dearborn.
I'm an American still. Just because I'm Arab doesn't mean I'm not American. I was born here. I live here.
I thought that was the better.
You guys, I can name most of the states. It's
you're
amazing.
Not fully assimilated until you've seen Forrest Gump. So
I was born here. I don't have to assimilate. I'm natural. I'm natural born. I am American. I get the tag regardless of any of the.
I'm going to get rid of birthright citizenship.
I was going to say this is the best example of getting rid of the 14th.
Yeah, I'm suddenly starting to change my mind.
On what?
On the birthright citizenship. You know, I mean, I hate Forrest Gump, and you gotta at least watch it once. Like,
I get the concept.
That's like it's like
guy runs across the country.
No, you have to watch it.
Also, you didn't see the whole Hollywood version.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to start
about boxes of chocolates and everything.
Well, why should I watch this?
But like in 1,000 years, when they're discussing great American cinema, they're going to talk about like certain movies, right? They're going to talk about like Lucas and Star Wars. They'll talk about like Forrest Gump will probably be one. The Godfather. Yeah, they're going to be Saving. There's going to be these iconic movies where these guys like look back 1,000 years. Listen. Either way. Which is never mind. I was gonna make a joke, but we're not. But yeah, so when they look at these movies 1,000 years, this is like part of American culture, and for you not to see it, un-American.
Okay,
I'm with Admiral on this.
I haven't seen any of the movies you listed actually, and if I'm not really a movie guy, that's really more what it is. I'm not like against watching.
You don't have to be a movie guy to see those, though. That's the thing. But I guess if you're that young, maybe that's the difference. It's like for our age, like you don't even have to be a movie person. You saw it's like seeing Titanic.
How old are you guys?
Or maybe Infinity War. Maybe that's like a Gen Z, like Infinity War. Like I don't watch comic book movies, but you probably seen Infinity War at some point.
Yeah. Like, okay. So I think I don't know if it's an American pass, but yeah, like these movies, I feel like would have had to been introduced by your parents. No, like to like a bit of an extent.
Maybe I mean it was.
I feel like if you had any type of like cable, Forrest Gump comes on TNT at least twice a year.
Right, I was about to say TNT played Saving Private Ryan and like Forrest Gump.
I didn't watch TNT. I was a bit of a Disney Nickelodeon cartoon. Like I watched Boy Meets World. about as American as you can get. Jewish family
there you
growing
go.
up in America. That's what raised me. So I'm thinking by all technicalities, American. I just wasn't into the movies. I like Fast and the Furious, but
Oh,
I don't even know what that means
But-
because they're okay. Listen,
Well, I think it's the
I don't-
greatest
'cause
franchise around.
No, they're like
if
they're,
you want me to be
Fast
honest.
and
Oh,
Furious
no,
is
there's
on a
one,
whole
two,
other
three.
I'm
topic.
gonna deport you
Fast and the Furious is
tomorrow.
single-handedly
No.
the greatest franchise
There's
in
Fast and
existence.
Furious. You have 3 movies about like one thing, and
Yeah.
then you have 7 other movies that's about a different thing. I've seen them
Exactly.
all, but
It's
they're
all-
not.
it's all
but
about-
it's
no,
weird
it's
to say that I
all
like
about
Fast and
family.
Furious because there's like 2 completely different
Yeah.
concepts.
If
family.
you put your
Family.
mind to it, you can eventually go from stealing DVDs
Oh, brother.
to space, and that is about
Working in
as
space.
America. You
Yeah.
can save the world. You can become global spies.
This is a
Are
great
you serious?
example
You can be
of
a criminal
how
and you can
This is
become a
just
snitch.
generations.
That's the moral of the story.
I honestly, this is just us old people in our 30s having to cope with the fact that we're old and in our 30s. That's really all it
true,
is.
but still.
It's like the people that are in their 30s here are like, what the fuck? You haven't seen Forrest Gump? And that's literally all that is that I'm pretty sure Forrest Gump came out.
It's
in, like,
mind blowing, yeah.
But
What,
even then, like,
98?
As a
you
matter of fact,
can use
actually, hold
older
on.
movies
No,
though.
Forrest Gump.
94.
I actually looked at this.
That's from 94?
What's interesting.
I thought it was
listen,
like
if you look at the year, if you look at the movies that came out that year, it shows you just how much Forrest Gump is an
94,
interesting
yeah.
film, because if you look at the year that it came out and you look at other movies that came out that year, you can understand just how horrible Hollywood today is, because in that same year Jurassic Park came out, in that same year Shawshank Redemption came out, Forrest Gump came out, and there's like 2 other like classic films. I have to look at every movie that came out in 94, but like basically all of like some of the movies that we talk about as being like the greatest movies, like a massive chunk of them all came out in 94. And it's like the last hurrah
there's actually-
of Hollywood
Yeah, but
doing
there's,
anything good.
No,
There's
I
this
feel like- I feel like
autistic
Forrest
kid
Gump is just
who's
every
able to,
Adam
like,
Sandler movie
remember
ever made.
No,
There's a
no.
there's a autistic kid who's able to like recite every movie that came out on any date.
Oh, yeah,
So
I've
you
seen
can just
that.
tell him your birthday, and he's able to list off movies. And it's insane where you'll say
Pulp
like,
Fiction
"Oh, I was
was
born like
94?
November 11th, 1988," and he'll list off like 10 movies, and you've heard of all of them. And it's like, how did 10 movies that I've heard of come out on one day in 1988? How is that possible? But it's like, yes, every time he names off a list of movies that came out on that date in that year, not every year and on that date, no, on that date, on that year, he just lists off a ton, and you've heard of all of them, and it's kind of mind-blowing to think that there were that many that we've heard of from that long.
just
No,
saying,
okay. This is
Fiction-
like
No,
this
it's
is
like-
like
you said-
nostalgia killing y'all. They still make excellent movies now. You just don't watch them because you have streaming services.
No, they're
But-
remakes of everything.
No,
they are
there's,
just-
there's, there's
the
really
same
good
things
movies that come
recycled
out
over
now.
and
Yeah.
over.
I know you bitch
So
about
anything by A24 is
Wait,
good
what's the last
typically.
really good movie that came out?
Like
There you go. Yes.
Everything Everywhere All at Once was pretty good.
Exactly.
No,
That's what I was about to
overrated.
say.
I
That
think
was
there's
overrated.
overrated as
definite-
fuck.
I think there's
It
definitely
was good. I mean, I didn't say it was the greatest movie ever. I said it was a good
It's
movie.
very original. Like, yes, it's something that's not a recycled thing. It's something that's
Yeah,
very
it
different.
was nice. It
and
was
it's
good.
not-
It was cool. to
No,
watch.
even
I'm
in
just saying-
20 like that.
Yeah,
No,
but
I'm
it's
just
not-
you're letting
Nope,
nostalgia.
Nope,
get to you.
Nope wasn't
Batman
bad.
really
Nope was
good.
good. It was
I'm not
decent.
letting nostalgia get to. I'm not letting nostalgia get to me by stating that
Hold on,
there
you
has
can
not
continue
been
your
a
thing.
single year in
Do-
Hollywood that can compete with
continue your
1994.
speech in just a second. Doobie, like you're like super gainy. Am I
God
the
damn it,
only
one
one?
second.
Yeah, super gainy. So go
Just a
ahead.
little close.
Yeah, so back to Fast
ahead,
and the Furious being
Scott.
the greatest movie franchise ever. I need to know
Oh,
why
for
that's
fuck's
disputed.
sake.
No,
What-
2023 had great movies. The issue is you're not gonna recognize it until like 10 years from now. I think
It's
I
like-
think Godzilla -1 was the best Godzilla movie that was ever made.
Yeah, It's like
But that's
comparing
a
like
that's
Marvel movies
Anatomy of the Fall is
to,
fantastic. Killers of the Flower Moon was
to,
really
like,
good.
Harry Potter or
But
like
Minus
Lord of
One
the
is an
Rings or
original
something
movie,
like
though.
that.
That's
Poor
not an
Things.
original movie. Yeah, but hold on.
It didn't
some
say
of these
original.
movies- well,
Original
okay,
was not
that's
brought up.
fair. Well, that's fine. But someone did bring up that everything's sequels and remakes now, and I think that there's some
Bunch of
truth to
shit.
that. I was watching a TikTok the other day, and the guy named off 60 movies that have came out this year, and of those 60 movies, 52 were remakes or sequels. Like that's saying something. If I was this, but like there's some movies that transcend time, right? If I like, they could be sequels, sure. Like Empire Strikes Back, that's one of the greatest twists ever, right? You know,
But just to be
but, like,
clear, I don't even
Fast
mean
and the
remakes like
Furious
that.
2.
I'm saying
but-
something like Avatar is just another storyline or 2 or 3 storylines just looped over and over. It's just done in a
Well,
different way.
Yeah, Avatar's
but-
not
no, no,
Avatar's not
let me
the
get
good
out here
one.
for a second. I've
But,
been
like,
really
if you look
quiet.
at, like, if you look at
Guys.
like, hold on, let me just finish this point.
Oh.
If you hold on, don't overfoot me. Listen, I like. 'Cause look, there's other movies that transcend time, and that we don't really have those like newer like ideas going into movies anymore, right?
We
Like,
do. You just don't
no,
watch
like
them.
I
can
watch
name you
all
5.
sorts of stuff.
Or
Name
you
me something.
complain that you don't like the franchise.
Like,
Look, I can get on the whole like
give me
repeat
one,
train.
like Gone with the Wind equivalent from today.
I was just about to do that. Like seriously,
yeah, I know.
like
You wouldn't let me finish. I was waiting you to do that.
okay. So like the number one thing, like when people complain about repeats, I kind of get it because if you're talking about Avatar, and we're talking about the first movie, right? The dog shit movie that it is. I've seen this movie a couple of times before, and it was better. It was called The Last Samurai. It was called Dances with Wolves. Like literally, these tropes definitely fucking eat there, or definitely eat there are there. My issue is, can somebody actually like put it in a setting that actually makes it good, something that's interesting? I love The Last Samurai. I don't give a shit if it's like a whitewash movie. It's fantastic.
It's not whitewash movie. It's a white savior movie. Could we not have white savior movies? Like
he's literally the last dude, and everybody else is dead. How is that a white savior movie?
I'm just saying.
It's like, hey, I found inner peace, but everybody else is dead. Like he doesn't save shit.
So hold on. I do kind of agree with you, Tiberius D, but I do take a little bit of umbrage with Avatar specifically. And the reason I say that is because yes, there are tropes in film and cinema, but yeah, like it all depends on the execution, right? Like I'm kind of agreeing with you and disagreeing a little bit because like when we talk about episode 4 of Star Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
George Lucas is very open about the fact that he read Joseph Campbell's Man with a Thousand Faces, looked at the monomythological structure, and then created a film that mimicked that, right? He created the hero's journey. And the hero's journey is the most overdone trope in cinema that you could ever do, but it always works, right? If you make a film and the film, if you do it correctly and the scenery is good, right? And the dialogue isn't done poorly, and you know, you have special effects, and you make a story about a young man, right, who's an orphan or who loses his parents, who gains a magical power, and that magical power is the call to adventure, and he gets an old mentor, and the old mentor teaches him how to use the magical power, and then he meets some friends, and then those friends and them go to fight the big
you don't
bad
have to
evil
run the whole
guy,
thing.
and
We
then
got
the
it.
mentor dies,
go.
and then he goes into Underhell to resurrect the father. He has the rejection to the
Oh
call,
my God.
and then eventually he kills
Why
the
do you
big
have to
bad
do the
evil
whole
guy, and he
thing?
becomes a mentor himself. It works. It's been done 1,000 times, but it works.
Right.
So even the greatest film that we can ever think of, right, in American history, and if you talk to cinematographers or you talk to directors or you talk to cinema film history people, they'll say Star Wars Episode 4 is one of the greatest films in American history. It is just a copy of a mythological structure. So I mean, those tropes exist for a reason because our brains are designed to enjoy and like those stories because that's the narrative structure.
Yeah, but that's
and
not
Dances
that's
with Wolves is
There's a
one
lot
of
of
those
really
there's a
wanna
lot
reply
of
to this. Come
storylines.
on.
There's a lot of storylines that are based off of like Seven Samurai. Like you just don't know it. Like there
Yeah,
are like
if-
classic movies that like the meat and bones of get
Ants.
thrown together.
If you talk to people in literature, they've limited it down. Like most stories are about 22 different stories. With some like level of like excuse me, I cannot talk today. Some level of, like variation, but usually it's like 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 of those storylines. They're compiled together. They're adjusted a little bit, but literally they've kind of nailed it down. Like if you want to give like the roadmap, it's only about 20 stories in all of human history that we tell each other.
But that's why
and we just tell it over
TV
and over.
shows started to take off and like doing better because they have like much more intricate like.
Sure, we're in the
storylines
It's a better
that are
medium than
more
movies with certain
original
types of
and they're
style.
very
I do want to
different.
reply to
They
where
have to, like apply to the actual characters that are there and the niche that they put the characters in. And so like TV shows have done way better now because they actually are original things that are very different every time we watch them, but we're just watching the same movies over and over.
Sure, and I think medium matters here. Like putting things into a movie versus putting things into a TV show versus putting things into a book or a manga. I think all of these different mediums are or I cannot say this right. All these different mediums are things that have their bonuses, have their factors that are way better, right? Like action in anime is probably the coolest. I'm sorry, but it's pretty fucking sweet. Outside of that, though, where Fabian was going here, there's part of this where I agree with him. There's parts where I don't, so I'll separate it out. Some of these stories are timeless and they pull at your heartstrings. And like I've always got that soft spot for old people, even though I hate the boomers. Where you watch Up and you see the lady die, the wife die, and it breaks your heart. And it's also the same where Catch Me If You Can, whenever he's impersonating the teacher, and that old lady's just like, I drove 30 miles to get here, and you're telling me like my heart's broken in that scene. But outside of that, is that there are a lot of these stories where it's very clear that we're just trying to do the same thing over again, and it seems like we're getting worse. And that's where I would love this conversation to go, is why are we doing worse? When we have better sound systems and better writing, and literally more people are college educated than ever before.
Yeah,
I'm disagreeing with the fact that we're doing worse. I think that there's so much money in marketing certain ideas. Like, people complain about the things that they don't just actually engage with. Like, who in here saw Poor Things? Okay, well, the one person who doesn't watch a movie, actually, Poor Things was a pretty original story, pretty fantastic.
Well, it was Frankenstein, but a girl Frankenstein. That's what I saw it as, really.
That doesn't begin to describe it. Like that's a nice little foundation. But yeah, I think Anatomy of the Fall was fantastic. And I'm just doing 2023. I think that the Blackberry movie was like it's hard making comedies now, but I think the Blackberry movie was actually a pretty good comedy. I think The Holdovers is going to be a Christmas classic within the next 5 years or so.
Wait, hold
5
on.
years,
You
5 to 10
you
years.
liked Poor Things? You thought it was good?
Yeah, I thought Poor Things was fantastic.
You're fucking crazy.
It was an alright movie. I wouldn't say it was like a great movie. It was an alright movie.
Past Lives. I think Past Lives was like a.
Doobie, now you're like super
So
low.
low.
Like your volume is low. I can barely hear you.
Quiet.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I think
Is that better?
I can,
Not much.
like a little bit.
I hate
I can hear you, but yeah, I think that like, and some things are just like we remember like the big gangbuster stuff, and we don't remember some of the things that like that we enjoy and we watch that we kind of just like go to TV or you see it one time, you don't really think about it again. I think that if Air came out in like 2002, I think that like kids think of it today as one of their like favorite movies.
But there
Yes,
are
it's
things that are like
not
definitively
horrible.
getting worse. Like if you look
I
at like
kinda think-
animation,
I haven't heard of 90% of those movies you list, so I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
But,
That's a
like, but hold
marketing thing. Across the Spider-Verse that was one of my 10s of the year.
But like, okay,
I don't know if that's a
okay.
marketing thing. If no one's watching them, or if no one's, how many people are here, and I don't know.
Yeah,
like, other
so-
than Poor Things, no one's contested it.
I'll push back against one thing, and then we'll go to Gibbs because Gibbs wants to jump in here. That like, I agree that there is like a lot of like great, interesting movies being made, but that we aren't actually seeing them. But I disagree that it's about streaming service. I think it just compounds what you were saying previously, right? It's about marketing and where you go for your content. There are streaming services dedicated to like arts movies, cinema type movies. You know, I don't know the term I should be using for them, right? But like the ones that like you know that were made by some French director, right? And it's about the death of a clown or some shit, that kind of stuff. But it exists, right? And it's been I don't. I'm saying that I actually
French
went
cinema
to
summed up so perfectly.
The theater just got too expensive, man. That's really what it is. And these movies don't release on.
Exactly that.
Yeah, that's real. I don't think it's a market. That's why I don't think it's a marketing. I think we have streaming. People would rather stay at home, pay either rent the movie on Amazon or whatever it may be. But I don't think that's why the movies aren't like.
I think movie theaters are way under inflation. Like you can go to a movie theater for like. If you catch a matinee, you can go find a movie theater somewhere, probably even in a major city, for like $7-8.
No one wants to do that. No one wants to go to the movies
exactly
because
you have a movie streaming service that gives you a
no. People have never wanted to go to the movies during the day. That's why it's so cheap. People want to go to the movies at night. I know you do, but that's why the tickets are so cheap.
Even if you go at night, it's like what, $12, $15 sometimes.
Yeah,
like,
but then you want to get movie. But then you want to get popcorn. But then you want to get popcorn or any snacks. Popcorn's gonna be $15. A drink is gonna be $9.
Markup is at. But
well, I mean that's why people aren't going. That's why people aren't going.
I disagree with all of this. All of this is wrong. All of this is wrong. I'm like right now. I'm subscribed to a bunch of streaming services, right? Mm-hmm. And some of them are free. I got Shudder right now. You know what Shudder is? That's the horror movie streaming service. Mm-hmm. You can watch all these independent horror flicks. Some of them great. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Terrifier, right? You know, everybody likes Terrifier now, apparently. You know, I thought, like, It Follows. That was a good independent movie. There are some good independent movies, and people are chugging out tons of shit, and you can watch it on anything. And if I really didn't want to pay for it, I could just watch it on the big heap, right? So I disagree with this whole, we don't go to the theater, that's the reason why we're not seeing them. We're not seeing them because shit is garbage now.
Yeah,
Like, if you look at, but if you look at, like,
Hereditary is one of the best horror movies ever made.
but hold on.
And
If you look at, like, the 90s and 2000s, right? Just look at animation. Do y'all remember some of these classics, like Prince of Egypt or like Planet Treasure, Atlantis? You like look at these things. Look at the animation. The animation is outstanding, right? This is great. This was like 10,
Prince of
15 years
Egypt's
ago.
Treasure Planet bombed.
Sure, you're right. I'm not arguing that it didn't bomb, but if you look at it compared to now, and you go and watch the animation now, it's definitively worse. Like, it's like I watch it, it's bad, right? If I go watch, we talked about how the hero's journey and all these other 22 stories are reused. They're absolutely all reused, right? We've all seen it a million times. But when I go and I watch like The Acolyte on Disney, and it's just like they've taken shit and they flip shit on its head just for the sake of flipping on shit on its head, and it doesn't work, that's bad. If I go watch, like, you know,
The
I can pick
Acolyte's
like a
good.
million.
Let's put that out there.
Absolutely the worst shit I've ever seen.
I haven't seen this yet.
It's bad.
Hold on a second. Go ahead, buddy. Finish. I want to go right after you, please.
Yeah, it's not even. It's like there's a ton of them. I can pick like tons of them. Like where in Star Wars, I'll use another Star. The Last Jedi, easily maybe the worst movie ever made of all time. Huge commercial success, and they sit here and they'll take a trope and they'll subvert it just for the sake of subverting it. And then when like it causes the franchise problem in the future, or like a movie bombs, people are like, why did it bomb? And it's like, because y'all are obviously doing shit just to be edgy. It's like the guy going on Twitter and using the N-word that looks like me, right? Like that's what you're doing. You're literally going and trying to be like as edgy as possible, just for clicks, and it was like, yeah, never me. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's what it seems like with the writing, and then they go, "Why is it not working?" And I'm like, it seems obvious to me.
Go ahead, Ty. I want to hear from DB just to see if his fucking mic is working at some point. But Ty.
Okay, two things. I have not seen The Acolyte, but I just read an article literally yesterday about how it is literally the worst rated Star Wars property ever. It's worse than the Christmas special. So something's going on.
It's bad.
But I haven't seen it. I haven't got there yet.
Yeah, worse than the Christmas special, meaning that people aren't actually taking this seriously. There's being review bombed, right? Like I'm sorry.
Right.
Like, we understand this. This happens in media all the time, right? Like you guys pretend you don't understand what a review bomb is. Okay, great. Like,
sure. Like that's fair, because like the show's not over yet. So if you're giving a review of the show and it's not over yet,
3 episodes in.
Yeah, he's right. I am waiting to the end. They did have one cool intro. To like withhold judgment. However, like, people bitched about Andor for the first like 4 episodes, and then Andor is one of the greatest. It's the greatest.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it a chance till the end. I'm gonna watch it all the way through, and then I'll give my official. Currently, it's dog shit, but they might be able to save it.
Don't worry, we'll have that fight at the end. But yeah, go ahead.
One more thing. What I will back up Gibbs on animation, and some of it versus others is a different story. Live action animation, I think, is actually better than it's ever been. It's just, do they take the time and money to make it good?
Yeah.
When it comes to, I'm going to say it. When it comes to anime, like some of the CGI animation that I've been looking at lately is awful.
You beat
like
me to it. Demon Slayer. Of Kimetsu no Yaiba, but when they had the Demon Train movie, Mugen Train, whatever it was, the train, right?
I have not watched Demon Slayer.
Oh
like,
my God!
Just look, just because I know you're in this,
the most beautifully animated show ever. Movie aside,
fair enough. I'll definitely put it on the list. Add Demon Slayer to the list.
Gorgeous.
Anyway, the thing I was going at is that I'm a huge mecha fan, particularly when it comes to Gundam. I know Prime watches a lot of Gundam. Like, Gundam since 2015 is looking kind of shit, dude. Particularly, I actually liked Gundam Seed, and whenever seeing all the new suits and the new CGI, I'm like, fuck, I'll take 2002 animation over this shit.
I'm
this
not
new
so
movie
sure
is
about that. But then again, literally this weekend I was watching G Gundam. But I don't know. So I was just
people have different desires. Like, you can't just complain because it's different from what it is now. Like, this is the last thing I'll say, because we're gonna get away from the animation. I have a separate point to make, but as far as animation, people want different things than what they wanted before, and you have to come to accept that. Like, the reason Gibbs brought up movies like Treasure Planet and freaking The Prince of Egypt. These movies released and they bombed. The reason they bombed is because Pixar, this is around the time of Pixar picking up, and people decided that they no longer wanted to see standard 2D like handwritten animations. They wanted CGI. And CGI, and that's not like the industry. That's what people desire. That's where the market for people are. You're gonna have people on the outside that are like, oh man, I just really miss the 2D stuff. But you're not watching. They're paying attention to the analytics. They're paying attention to the data. And this is
but
what
DC proves that wrong with their
this is what
animation
you're going
style.
to see. People love not Jujutsu Kaisen. People thought that Jujutsu Kaisen was doing some of the coolest stuff in animation every week. And some of the stuff that they liked was like the CGI type thing.
But DC animated universe, like that still does well. All the animated DC stuff, they still use 2D art style. It's not like what you're describing, and that's not the Pixar art style, and it does really, really well. So like that's not true what you're saying. It's just like there's
you being able to point out an example of the
any
DC
of the more
movie
recent
compared
any of
to
the recent
every
DC
other
animated
piece of media out in the world.
I mean, yeah, pick
so-
any of the recent DC animated movies, even the new DC
Is
animated.
DC animated
So I
competing
think-
with Marvel?
I've been
Absolutely.
trying to get in here for a while, but so I think there is something that you guys are kind of dancing and not actually touching, because I think I hate to be like the enlightened centrist here, but I think you're
No.
both right. And the reason I think you're both right is that there is kind of, I wrote down a couple of different, and you kind of all bounce around it. Woke Hollywood is certainly part of the problem, right? Like, the director of Acolyte coming out saying they want to make the gayest Star Wars that they can, and then getting mad that people called it lesbian space witches is hilarious. When but
Like, how do you
whatever.
ruin that demographic for men? Like 18 to 30 is your thing. You made lesbian
It's
space
not the
witches boring.
demographic anymore. Those people have already stepped away. That's not their demographic. They're targeting Gen Z. They're not targeting us anymore. Like they don't want us there because we're not their target audience anymore. But that's part of it. Streaming services, part of it. Anime is part of it. Theater prices are part of it. What I think what we're dancing around without saying, but almost saying, is that Hollywood recognizes that a certain demographic of people simply aren't going to theaters and aren't watching their films anymore. And they're trying to find ways to make films that are good films. And they're also trying to find ways to make those people come back to theaters. And they use nostalgia often and remakes and things like that, hoping that they can get some of those people back. Because there's a certain, there's us online and there's the red pill people or whatever that aren't going to go see a film or whatever. But then there are normal dudes that go like, oh, they're making a new Ghostbusters film. Well, maybe I'll go see that, right? That one obviously is a flop, but there's plenty of examples of where I think the reason they're making remakes is responding to the market. And it's less about Hollywood's so trash now and more about that there's just so much more competition in a thing that isn't really working as much. They're having to put films in the Chinese market because there are a ton of people in China that are watching films, right? Like when you do an international release of a big Hollywood film, now, 20, 30 years ago, China was 1 to 10% of the market share in terms of how much money you were going to make by film. Now it can be a third of your market share. It can even be as much as the American and Western European market if you make a film that panders to them in a certain way, such as the remake of oh god, what is that 90s Disney cartoon that
the cartoon
Princess? Oh no, they made it live action Chinese film. Can't think of the fucking name of it right now. Mulan. Thank you, Mulan. Right, like that was pandering to China, right? It's the original flopped in China because they hated the dragon because they thought it was disrespectful to the concept of Chinese dragons, that he was goofy, and let's be honest, that he was black, the voice actor, right? And so they got rid of the dragon. They made it very much more like that. They filmed in those locations as opposed to filming in Turkey or something. They filmed in China, right? Like that was a movie that wasn't for the American audience. It was a movie that was for China. So there's a lot of things going on. And I think Black American Made, you kind of almost touched on it, but not quite, when you're saying that like, hey, there are these good movies, and then they're like, it's a marketing thing, right? It's a marketing thing because a certain demographic is watching anime and is watching streaming services and just simply doesn't go to the movie theaters anymore. And you could say inflation, you're right. Ticket prices are only like $14. I looked them up in my local area. That hasn't inflated as much as other things. But because inflation exists, when you start tightening your belt, well, one of the things you're going to do is you're going to go out to eat less and you're going to go out to the movie theaters less. You know what I mean? Like it's still, inflation's still going to have an effect, right? A poor economy is going to be, it's difficult to get people to go to
Yeah, but
theaters.
once
'cause
in a
everybody's
while
just
there are
go.
movies that are made for theaters, and it's not just something that's made for theaters, but something that's truly like original and a masterpiece, like Barbie, where like you have to see it in theaters.
No,
you
I
know?
agree.
That's one of
I
those
agree.
that you really
What I'm
need.
saying
Lego
though, is that
Movie,
I think
Barbie,
there's
Dune.
there's a group
it's
or a
big
population
name
that is checked out.
movies.
I do want to say about anime and about animation, because that was kind of talked about to some extent. Look, there are a lot of studios in Japan, right? And the studios are used for wildly different reasons. And there's a wide range of both really bad animation and really good animation, even within the same anime. Like I think a great example of this is Naruto Shippuden, where you can tell a fight scene's about to happen because you see the animation style change, because you know they use an animator that they wanted to use for the fight scenes, and you're like, oh shit. And like you can see the animation change when what's his name? Sarutobi. Not Sarutobi, his son. I can't think of his, or maybe it was
Asuma?
Sarutobi. I can't remember.
Grandson.
Asuma. When Asuma
Okay.
dies, right? And they have the funeral, and there's like, it's clearly they use an entirely different animation studio because they wanted a somber, darker scene, and they wanted to focus on the children in color because they wanted to hint with the animation a few episodes ahead that the children were the king that needed to be protected in shogi, right? They were letting you know that the children were the future of the village without actually telling you, and they told that story through animation. And you know, when it comes to films, there are a lot of crappy films and a lot of crappy shows, like a lot of isekais that just get turned out with really bad CGI animation because they're just trying to get people that like isekai to watch anything because they
Bam is
know
one
they'll
of those
watch
people.
it even if
Yeah.
the animation's
Uh,
bad, right? Like vending machine, like coming back to life as a vending machine. But I just want to point out, if you want to see like
I need to go watch that.
gorgeous animation that has come out in the last few years, film wise, like you have to watch Kimi no Nawa, Your Name, Weathering with You, Tenki no Ko, and Suzume no Tojamen by
Your Name was really good.
By Makoto Shinkai. Makoto Shinkai does gorgeous animation. Even if the story isn't there for you, which I think it is.
Yeah,
I think it's
so
great. Your Name is the best, but
multiple
does
things. The thing that
beautiful
you're
animation.
identifying, like there's a name for that. It's called sakugo. In terms of like when the animation gets turned up, especially when we're talking about action scenes.
Yeah.
It's called sakugo. So you can even find sakugo compilations on like YouTube of like from whatever action thing you're watching, and when the animation just like kicks it up a notch. Yeah. Okay. And
I just think Naruto is a great example because it happens all the time.
Yeah.
Like,
but there also some
fight
like
scenes
seriously
coming,
dips.
you know.
And then Dragon Ball Super had some like really bad ones. Like the original Dragon Ball Super animation had some like crazy shit happen in it. I was going to say something to Admiral Gibbs, but he's not here. I don't think he can hear me, but I'll wait on that. But I wish, Scott, you had watched, and maybe I should send this to you as well, Bam. Actually, that's you before. Actually, yeah. I sent him a video, but he didn't watch it. About from a YouTuber talking about like what killed cinema, and it's like he like goes through a lot of these things.
Did you?
When
I had my kids, maybe or something. I don't know.
It's fine. It's fine. I'm just messing with your friend, but yeah.
No, I feel bad. I don't like to ignore DMs.
Yeah. No worries, friend. But and he's just and I love the way he analyzes it. And he goes through all the culprits, right? Like one, like they talk about Marvel, right? But they also talk about streaming service convenience and all these things, right? And I'll let him explain it. If I try to reduce his point, then I'm gonna mess it up. But I think it's a confluence of events, right? So like rather than pointing to one thing, it's a confluence of things that are happening.
One thing.
Yeah. There's like shifting trends, and
it's the market share, it's the competition, it's the politics. Because there's a certain group of people that have checked out because of political reasons, and it's like I see this all the time where there's like political people. Like there are plenty of good movies that Bam points out, but a lot of us, and I think myself included, have just checked out because so often we'll watch a show or watch a movie, and then there's some beleaguered fucking dumb commie point that's brought up. That's just like, and it's just like turns you off to the whole thing because it's like I'm trying to escape and now I have to listen to some like fucking sophomore political opinion that's like shoved down my throat for like 2 minutes in a film. And so we end up not watching good films that don't do that. because we kind of check out of the whole cinema thing, because I'd rather just watch, I'd rather just watch anime or something and not get that most.
I think if there were seven
Unless
movies,
it's a
if there
local
were 7 movies in a theater at a time, and you knew that if you didn't watch them, then they weren't going to end up on your favorite streaming service you already paid for in 2-3 months, and it was going to be like 4 to 6 months before it came out on DVD. At which point, all your friends at work or school or whatever would have already seen it and talked about it. I think that it like that creates in the sense of they're like, oh, okay, this is
I'd
what I'm
still
going to go do
pirate it.
Saturday. Well, I'm saying, you're figuring out some online, some alternative way of
the big heap. You're
figuring
welcome.
out.
Well, yeah, no, there's also like something called the Movie Cracker as well that has all this stuff
Another
for
one?
free on there, and it has a bunch of different versions. When I started hearing about Dune 2, I didn't even know like it was coming out or that it was going to be a thing. But all of a sudden, I hear all this rage about it, and I literally just got on YouTube and bought it there, or I could have rented it there. It was just right there as soon as I started hearing about it, and yeah, just got both movies right then and watched them.
Oh, wait. Let me ask you a question.
His
Who
own
here
instance was also
is a
COVID.
fan of pirating stuff? Is that something that goes against y'all's ethical and morality sense?
Not at all.
Factoid,
IP doesn't
Factoid, what do you
exist.
think?
Fuck IP.
I'm
IP
Am I a
doesn't-
fan of it?
Yeah, do you
It's
believe
more
IP
of a problem
exists?
with
Like Liberty,
like
Liberty
it
uses
causes a
code?
bunch of it just causes so many problems on your computers. I used to use torrents all the time, and it just like I had so many issues with all the other shit that came with it that I just stopped. I ran through too
There's no
many
need to
laptops.
anymore.
At
And
this point,
computers
I
at
only
that
pirate
point.
on my Fire Stick, but I usually go see almost everything at theaters. I usually go once or twice a week. So like when I end up watching something
damn.
I'm
as
not.
good as I didn't.
You go
He
once or
actually
twice a week
does.
to the theater. Good for you.
You could probably build
Yeah.
one at
You
home.
like
I-
movies a lot, huh?
Yeah, I'm a big.
He's the movie guy, and he takes that title. I don't pirate because I'm not a criminal. I want Lecter to tell all his prosecutor friends that. But before we move on, DB, how's your
You're
audio
right.
friend?
I'm not really sure how it is.
It sounds
It
like him.
skipped for just a second there, but it sounds louder.
It
at
sounds
least.
yeah,
Is it
it
better?
sounds like
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
yeah.
It
sounds-
sounds fine as
Yeah,
long
that's
as you.
it
Eat
sounds
the
better.
mic.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, I think Oppenheimer,
So
like
just
I think it got
FYI,
way more talk than it
yeah.
deserved. Sorry.
DB?
I didn't
That
even
was
see
it.
Oppenheimer. It looked boring as fuck. But I
Yeah.
think that I don't know. I used to pirate things when I was like really broke, right? And I think for somewhere along the way, I started to feel bad about it because I did start to have the money to actually like buy things. And I felt like, okay, well, if I enjoy this thing, I should pay for it because they spent a lot of money, did a lot of work to make it, right? So, yeah, I don't pirate things anymore.
I mean, for me, it's not even about
lot of
that. It's
money.
more about like having space on my computers where I download just tons of movies or entire TV shows where I could just like pay for an entire streaming service and just watch it all through a website. It's like way more convenient to just pay for
When
it
you
now.
make it more
Sometimes
convenient
there's like
than piracy,
legitimate.
people use the service. Yeah.
I do think sometimes there's like a legitimate like difficulty with certain things. Like, so when I had my kids over for a couple weeks, like, my kids came into my room past their bedtime, and it's like whatever, you know what I mean? Like they wanted to hang out, and I was like, all right. And they were like, and I was
That's
watching
abuse.
anime. I was why what?
Just kidding.
Fucking weirdo.
Just keep talking.
So yeah. So anyways, they came to my room and they wanted to hang out, and I was like on Anawave, just watching some manga, and I'm like, well, you're not watching this with me. And then I was like, oh, whatever, I'll put on Pokemon because I like Pokemon. And then all of a sudden, my daughter was like, fuck yes, I love Pikachu. And I was like, hell yeah. I didn't even know that I needed that in my life, that like my own nostalgia being represented in my daughter was like fucking amazing. And she was like, I want more. But like, you can't like my Roku, was I gonna go buy Crunchyroll? So it's like so that I can watch for 1 week Pokemon with my kid. No, I fucking downloaded Pokemon, put it on a stick, and then just like went downstairs so I had it to watch with him. Like I do think sometimes it is like, I think people are leaving money on the table from ads because they're so anti-piracy. But it's like the reason piracy exists is because like it exists. And so you kind of have a choice where like if you're going to make it difficult to get your content without paying you $15 a month or something, right? People are just going to pirate it. But I think we've seen that most people are willing to watch a minimum amount of ads to watch things for free without having to deal with it. And so I think it's kind of like I think it's really stupid that so many industries are still trying to hold on to their IP and like no, you have to pay me $3 if you want to watch it, because people just aren't going to pay the $3. They're just going to watch F movies or Anawave or something. And at a certain point, you just need to recognize that you need to make it freely available and then have advertisements, and you'll end up making more money anyways, because there are still a ton of people pirating that are getting it without ads.
You're trying to
and
get
so-
back. I feel like you're trying to
on
reinvent
the,
cable.
Yeah, I mean, or
I'm
cheap
a little
enough that it's
confused
worth it with ads.
on like IPs or maybe it's copyrights on like published work like books, because YouTube has tons of fucking audiobooks. There's lots of times where I'll go to buy an audiobook and I'll pause for a second and be like, wait, the audiobook's probably already on YouTube, and I'll just go to YouTube and find it almost every single time
your
just
books
sitting there.
So like
immediately.
IP on those things only lasts they only last 55 years. So if you're listening to anything that's older than 55 years, as far as America's concerned, it's considered open source. Now the audiobook might not be open source if, like, let's say Random House Audio did it, right? Then they may own the rights to the audiobook.
They're reading it themselves.
Right, but other
on
people
top of
can
that, like,
read it themselves
I
and
don't
do it.
think Gender Troubles is 55 years old, but it's like something that's already on there, and there's just like
there's
a
like different types of ones that you have to do, but like the maximum I think is 55, unless you like change it in some way.
Doobie?
Oh, no, I was just saying that I don't think I'd ever pirate an audiobook or a book. These authors, like, they make so little anyway. Like they're split with like Audible is so low anyway. Like I'd feel terrible just taking all their work for free.
I mean, I do Audible. I don't pirate audiobooks, but that's not because Audible's convenient.
Just to push back against that a little bit, Doobie, though, I have Audible now, and I use Audible, and that's how I listen to my audiobooks now.
Yeah.
But when I first started going out, I was listening when I was living in Houston, it was a 3-hour drive every day for work each way, so it's like 6 hours in the car. So like I would be listening to podcasts, and then I'd be like, well, I want to hear about 40K, right? So I start listening to 40K podcasts, and eventually one time the audiobook popped up for like The Beast Arises on my thing, and I listened to the whole audiobook on there, and I'm like, oh, this might be cool. So I looked up a couple more audiobooks on YouTube, and I was like, oh, this is something I get into. Well, where can I find more of this? Oh, Audible. And I got to Audible, and then I went in there. I think like pirating can be a good intro into paying for these things if you find you discover it. Yeah, it's like a gateway.
Into purchasing.
Yeah, gateway into purchasing. Yeah,
y'all mentioned do tease. That's why they do like free trials and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, y'all mentioned ads and stuff. Like, I don't know if y'all tried Peacock, right? I paid $20 for Peacock for the full year. Now, I don't know if y'all like the WWE, but WWE is kind of a resurgence right now. Used to, I would go pirate a lot of these like things, but now, why would I ever pirate? I could pay $20 for the whole year and watch every WWE pay per view for the like that's.
And then eventually it's going to be $20 a month, and then it becomes 25, and then that's you have 10 services.
Then I pirate.
You know,
at that point.
So then let's talk about this until for the remaining time until we get to our regular topic here. Should because I'm really interested in what Doobie said. Should consumers be concerned about the profits of either these creators, or because like the profit structure of the creators may not be so obvious as like you give $1 right to like to the store, right, and that $1 gets to their pockets. Maybe they were already paid, right? For instance, we were talking about Demon Slayer. Like the author for Demon Slayer didn't get any money for that massive movie. It was like the biggest anime release like ever, period, right? And the author like made like no money off that because of their monetization structure. And they got like completely screwed. But in any case, I
don't consider it screwed. People in these industries like you prefer the upfront money. You like people don't want to like generally want to go with the like percentage.
They 100% wanted the money that it would come from that movie. Okay.
After the fact.
Yeah, hold on, but it was actually Demon Slayer was already one of the biggest animes, period, right? It wasn't like it was a shock that this thing could have done those numbers. Like Demon Slayer already was taking the world by storm. Before, whatever.
So why'd they sign that contract?
We can get into it. The point is that like, should you as a consumer be concerned about that, right? Should we be focused on trying to support these creators, right, or these publishers or whatever? Or is it just like Like get your hands on however you want, right? And just like it's a more neutral thing.
I feel like
so-
you're not yeah. Well,
Yeah,
you're
well,
not attacking the author, right? Because to Doobie's point, he's like, well, the author makes so little. Well, I mean, yeah, but you're not pirating from the author directly. You're pirating from this company that's making X amount. Kind of like if you're stealing music, it's not like any of these
Publishing.
artists are making money off their music directly, right? It's a record label that's
Well, a
making
lot
money
of
off
them
their
are.
music.
But
They
the
make,
author
they make
is
money off their
making less
tours. They make
money,
money
though.
off their merch.
The-
They make money off the
the
physical,
author is
tangible things
making
that
less, though.
that the consumer can get.
No, that's
but
not
the
true.
authors do
That's
make
not
money
true.
from the Audible
Yeah.
like sales and book sales.
Correct.
Yeah, and,
but
and
how
the,
much?
Publishing, the
You just said
publishing,
it's
like
such- it's
publisher
such a little
makes money.
percentage.
The
okay,
author
well, it's
gets a
two.
percentage of that, and you are taking that percentage away from the author when you.
Well, no,
pirate.
it's also twofold. It's not just that. This is a big thing that I do with my industry is projection, right? So if they go and he's going to redo his contract, right? I'm going to use Timothy Zahn, right? Timothy Zahn is the guy that's credited as saving Star Wars. He's only worth 1.5 mil. I'm like probably I'm worth comparable or more maybe than to the guy who saved Star Wars. That's ridiculous. Like
I
I
need a
should be
few more gift
nobody.
subs from you then.
Yeah,
All right.
well then maybe soon. But like my point that I'm making is just like, yeah, I can care a
I've never
lot.
gotten a
And,
gift sub.
well, that's rough. I mean, Jesus loves you.
Can I just
But,
have
uh,
$1,000?
Admiral.
Listen, y'all can give something. Anyway, that's not the point. You're getting me sidetracked. The point is, this guy saved Star Wars, right? And then we go over here, we look, he's made 1.5 mil over his time. And the reason why it's bad is you look, it takes a percentage they earn for these things, but it's also, he can go and renegotiate contract, be like, I sold this many millions worth of books, right, for y'all. Now, when I come in, I want X percentage of my next 2 books, right? And like, so whenever we pirate it, that's the real problem, is because he loses negotiating power.
But how
Yeah,
many
for
people are
example,
like?
so I
What's
think-
the pirated amount
so,
toward like versus the purchased amount?
Well, Ali, I
How many
think that so I don't know that answer. Just to be clear, I don't think Gibbs knows
Yeah,
either. But
I figured.
No, yeah, I don't
I
have
think,
that.
but just to be clear, so if you're talking about like Stephen King or something, right, or even like Brandon Sanderson is my favorite author ever, right? I would never steal from him, but
Okay.
he's a multi-millionaire, right? He's fucking loaded, right?
Mhm.
So I think even somebody like that, or Stephen King, or any of these massive authors, right, or fucking T.S. Eliot or something,
J.K.
or
Rowling.
J.K. Rowling, even, right? I feel like they're fine. So them losing out on the $2 they would have made from the Audible download,
Yeah.
not a big deal to them. But for like a lot of smaller authors who are just getting into being an author, like or like indie authors or self-published, the common split is like they get 40%, but the 40% is also split between them and the person actually narrating the book. So the common thing is like Amazon gets 60% because Amazon owns Audible. The author gets 20, and the narrator gets 20%. So
Right,
some of these
but-
books are selling
Yeah.
for like fucking
My
10
buddy
bucks.
writes
That
short
author is
stories
still
for
getting it. There's
Amazon.
Probably someone else on top of them that gets another few percent.
Exactly.
I don't think these.
So
I don't
it's
think
like,
these
they
authors are
get
being
very
pirated
little.
though. That's kind of what I'm saying. Is I don't think the indie. I think people are going to like Amazon. My buddy does like short stories for Amazon and he sells them. And people go to that page and they pay their like $1, $2, whatever it may be. But I don't think people are pirating like indie authors to like off Audible to begin with.
Yeah, but like
Yeah,
even
that's
if doing a
the
really small
thing is that,
percentage, the
like-
percentage matters more to a smaller one.
The thing that I was mentioning earlier is like the convenience a lot of times. Like there was Hunter Biden's like memoirs or some shit like that, his biography about some shit that I wanted to go listen to. And I found it on YouTube, but then I saw that like on it's not Audible, on Google Play or whatever it is, their audiobook service, that they had actually Hunter Biden reading the actual book himself, and I was like, oh, that's so much doper. Like I would just
That got him arrested, by the
Wait,
way.
Doobie, how do you
The-
feel about Spotify having audio?
Those memoirs actually did get him arrested because they were like he was talking about his addiction to cocaine, and the timeline happened to line up with when he applied for a federal
for the gun sales.
for the gun
gun
sale.
purchase.
Yeah.
Ali,
So-
I don't know the Spotify split.
Well, I mean, I just it can't be more than the music split that they have, and we know that they
Yeah.
don't get.
But I don't
anything
know
for
that it
plays.
matters anyways. Like it's the
Well-
fact that they like it's a lot that stack up into something. My sister has been in a number of movies and she gets a check every month from movies that have been out for like 10, 15 years now.
Yeah,
And it's all of the different movies that she was in where she played small parts that she's getting some sort of check from.
Well, yeah, but Tom,
and the
if you're
more
like,
people that are pirating
Yeah, it's a
this, the more
royalty.
those go down.
yeah, but Tom, if you're talking about somebody who's like an author, right? These people don't put out like multiple books in a year. These people sometimes take 3, 4,
Right.
5,
Mhm.
6 years to write a book,
That's
right? So like it's not
right. That's my point. My point is that it stacks up. Is that like it doesn't matter. His point doesn't make sense because it adds up. The amount of people who are all doing this, it all has to add up. And the more people that do it, the more other people that are going to do it. I think if you're not making a lot of money, like Doobie was talking about earlier, where he was really poor and he couldn't afford these things, I think in that case, like it kind of makes sense because I would want those people to be able to enjoy this shit as well and be able to be cultured and have this information. But once you're able to afford it, it's just kind of fucked to do it. Like it just doesn't even make sense.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's not. I don't think it's fucked. I think you like if I have YouTube Premium and I'm paying for YouTube Premium and I click on someone who read the book, right, and I'm listening to their reading of the book, they're the one getting paid for the narration. But it's the same thing with Spotify. I'm paying for Spotify. I don't know how much this author is getting paid from the split, but it's barely a royalty, and that's kind of what I'm saying is like the big name authors aren't going to feel the hit, and I don't think anyone's pirating smaller name authors. So the pirating of books is like or audio is kind of what I'm like.
There's got to be a gap between the A-list and like there's A-list authors making like authors making like millions, and then there's a massive drop off with B-list and even bigger drop off with C-list.
What do you think that is? What do you think that is?
Let me explain it.
Well, I don't think
we don't need an explanation. We just want to have a conversation right now.
Yeah, but I got a question for you, Bam. Like, Bam, what do you think that cutoff is? What do you think, like between A and B?
I haven't even said anything about the audiobooks.
I haven't said anything about this either. That's what I was like. I was in the middle of my point. Would you want to make an explanation? I get
you have multiple times, but it's okay.
But not about this. As far as in regards to the audiobooks, I actually have I do agree with Doobie's argument about like helping people, people who are just trying to make a living off of these things, and like it makes that difficult. But I actually don't. The thing that I wanted to push back on was actually Prime's point, talking about like, oh man, people are getting screwed over by the not being in the profit sharing model. And the reality is, none of these people, very very few of these people, like maybe 0.1%. have any interest in being in a profit sharing model. Like these people would much rather get their money on the front end, and whatever happens to the project happens. Like if someone could say like, I'll pay you $2 million, like I'll pay you $2 million up front, and whatever we make is what we make. Even if afterwards like, oh man, I would have made $4 million if I weren't profit sharing. That's not the deal they're looking for. You're actually like you're pro corporation. Whenever corporations love selling the profit sharing model, they love saying that we're not actually going to give you money up front, but you're probably going to go gangbusters. Blah blah. blah. You're going to make all this money on it. Like that's not where the money is. Like that's why actors don't want percentages of their movies generally. Actors get paid like the fee to do the movie, and you fill in promotion and stuff like that, and after that make what you make.
They also get points on their movies.
They get royalties, but I think that's more for television. Like syndication and stuff is more for television.
Let me you guys are getting some fundamental economic things wrong, so it's muddying the conversation. So yes, Prime and Bam, you're both kind of right in this situation, right? It is very easy for people to take advantage, if you will, exploit. I don't like that word because it's bullshit. But when you are a business, there is an understanding that most of these ventures are going to fail, right? Most of these ventures. It's the same thing happens with oil, for example, right? Like when you want to find if oil exists in the ground, you have to survey, and you can spend tens of millions of dollars, and there's like a 5% chance that you find oil. Right. And so like it's a really, really, really bad financial bet. But if you're a hedge fund like Vanguard or BlackRock and you're promising a return on investment, right? What you can do is, because you have billions and billions of dollars to play with, is that you can make 100 bets that all have a 95% chance of failure, right? But you're making a bet on the return end that you're going to find oil that's going to be worth 20, 30, 40 times what you spent. And you have the capital in order to make that. That's the difference between the individual author and the business that is signing a contract with this person that's producing manga or whatever, is that they have the capital to make a bet that you're going to be worth $2 million, right? And that they can make $20 or $30 million off of you. And you go, well, that's fucked up. They made $30 million and they only paid this guy $2 million, and he's the one that's making all this money. But the thing is that there was 10 other guys that they paid $2 million to that they only made 50 grand off of, or that they actually lost money once all the marketing and things went out. So they lose money on 20 people and they strike gold, or they hit oil with one person, and it seems fucked up. But the thing is that they're the ones that had to calculate all of that risk. Now, in terms of this concept of like royalties and things, one of the fundamental misunderstandings of economics that people have about price is the difference between profit per item sold and rate of profit, right? Rate of profit is what you actually want to look at. So for example, I own a camera store, right? And I sell $500 cameras. And on average, I only sell 10 cameras a day. In order to make $400 in profit in my store after everything's paid off, I need to make $40 in profit per camera sold. So even though it costs me $500 to purchase the camera and store it in my facility and pay the employees or whatever, in order to make a profit, I have to charge you $40 more. And so you might go, dude, they're making $40. They're making almost 10% of profit.
But even you would have to charge more than 40 because you still got shipping, you still got
Well,
packaging, you still got like a million other things.
I'm saying like
40
I'm
would be
saying like
nothing.
in order to make a profit, right? They need to sell, like, let's say the camera itself is 400, but the shipping, the housing, the employees, the electricity, everything after that, it's $40. But when you look at a place like Walmart, for example, I hear all the time Walmart is this greedy corporation that keeps raising their prices. What people don't understand is that Walmart makes like 1 to 2 cents profit per item. If they reduce prices by 2 cents on all of their items, Walmart would go out of business tomorrow. Like if your bottle of ketchup
And their
is
return
$2.39,
policies as well. They're losing like a lot on return policies where people are allowed to bring things back, but just going straight into the garbage. The guy with the cameras, like he's only making 40
so for example,
off that, then he's not one return dropped like
it's
10
not about
off of his fucking
so it's not about profit per item sold, it's about rate of profit. Because when you go to a Walmart at peak times, thousands of items are being sold in an hour. So if they're making 1 or 2 cents per item, they're making hundreds, potentially thousands of dollars in profit in one single hour because they're selling a fuck ton of items. So it is always in the capitalist's best interest to reduce prices, not raise prices, because the more prices you reduce, the more items you sell, the rate of profit goes up. But of course, when you're only making 1 or 2 cents profit, that's why theft and things like that is so important, because when you're only making 1 cent of profit on an item that's $3, every item that's sold, you have to sell 300 of them in order to make your money back. Therefore, prices are always more expensive in areas that are high crime, et cetera. So when we're talking about royalties and authors and things like that, yes, they're making a very, very small amount. But the goal is to sell thousands or hundreds of thousands of copies. And so even though they're only making 2% or 3%, you have to look at the author doesn't have to house servers like Spotify or YouTube does. That costs money. Management, it costs money. All these things cost money in order to uphold these services. If they could lower prices, they would, because they would get more people buying these things and they would make more money. And so, yeah, like it is true that like they only make a small percentage, but that small percentage adds up.
So, so this is why I brought this up in the first place, was to bring in like how the complications of profit schemes, because our friend Doobie, like, and I think it's, you know, laudable. You're like, hey, like this person's created a thing that I like, and I want to support that thing, right? That like, I mean, sure, like that. Why wouldn't you? If that works for most other things. When like there is a store right in your neighborhood that provides you great service, then even if maybe you'll find a cheaper option somewhere else, you might like patronize this store because it's local and they're doing a great job.
You feel good going there.
Exactly, right? But like going back to what I brought up before about a Mugen Train, so that movie made $298 million in Japan alone. In the
what was the profit,
when this movie was in terms of that's revenue. I think that's revenue. It didn't say revenue in this article I'm looking at, but like it's probably revenue.
Yeah, I just don't know how much money they spend or how much they spend on marketing.
You know? Fair. But that's just Japan alone. This was an international release. Biggest anime opening, I believe, in America too. I think it was worldwide.
Yeah, they struck
it was just
oil.
amazing. It was amazing.
Like I said, they struck oil. And it's that 5% or 1% chance to strike oil.
Fair enough. So let me finish my point. The author was paid $19,208. for that. They made apparently 0.006% on those sales, and according to the article I was reading, that like other authors have spoken about this. Most of these details are secret because you know why. But oftentimes you get a limited licensing fee to be able to use the IP in the first place, and then you get nothing from sales or very little, like the author did. And then they talked about how, like, in terms of like supporting mangaka creators, right, mangakas, the manga authors, like they make money mostly on volumes that are sold. And they make a little bit of merchandise, but not as much as you would think. And of course, this differs from author to author. The author of One Piece is probably making a lot more because his series has been going on for so long, and he's had a chance to, like, revisit his contract a few times.
Well,
So
I was
there's
about to
that.
say, because what's the point of the story? Because it sounds like that was just a really stupid negotiation. Like, let's say the movie made nothing.
No,
they're
you have to-
they're
you
not
gotta
even
understand-
making $19,000. Like,
Let
this
me-
is
Manga
a
is
it
special.
just sounds like a dumb
let me
idea.
finish. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. And you guys can jump in. Okay. So what I'm saying is that, like, I think my pushback to BAM is that I hear you saying that a lot of people would take like a lump sum up front because, like, who knows how it's going to do, right? When you're talking about a creative aspects, like if it's not like part of a franchise
need
that you don't
funding
know you're
to
already
do the
going to,
studio
like,
anyways.
yeah. So how would you know? So it would make sense there. But I think that for a lot of these authors, they're not making much money, period, and that they're being taken advantage of by corporations. They don't actually have a choice. That it's one thing if they're going into this as on a powerful platform, right? A powerful negotiation hand, and deciding, okay, I'll just take the licensing fee and fuck off. That's not what's happening here. This is just what they consistently do to authors. Unless, again, they're on the level of like a Akira Toriyama or something, or they can actually negotiate. So I just want to push back on that part specifically. Just because they're taking it doesn't mean that they wanted to.
So there's
But
two
look
things
at
specifically
anime.
with that. One, I think there have been maybe one or two, and I'm not exaggerating, one or two profitable anime movies in history theatrically before then. Like,
No,
like,
it's a new thing. I agree. Yeah, it's a new thing.
yeah, so you're talking. So when
high
you're saying that,
risk.
like, you're naming this thing, you're talking about thousands of failures, and then you're like, oh man, this is the one. Like,
Well, no. I wouldn't. But even with those failures, like the licensing, the fee structure doesn't have to be right. We pay, and I don't know how much the limited license was, so we're in the dark there. Maybe it was a lot. Maybe it was like 2 million. They got paid. Possibly, I don't know.
Probably
But
not,
but probably
no,
not.
I was
right?
going to be the second
So-
thing.
Okay.
I was reading as you were talking about this. So the way this is set up is, well, the way you said it is correct, but not necessarily telling it. Well, just not. There's more to it. So yes, his direct fee looks to be with $19,000, but there's a big There's also a large portion that's going to I think there's only three. I think it was Shueisha is the production. Yeah, Shueisha is the production company, and he has a percentage of his contract from what Shueisha makes off of it that's going to go to him. That's like separate. That's also part is via Shueisha, so it's not coming from the licensing fee directly, but he's going to be paid a large portion by Shueisha, and he has a percentage of all secondary usage rights. So the original release of the movie is considered a primary use right, but like any DVD sold, any like streaming services that rents it, he's going to make a different percentage off of that. So like contracts are complex, and yes, his original licensing fee wasn't that much initially at the time, but that probably will change with success of animated movies. But they had no reason to believe that this movie was going to do well.
I understand that.
You're saying that like, yeah, they sold manga.
Hold
but yeah,
on,
I'm sorry.
understand that, right? I'm saying that the fee structure of doesn't have to be 0.006%, right? Like I understand
overall,
that
it won't be.
that you can pay them more for the licensing fee, right? You can pay them more in general because the mangas actually very few of them make much money, even if they have successful series, right? So like I think it's in the anime industry, in the manga industry, there's abuses happening on all levels. There's abuses happening of the animators, right? There's abuses happening of uh, like the CG, right?
These are in
the
other
CG artists.
countries, right? The authors are like the owners of the IP are in other countries, and they're all like the author of the manga is in another country, right?
Technically
mean?
speaking, you have to be
Are you saying
Japanese
they're
for it to be
Japanese? Like,
legally
Yeah,
it is a
considered manga.
Japanese author? Okay, it's going to be a
Japanese
little bit
author.
The
different. Because, yeah,
racism
I'm
of
looking at
Japanese
this and I'm
people
thinking,
requires that
why
they
the
have to be
hell would they
Japanese.
ever even sign this fucking contract in the first place? This
I'm
sounds like the
saying
dumbest
that's
shit.
what
Why even let them make the movie?
they have
but
so
but if
little
it's in another
bargaining
country,
power,
it's
and they're
going to be a little
being.
bit
That's why
different.
my point is, yeah, they're being that they're being forced into these countries. They're like
No leverage.
Yeah, there's like zero leverage. So I'm saying that like I hear you, right? I think you make a good point, and that like anime movies had failed many times before, right? Like unless you're the one movie director whose name I always forget because I never watch any of his movies that everyone tells me to watch, but I still haven't done it.
Studio Ghibli.
Yeah, that one. The Studio Ghibli stuff. I've never seen any of them, but it's fine. Like unless you're them, like
that's not what I'm talking about.
they've mostly failed. So I hear you, but that doesn't mean that the pay structure has to be so bad.
Sure.
We're operating in the dark. Maybe he's getting a massive amount from, or she, it might have been she, I don't know. But they're getting a massive
Yeah,
amount.
but we're talking about tons
from,
of labor issues and like payment issues over there in the first place, right?
Yeah, so yeah, maybe they're getting a massive amount in other sources, but I would guess that probably not, and I guess for a lot of them probably not, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that way. I think
And it
there's
does
a lot
bring
of
more
skimming
eyes
off the top.
to manga sales as well too.
And
So
exactly,
I
that's
wanna-
the hope, and
So I wanna-
that turned out
Yeah,
well
but
for
that
them.
person doesn't have to take the
So-
hit for everybody else, though.
so-
Like that's
so
kind of
it's-
ridiculous.
There's an important piece missing here, right? Which is manga as compared to other forms of media in terms of success and repeat success of authors, right? Because when you do a long-term contract with an author to produce manga, right? What you are doing is you are paying them, because manga is not like most television shows, right? In most television shows where you're going to make
You're talking about anime, or you're talking about
which-
manga?
I'm talking about both, right? Because like when you're doing a deal and you're negotiating anime rights to the manga, right?
Okay.
Because you're licensing the manga, you're not licensing the anime. But there's if the manga does well enough, you might turn it into an anime.
Can you guys
right?
translate
So-
for me, please? I have no fucking idea.
Manga's
mon-
written, anime is the
Yeah,
show.
manga is Japanese comic books.
And
then
hentai is porn.
Anime is just, we were talking about Japanese animation.
There we
so
go,
the Japanese
Gibbsy.
TV show, cartoon.
Got your back.
Right. So when the thing is that for whatever reason, other forms of so like when America does, you pitch a show for 1 or 2 seasons, and then they pick the show up for additional seasons if it does really well.
Mhm.
Manga is a very different form, right? When there's a reason, like when you look at American comics, right? When you look at Batman, for example, which was just surpassed by One Piece, and very soon One Piece is about to surpass the sales on Superman.
Absolutely.
So
Number one.
it is about to be more. One Piece is about to be the most successful form of written comics in history. But as of right now, it's surpassed Batman. But when you look at Batman, there is not a one Batman that has gone on for 1,000 issues, right? What is expected when you hire an author to make a Batman comic is that they have an offshoot in a different universe, and that they do like one small issue. People like it or they don't like it, and if they like it, it gets picked up for more, and that universe gets expanded, and potentially that author then moves in as part of a studio that owns the rights to Batman. But when you're talking about manga creators, you're almost exclusively talking about a much, much, much higher risk medium, right? So when we look at, for example, you like Hunter x Hunter. Hunter x Hunter, the studio
Ooh,
is
you
in a
said that.
really tight spot because what a Hunter, whatever, fuck off. When
Are
you
they
look at it,
investing in like
they're-
undoing
they're-
the
so
entire
they're-
thing from the beginning?
he's never gonna fucking finish it.
He's not
looks
gonna
like.
finish
We
it,
don't
yeah.
know. Right. So
Okay.
and so like
Yeah,
that
that
is an
makes sense.
inherent risk. That is an inherent risk that exists in this form of medium. Also, when we look at successful manga authors, what we find is even those that are successful, they're almost exclusively one-hit wonders. It is incredibly rare for a manga author to have a second series that does really well. Look
He's
at the guy
actually
that
one of the
did,
few.
Naruto.
honestly.
He's one of the few. Look at Well, even then, that was kind of in the same universe. But look
Yu
at
Yu
the
Hakusho?
person that did Fairy
No,
Tail.
no, I'm not talking
right?
about Boruto.
Oh yeah, Yu Yu Hakusho. That's a female, isn't it? That did that.
No, Yu Yu Hakusho was about the same person that did Hunter x Hunter.
Wait, there's
Yeah.
what? Isn't there another thing in the One Piece
he's one of the
universe
few, but-
too?
Sorry,
There's a
I
whole
was
other-
thinking Inuyasha. But regardless, like when we look at like the guy that did Fairy Tail, right? His Eden show or whatever, it's like it's a flop. It's losing money. And so when
kinda
these
like it.
people negotiate these contracts with manga, they're investing two different forms of risk that just doesn't exist in any other medium. Number one, they're investing in the risk that this person never finishes their fucking story, wraps it up, gives them a conclusion, and then it just kind of dies over time and becomes problematic for them. And number two, there's no guarantee that any additional works that they do meet any form of success. And so, yes, it is like striking oil to find someone that their manga in the future does really well, reaches critical acclaim, and is able to be made into an anime, number one. Because most of them don't get made into anime. They just go to manga.
Yeah, but I
hell,
think
and they
that's why
suck.
you always just pay a percentage in the first place. I think that's the point, is that like if it sucks and
That's
it
what I'm
doesn't do
saying.
well, then the author doesn't make any money. But if it does really well, then the author makes a lot of money.
No, the
like
problem.
there
the
should
problem
always be
is
some
that
sort of percentage
you have
that
to
they're making
fund
off.
them because you're not doing one.
Well,
season
sure,
of a
you should have
television
some
show.
sort of down payment in the first place just to have the rights to put their
Right,
shit
but they
on, like, and
lose
use
money
it,
on all
but
those
then
down
pay
pay-
a percentage afterwards.
So they could pay people that do really well better, but in order to pay people who do really well better, they have to pay the people who flop less. So the authors that don't
Yeah, of
do
course.
that well, that's what you would have to do. So when you're asking that a really successful person isn't paid enough and they need to be paid more, what you're also asking for, in order for that company to be able to make a profit, in order to produce this medium for you at all, you're asking that all the other authors that don't do that well be paid less, and that they be put into destitution because they just didn't strike gold. And I think what the studios are
Yeah, of
doing is
course.
instead they're losing money on a lot of people so that they can gain a lot of money on the few successes.
So
And
I
I
wanna-
think
heard
that's-
most
so-
Yeah,
animes
but
are
that
made
is
at a
that
loss.
is just real quick.
I-
that is the same as like in the music industry, where initially they're like your first album. It doesn't matter if you go fucking platinum, you're gonna get paid shit on that first one. But
Yeah.
once you've hit first and you can do a second album, by the time you do a third one, you are fucking making
Yeah.
bango buckos. Like
Ooh.
you are rich for the rest of your life. Your children are rich for the rest of their
Well,
lives. Like once
the
you
I
hit
feel
a
like
third one,
okay,
but
I
it's
disagree
because
with
of
that because
the
music.
investment.
People
Well,
complain
it's
about the
not-
music
that's the thing.
industry.
It's because of the investment that that it needs to actually get somebody who's not a one-hit wonder
Yeah.
and can actually keep reproducing success.
The labels
I
usually
disagree
own
with
you
that
up to
because
4
music-
albums. It's not one album and then you make money off your second, third, and fourth. They usually own, especially if they're invested into you as an artist or they think you're going to be a big artist. They're
Yeah,
owned
publishing
in on
rights.
about four or five albums, which is why the whole Frank Ocean situation was.
Yeah, I think a lot.
was insane.
I don't think the music was a good example because people complain about the very issue that complain
get
about the
paid.
kind of the opposite thing happening. Like the artists usually don't have royalties and percentages. They sign 360 deals, which people
Mhm.
call 360
No,
deals dead.
that-
But the
Again,
reality
that is only on like the earlier contracts. Almost all of them almost always renegotiate very early on. But it's
sure
not. It's
once they found
Earlier on,
success.
but nowadays,
success.
Yeah, once they
Yes,
found
that's what I'm
success.
saying is
But I'm
once
saying
they
that
can replicate success, that's when they can actually invest in you and say this person's going to make money. But if
But,
they don't know if you're going to make money, there's a ton of other artists.
Yeah,
but
but
that's
hold
why they
on.
wrap you into
But
a
no, but
360
that's the thing. I'm saying this.
guarantee.
I'm saying that this is the opposite of what you're. I'm saying it's the opposite of what we're advocating for. A 360 deal isn't a percentage. You're not connected to what you do. We're giving you money up front. We're
I
saying
understand,
that-
but my point is that they can't make money that way. My point is that there's 1,000 other artists that are flopping and that are losing money, and so this is the only way that they can do it in the mid.
Sure, I wasn't disagreeing with that. I was just pointing to where we're advocating for a more profit share model, and I'm saying the reason the music industry it works early on is because they don't do a profit share model. They say that we're going to give you, $1.5 million, like in this, you owe us this back with your sales and stuff with the music, but we're giving you this money, and you can kind of do
Upfront.
whatever. You can live on it, you can buy cars, you can do whatever you want to do because this is the money that you have. And then, we're just going to take the royalties.
Well, no, you can't do whatever you want on it because you're supposed to take that money and push yourself, push the character, create the artist, and then move on. So that money is actually being spent on forming the
hold
artist.
on, guys.
as well.
First, we're moving away from the topic that I really want to discuss. So, but Gibbs wanted to say something. I want to give him space to do that, and then I want to try to
Yeah,
recenter this.
I
for
just really
the main
wanted to
time we
bring this
have.
back. So I kind of wanted to ask Bam this earlier. I didn't get really get an answer, and I think it kind of ties into what we're talking about now. Is you mentioned there's difference between these authors and they're like A list, B list, C list, whatever, right? I agree with that, right? And I brought up Timothy Zahn earlier. This guy, the guy is credited with like saving the Star Wars franchise and getting Lucas to come back and make the prequels, right? And he still puts out every time he puts out a new Thrawn novel, it's a New York Times bestseller. This is someone I would probably consider is like the A list. This is like the J.K. Rowling of Star Wars. Like, if we're being honest, like this is like the biggest guy since Lucas, and this guy's only worth like 1.5 mil, right? And that's not like the rock star. Like, I mean, we all know Rowling is fucking like richer than God's tit. Like this guy's making it. So I'm sitting here going, all right. So what is the cutoffs for these A list, B list, C list guys? When a guy that's got like multiple New York Times bestsellers is only worth 1.5 mil. What do you consider A list, B list, C list as an author?
Yeah,
Like,
I think a B list is probably like a New York Times bestseller. Like they throw that label on a lot of things, like just because it's like
people
so
buy
many different
those.
categories for how they do it. Like I think
Sure,
I think the A list for as far as like authors is that short list. You're talking about the J.K. Rowling, talking about
James
the George
Cameron,
R.R. Martins.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Stephen.
Patterson.
Not
King.
no.
Patterson. Stephen King.
Stephen King, yeah. Like I think that the A list of authors is really, really small, and I
Mm.
think the B list of authors is people who live pretty above average lives. They're like, oh, okay,
How
like
dare we talk about
you're in the
anime
mid
and not
six
mention
figure
ST?
figure range. Like, oh, okay, you can take care of yourself. Another one of the best movies from 2023, American Fiction, actually dealt with the concept of a author who had been done best selling stuff, but he wasn't making the A-list money, and he came into a position where it's like he was successful at what he was doing, but he kind of had to
Not
question his
famous.
character and stuff to make it to that next level where your stuff is getting turned into movies and whatnot.
So just quickly I want to focus on piracy. Just quick note to Scott. Yeah, so I brought up the Naruto author Kishimoto, right? Boruto came after, he was supervising the project while another person took the reins on that one. And Boruto is successful,
Right.
and it's actually amazing. And you need to be reading the manga. It's actually the most exciting that's been from that franchise in a long time. I love it, and people are shitting on it because of the anime. I think the anime has a worse rep than it deserves, but fair enough if you don't like it. But still, read the manga because the manga is amazing. They're doing great stuff there. Okay.
No, hold on, pause real quick. And then this actually will be quick. When you are watching, especially shonen anime, okay, find a fucking filler list. Don't watch the fillers. And if you enjoy it, go back the second time and watch the fillers. Because when you give your goddamn opinion on a fucking anime and you're like, that anime sucked. And it's especially Boruto's a great example of this because like there's like 40 fillers in like the first 80 episodes.
It's so bad. Yeah.
Just stop. Just don't watch the fucking fillers the first time. Watch it the second time with fillers.
I don't know whose decision it was, right? Was it Kishimoto's? I doubt it's Kishimoto. I doubt he has control of this. I'm sure it was like Shueisha's idea.
Yeah, they wanted to
make
force it out too early.
A weekly anime for a manga that I don't think hadn't even begun yet, right? Or had just begun. One of those things.
4 core.
It was
It's called 4 core.
I don't know what that means.
It was a 4 core anime. 4 core means all 4 seasons. So like when you see a manga that's 10 to 12 episodes, that's 1 core. When you see one's 22 to 24, that's 2 core.
That's true.
And when you see one
quarters.
that's like in the hundreds that comes out and it's coming out every week and it's weekly, that's a 4 core anime.
No, core is spelled COUR. Yeah, it's not. But I'm not sure if it stands for.
But I mean, it's the same thing as quarterly.
Yeah,
like they do seasonal.
Fair enough. But yeah,
you guys keep talking about manga. I'm gonna go back to the music and.
I'm about to say we're about to jump into the actual topic. I think actually.
Yeah.
So,
we're about to switch the topic soon, anyways. I'm gonna go get something to drink.
So anyway, the thing I was gonna say that the Naruto author actually made another manga afterwards, and I think it's before Boruto came out. It was like called like Samurai 7 or something like that, and that bombed. I looked at that was my right. So that's, I'm just like bolstering Scott's point there. That like a person who made a mega
is amazing
international hit, that like their next thing like flopped hard and just like was like done a few issues, it was gone. So just putting that out there. Okay, but the thing that I wanted to talk about, you can walk away if you have to, but like is, hey guys, like should you like understanding these or trying to understand this puzzle monetization, right? Should you actually care about pirating, right? So like, let's take it. Well, Doobie, he walked away to get water. It's the person I want to hear from most. But yeah, I can go to you, Ali. But the point is, yeah, like if the money is not like, is the money going to the author? I don't know. Question mark, right? And so like, should you give a fuck about these things? Like, you just like and get the art. Go ahead, Ali.
No, that was kind of my point. There are ways of supporting the author directly. If the author is good enough, if they're getting enough people, then they can sell their books on their own, like through Amazon, through whatever it may be. There are ways of like supporting the author directly if you like individual artists. I mean, I think Tory Lanez, when he did his NFT album, right? He sold it, I think, for $1 or $10, and a bunch of people bought it. I mean, hey, listen. People bought it. It was apparently it was a good album, and I mean it was a way for the consumer to support the artist directly. I mean, he sold it himself.
You didn't have to use.
And so there are ways, if the artist is good enough, if you like the artist enough, like people do recommend different ways of being more independent. So yeah, I think when you're doing like pirating, you're not stealing from the author, you're stealing from the company that owns like the author's work. And so therefore, I don't think
you're semantic difference, but you are taking money from the author. You're just playing a semantic game when you're saying that because the author makes less money.
I know. So that was my Spotify argument. So Spotify now has audiobooks. Audible has audiobooks as well. And then you can also go to Amazon, right? The best way to support the author would be to go directly through Amazon. Second best way would be through Audible. But if I'm using it through Spotify and I'm paying my, what is it, $18 or $20 a month now?
Audible's owned by Amazon.
Oh, is it? Oh, I have no. Well, I mean, because I know you can buy the books directly, like from the Amazon like seller.
Oh,
so,
you mean
maybe they get more of a percentage off of that.
Okay.
So I'm saying technically, I mean, I feel like I am pirating the audiobook if I'm listening to it through Spotify because they're getting pennies on the listen versus what they would have gotten through Audible versus what they would have gotten through like a direct sale. So that's kind of what I'm saying is like you're not really
normally
stealing
don't go to
from the
Spotify until they've stopped making sales. Like once they stop making sales through something like Audible is when they end up on Spotify.
I have no idea how the Spotify Audible book deal went. I just know that now you can.
Well, it's the same like what they were talking about earlier, is where lots of times they only have like an IP or a licensing on the rights for about like 50 years or so, and then afterwards other people are able to like put it out from the public domain and shit like that.
Doobie, are you there yet? No. Okay. Hopefully he'll be back soon. Because I do want to hear his opinion. But we have Lactoid, right? He's been sitting there, right, just for eye candy, and hasn't contributed much. Friend, what do you think?
Miles Scott's gone.
Yeah. What do you think about this? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to philosophically justify IP, but I do think that without it, a lot of this shit goes out the window, right? People have been talking about it, and it's always easy to say, well, the big companies are going to profit off of this. But the reality is that if it's not profitable for producers or labels to monetize something or to build a brand, they're just not going to, right? They're just going to go into some other business that capitalists can put their money into. And then there's going to be no money in it, and artists aren't going to get any money. They're just not going to get anything. So I like the idea of people supporting it. I think piracy is bad for that reason. Like I also would encourage people to support small business. It encourages small businesses. I think that's a good thing. But again, it's very difficult, I think, to philosophically ground the concept of IP laws. But I think that for pragmatic reasons, there needs to be something in place, even if it's limited, right? There needs to be some kind of protections in place to make sure that we don't have situations where all artists are replaced by megacorp who just simply can rip off everybody and make money off of it, and nobody has any incentive to build anything.
The problem is protections in the first place. See, if we made it to where you could call your private representatives, that would be your own security force that could go over there in the first place and go and stop these people from
and fight. But of course, megacorp can afford more
on your rights.
But megacorp can afford more mercenaries than I can, unfortunately.
Yeah, but if they don't know you're coming and you hire the right guys, surgical strikes.
I also wanted to
you find the best merc on Fiverr and you call it a day.
Or like you get together with some other disgruntled people, pool your money, like in a
Real
co-op.
quick.
Lacto, you gonna say something?
Yeah, I wanted to say one thing. One thing, real quick. It was a little bit off topic, and we don't have to get into it. But it was brought up, and so I need to take an opportunity to say it because I haven't had an opportunity to say it yet on a stream. Hunter Biden, those charges were complete bullshit. He should be pardoned by Joe Biden or Donald Trump. Donald Trump would be fucking awesome. It is a travesty of the Second Amendment that he was ever charged in the first place. And all the conservatives who are going after him are unprincipled, and they're just trying to get a free shot at Hunter Biden. He should be let go tomorrow. It should not be a crime. The founding fathers did not intend it to be the case that you can't buy a gun just because you happen to do cocaine at the same time. What the fuck kind of rule is this? And who in their right mind thinks that it's okay to put in that rule? The founding fathers were hemp farmers for fuck's sake, and they were buying guns and shit. So Jesus Christ. Anyway,
did we ever find anybody else who has been charged in this sort of way? Not like
it's political theater.
They failed, or that they failed a drug test, but that instead they just said at some point that they had done drugs around that time, and then we just go and arrest them. Has this ever happened in the history of court?
Yes, I think it has. Like for instance, there was that rapper who got, I forget, I don't remember his name. Maybe Bam might know because you're black too. But no, there was a rapper who got arrested because like in his album he was saying he was doing these things, and that was enough. Like the art that he made like put him under suspicion of these crimes.
Young Thug, or
it's
about the Young Thug trials, the Rico trials?
Young Thug or YMW Melly.
I don't know.
I thought that just led to
the
an
Melly was like video
investigation that
evidence.
actually, but in this
Was
case,
it?
they're just saying that he just admitted to doing drugs because he said he did them around that time, and that's him admitting to a crime in and of itself. But it doesn't that's not. I don't think we've ever done that before, where it's
We've
just
absolutely done that.
like, and that's
So we probably did. It's complete bullshit.
Another case.
It's complete bullshit. I mean, Rakita Law is facing similar charges because he had a gun while also having cocaine. But in this case, I mean, I will defend him on this. It's same concept.
That's the least of his worries right now.
So
I'm just saying, like, it's wild to me that the people doing cocaine, smoking opium, and growing hemp and defending guns intended the Second Amendment to not protect themselves. Bizarre reading.
I agree. Actually, about this.
Yeah, no. I mean, I think you can already surmise my opinion on that. I agree with Lactoid 100% on this regard, and it happens every day. Maybe not in that specific domain, but it is extremely common in the United States that they will have laws. Virginia is one of many states that have laws where, like, being in possession of a drug, legal or not legal, with a firearm is a crime in and of itself, which is, again, on the same vein. Maybe done slightly differently, but on the IP front, right? So I don't want to derail the conversation, so I will do an internal critique, right? Suffice to say, I don't believe IP exists. I don't think you can justify it philosophically unless you are attempting to justify it through utilitarian means, and I don't think you can justify utilitarianism over the non-aggression principle and private property rights. But setting that aside and just doing an internal critique about ought we support authors and not pirate work, there's two reasons why I think the inverse is wrong from a utilitarian or consequentialist position. The first one is that, as Lactoid mentioned, there is a reverse end of that coin, right? Lactoid says if IP is not enforced on these rights and we don't go after you for pirating things, then what happens is there's not money to be made in these situations, and what occurs in the economics is resources flow towards their most valued means, right? If there's not as much profit to be made in it, then Vanguard and BlackRock will invest in corn futures instead of instead of IP works like music and art, etc. And therefore there won't be any funding because there's more profit to be made in other areas. But the inverse of that is true as well, which is that every amount of resources that we use for law enforcement or for companies or like to try and enforce these laws on the books requires tax funding to support these people to go after people, and that in and of itself is resources going away from their most valued means, their most productive uses, towards law enforcement trying to catch up to something that is, I think we live in a world now where it's blatantly obvious, basically impossible to enforce, right? Like you can go naughty, 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 don't do that, and you can kind of shame people, and you can maybe go after large corporations if they're have a large money base, and you're like to try and keep them from setting up things like, let's say, F movies on an American server or something. But even then, they just go to a server in the Ukraine or go somewhere else, right? Like it requires a lot of money from your taxes to try and enforce these laws to stop pirating. That doesn't work. So the inverse of that is true, is that we already, by having IP, are stealing money from people that would be more productive in the market to go towards law enforcement to try and stop something that you're not going to fucking stop. The second retort that I would have towards this is there's an assumption that because you pirate something that you could have paid them, that is money lost. And that is kind of true, but in the grand utilitarian calculus, right? If I am told by Doobie, hey, you should check out Brandon Sanderson, and I've never read a Brandon Sanderson book before, I have a choice. I can pirate a Brandon Sanderson book, or because of my current financial situation or whatever, I don't value his opinion or his word enough to buy or take money out to listen to Brandon Sanderson. And so what ends up happening is a fan that would have been made is not made. And the word of mouth that I might have had telling other people, guys, Brandon Sanderson is amazing, which I say is true, you ought to go check him out, doesn't occur. And so the more that you gatekeep people from enjoying Medium by putting a price tag on it, the more you slow down the word of mouth that would have more people consuming your content, which allows you to monetize it in new ways. If you stopped being a dumb fuck and trying to like enforce IP and instead just put some goddamn advertisements and made it easy for people to consume, you would be able to make money with more people. That's why I brought up that rate of profit, right? If it's freely available, but you just listen to some ads, millions of more people can enjoy it, and when that occurs, that's millions of more people that you
But
can
even
make
just
money off
here,
of the ads.
we've had enough of us who have like admitted to pirating and have admitted to like
Not
using
me,
these
to be
services
clear.
already. And so, yeah, well, okay, so we got one
Allegedly.
guy who's never pirated,
I
and the
don't
rest of
pirate.
us are all admitting to taking
Right,
this
but I
Alleged-
don't
for
pirate.
free.
I don't
And
pirate
Allegedly.
anime.
IP is one
So
of the
if
things
David-
that we're talking about that makes these things harder and makes it to where like convenience is one of the things that's going to make it to where we're willing to pay for these things. But outside of IP, it just doesn't stop anybody from just copying the work and just going and doing it themselves, and then nobody's able to make money off it anyway.
So two
Advertisers
things.
making this
But
return on investment.
I steal. I'll be very quick. I steal anime. Okay, I steal it. I watch Anawave all the damn time. I'm not going to fucking pay inordinate amounts of money, or I guess I could just pay for Crunchyroll, but Crunchyroll sucks. Like if their service was better than Anawave, I probably
It's free on
would pay,
HBO now, by
but
the
it
way.
sucks. Right? Like, well, not all anime is free on HBO.
No,
But
Crunchyroll. Everything on Crunchyroll is now. If you have Disney Plus with Hulu, HBO's included, and Crunchyroll's included with that. You're welcome.
Admiral
HBO
Gibbs,
is
he's
not
trying
I'm
to
paying
just
for
quick for one.
HBO
Give
and
him a
Crunchyroll right
chance.
now.
What?
I'm paying for Crunchyroll.
Crunchyroll sucks. It's a shit way to watch
HBO
it.
and
Like,
Crunchyroll
they
right
suck.
now.
Yeah, it's all. If you go to HBO, it's in a thing, and if you can't find a thing, you just go to the website on your browser, and you can pull it up from there and stream it from that.
Fair enough. But what I'm saying is like if there was a service like Crunchyroll that didn't suck so goddamn and didn't come out with things literally later and didn't have multiple different subs for me to listen to or sorry, dubs for me to listen to along with the sub. Unlike Crunchyroll, they'll come out with their own shit. If they weren't constantly embroiled in fucking their bullshit localizers, like I would probably have no problem paying $15 a month. The more you gatekeep this product, the more you slow down word of mouth, the less famous you become, and the less critical acclaim you get, and the less money you get too.
I wanted to say multiple things here. One, apparently I didn't read this directly, but from a reputable source was talking about how like the Crunchyroll CEO was talking about, oh, we can maybe use AI for our translations in the future.
They should. They absolutely should. It would be so much cheaper.
It will be cheaper, but will it be better? In fact, they've actually done it, and they've had poor quality. This so okay, whatever.
It'll
in any
get better
case,
over time.
Okay, so I like to have that argue with you because I have like specific thoughts on translations, but we can talk about that later. So quickly, I want to say that Louis C.K. he before his fall, he had done a comedy special where he put it out there on the internet, right, himself. He like produced the whole thing and put it out there himself. And he's like, "Hey man, like I did this myself. There's like no company. There's not HBO.
I bought it.
Netflix
It
wasn't
sucked.
doing it at the time, but like yeah,
Mhm.
like there's no production company that did this. It's just me. And like you just download it if you want, but it'd be great if you paid for it. You know, here's the suggested price, but you know, pay more, pay less, or pay nothing if you want. But it'd be really great. You know, help me out to do something like this again." And he made, from what I understand, and I could be wrong, but my understanding, he made a lot of money off of that. I specifically paid
Probably
him.
off of like 1 or 2 donators.
I don't know. Well,
I mean, Andrew Schultz did that with his with his comedy special.
That's how free to play is.
He took
Free-to-play
it
targets
off
whales.
Netflix.
I paid him specifically as well, but that was just my point there. But on the flip side of that is that he was at the time at the height of his popularity, right? And then he could do that. I'm curious of random like struggling artist, like you know, like a YouTube Netflix comedian could do something like that, you know. So who knows? And then
That's how Andrew Schultz did it, and then got famous afterwards.
He had a
I
podcast. He was relatively famous before, and he had with Charlemagne. He had
Yeah,
the
that's
host,
true. He was
yeah.
on Breakfast.
I don't know who he
yeah,
is.
Yeah, I mean,
fuck, what
the
was
white
last
guy on
thing?
the Breakfast Club. There you go.
I don't know who. I don't watch the Breakfast Club.
You know
or
Charlemagne the
listen
God
to it.
is?
I know Charlemagne is, but I don't know
Yeah,
who
yeah.
the white guy is. Sorry, guys. But oh my god, I had something.
You don't know if a
Wow,
smaller
that's a black
person with no name could do the
No,
same
no,
thing.
I had a completely separate point. Oh, it was something with what Scott said, and I wanted to
That you were
double
talking
down.
about affordability and like putting ads on stuff or
Wasn't that? All right, it's
Everything
lost.
being free.
I had like a really
Thanks
big
a
point
lot.
there.
Thanks a lot, Ali. You really
You're welcome. You're welcome, guys. That's what I do. I'm here to detract and distract.
Oh no. Okay, I got it. Yeah.
You're welcome again.
Shut up, Ali.
So okay, Scott said quickly, absolutely right. When he was talking about like pirating something and then becoming a fan, right? Now, not me, because I pay for everything, right? I'll play the time. Anytime I have to do something, if someone sends me a pirated copy, I say no, and then I go out and buy the real one. Okay, right? I have a friend though.
100%. Yeah.
I have a friend, and you know, he is also a big fan of manga, right, and anime. And growing up, what he would do is, you know, he would watch those things and he'd become fans. He'd become a fan from that, and he would buy the merchandise, you know, afterwards, right? And he also like discovered One Piece and also became a mega fan of it, and now like
I mean,
tells
he
everyone
didn't
else.
buy every physical volume of One Piece for like $3,000. He read them on scans and then eventually bought some merchandise. Crazy.
It's fucking disgusting what he did. It's fucking disgusting. But
right? Crazy.
Despite that,
crazy that he gave them money, right? That they would not have gotten from him. You know, it's
exactly
crazy
just
that they made money off of him because they read some online scans and became a fan.
Just like me, like he does his best to find more people to become fans of the property, but it wouldn't have happened without those translators, right? And I think it's interesting that we see companies go after the scanlation community, right? That they scan the manga and they translate it, called scanlation. It's interesting watching them go after those scanlation communities when they literally built the anime community, the manga community here in like around the world. It was them who did that, and then after that, when there was the industry, when there was money to be made, that's when those corporations came in, right? And now, you know, again to Lactoids and Fabian's point, is now they're protecting the IP, the licensing licenses that they have, and then they sue the scanlators who built the industry for them. Amazing. But okay, I'll give you the last word, and then if Doobie is back, I want to say something, and then we got to move on to the actual topic.
Oh, we're gonna get to the actual topic, are we? Okay.
So the whole like seeing something and then watching the original. I mean, on TikTok, they literally upload full-length fucking movies, episodes. They portion out TV show episodes to like 1 minute clips, but they have the whole 30-minute episode uploaded onto it, and it's getting hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of views on a couple of them. But a lot of people will see the clip. I'm one of them. I'll see the clip. I'll be like, oh shit, that was a good show. And then I'll go back and I'll go to the streaming service or wherever it may be. And because I saw the clip, it was a free advertisement for an episode of the show. I went back and I'd watch the whole show, and now they're getting their royalty, whatever, 10 cents, 2 cents from me that they get. God bless them. But I mean, like, that's literally, you're stealing someone's work, their television show, and you're re-uploading it. But I mean, is it worse to have that, to do that, or is the free advertisement better?
I just go watch other clips from the shows.
I've done.
Go watch the show. I'm like, ooh, I remember that other scene that was good.
Oh, I hate watching clips. Doobie, if you're there,
Yeah, I'm here.
friend. Okay, so I'm not sure how much of that you heard, but like,
I
just want to get your opinion because it got me started on all this, right? After hearing all of that, do you still think that it's wrong to engage in piracy?
Well, I would never say that it's wrong, like inherently, right? I think I agree with what Scott said, because if you don't have the resources to do it, or if you don't want to spend the money to check something out because you're not really sure about the person's opinion or whatever, I think at that point it's fine. But I think that if you know you're going to enjoy something and you're a fan of something, I think you should want to support the people creating it. If you can't, that's fine too, because there is something to be said about the word of mouth, right? About how that also benefits them. That also creates more fans. It also gets the word out there for other people that can buy this thing, or might buy some merch or something. That also benefits for the long term. So I think if your like choice is like, I'm not going to be able to purchase this thing at all. I have no fucking money, no way to access it, or I can pirate it and get the thing that I like and spread the word if I feel like it. I think obviously getting it even free through piracy is better.
This is something that I wanted to bring up since the beginning, is that it was like, this is actually something that us as content creators struggle with all the time, is that we're constantly trying to look at like what we want to monetize, what we want to put behind a paywall, what we want to put behind a membership wall. And then other people are reviewing our things and they're putting out clips of our things and posting them on Reddit, posting them on other on other YouTube channels, putting up all sorts of other shit that we don't benefit off of much. And lots of times, like if it's somebody that that's just kind of getting dogpiled at the time, they are only they only get negatives from all of that. Right. And so it's like there's a lot of like shit that we have to deal with where we're looking at all of these things and it's like, damn, I could literally like copyright all of these people or revenue share with all of these people or do other things that would like make it to where I profit off of these things in some way. But like, yeah, it's just
I feel like we had a really prominent or a really mainstream example of something like this happening very recently with the Drake and Kendrick Lamar thing. One of the reasons I think, well, in my opinion, one of the reasons this was fucking everywhere for so long.
That's a good example.
Is because Kendrick's team or like his people or whatever decided not to monetize or any of the YouTube videos or any of the YouTube content that was being made. So people were uploading
live reactions. Yeah,
I got a copyright on it, and then they took it off.
Yeah, and for a long time, I think they like 2 or 3 weeks later, they did start doing like monetizing it going forward, but not for old stuff. So for a long time, people were able to watch this and react to it and get it on their channels, and they'd be able to make money off of it, right? So none of that money was going to the creator, but the word of mouth was enough to justify it for them because their intention was to get this spread around fucking everywhere, and it's led to it being like one of the most streamed songs like fucking ever. So yeah, I think there's obviously something to be said for that.
Yeah, you see that multiple times with music creators, right? Where, you know, you don't have to like the creator of the music or anything, but like there are certain creators where it is very safe to react to their music and not dangerous as a YouTuber or as a reactor to react to their music. And because of that, their music becomes so much more popular. I mean, what was that guy? I mean, there's a couple of them that I think are like, you know, like Tom McDonald is one example. Like, I don't like most of his music. I think most of his music is trash.
I mean, I do get
But
copyrighted
think
if I
puts
pull
out.
up Tom McDonald.
Do you really? I
Yes,
mean, he
but
usually
Hassan will allow
presumes to
like
bring them
people to
down.
literally make entire channels just stealing his content. Like he doesn't give a fuck. Just make a whole channel, just steal my
He would
content,
be pretty
upload my
hypocritical if he
VODs, do
did.
whatever you want. And he just allow. I think Destiny allows people to do that as well. Like tons of content creators allow people to do
lot of
that
people
because
do.
it does
I
just
think
kind of
I
give
think Mr.
them
Beast
better
started that
brand
model.
recognition.
Mr. Beast was like the largest content creator, and people were making like reaction stuff to him, and he was the one that was saying, well, he has a different interest in monetization, weirdly, but he was the one that was saying it gets more views to my stuff. Like I want everyone to,
Yeah.
I want
And
people to
Tate
Yeah,
and
it's
Sneeko
Tate.
all do it with
Yeah.
TikTok videos and
Yeah,
all
Beast.
sorts of shit, just letting people put out clip montages and all. Yeah.
Did you see that interview that Mr. Beast just gave about the different various models, his difference between his and Tate's and like some of the other people you mentioned? It was a pretty good interview and like showing the different ways of monetization,
Can you link
how they
that to
all look
me?
at.
I would actually love to
Yeah,
watch
I'll
it.
see if I can find it. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
So,
and I think you see kind of like the inverse of this with somebody like Pokemon, right? Like Pokemon, I think has been famous for attacking people that react to her or say anything about her negatively, going after them, taking them down, copyrighting them, even when they don't even show a single clip of her. They just talk about what she said, and then she'll apologize and say it was her company, and then like 2 days later, do the same thing, right? And like you end up getting negative press for it. And like maybe for people like Pokemon that are already so successful, it's kind of like what Donald Trump talked about in The Art of the Deal, where it's like negative news is still news and attention, and there's a way to monetize it. But I do think for the most part, having a positive view and not enforcing your IP tends to work out in your favor.
That was a great pivot to talk about
so-
women and soft women in particular.
But I have before
you
we
go.
do that, I wanted to talk to DP, because he said something like his response to me, which I was waiting for. Thank you for that, DP. Like you gave two options. One, as a person, it was supporting, like doing all the things that they should be doing, like me, a law abider. And then others, right, like Scott, right, and criminal. Who but you said like on the other side, like if you have no money, right, then it's fine. But most people have money, right? Like my friend isn't destitute. He also has a Twitch channel. He could use more subs. But they're not destitute. But so they have money to spend on media, but it doesn't mean that they spend it on that media. So
Yeah,
like,
I wouldn't be okay with that. I think
Okay.
I think that is. I think if you can comfortably spend the money, you're not gonna like taking food out of your kid's mouth or something. I think you should pay for shit that you enjoy.
Especially if you would also advocate for that person to make more money. You're like, they should get paid more, or like their artists should be respected. You're like the person like, I'm not paying for this.
Well, but that's why I wouldn't pay for certain shit, because like, yeah, the artist should get paid more, but if because I pay for that like song or that book or whatever, doesn't mean that the artist is going to get paid more, just that the label or the production company that owns the rights to the IP, they make more money.
But
The artist doesn't
Sure,
necessarily
but the
make more money
production
off
company
that.
has an interest in and now has a reason to believe like, okay, if we pay this person, they have
yeah,
a
that's what
fan
Light
base
Twit
that's
was
willing
saying
to go out and spend
previously.
money
Yeah,
on them.
it's like you have to build a brand. Like if it's not a profitable brand, right, then why would these producers put up any money to produce another album, right?
Yeah, actually, another example of something sort of similar to this that happened recently. One of my favorite authors. He's also like a very small author, right? Christopher Rucchio. I've spoken to you guys about him before. He writes the Empire of Silence, the Sun Eater saga, I think is what it's called. When his first book, Empire of Silence, it's very, very difficult for a long time to get a hardcover of that book because they just stopped printing it, right? And you could get the audiobook, but because this small indie author didn't have a ton of downloads for a long time. And I think he was on book like 4 or 5 before like booktubers, so people who review books on YouTube, kind of found out about the series, started doing book reviews, talking about it. This generated a lot of buzz for people to go out and buy the book, and a lot of people buying the audiobook and buying the physical books. And it got to the point where there's enough interest for them to justify reprinting the old hardcovers, right? Because they were selling for like $200 or $300 before, because there's just none out there. But now that they're able to see the interest generated by people like purchasing this thing through Audible and also purchasing like the paperbacks, now they know that, hey, there's something to this guy, so we should print more of his shit. We should boost him up more. We should, put him at more at the forefront of our like publishing company. So, and that allowed me to get a signed version of his book, which I actually got in the mail today. So
Nice.
like, so I think we do need, if you actually give a fuck about these people as human beings, and you care about the work and you appreciate the work, I think you should support them in this way, right? I'm not saying that you're a bad person if you don't. I just think you probably should.
I don't know. I agree with Tiberius.
Yeah, Ty's made some great points on this.
Yeah, absolutely crushed it.
I wanted Tiberius to tell Fabian Liberty how he proposed to stop all this. I know Fabian hasn't heard Ty's plan to regulate the internet into nobody having any rights at all on the internet. I wanted to hear his take on that after Ty explained it to him, but he disappeared.
Okay. Well, I guess we'll never hear this praise. Because we'll never repeat it in his presence. Anyway.
Well, we gotta move on because in 2 hours we're going to get to the real topic. So we gotta
real quickly before we move on. Maybe add a couple hours in this. Prime, are you in favor of cocaine users being able to buy guns?
You went back to that topic. All right.
I need another
He's
position.
been really pissed on Twitter the past few days about this, so I'm not surprised.
We need just a yes or no, Prime. Don't give us a Fabian Liberty answer.
I'm just saying the law. I want y'all to know
somebody does a little bit of cocaine, just a little bit. Okay, well, maybe more than a little bit. Regardless,
have y'all noticed the longer that Lactoid has been a lawyer, the more pro cocaine he's become? I'm just
whoa.
The larger the pupil, the larger the support.
My favorite thing in the world is to take a bunch of mushrooms and LSD and go out in the woods and shoot all the zombies that are running at me. It's like it's something that is an American right and an American pastime.
Remind me not to do drugs with
you. You'll have a lot of fun. You won't remember it though.
Fuck. All right.
The fucking void.
I am vehemently anti-gun. However,
for drugs.
Yeah. However, in the context of a world where the Second Amendment exists, right? I mean, we haven't yet repealed it. Working on it. But we haven't yet repealed it. Then. I think the problem should be operating the weapon while intoxicated. That should be a problem, not like simply purchasing it, because I'm sure people have purchased like cars and they've been drunk or high. Like in Miami, I'm sure like those dealers.
You're anti-gun, but
no.
Coke users having guns as long as they're not.
Wait, don't we give meth to like the military guys? Basically, we give them amphetamines. So you say we can't use the military anymore?
We can't use the military anymore?
Yeah, so like you're saying that we don't want them under the influence. Doesn't the U.S. military give our soldiers like amphetamines when they're in certain countries?
Civilians.
I don't.
Oh.
No.
Just the average Joe, tomfoolery with his shrooms.
They might even crack down an Adderall like they were paratroopers.
Yeah, I'm saying that you shouldn't be under the influence while operating. But if you buy like again, like people buy cars under the influence. And that's fine, but if they operate it right, well, they put everyone else at danger, and then it's worse when you have a killing machine in your hands, made specifically to murder people. Then you shouldn't be high.
That was the annoying.
Arguably, just to be enough evidence that he was under the influence while operating it. That like, if there's evidence that it was in his safe the entire time, every single time that he ever did any coke, then there should be no charges. Is your point correct?
You may arguably have a bigger issue of selling something out to someone who's out under the influence. I think that like there's issues with that.
I just want to make absolutely clear. I got to clear
real quick. I made the point that I that you have to prove yourself innocent. That's not what I meant. I meant like they need evidence that
wait. There's dangerous misinformation. I gotta. Wait, what'd you say? What'd you say, Scott?
I just want to point out that when people accuse me of like the siren song of ANCAP and derailing stream, I haven't done that once. It's just been you.
It's been Lactoid's point today. Yeah.
It's been Prime Kai's with manga every time.
I have talked
been
maybe
one topic.
4 sentences. I'm going to take this time and I'm going to rant a little bit.
No, it's you. I'm just saying it wasn't me this time.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Just to be clear, it's not just that you were to buy a car under the influence, because that's not actually what's even alleged. It would be that you were under the influence at some point around the time that you bought a car. That's the allegation. That's what Hunter Biden was charged with. Does that seem fair to you, Prime? Does this seem like a just system?
That does seem unjust, right? As we don't have direct evidence of using it under the influence. It's just like, like in my memoirs, I was having this issue at the time. But like even people who are drug users like manage to do responsible things, right? A lot of them manage to take care of their kids, even when they were having that hard time going through that period. So to lock someone up for that, I mean, like you could also like say that, okay, well, your memoir said that you were under the influence, and we know your kids were below 18 in your house at that point, so like child neglect, right? You are all automatically neglecting your children.
Well, clearly that doesn't mean automatic child neglect just because you're high in your house.
Yeah, or I don't understand why there's a problem being high with your guns either. If I'm like, it might make you better with your guns. If you're cracked out on cocaine, I'm gonna hit that deer a lot easier. Let me tell you, I'm gonna be sitting here seeing shit in the middle of the night. Listen, I dare you to tell a bunch of rednecks that they can't be wasted and shooting at some fucking animals. That's crazy.
Lactoid, I'm trying to back up, like strengthen your point here. I'm saying that we wouldn't want to do that. That like under the same argument, you could also say that as well. That like you had kids at that time, and so like you were under the influence, and you must have been neglecting your children, and like we could charge you with that. So I wouldn't be for that.
No, sounds reasonable, right? So you would agree that just being found with cocaine in a house, and there's also kids in the house, that's also not really grounds for allegations of child neglect, right?
Yeah. Yes. So I was actually.
Look at your foster parent. I feel like they should be held to a high standard.
Unless your 9-year-old kid happens to have some level of cocaine in their
Listen, that part's not
beyond touching the cocaine.
That part is alleged. Okay, I don't know.
I didn't say that it was true or not true. I just said unless the 9-year-old kid happens to have cocaine in their system above and beyond touching cocaine.
That might be a problem.
Maybe that's pretty good.
Yeah,
testing hair follicles at that point, you're a bit. It's pretty concrete at that point.
Allegedly, right?
Allegedly, yeah, that could be a problem. I agree, but like if the kid didn't test positive for drugs, then obviously that would be just because you had drugs in the house doesn't mean that it should be child neglect.
What were their grades
unless of course you happen to be on stream visibly crashing from cocaine while your children were in the house.
It wasn't the drugs that made it child neglect, just to be clear.
Maybe he was tired. You don't know that.
What are we talking about?
It was not the drugs that made it child neglect, just to be clear, okay? Lactoid, that was not a fair way to say it. The child neglect had nothing to do with the drugs. It had to do with the kids wearing the same clothes to school for like a week, the kids complaining that they hadn't eaten in a long time, the kids complaining that they hadn't showered in a while. That's what the child neglect had to do with them knocking on the doors and the kids being at home and no parents being there. That's what the child neglect had to do with it. It didn't have to do with the drugs.
Wild. Wait, that they weren't eating? That's I don't know about that one.
That the kids complained to the teachers about not eating.
I don't know if that's neglectful, Tom. He just put them on a strict diet.
That's all it was. It was a strict diet. He wanted skinny cocaine kids. It's okay.
Who are we talking about?
We have to get to the topic.
Reiki? I don't know who this person is.
A little cocaine prevents hunger.
Nick Reiki.
Yeah.
Nick Rakita. There you go.
Okay, so I just wanted to
a gym class, crack like Slim Fast.
Also, all kids complain about being hungry before lunchtime in school.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah. Haven't had a shower in weeks.
Also, what are 4 different changes of clothes? I don't see the they're conservative. They're trying to keep it tight. They don't want to spend money on
minimalist.
Clothes.
That's the new thing.
Yeah.
They got other expenses that are very expensive expenses.
What if it was just 5 of the same shirt and 4 of the same pants?
For a couple of weeks at this point, and they all smell. Yeah, that's normal stuff.
I know a bunch of kids who don't shower because they don't want to.
That's true. People in the past only used to shower about once a year.
That's the point in having parents.
Baby out with the bathwater. That was where that phrase comes from.
What if they're hippies?
Become a debate, bro. fucking. This is what happens when you become a debate, bro. Like we can all just fuck with
Or a lawyer.
He's a piece of shit.
I'm just fucking pissed. Look, I am pissed at the whole Hunter Biden thing. A little bit less pissed, but it's
And
still
you're
somewhat
taking it
pissed
out
about the
on
Rakita.
law thing.
No, I'm a little bit pissed about that too, right? Because there's like this mentality, and this is kind of where I go full libertarian. Right? There's like this mentality of like, because of the Wickard versus Filburn and the complete abandonment of the Commerce Clause, what that actually was supposed to mean, that led to the rise in the drug war and what I believe is unconstitutional. It led to, I think, the sort of this Kafkaesque, authoritarian, psychotic nightmare where, Orwell couldn't dream of the shit that the DEA and the ATF do on a daily basis. This idea that your body is not sacrosanct for yourself. I mean, abortion is one thing, right? People go out and chant, my body, my choice, when that's debate about whether or not it really is your body, your choice, right? That's kind of like an open discussion. But this thing where it's clearly your body, your choice, it's not even close. Like that, this is the thing that we're so many people are so confident that we have to raid people's houses over. We have to kick in their doors. We have to arrest them on these show trials in order to make political points. Disgusting.
Over child neglect. Over child neglect.
Child neglect.
But again, I'm gonna take Tiberius's position on this as well. I'm just gonna agree.
Why is it that you guys invoke me every time I walk away? That's the best part of the show today.
So
he's just saying he wants to move on to the topic. That's all I'm saying.
Multiple things. I'm going to respond to what Lactoid asked me because
10:40.
Because I don't. I'm going to respond to what Lactoid asked.
We'll just do it next week, guys. It's not a big deal.
You said that twice.
We got like 3 topics now lined up. Yeah.
No, this was the first one that we skipped.
Oh.
Yeah, and then we have a second.
Last time I was here, we never got to this
I liked what we talked about. I'm just messing around.
Yeah.
Enjoyed it.
Okay.
One. Fucking up my thumbnails.
Before we, guys, if you're out there, if you've been enjoying this conversation, help us out. Consider helping out the channel. It's an important thing. We're almost done through June. We haven't gotten really much subs this month. Actually, I've been waiting for you guys to finish saying things. Now we're in an ad break, so I can't even talk to most of the people here. So
that's their problem. They should buy a sub if they don't want to see ads.
They should buy a sub. Admiral Gibbs, thank you for the 5 hot tier 1 gift subs, friend. And I'm guessing I'm gonna slowly do an ad read because I gotta wait till people are back on Twitch. If you're on YouTube though, you can hear me. Shout out to that one person. He gave $2. He said he wanted to see Admiral Gibbs' forehead because it was being blocked by my banner.
That's beautiful.
But it left before I could respond to it, and so that's why I didn't say it earlier. But
that's why we need Corey here.
That's why we need Corey here to shame me. To do this properly. But yeah, if you're on YouTube, consider super chats. We'll respond to your super chats, despite what I literally just said 2 seconds ago. But
you will in due time.
We will in
eventually,
due time.
guys.
We will.
Patience is a virtue.
Stick around. It's a great time here. But in any case, all right. So now everyone's back. Hey everyone. This is the Prime Guy show, but we need your help. We haven't gotten much subs this month. Consider helping out the channel. Subs to the channel, get bits or gift subs, and we'll give us so kind to get 5 hot tier 1 gift subs. You could also support the channel as well. So you'll get the ad-free viewing, and you get our emotes, and you'll be around for a little longer. We do need your help. So sub to the channel if you haven't done so yet. Bam, thank you for giving that sub much earlier. But yeah, resub if you're out there resubbing, would help. Or use your Amazon Prime, just Prime Gaming here. We do need your assistance. Guys, we don't have as many shows anymore because we don't get as much support anymore. So consider helping us out. All right.
It's because you're black.
This is true.
It's not true.
Okay. But anyway, thank you, Gids, and yeah, I hope we get some more support. But anyway, just respond to Lactoid. You asked me if cocaine just happens to be in the house of kids, is that an offense? I think it would depend, right? If there is a unsecured gun in the house, then with children, it seems like you could charge that person for not securing the weapon around children. If you have
It's not law.
Wait. What did you define unsecured? Like if
um,
it's under my pillow in my bedroom, like that seems pretty
Or under
secure
your
to me.
bed.
Like,
Let's say it was under your bed. How about that?
Yeah, do you? Well, that might
If
be
I sit
worse.
it on the
because,
kitchen
well,
table and I say don't touch it.
Under the bed is actually an important qualification here for reasons. So let's say it was under the bed.
So, well, okay, for wherever you want to put it. My thing is, what do you expect people to do? Say like the reason why people have guns. I don't want to have to go to my safe and start, you know. Oh God, he's breaking, honey, he's raping you. Oh no! Like, what am I supposed? Like, I'm just. Am I supposed to be over here like just being a cuck watching it while he's over here like mid thrust? Like, what do you expect me? Like, what do you call secure? Do I need to keep like my machete like taped on the inside of my bathroom door? Like,
True.
Like, what is your situation here? Like, what do you want from these people?
I'll answer that. And Gibbs, you are a treasure, and I love you so much. And I want to keep you forever. But we have those locks, right? Like we were talking about it previously, like actually, those locks that attach to like your bed frame, where you could just like like get your gun out quickly.
You sleep with your keys on you?
No, I don't think
they have fingerprint scanners. I'll side with Gibbs. They have the fingerprint with on the nightstand, like next to your bed. A little pop up right behind the nightstand. It's a quick fingerprint.
They cut the power in your house. How are you putting that fingerprint scanner in there? Is it battery operated?
You can't. You could put
it. Could be.
Yeah.
What if they have What if they have an EMP? What are you gonna do then?
I think I made this argument for the fingerprint guns. If you have EMP, then we're done.
Yeah, I mean,
unironically though, unironically the fingerprint's not. There's a problem with the fingerprints though, because like if your fingerprint is they don't work that well if it's dirty, if you're sweaty, which you're going to be in a high adrenaline scenario, and if you're in the night like trying to quickly like put your fucking finger as the rapist, as Bull Talk the rapist is kicking down the window, right, coming for you. You gotta have, preferably within 3 feet at all times, a gun.
I was about to say Face ID. You can do the Apple Face ID right on the gun.
We've gotten extremely good at fingerprint technology. Like phones already, phones aren't even as good as fingerprint technology can be. Like it's just like a basic thing. If you make something just for fingerprints, like the accuracy of hitting is like insane.
No, that's not true.
Would you trust your life with it?
I can't even tell you how many times just in the last month I woke up and I'm hungover and I
promise, if you don't have time to get to the fingerprint scanner, you didn't have time to grab it.
No, if I'm over here trying to do on my phone to get in my Wells Fargo bank account or something, or any bank account, and I use the face thing, it'll like mess up 3 times. Now I gotta go change my password. Is that what you want happen? Oh God, I'm getting broken in.
I'm talking about fingerprints.
I brought up Face ID.
Yeah, but if you you literally don't have time to do that, you don't have time to grab it under your bed. You don't have time to get it on your pillow. That means they're in the room with you.
Yeah,
it's also difficult to work that when you're under the influence, right? So, like, let's say you happen to be like in favor of or a fan of certain substances. When you have to defend your family when you're under the influence, how are you going to if it's under lock and key? Have you guys ever tried to work a lock when you're drunk?
I'm not a fan of like this idea that you have to put up your gun.
Yeah.
Like, you can put it on the table and you tell kids not to touch it. Like you tell kids not to touch things, and they like kids are capable of doing these things. Like that's not like neglect to say like don't touch my gun. But but I think that people overkill when they say that like I have to be able to get it right now from this place or we're gonna die. He's in the door. I'm like, trust me, like the 1 second difference you're talking about isn't breaking you.
But I'll tell you what,
Seconds matter.
No, but not that second. That's not what matters. You were dead. You were dead.
No, you don't know that.
I know it. You're dead. There's nothing to debate here. You were dead.
No,
you were so close that the moment you realized that the 1 second of touching this versus reaching under your pillow, they were on you. You're dead. There's no point. Like, but that's also
like a 4-digit code.
But that's true across the board.
0000. It's not that hard. Like
it's harder than you think.
No, I'm just saying that but it's not just codes though. In general, like just having guns, like they say most people actually don't get to use them in high pressure situations. Like you just don't. Like if it's that fast,
probably because they had locks. Probably because they had gun safes and they couldn't access it in time.
No, they've talked about this. No, even with no protection,
someone has a drop on
you. You usually don't have the ability to get to it.
Guys, guns is one of the most heated debates in politics for like the last 50 years. All right, we are not going to wrap up a conversation unless we just choose to move on to a topic.
You're right. We do have
control and gun safety.
4 minutes.
We can do this for like 40 more minutes.
I just want to talk about women being hoes
by accident.
Do that. We talk about them.
This is the second time a thumbnail is referenced.
Oh, you have
something
one
that
more
we've
thing to
not
respond
gotten
to. I'm sorry.
But I do want. Look,
make it a topic.
Look.
And research Marquetta law. You know what I mean? And make a whole topic about it.
Look.
All right. Thanks everybody for coming today. We've run out of time. It's
well, look. I don't know. We have enough time. Wait a minute.
Next week, guys. Why don't we just start with the topic instead of free topic in the openers?
Yeah, whatever.
So
to start with, we're gonna fade off
We
into
have
20 other
40 minutes before
topics
we get to
anyway.
unofficial
So
times.
might as well just do that and then fade off into everything else.
Because I actually don't think that. I don't think this conversation needs 2 hours. I think we really could in 40 minutes.
Oh my fucking god!
Get it out. But
Talk
maybe
about the women
not.
being
I mean,
hoes.
really,
Yeah, I
all
was
you
talking
need
about
to
being
do is just invite me on. I will give you my positions, and that's really all.
So just for next time, so like in addition to Rakita Law, also look up George Orwell and Kafka and the Second Amendment.
More fucking last minute. We're good.
Yeah, just so I
Okay.
can get a
Let's move
good
on.
intro for my
Okay.
video. Can I get everybody yelling for just a second, like all at the same time? So
Okay. All right. I thought
So
everyone was going to
about
do it.
women.
I was actually going to comply. All right, that's fine. I felt embarrassed when I began because it was clear
oh,
that I
that
was
was you
mistaken.
yelling. I thought you were saying no. Okay.
I was like,
got you.
yeah, I was
Sorry.
like, yeah, this guy's like gonna comply, but then, all right, no, I feel foolish. It's okay.
Hey, you're a leader. You're not a follower. I respect you for that.
Okay, fine. We can move on. But I have differences with my friend Lactoid. Yeah. Okay. All right. Topic. There is an online. The topic we've been trying to get to for a while. There's an online movement of women advocating for the quote-unquote soft life. This is a life of feminine leisure that is completely decoupled from work. This comes in the form of being a stay-at-home wife or girlfriend. And to be sure, this life would be financed by their male partners. What do you think about about this trend? Should this be encouraged or shamed? Would you enjoy being left in economic power and I wrote this wrong, but a powerful position economically in your relationship? Or do you want a 50-50 partnership? And so, and do you think that this movement is the ultimate result of feminism? So yeah,
Wait.
Right. If you're not done with the thing, right? I mean, yeah. Don't worry, we'll do intros. But so yeah, I see this trend, right? It's called soft life, but like I don't know, like there's many ways we can look at this. But like it's like a life of leisure, right? Like these women are dreaming of a life of leisure, and however they may get it, right? But usually it's by a wealthy gentleman or not even a wealthy gentleman, a gentleman who's willing to finance them. That doesn't mean they're necessarily wealthy. Is that okay, right? Like, is this like a thing to for people to even discuss? Is like just a lifestyle choice like any other lifestyle choice, and it's just kind of morally whatever, or is this a result of societal decay? Yeah, what are your stances on this? To be clear, right, for Tom's audience, right, I did try to get a female on.
Yeah, right.
I did.
They've all been blowing me up over no women on here this entire time.
Some are blowing them up.
Okay, I did try to get one, it didn't happen. All right, so let's do intros, and let's be quick. If you want to do this in this amount of time, you got to be quick with the intros, okay? All right, like to it.
Not really interested in this topic, anyways.
God damn it.
Jeez.
All right, I'll be quick. Ultimately, you have the freedom to do it, but like, don't be a fucking moocher. If you're gonna stay at home and do nothing, at least have babies like God intended. Thanks.
Thank you. Scott.
Jesus, how do I follow that? So I think this is an example of reality asserting its. I think our culture has well, feminism specifically has obviously, and I know that this isn't, I don't even think that this is surprising or like unheard of. I think we kind of talk about it all the time. where there is a a push from feminism that is not making women happy, right? The idea that you're going to have a career, and that you're also going to have a family life is something that can be balanced for some small subset of the population. It's absolutely true that you can have it all for a very small percentage, but one thing necessarily kind of pulls from the other. I mean, we know that if you have a career and then you have a child and then you start spending time with your child, that is when the gender differences start in pay gap, right? Women across the board make more money than men for the same job until they have a child. When a woman is in corporate America or when a woman is in service industry, it doesn't matter what it is, across the board, they tend to make more money per hour than men do. And then once they have a baby, they choose to spend less time in work. They choose to, they may take maternity leave. And these things absolutely negatively affect their earning potential and their career advancement. And that's when you start to see the balance shift. Of course, there's also youth, youth and beauty is kind of valued in women, and those things kind of degrade time, whereas with they're less valued in men. So as they get older, that doesn't degrade as much. But in order to understand like why this is occurring, I think the most important thing we have to understand is what feminism actually is, because you see feminists trying to take this soft feminism perspective, like this is part of feminism. And feminism can be so confusing when you look at first wave, second wave, third wave, and fourth wave, and like the different offshoots. And it's like, what the fuck is feminism? And you ask a feminist and they say, oh, it's, it's equality for women. And then they don't preach or attempt to get equality for women. They preach for power and advancement for women. Doesn't make sense. And so the best way to actually understand this problem is to understand that it is gender socialism. That's what feminism is it's gender socialism, and it is constantly shifting because it doesn't actually have a position like socialism. It is moving. So in short, yeah, it is reality asserting itself against feminism. And because feminism is a socialist Marxist movement, it is attempting to take control and take ownership over women trying to get back to the things that make them happy and the things that make society and family healthy.
Thank you.
4 minutes and 37 seconds. That was short for you.
Gender socialism makes me like it
Well, this
more.
is the only topic. You know what I mean? Like fucking.
I haven't thought of it before, but like I like feminism even more. Gender socialism, that's pretty badass. All right, let's go to Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, mine actually will be short. Women, if you got it like that, good job, more power to you. Men, I don't know why you never do this. Just get a hooker, and then you can just fuck them, and you don't have to worry about any of the other problems. You're welcome. All right, that's all I got.
Gibbs is a fucking rock star.
Yep.
Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, this is just female red pill. That's all it is. I'm with it. Like to Gibbs' point, if you got it, get it, fellas. There's a very easy command to this. Soft life for the fellas. Soft guy era. Drizzle all day. That's all you have to do is just compete back. Thank you. I'll pass it to Ty.
Hi.
No, I appreciate it. I've been thinking about this since I got the invite, and I'm not 100% sure where I want to lean on this one for two reasons. Number one, I've been in both shoes. My previous relationship was one where I was the sole breadwinner, and this relationship, I am not that case. There are very much pros and cons. I totally get if somebody wants to make it work for you. If I'm having a child and I can actually afford to, childcare ain't cheap. I'm cool if you want to stay for a couple months or maybe even a couple years if we can feasibly do it. However, let's be real here. Like going back to the TradCon shit is not actually going back to the TradCon shit. It was more of a myth than it was a reality. Women have been working since the dawn of time. They have been our partners. Let's stop acting like they weren't. What really comes to the conversation here is that I actually do like having more of a 50-50 partnership, at least. So I'm going to say I'm moving just a little bit that direction because the nuclear family is fucking based. Having a equal partner makes it for the advancement of women and to where they actually are our partners, not subservience. I very much like this. Let's keep that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bam.
Yeah, I think that one of the biggest things that has to shift in society is we are having women that are earning more going into higher paying fields. And when I say higher paying fields, I don't mean everything like six figures and up, but like even women making 75, 80K at their jobs, which is good money, still have a expectation of being with a man who is a quote unquote provider who makes either the same or more than them. And I think that that expectation isn't feasible to maintain itself. The reality is, if you make enough to provide to take care of a household, you should be you should prioritize other things in your relationship other than money, finances. At that point, men do it. When men make a lot of money, they still consider women who are well kept and put together and things like that. But it's not necessarily the dollars they bring in each month and the lifestyle they provide. But women seem to, regardless of income level, not be able to move on from like this sort of archaic ideal. The only other thing I'll say is I believe that it's it really is uncomfortable, the idea of like men being seen as less than for seeking partnership versus like not having a desire to eventually be a provider. My current girlfriend, like we haven't went over finances, but I can tell that like I make decent money, but I can tell she makes more than me. But even now, it's like a future expectation of like, oh, one day she'll eventually be the like stay at home kept type woman, and I don't even know if I super desire that overall, even though I know the benefits of child rearing. That's it.
Thank you. Doopy.
I really don't understand why people have a problem with this, to be honest with you. Like, I think it's totally fine. If people want that kind of relationship, I don't give a fuck. If my fiance wanted to have this kind of setup, I'd be fine with that too. But it's just because I've got the means to do it. I think it's probably like from a position of privilege, right? In some sense. So for the average person, I can understand being like offended by the idea that your partner wants to stay home and do nothing, quote unquote, right? Doesn't want to contribute financially, at least. Because most people, that for most guys, that's going to mean like way more pressure on them to pay the bills and shit like this. I don't really need to worry about that anymore. But I can imagine if I did, I wouldn't be okay with someone like not contributing financially, right? So I think like kind of like Gibbs said, if you got it, if you can do it, and and everybody's happy, I really don't see an issue with that. I don't think anybody should be shamed for it. It just seems, I don't know, it just seems strange to be upset about it, I guess. I don't know. So if my fiance and I had this conversation actually a while back, because I brought it up. It's like I can support you, no problem. So if you ever want to quit working, just quit working. Like you don't need to worry about it. And she said that well, one, she enjoys her job. Two, she also wants to contribute in some way, right? So she doesn't want to feel like she's just at home doing nothing. Even though we're planning to have kids, at that point, we might have the conversation again. But right now, given that she has the ability to contribute and get money to pay for her own shit or whatever, she wants to do it. But yeah, I don't know. I really don't see it as mooching. I think that you're just like partners in a different way. So maybe she won't be contributing financially, but there's like this old thing where like the man goes out of home and deals with the world, and then he comes back to like the island, and the wife's job is to like make sure the island is peaceful, right? And make sure that everything's taken care of around the house, everything's clean, she's good, she's keeping in shape, she's doing whatever she has to do to on her end to keep herself like attractive for him, keep herself so someone that he can come to unload all the pressures of the day, basically. And I think that is another type of partnership, and I think it's just as valid as working a job.
Thank you so much. I want to hear from you because of your position. Tom.
Yeah, so I don't have an issue with people doing this. I'm not really sure how we got to like the ultimate result of feminism. This seems like more traditional gender roles in some case, where they are like kind of taking a lot of things that they think of as what women used to do or ought to do in some way as part of their gender roles. I did watch some YouTube videos on the soft life because I had never heard of this before, and it is a lot of women talking about the fact that like women are not made to work all their lives, and it's not in their DNA to be like men and do these things. And so I do know that there's a lot of people who just have like a pretty strong belief in this, and I don't have an issue with that. I think you should always find a partner that fits your lifestyle and values, and I would rather personally have a 50-50 partnership just based on the fact that I want my partner to have like full autonomy with their own money and be able to do the things that they want without reliance on me. But I also know that if I have kids with them, then at some point I'll probably want them to have to stay home. And I do still have like a lot of traditional gender roles that I've implemented in all of my relationships, and those are things that I still value as well. For me, the interesting part of this conversation is something that I think Red Pillars hit on a lot, where there's sometimes where they get things right, they just kind of miss the point that they're even like they have a truth there that's like really really true, and they just kind of miss the entire point. And one of them is that feminism does lead to where there's a lot of cherry picking gender roles and benefits from things, and that women have gotten a lot of new benefits within their gender roles that have become completely normalized, and while demanding equality and calling it equality, but they're still leaving men with way more responsibility, way more consequences, and men are just losing the few benefits and respect that they used to have. To me, that's like the really interesting part of all of this, is that it's just these are things that are a bit normalized for women, while men still have like much higher expectations put on them.
So, well, let's jump into it. But one, my understanding of this is that it's specifically talking about living a life of like luxury. Um, that's like their goal. So just to like, I guess slightly push back on what Juby was saying. You said like, I get why an ordinary person might be resentful if they had a partner who was just staying home, right? And yeah, but like these women normally aren't targeting the average Joe. So they're targeting people like you, Doobie, right? Or anyone else, maybe Gibbs, because Gibbs apparently makes a lot of money too.
Yeah, people who are more willing to supplement that lifestyle.
Yeah, yeah.
I would never do that.
So this isn't like
Well-
this isn't a me problem, for instance. So like yeah.
Well, I think by definition, if they're talking about being able to like one income and living like median lifestyle, you are talking about someone who is in the top 10%, 5% of earners,
Mhm.
like by definition. Like, because I don't think they're saying that they want to live in a 1 bedroom apartment and not
Nope.
work, because it doesn't seem feasible. But I don't think that I think it would be. I don't think it would necessarily be true to speak to like true luxury, where like, oh, every flight is first class. Like, because I know regular women who do this, and there's just the expectation of like, oh, okay, eventually I get married, we have a house and have kids and do things, and then like that's what they do. Even women who have went to law school, who have like good jobs. I know some women who like do want to continue to pursue their careers, but there's a vast majority that's like, I'm doing this, they're doing this now, but they have an expectation of when they're after they're married that they eventually like stop bringing in like their income.
But the thing
Is
is,
this
like,
how you got all
I
these
think we're talking about
baddies,
different
Gibbs?
things. Yeah.
No,
Prime,
the
to back up
opposite
Prime very
is the truth
quickly, to
here.
back up Prime, the soft life movement is not about it's not the same thing as like the trad con.
Yeah, it's different.
We should stay at home and submit to our husbands. This is a feminist movement that is saying women are not designed to work. Women should be living a life of luxury, being able to spend thousands of dollars on like
I don't
their
know how you
hair
can
and their
call it a
nails
feminist
and
movement when
hair.
feminism
It's a
like
red pill movement.
inherently
It's not a
says that
feminist
they are
movement.
exactly the same as men, and that they are designed the same as men, and that there
Wait.
really are no differences.
No, y'all are
That-
I was
missing
about to say
the whole.
the
Wait,
sprinkle
Is this
girl-
is this a
Hold on,
novel?
before you attack me.
Is this
before
a
you-
novel
before you, like,
idea?
attack
People spending
me
tons of
for
money?
You're shooting the messenger. Like what I'm saying
Well,
is
no,
that
I'm
the-
asking
I'm trying to
how
be-
it could like
Yeah.
how can that even be like
it is
possible?
that's why I said that I think it's reality asserting itself in a movement that is anti-reality, is that their taking of the power back is that like we're a privileged thing that ought be pampered and taken care of because that's our role,
No.
which is an inverse of feminism in and of itself. And I agree with you, Tom Foolery, that it is contradictory, but like and that is my issue with it. Like I think what is occurring is that feminism has told women that they need a career, that they need to like that they shouldn't settle down until areas where their fertility is, let's be honest, questionable, that they that things that are it's an unfortunate reality, right, that women ought be looking for a husband in their early 20s,
Well,
right?
and
Like,
that's why I
the
say like
tradcon
the
people are
feminism
retarded
has all
because they'll be like,
been cherry picking these things, cherry
And this is
picking
just
and
pro
so now
patriarchy at the end of
it's
it.
a, it's a
cherry-picked it,
sub
like,
branch.
way more than they even
But
did
this
before.
is
No, I think y'all are missing a
right,
bigger
and this
issue
is
with
what
this.
happens when movements are anti-reality. Is that reality starts to assert itself? So you have these sub branches that are contradictory to the movement itself, because but take on these bullshit themes, which is this soft feminism movement.
I think y'all are
The
missing a
soft
bigger
life.
issue. You're missing a bigger issue here, and it's. I think you might have hit some of it with the reality of certain things itself, but this is more of like a skill issue kind of situation, right? If you're a baddie, like a real bad, like 10 of 10 baddie, like y'all are talking about, of course you're gonna just think you deserve this, and guess what? You're the genetic top 1%. You do deserve that shit. Good for you. You won the lottery. I'm happy for you. Now, the bigger problem is when you have Gorlock the Destroyer out there trying to think that she
He gets soft life. Yep.
deserves the same thing as the genetic fucking jackhammer that is fucking, I don't know, whichever girl you like the best, right? Like that's the point I have. That's a problem, right? So Lactoid asked me how do I get all this. The secret right there, when I went out with them, they paid for everything. They made me go out. They paid for everything. I think I bought like one round of drinks the whole night. And I'll tell you what, the fastest way to get friend zone, boys, is to go in there and start trying to make it rain on some hoes, because guess what? Then they're gonna know they can just use you. It's real simple. I just like, and so the bigger problem I think is this false sense of reality that Fabian Liberty's kind of that people get. Now I don't know about this feminism, socialism. I don't know, but I'll tell you what I do know is that I can like all these party girls, all these normal girls, every woman I've ever met in general, like they're like we're all animals, and if they think they can take advantage of you, they're gonna do it. So like you gotta like have this give and take. So if they got it like that, more power to them. And for men, like I said, if you don't want to have this problem, get hookers, and
So
then you don't gotta worry about it.
Two things. One, thank you, Sean, for gifting 5 subs
Or have Riz
on YouTube. Right, shout out to you. That was only 10 minutes ago. So there.
There you go.
But they already left. They said goodnight. But they know I love them. They've supported the channel before, so thank you, Sean. But anyway, so I'm gonna bring up two other things, right? One, I've been obsessed with this brand of thinking for a while, right? Because like I'm so familiar with the red pillars. I was always wondering like, what do women think about this, right? And then I stumbled upon like dark feminine YouTubers.
That's why we got 8 dudes to talk about it. Got it.
Right. I tried. I did.
But
But
I know
anyway,
you tried. I'm just messing with you.
yeah, I know, yeah. But anyway, it's like a brand of YouTube content. You can search for it, like the dark feminine, right? And they train women to like attract millionaires and billionaires, right? Like that's the thing, right? That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
And they're like, like
And
we're doing this
escorts.
shamelessly, right? Like
Because it's
we're
just the
doing this-
rebuttal to it's what the red pill guys are asking for.
It's interesting that I wouldn't say it in the words that Gibbs would say, but like I look at the comments of those videos, right? There's a bunch of these creators, but look at the comments, and I see all these women, and what I see is like economic desperation.
a bunch of heifers.
Sad.
That's what she sees.
It
looks like my ranch, bro. Like,
I
you can go out there
already
and you can start turning it into,
apologize to Tom's chat. I don't endorse these views.
That's fine. I'll stand by him.
Tom, okay.
I'm not worried about Tom's chat. Let me
I
tell you.
see desperation, right? Like literally, like because there's a lot of like spirituality, like bullshit spirituality wrapped into this stuff, right? And they talk about prayer, right? Like I'm praying to find a generous gentleman. Like look at these comments, and it's you can see these people.
Oh, it's
struggling.
MLM moms. That's all it is.
It's
Yeah.
MLM moms, right?
Well,
Yeah.
it is a lot of like what do you call it? The like crystal mommies and shit like that.
They
That's
wake
like
up.
a lot
I
of
think
these
there's
people that
women
are
from
very
all
like
across the spectrum.
spiritual and in
I
touch
too.
with
So like,
their-
I think
their
we just have
femininity.
This is
different.
just
Taylor,
common
your
in
dad
We
the
just have
drugs,
different
world.
grasp
cocaine.
of like what these conversations look like. Because when I look at like the sprinkle girl, she doesn't have this expectation that every woman deserves a millionaire. Like she talks to her audience. She says that like sometimes you find a mechanic that's maybe not handsome, but he make sure rent's paid. And like that's soft life to her. Like so, I mean, maybe
But that's
you're talking about
realistic expectations.
just
That's
this one
realistic
unique
expectations.
But
niche.
to
You're
be
talking about the TikTok Barbie girl. the
The girl who
black
started this, the
TikTok
sprinkle
Barbie
sprinkle girl.
is the I don't
No,
know.
but
I am that's why I'm asking. I don't know what that is. I'm asking, is this the
Yeah,
TikTok Barbie girl,
this
the
is a, yeah,
black
this I
woman
don't know
who
if it's
does
specifically the
like,
TikTok
you're
Barbie girl,
right.
but this movement
like
started
the
on TikTok with the when he said sprinkle sprinkle. It was the idea that like women should be taken care of. It doesn't necessarily have to be like luxury,
Oh,
but I
okay.
think even living
Yeah.
like rent free is luxurious in like that
I was
realm.
thinking of the NPC things.
But
No,
but
no,
he,
no.
he hit a good point there just
No.
now. Do you see what he said? He's talking about the sprinkle girls even over here,
Yeah.
like, hey, you know, you look like Matilda, it's like fat
Yeah,
Aunt Marge,
you got to
like
settle
whatever.
where you're at.
Yeah, you got to know that you're not going to go get the NFL linebacker. You're going to get Bob with the buck teeth working at the garage down the street. Like,
Yeah. So hold on. I think for a lot of these YouTubers, right? At least the ones I'm talking about, don't expect that. Okay, I think there's lots of things happening there. One, I think there's a lot of grift, right? And because all of them offer their special classes on how to get a millionaire, right? So I think there's a lot of that's happening. But beyond that, even they don't set the expectation that all of them can get it, right? All of you can get a YouTuber, or not, sorry, a millionaire, right? Just like they need to just generous individuals. So like wherever that falls, and then they talk about like the amount of effort you put into, like they're basically setting up a perpetual desire like to reach this goal, and the way you reach this goal is by like listening to me, coming back to my channel, maybe taking one of my courses, right, and getting this money, because you're gonna fail at this, right? Like just like it's mirrored with red pillars, where like there's all kinds of issues in your life and you think this is the thing that's going to solve it, and maybe it would if you could actually manage to do it, but you're not going to manage to do it. But until you realize that's not going to happen, you'll come back, right? You'll partake in all these things.
And that's for the like impoverished women. But what like my issue is, what do you think goes through the mindset? But that's what I'm saying. I'm only speaking about the other end, like the people that's not like desperate. What do you think of the concept of a woman that does make 80, 90, even 100 or 200K, and like still having this this like traditional idea of a relationship? Like what do you?
There is someone there's a girl, there's a couple getting flamed on TikTok right now for this exact thing. It's she works, he works. They did a whole video where they were having dinner and she was explaining, she's like, yeah, so I believe in 50-50 when it comes to like household chores and blah, 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 but I don't believe in 50-50 when it comes to the bills. So she has a job, he has a job, he splits the chores with her, but then he's also just paying all the bills. Right, and this is like an average-ish couple. Like they live in a one-bedroom apartment type situation.
Fuck that.
I'm not even sure I can say the words on Twitch.
Well, now he's getting flamed by like the guys who are part of the soft guy era movement, in which they're all making fun of him and like in dogging him in that situation, making fun of the lunches that she's packing, because she packed him like peanut butter jelly for like lunch one day. And it's like, well, if you're paying for all of this, she's getting the soft girl life. How come you're not getting any of the benefits that are supposed to come with it? Which I think is, to like Bam's point, is like there's a woman working, she expects the treatment and she expects the chores split, but she's not even gonna make you like a lunch from the next day.
Or even just the idea that she would eventually the idea that she would eventually leave that job. Like, oh, okay, like I'm doing this job, like I'm into this industry because I'm gonna meet other high earning men. I became a nurse or I became a doctor because I'm gonna meet a doctor man. But when I meet a doctor man, then I'm gonna retire. Like
social climbing
at 32. Like
social
even though
climbing,
I'm
that's
making
all it is.
really good money.
I think this is a spectrum, right? Everything's a spectrum. Everything's a spectrum. So you find different people are in different places here, and I think specifically this idea of soft life targets a certain demographic of women with certain expectations, or not even expectations. It's really like certain wishes, certain fantasies in their head.
Core belief what they want. It's at the core, that's what they want. Most women want to be taken care of. Like most people don't want to work to earn a paycheck. Men have accepted it and they're like, fuck it, we'll work. But I don't think women have I don't think they want to work. I don't think anyone wants to. So this is just
not even I don't even think it's that simple, because I do think that a lot of it is like ingrained very early when we watch Disney movies and fairy tales and like TV shows and all this shit, where like men are raised like we talk about this a lot here on my channel, where we talk a lot about gender and gender roles and like how we communicate these things, where we're talking about just like when somebody says like, oh, well, saying man just means that you have a penis and woman says you have a vagina. Well, it doesn't really, because lots of times I'll say that I'm a man just to say that I put food on the table, or I'll say I'm a man just to say that I'm a protector or something like that. There's a lot of other things that come with this, and that we are like, these ideals are ingrained into our gender roles and our like sex. And so we are raised to believe that we are meant to be this thing from a very young age. And women are also given these like, fairy tale lifestyles, the fairy tale wedding, and then, he picks you up off your feet and then you live this like lavish lifestyle where, and it's just it is kind of like the ideal that even if you don't believe in that, you still see that as the dream anyways.
Yeah, if you have a granddad
this
that's
is
like well
why
respected, one of the first three
this-
adjectives used against him is going to be like hardworking. When they describe like he
Mhm.
worked. Sorry, Scott.
So this is part of the problem, I think, and this is kind of why I was saying reality asserting itself. I do agree with that concept that has been pushed by feminism, in the kind of the idea that there's a social construction to gender, right? Like that there is a gender role, and like whether or not you open
Well,
a
it's
door
both.
for a woman, for example, is obviously socially constructed, because that is a thing that we have adopted in our culture, that is
Well, we
considered
adopted it because of biological
hold on,
reasons.
hold on.
That's
Let
like
me
part of the whole
right.
thing.
Let me get there. Yes, that there is a kind of a cart horse situation here. And I think that for most of feminism, they're putting the cart before the horse when they say that this social construction, from like Disney movies and things like that, are kind of like programmed us into these gender roles. And I think that that is actually mostly untrue. I think what has occurred is that these Disney movies are based upon mythology that has existed through multiple cultures throughout the world for thousands upon thousands of years for a reason. And that, yes, they have a new flair, they have a new thing, but like, for example, the concept of the crone, right? Like there is a reason that Ursula is the crone in one film, or that Maleficent is the crone, because it is based upon a truth. And the truth is that older women that become jealous of youth and beauty and competition because they've not found family life and they've not found success in the family, despise and use reputation management to destroy those young women, and they become enemies towards those young women and being able to find families and being able to have successful, happy relationships, and beware of the crone. Those tropes exist, but they're much older than Disney movies. Disney movies are simply adopting those things that speak a truth about biological reality. And while how they're expressed may be different from time to time or in culture, and while it may be true that at one point in time men wore high heels because it was part of a military uniform from like the steppe people and the Cossacks, and then eventually that went out of favor and now women wear because it accentuates the butt. I recognize that there is some social construction there, but I would say that it is mostly biology. And what we have had in our modern era is we have had a reversal. We have had a movement trying to teach women to do the things that don't match with biological reality. And that's why we're seeing a return, because reality asserts itself.
You're not wrong on what you're saying, but the problem is that we take these things to extremes, and that's that's exactly what's happening here. Is where we're talking about, oh well, women shouldn't work. Well, maybe in general men are going to be better at manual labor, and so that's what we think of when we think, oh well, men should work and women shouldn't. But women can do all sorts of jobs, and now we take it to extremes where we say men ought to work, men ought to put the food on the table, they ought to be the one who does this, and women just don't at all. Or we say, oh well, men are stronger, so generally they're going to be more capable of like protecting. So now we say the man ought to be the one who is protecting, and women don't really need to worry about protecting anybody or fighting at all. We take them to massive extremes where we're not only saying one is just kind of better, but now we say they are the only one who ought to do this thing now. And that is that is a massive extreme that is very different from just saying, oh, it's a biological reality just because they might be better.
I agree and disagree. So on the first point where I agree with you, it's a concept that's incredibly old, right? Yin and yang. Why is there a white orb within the black orb? Why is there a black orb within the white space? And the reason is, and why is the Tao Ching a curved line? And that is when you go south enough or north enough, and you have too much chaos, you have too much order, reality asserts itself in tyrannical order or tyrannical chaos, right? Like when society becomes off balance, the reaction is the opposite of the pendulum. You're absolutely right.
I feel like you're
the
quoting
reaction,
a Jordan Peterson book.
Maybe. I mean, it's been a while since I've read Maps of Meaning, but that's probably where I got the concept from. But it doesn't make it any less true. When you have a society that is pushed so far off the deep end in this concept that women ought work and that women ought provide just as much as men, and that women and men are the exact same thing, and that there's no substantive difference because we pushed egalitarianism to the extreme, you are going to get extreme reactions.
Sure, but that's just another extreme, is what I'm saying. Is that we don't have to have one or the other.
I'm literally
It's
saying
like
that.
there
Yes,
is like middle
yes,
ground.
you're
Okay.
now
Yeah. So
repeating it, right. Where I
this-
disagree real quick. Well, the real quick's probably a lie, but I need to get it out anyways. Where I disagree is this system is that you can't have a society that lacks cultural enforcement of gender norms, because then you have no gender norms. So I agree that like not every man is a perfect protector, or not every man can live up to the ideal of masculinity, or that every woman lives up to the ideal of femininity. But if you don't have a society that enforces masculinity, and you don't have a society that enforces femininity, then you don't actually have those gender roles in a substantive meaning, and you don't have a functioning society. So there has to
I'll just
be
say,
a
just the
pressure
biological
to make
realities
men
by themselves
masculine.
will already reinforce that. Just the fact that men are bigger and stronger will reinforce it by itself.
I
We
think our
just don't
current
need the
society is
far
proving
lefties
that
saying
wrong.
that we need to
Yeah.
abolish. No, because we have the far lefties saying just abolish all of the gender traits in and of itself. So if they're saying that and just get rid of it, then yeah, that's another extreme that we're going to. But if we just don't talk
What I'm
about it,
saying is
we're going to
that
have these
some-
gender roles.
Okay,
Some
I'm
men
gonna wanna
are
step
going to
in.
be at the
Sure.
wrong end of the
Okay.
distribution,
Yeah.
but it is societal's
Sure.
role to enforce those men
I
to
don't-
get closer to the center of the distribution.
So I'm not sure about all that, and this is why I wanted to have more time to talk about this, because I think this is actually a full topic. So it's interesting your guys' reaction to that line that I put in there. Do you think this movement is the ultimate result of feminism? So
No, I think Fabian's just commented on that.
No, I don't think so at all.
you don't think so?
Yeah, I'm gonna go the other way with this too.
Okay, well before
Yeah, I
I
have
disagree
trouble
as well.
attaching this to
Okay, you know what,
feminism.
you
I would
guys go
say
off
that
on
it's a
that then,
result in, as far
like-
as cherry picking, but
Doobie, what do you think?
I think it could just be the opposite. See, if you have, I think you guys spoke a bit about like Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit and all these guys. So there are,
None of us brought.
it's like the opposite. It's like the opposite of the red pill.
I brought
Okay,
it
so
Yeah, it's a rebuttal.
yeah, so like it's saying,
The
okay, well,
feminine
you
red
guys
pill.
want to be the fucking Andrew Tate on the yacht with all these girls. I want to be one of those girls. I want you to pay my fucking bills to keep me on that yacht.
Mhm.
That's all it is. It's not a not a big
Exactly.
deal.
It's
But it
pro
doesn't seem
patriarchy,
like
if
a-
anything.
So if that's what you guys are talking about, that doesn't seem even like a relationship model, right? It just seems like somebody who wants to be a thought while she can be a thought and get paid for it. That's it. Not a big deal. If you're talking about like somebody who wants to just like be a stay-at-home, I think they call them like stay-at-home girlfriends in one of the articles that you posted.
Mhm.
I think that's something different. That's somebody
those guys are on
who-
sugar baby websites for a reason.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think
that's
I think
just a
if you're-
sugar baby. That's
Pathetic.
what a stay-at-home girlfriend is.
No,
Well, hold on. No,
I
no,
disagree
those
with
are
that.
definitely two different
That's
things.
a little different.
I think the sugar
That's-
baby is going to be like what I was talking about earlier, right? The girls on the
Dewey,
yachts.
I
and all
don't
this.
disagree with you.
There's
I'm
a
just
difference, I
making the
agree.
connection.
Dude just hasn't said
Like
hasn't
this-
said the second part of it. He hasn't said it yet.
Why side chicks and what would be the difference if you're just a girl at home who has her life
I don't know,
funded?
dude.
and
Side
you're a
chicks?
girlfriend to the
You
guy.
don't pay for no
Hold on,
side
but Ali,
chicks.
hold on, Ali. I think you're.
Nah,
maybe
you'd be
thinking about it differently.
surprised.
So
What's up?
when I say stay-at-home girlfriend, I mean they're living together, they're in a relationship. She's just not working, right? So she's taking care of the house and herself or whatever, going to the gym or whatever all day. He's working, he comes home, and she's there for him. Like that's a relationship, right? That's not
Okay.
a sugar baby.
Okay,
yeah.
I was thinking he
And
pays for
sugar
her
baby's
apartment
a
type
job.
shit, but yeah.
Ty?
Yeah, I agree with Doobie, but I don't agree on where he kind of took this. I think this is definitely an anti-feminist move, and the reason why is that I'm kind of with what Scott was saying earlier. Feminism isn't about female equality; it's about the advancement of women. And this is one of those things that I do
Wasn't
think is.
Doobie saying that it was anti-feminism as well? weren't you?
Yeah,
saying
I-
that?
We were all saying it.
We are all saying that.
Yeah.
Anyway, to finish out what I was saying is that at least to a long degree, I think this actually does put a lot of potential partners in a situation to where they don't want to be. Unfortunately, with the fact that groceries are so high and rent is so high, if you got somebody who you're relying on to pay the bills and all of a sudden they mistreat you, what's your option? Fucking just get? Because what is it, like $3,000 now at minimum for a down payment on an apartment? Right, just getting yourself a place to live. So
I was looking at an article the other day that said like people should expect to pay like 35% down on a house going forward, like, or for the foreseeable future.
You
That's
can't even
fucking
get 20.
crazy to me, right?
You can't even get 20 to get rid of the PMI. Like, holy shit.
That's like $120,000.
Yeah.
Jeez, what kind of house you getting?
You're supposed to have 120 in the bank. But the housing market is
brother a shack in Michigan for $350K.
I can't make heads or tails of the housing market. Well, can we table that? I don't know where feminism ends, because there's levels to where, like, I think that there is some pretty strong signs that this society will become matriarchal. I think we're already seeing some of it with it just in my generation. And I know I talked about this a week or two ago. That innately doesn't terrify me. I know there's some that probably do. But I'm kind of interested to see where it at least goes. But I'm not going to say it could be bad or could be good. I'm just going to say I'm interested to find out.
I think that's.
I can see that just because women are going to college at higher rates.
Yeah,
they're probably going to end up. They're probably going to end up in, like, if you look at like a lot of our educators of the next generation, a lot of our politicians, they're probably going to be overwhelmingly women, just because overwhelmingly women are going into education spaces.
It's still
I think that's part of it.
Still not true at the PhD level and the master's. The problem is, the distribution still. Still
we're talking
occurs.
about. I'm talking about where we're going in.
What I'm saying is, I'm looking at what we're talking about. What I'm saying is that, like, when you compare males and females, right? It's absolutely true that women are better educated in our current market, and
currently,
it's
but they're still trending even worse.
No, let me. Yeah, but that you're not letting me finish and actually explain what's going on here. But the problem is that as you get further down the distribution of more educated and more productivity and more output in every domain, it has always been males dominate. So if you look at any career, you'll see that. Like, if you look at streaming, for example, women tend to do better than men on Twitch. But if you look at the best streamers with the most amount of viewers and the most amount of money, it's overwhelmingly men.
That's what I'm saying. That we're not talking about currently.
But when but you're talking about who leads, right? What I'm saying is, when you go to the ends of yes, you are, because
you can tell me that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that's not. I don't care what's happening.
You're not saying you're interrupting me because you want me to be wrong. Stop. What I'm saying is that even with that trend, what is remaining constant is that those people in the most authority, that have the most decision-making power, because
are currently men.
We don't live in a are men and are still trending.
No, like all of STEM is like by far men. Like, it's just men. Like, STEM is men. It just
I'm saying, like, when you look at field,
but when we're talking
you
about,
can say that women are more educated, but when you look at the most educated and those with the most power and those with the most decision-making capability, it's men, and it's staying trending men.
I don't think it's going to stay trending men. Because the reason why that is, again, I don't care what that say today. I'm saying that data is showing that men aren't going to college. Period. Point blank. Period. So as things continue into the future, and women are increasing their rates of going to college, it almost necessarily eventually is going to mean that there's more women getting PhDs. Like that's going to follow at some point. You're pointing out what's happening right now and what's happened historically.
I'm not pointing out what's going on now. What you're confusing that action and decisions occur at the end of the distribution, and the data is showing that the trend is that at the end of the distribution,
are men getting more PhDs? Like, as the percentages shifting, and men are getting more PhDs than women than ever before? Like that, I'm sure if we look at that data, the women are slowly encroaching. I'm positive, without even looking.
The shift is that is much, much, much less to a degree, and that when you look at, let's say, papers published, for example, right? When you compare, even when you look at men and women in PhD field, what you'll find is that, like, the average amount of papers published by women is drastically less than the average that is published by men.
None of these he agrees to that. He agrees to that. He's saying, like, in 10, 20, 30 years, that's probably likely
Like,
to
we
change
can't
considering
maintain
men
this,
are
yeah.
going to college less. If women are continuing to go to college more, they're probably going to seek
Right,
out
but
PhDs in the future.
The fallacy is that what happens at the middle of the distribution necessitates a trend in the future at the ends of the distribution. What I'm saying is,
I don't
is
think
that
it's a
there
fallacy,
is
though.
a trend in the middle of the distribution, but you're
No,
not.
okay,
but
hold
that
on.
doesn't
This is what he's
necessitate a
saying. Let
change
me
at the end of the
let me
distribution.
clarify. This is what Scott's saying. He's saying that these people may even be getting like degrees and having better like test scores and all of that shit. But when it comes to the actual positions for these jobs, women are not trending up in those areas. They are not
And I'm
trending
saying I
up
don't
in
believe that
STEM
that's
at
true.
high
I think
rates.
if you look
They're
at
not
20 years
trending
ago
up at
now,
lawyers.
I
They're
think that
not
they're
trending way up in like Congress and all these other areas. Like they're still just kind of staying around the same areas
yeah,
as they
and that's
have
what I'm
since the
disagreeing
80s.
with. I'm saying that I don't think that's true. I think if you look at 20 years ago versus today, I think there's going to be more women in all of those fields. I think the women are trending up in every
And
one
less
of these
men.
areas.
And
That's
and
a
less
current
men for that.
prediction,
Less
but
men
we
for
don't
that,
have
Ben,
evidence of
too.
that
Yeah,
prediction.
but you're just pointing out that like currently it still is. Like you're saying it's not going super fast.
No,
But I'm
I'm
saying
not.
that. So you're telling me there's more men in STEM now, like percentage wise, than there was 20 years ago.
Not
There's
more,
a
it's
higher
not.
percentage.
There's less.
When you look at
There's
actual
less. The
STEM
percentage is smaller.
positions,
I'm
You
sure
just
it's
have-
overwhelmingly men currently still, but there's less. Like the trend is women increasing.
If it went from 100 to 98%, and then the 2% would be women that's in there, that is just it's less. It's
So-
just not a huge amount.
what I'm saying is this: you have a demographic of men that are no longer going to college or are not going to college in the same rates that women are entering college. But when you look at the upper
I know
echelon,
what's
people-
currently happening.
listen.
You're gonna
When
say
you
the same
look
thing
at the
again.
listen, no, I'm not.
Okay.
You're just not getting it. So I'm saying it in a different way so that you can understand. When you look at the men that
So
go
the
to
same thing.
undergrad to right, but sure. But you're misunderstanding the same thing, so I'm having to explain it in a different way.
I'm not
When you
saying I'm
look at
disagreeing with it.
Shut the fuck
Sure.
up.
You're right.
When you are looking at the men that go into college with the desire and the means to get a PhD, that group of men is not dropping out at all. The same men that are going to get PhDs 30, 40, 50 years ago are the same men that are going into college to get PhDs. So the trend might be that there's a slight increase of women getting PhDs overall because the field of getting more master's degrees and more PhDs is bloated. But when you're looking at the men that are successful, right, that utilize their connections and go get a doctorate and then go run industries, those men are not becoming less or crowded out in any way, shape, or form. What you have is you have a large group of women that are going to college and getting educated, but they're not competing in a significant degree at the very ends of the distribution in those positions and fields
So,
that require you
I
to work
wanna-
80,
Right, and
100,
I don't think that's gonna be the
hours
case
a
in
week.
30 years.
So okay, so hold on,
I don't
but
think women fundamentally want or do those jobs.
Yeah. So I want to back up. I think mostly what Scott is saying. There might be some differences between us. But it's excuse me, Bam. You were talking about how, like, you know, with more college educated women, in the future we'll see more like female leaders. Like basically, you're making.
I think we not just are going. I mean, yes, we're going to in the future, and I think if we compare today to 20 years ago, we are seeing
Yeah,
that
I hear
is
you.
happening.
I hear you. There's a trend.
But Scott's not.
No,
That's
I literally
no,
understand
he
it,
does.
and I'm talking about the next level of it.
Yeah.
And you're ignoring the next level of it.
You're saying that it can't get increased any more
I
than
think
now.
you're comparing apples to oranges, and you don't understand why. And I'm trying to explain it.
Look. So
Talking
I
about
think
elite levels of these things.
Yeah. On the elite level, I think power works a little differently, right?
Right.
Power works through
Those are the very ends that have all the power.
through
There's
connections.
less men in Congress now than there ever have been.
There's hold on. Power works through
Congress don't have it.
connections, through family, right? Through social interactions, through social clubs. That's how power works. I think that you will, and who knows for sure, but like let's move away from women for just a second, right? Looking at racial demographics, our country is more diverse than ever, right? Like we have a huge Latin population, but that's not reflected in Congress, right?
Yeah.
And like, and maybe, and I think later on you'll see more, but that doesn't necessarily mean
you'll see more in Congress.
that.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm talking about like CEOs.
I know. That's why I'm separating these things a little bit, right? So just trying to illustrate a point that, like, when it comes to power, like and who has access to like who has the ability to go work on the hill, right? On the hill. Who gets to be an intern in Congress, right? This is the thing that like AOC and them were pushing at some point, was just to pay interns, because the longest time the congressional interns weren't paid, and the only people who could afford that were people who were already wealthy. I came from a wealthy family, and so they got to like send their kids to work. I see your hand. Is it your hand up, Ali?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I see your hand. They got to work on Congressional Hill, and then from there, they got those connections. They could use parlay that into deeper into politics or into industry, which paid them money because of the connections in politics, right? So, still, despite the country becoming more diverse, you still saw in these extremes, right, in the elite halls of power, that it was the same group, right? Like those congressional interns were overwhelmingly white, and that affected the pipeline that came afterwards. And so, relating this back to sex, I think that there's a lot of the same thing. I think there's a lot of male connections, male social groups, and those things are sticky. And they have an inertia to them. And I don't think they're so easily derailed. So yes, you can have more women coming out of those institutions of college, right? Getting more degrees.
That's not what I'm talking about, really, though.
He was making a different point anyway.
Yeah, this is my point, right? Like I said, I think we diverge.
Yeah, I'm just making it clear.
Sure. But I think even when it comes to the same thing with actually, I'll leave that alone.
No, just stay with just stay with what you're doing, because I can disagree just with that too.
Fair enough, right? Yeah. So I think these it's not so simple to invade. We'll have more. We'll definitely have more women like breaking those glass ceilings. Like, they'll increase, right? But will without specific intervention, will we be able to like have parity? Just because women are getting more degrees, like I'm not so sure about that.
No, I don't think it's just that alone. I'm just saying that like, and I don't think they're gonna giving like men are gonna giving it up willingly. Like I think it'll be begrudgingly, but I think necessarily like there's positions in Congress, there's positions of power that I think women who are currently there are going to have an effort in maintaining some of. Like for example. I mean, I can't say it for sure, but I would imagine that oh my goodness, who used to be speaker? Nancy Pelosi.
John Boehner?
Yeah. Oh. No, Nancy Pelosi. I imagine that Nancy Pelosi would probably have some interest in having the person who eventually takes her seat being like another woman. She's probably like possibly supporting another woman. I think that now that we've had
she supported a man, and now there's a man there. Sorry, the man and the Democratic, the minority seat. But like
no, I'm not talking about the leader. I'm talking about her house seat.
Yeah.
Oh, the House seat. Oh, okay, not the Speaker of the House. Okay, excuse me.
Yeah, no, not Speaker of the House. No, I know that's what you call it. But like, I think that now that like, and she doesn't have the authority, but now that Kamala Harris has been a woman vice president, now there's an interest in Donald Trump picking up a woman like candidate as his vice president. I think that women going into these positions, like slowly and begrudgingly, is going to eventually shift the way that we see these.
They're doing it in all industry, right? I mean, like. I hate referencing them, but if the easiest pick would be like the Kardashian family. You have Kim Kardashian go from a nobody to essentially working on law and shit, right? They're billionaires, they're millionaires. They're in every industry. Women are coming up, and they're kind of displacing men. No,
but no. But the Kardashians come from an elite family.
Right now.
Come from an elite family who came up at a very specific time, like within a sex tape hub, like spawn their popularity. There's so many unique factors to that specific family. I don't know how we can take that and replicate and use that as an example.
I mean, there are female artists, there are female scientists, there are female content creators. There are women that are blowing up in predominantly male spaces that are taking some of the places of the men. I'm saying, like to Bam's point, 20 years ago, Kim Kardashian wouldn't have been to the level we had. I think it was like Paris, right? And she was only rich from her family, but Kim Kardashian came and made industry.
I mean,
right?
I was going to use
so
Paris
there's a-
Hilton as an
there's a-
example, though. Paris Hilton's like took a vested interest in like promoting other women. She's got her own
Mhm.
brand outside the Hilton stuff now. She's huge,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
Now
started
she
the
is.
point.
And then
She
going
is like,
forward, it's
but
only
yeah,
going to multiply.
right. And so like she's definitely like, yeah, she might be coming from this one area of like, oh, rich white upper class female, sure, but she's definitely taken the money she's generated herself and from her family money and took a vested interest, like Bam had said, to expand women into more of these industries. I don't really know how you even argue that that's not true.
Sorry, because
in all industries,
we gotta
women
get
are
back
kind
to
of
it. Gotta
coming up.
back to it, and then you can go.
Yeah.
I have another point that I really want to argue against Scott and the rest of you all about. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I think that I guess a couple questions, and I apologize if it's a little bit redundant, but going back to the definition of feminism being a women's interest organization, which I think it is. I don't think it's particularly concerned about equality. I think it focuses all of its efforts on equalizing aspects in which women are behind and ignoring aspects in which they're ahead. I don't understand why this wouldn't be feminism. The letting women do nothing all day and get a bunch of money for it. But on top of that, I think there's like an additional layer of like feminist intent, which is that politically speaking, and we already see it now, right? For a long time now, women have controlled expenses in the household. But
You pay 80% of the
that
market.
yeah, like 80% of the consumer market. But that's never brought up,
Yeah.
right? What's brought up is the wage gap. And if you got women to a point where they weren't working and they were just living off of the man's income and the man was doing all the working, that would increase the wage gap. And I promise you, the feminists are going to be putting out commercials and propaganda and political points saying it's the fucking wage gap. You guys are saying sexism doesn't exist. Look at the wage gap. Look at the wage gap. So they're almost engineering their continued, like the feminists are engineering their continued existence while allowing themselves to reach ascendancy of control in society. It's a pretty bold move, and it's pretty brilliant, actually.
Wait, so women aren't
This
elite,
is-
or they're
so-
so elite that they're controlling us through science?
Oh,
Well, they'll cherry pick
It's
the
one
stats.
or the other.
No, they'll cherry pick the stats, right, that make it look like they're not elite in order to expand their own power. Because again, feminism is just like a women's empowerment movement. It's like a union for women, right?
So Bam was right. We are doing the matriarchy thing.
There's a
So,
disconnect here.
so
that-
go.
You
Sky
can't
can
say
go
that.
then. Ty.
There's
We
a-
are
It's
just
brilliant.
quickly. We are past 11:30, so anyone needs to leave, they can leave. But like, I do want you guys. This is why I know we need more time for this one because there's a lot to say here. And then another thing, Bam. I think this. I didn't think of it previously, right? But your friend, I forget her name. I'm blanking on her.
Zimmy?
Zimmy, yes, Zimmy. It would be great if we could get her on to have a discussion specifically on this.
Would it be?
No, it'd be extremely fucking toxic. No, it'd be good.
Gibbs knows a lot of women. Gibbs, bring on all your Latina women onto this.
They're not. The problem with it is they're not going to want to sit here for 3 hours. They're going to be like, I want to talk about this.
We can make it
different women
shorter
on
just
this
for them. We
show.
can do anything just for them, honestly.
So-
But hold on.
so there's a disconnect.
I will, Scott. I'm going to go to you. But anyway,
Scott's
your
head's gonna
friend
explode.
Zimmy, I think would be good because we don't actually have, I don't know, a person who's taking that strong feminist stance here, because I think a lot of claims are being made about feminism that are very poor here. So maybe she could do that for us. But anyway, all right, now Scott, you can go. Ty, hopefully Doobie can stick around because I want to hear more from him.
I actually do have to go.
Oh my god, I know it.
I'm
I know
sorry.
it.
I love
All
you
right,
guys.
Doobie, just before you leave, right? Have you started playing Shadow of the Erd Tree yet?
No, I haven't. I've been really busy. I'm actually getting married on
It's a sweet baby Ray
Wednesday.
game. Fuck it.
You're gonna Wednesday?
Yeah, Wednesday.
This Wednesday.
Congratulations, bro.
Congratulations,
Yeah, this
man.
Wednesday. We're just doing the court thing like on Wednesday. Then we're gonna have like a separate ceremony / thing, like a celebration thing in August.
Oh, okay.
So we're just getting it out of the way on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Well, shout out to you, friend. I didn't know that. All right, yeah. Like, congratulations to our friend Doobie.
Thank you.
Great supporter and just a friend, personal friend.
Be a taken for all.
of mine. Yeah, like I'm happy that this is working out, that you found the person you want to be with forever. We'll congratulate you again next week if you can show up. I'm not sure if you'll be able to, but if you can, we'll still congratulate you on your nuptials. It's always a weird word,
I
but anyway,
appreciate it.
whatever. Yeah.
Talk to you guys later.
Tadpoles coming soon was great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Talk to you
So
later.
I think there's a disconnect here that we have to recognize, which is feminism as a philosophy, as a leftist philosophy that is, on par with critical theory or queer theory or any other form of like power dynamics, kind of philosophy that is shifting with and directly opposed to what is normative in the time is different from reality in terms of what systems remain meritocratic. And so that's kind of, I guess, what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't necessarily disagree with many people saying that there will be, some form of matriarchy established within society, culture, law. We're kind of already living under that. I mean, diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives and so many things are directly against straight white males by the nature of attempting to prop up other people for a presumed disadvantage that they have that is based off of mostly choice. What I'm saying is that on one hand, what you have is you have things that are just always going to be tending towards males because males are different, and they're always more different at the ends of the distribution, right? So when you realize that part of the gender pay gap, for example, is because men tend to be willing to work more hours, and then you look at jobs that require insane amounts of fucking hours, like CEO of a corporation, it's going to be the pool of candidates is going to be overwhelmingly male because there's very, very few women compared to men that are willing to work over 100 hours to make sure that a company runs successfully, and they're going to have that level of institutional power. And yet at the other time, when we're talking about things like Congress, we're talking about things that are like networking, we're talking about things that are less about meritocracy, because Congress has the only meritocracy that's involved in getting into Congress is how well do the corporations like you and want to pay you? How many favors are you going to do for APAC? And how well do you network within the elite system? Women are very capable of doing that, and they absolutely will gain more power, especially as leftism and leftist philosophy destroys, the Republican Party as it has for the last 100 years, and as it does to the Democrat Party as well. But I think these are two separate things. You cannot have a functioning society of 50% female CEOs. It is going to destroy you economically in competition against those that don't institute stupidity like that. And so you're just not going to see that be an effective way to run an economy. You're going to lose power base in the world if you attempt to push that too far. And at the same time, yes, I do agree that there will be, matriarchal, gender communism instituted at so many different levels because the leftist philosophy is overtaking our society, unless we can revert that horrible thinking.
That was a really crazy thing to respond to in that minute. The only thing I would say, no
problem.
Don't call it crazy. Come up with an argument.
Emily KT352. I hope you're still here. Thank you for the 5 gift subs on YouTube. We make more money when we get subs on YouTube. We get a better split, subs putting out there. But thank you, Emily, for the kind 5 gift subs to the channel. Much appreciated. That was not too long ago. That was a half hour long. Okay. Look, shut up. Anyway, so you can respond.
Yeah, I think it was I mean, we don't have time to respond to some of the stuff you were saying. Something that was kind of off topic that was brought up in there. I actually hate when like really, really rich people talk about discuss like the amount of hours of work they put in a week when they included in that as like dinners and parties framed as like work events. Like, I get that there technically are, but it's just like, it's not the same as like a dude that's like ditch digging and like,
I work 24/7 networking at the club.
Yeah, like it just.
I mean, it could be harder though, bro. Like it'd be harder on your body to say.
Haven't you heard Hassan? I mean, it can be very hard.
No, I'm going to give you an example.
Okay, actually, I think Hassan was correct there.
No, so
it doesn't matter if rich people
how can you hold that
count
position, but then hold?
No, I don't think that streaming is harder work, but I do understand that like people who do Hassan's level of streaming, or like the top level of streamers that put involve their personal life in it. When you say like, oh yeah, this is like my mother's name, or like, oh my best friend died today. Basically, when you put all of that like really, really personal things out there, I can get it being like
Takes a toll.
super emotionally toll, a high emotional toll on you.
But what
Versus,
about
like
even
someone who
physically?
gets
I
to
really want to
choose-
get back in this.
Wait, hold on. I gotta. First of all, I don't think that's what. I don't think that's what Hassan does. I don't think that's what he was referring
Who
to.
the fuck
as to when
cares?
he
He's
was-
a loser.
Oh, no,
Fuck
no,
him.
here-
I want to
here's-
know. I want to
No,
talk for a fucking minute.
Hold on.
Shut the fuck up for a minute. All right.
Hey,
I haven't
hey,
literally
hey.
talked this entire fucking. Panel,
I know
all right?
both of us are at the bottom of the ladder of talking. It's fair. It's fair.
Oh my god.
You should be
Go,
able to go after
Lactoid.
me.
Technically, this whole
No,
point
You're
is
lucky
based on
I love
just
you.
saying the
Okay, my
matriarchy thing.
patience is at an end. Go
That's
on.
fair. That's fair. I don't think he was referring to that. I think that what he was referring to, and I think that hopefully you're not agreeing with, or maybe you do, which is that like the practice of having to be constantly socially on is hard work, and I agree it's work, right? But if that's definitely equivalent in work to networking, right? If you go to a networking event, you're not there to have fun. You have to be socially on and on your best behavior and constantly cognizant of what everybody else there thinks of you at all times.
I mean,
You
I work
cannot
in
li-
sales, so I don't. I mean, I understand that that's taxing, but that's not what I took from it.
I'm
Maybe
talking about
maybe
physical
we feel differently about it because what we took from it. I thought he was taking like the personal element of putting your life out and having people like basically come at you.
What
like,
life? Fucking porn stars in a mansion? Oh my god, what an attack vector.
No, I'm talking about like putting out like the fact that like his mother, his house people like sending him death threats. Like that's the thing that I was saying that like yeah, I can understand why like if your job is to share your personal life and people coming at your personal life, that can take a lot of like they can take a strong emotional toll on you. Or like everyone like it's
Sure.
unique. Like I understand that like what me or you or whoever getting to choose what parts of our lives we put on the internet. Like I don't really feel like sharing. I mean, I don't even share my name technically on the internet. I can understand why I don't have. I don't do that because I understand that there's a level of buy-in that like I mean a extra level of buy-in that comes with that I'm not willing to pay for.
All right, I want to back up Bam from
Fine,
earlier
Gibbs.
because there was definitely a conversation in there that I wanted to be a part of. We were talking about like are women kind of on that trajectory to where they can basically pass men in some levels, and I kind of agree where Fabian was going with some of this, where like you do have the uber comparative man that I was talking about last week who will work 80, 90, 100 hours a week so he can get that 7-figure income, or just because he feels like he has some need to do so, right? Women won't do that shit, which God love them for it. However, what it seems to be, at least on the general trend, is that women are equipped in a lot of ways that are at least better at handling the social ills that we have right now. Women are better at community building. Women are just better at socializing. And a lot of what we're seeing right now is just the absence of communities and socialization to where people feel that they are happy and that they're welcome within a community. Most of the communities that I would say are successful within the greater United States, or if not the West, are women-led, or at least highly women-centric. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. What I'm saying is that we men are getting left behind. At least I'm fervently confident in this. And I think that track and the trajectory is going to continue and going to exacerbate. Is that you may have men that are richer, or more men that are CEOs because of the competitiveness. But as far as the socialization, I think women are just going to knock it out of the park here in 20 to 30 years. We're going to see men just outcompeted on a lot of different vectors.
Thank you. And this just happened 2 minutes ago. Wow.
On top of it.
Our friend Lawson gave $20. Hey, thank you, Lawson, for being kind on YouTube. Thank you so much, Lawson. Lawson Harris has been a really kind supporter. He says, glad to see my favorite boys working hard. Yeah, thank you so much, man. It's really kind of you. Yeah, so I'll leave it there. So we'll go to Gibbs, who's waiting. I do still want to yell, well, sort of yell at. I want to yell in his general direction of Scott. Go ahead, Gibbs.
So yeah, I do want to take issue with it that it's not just as physically demanding, if not more, right? So if a lot of these social situations, I'm going to give you an example of this, right? I do sales, and I'll go to like sales conferences and I go talk to people, and if I go out with like a Japanese team, they expect you to drink every time they drink. And I don't know if you've met Japanese people, but they like to drink. And like I'm a heavy drinker, but like if I'm at a sales meeting, I got them. I'm meeting them at 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and I'm meeting 3 or 4 other teams for it. If I meet other people from other states just here in the U.S., some of those have very heavy drinking cultures in their sales culture. By the end of the night, it's 2 a.m. I'm going home. I'm back to my hotel. Right. I have to be up at like 10 a.m. the next day or 9 a.m. the next day for this thing, and I've just drank until 2 a.m. heavy drinking, like shots like twice, 3 times a day. By the time you wake up and you've done this for 3 days, your body is physically taxed, right? Like if you could say that's not as hard as a ditch digger or something, but you know what? I would say it's harder because that guy's not gonna have to worry about his liver failing at the in 5 years because he's out here drinking with all these salespeople. Like this is a real issue that people have. Like it's very taxing on your body, your physical health, your mental health, all these things. And also, I don't buy this women Illuminati bullshit Sean peddling right now. It's a skill issue on men's part. Listen, all the reason all these women are surpassing us is because we gave out all those goddamn participation trophies, and now everybody's just a pussy bitch, and they're getting passed by all these people. If you want to stop this problem, men, let your nuts hang and go out there and actually put in some work. That's really the
You're
solution.
ignoring the cabal. You're ignoring it.
Yeah.
So
I actually go ahead, buddy.
You go first. No, you go first, Ty.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree with Gibbs here. It's like I don't think that there's this super secret cabal of women that is like trying to take over everything. It's that they are just mobilizing themselves better, not only as individuals but as a community. And it really does suck. But I think that that competitiveness that we men have, that we want to kind of one up each other, is fucking kicking us in the ass right now. We're not getting together, and when we do, it's usually not very. How do I say it? We're not very good at mutual support. I don't think we really are. I think there's some levels where we do okay, but I think there's a lot of levels we definitely need to help each other out a little bit more in. And until we do at least a little bit of that, I think we're kind of fucked. Go ahead, buddy.
I'm glad you said that. That distantly ties into what I'm trying to get to here. So I sort of push back against some of the things that Scott was saying, others were saying as well, right? You were talking about how, coming back to the topic, the soft life movement, right? It's just like a response to like these societal trends pushing us, the feminism was pushing us in this unnatural extreme, right? And then so the pendulum swung back. Now, Actually, I know if you go into the comment section, and if you just listen to these videos, because I've listened to a lot of them, right? They will actually, the YouTubers and the commenters will actually express it like that, right? Like what you just said. Well, yeah, feminism has pushed us this way, and like it hasn't delivered on its promise, and so now I just like want this soft life, this wasn't what it was all cracked up to be. I think there's lots of things happening. So
Amy Wong has a bit where she says that she's sick of women wanting to lean. She wants.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, he's cutting out bad. It's getting worse.
Oh, sorry, Amy Wong. She had a bit about it where she said, she's sick of feminists trying to get her to lean in. She just wants to lie down.
Lie down. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But what I see more, and this is what I was trying to touch on previously, are like economic woes. So I think that, at least we're talking about the ones based in the States, that American capitalism has failed them. Now, I say that specifically, right, American capitalism, because American capitalism can be critiqued from the left, like I do, right, or from the right, from a libertarian standpoint as well. But whatever it is that we have now, our current status quo.
From an actual capitalist standpoint.
From an actual capitalist standpoint, yes, I'll take it. I'll take it, right? But from whatever the status quo is now, whatever you feel like it's failed these individuals, and there's just so much desperation. So when they hear messages like talking about like how women should be empowered to work more, but like they are struggling to survive, right? They're struggling to afford those homes. They're struggling to pay for the child support, right? And they don't feel like their work will support them as they're raising children. They're all these things that happen, right, that build up over a person's life, and then you tell them, well, there's an exit plan, right? There's an exit plan. If you find a generous enough man, he will take care of all this problem. He'll be that knight in shining armor. Remember that fairy tale that you were fed as a child, right? When a prince would save you. Well, actually, that can happen. So of course they have opted out, right? But I don't think people, one, we don't actually critique our economic system. Most people don't. Like online people, we do this a lot, but most people don't critique their economic system. So I don't know if they internalize it in the same way, but still, you see the desperation there because that's what they're actually complaining about, right? So they'll say like, "Oh yeah, there's a feminist thing," but they'll talk about like how they don't have enough money for their car note, how they are struggling like constantly, right? Like again, the spirituality thing. Like I'm struggling so much, right? And I'm praying for a generous man this year who can help me out. They're struggling with money, so we've failed them as a society, one way or the other, right? We've somehow failed them, and that's what the real problem is. Not so much that like our gender roles are.
I think they're
are
one and the
shifting.
same.
But
I think they're one and the same, and so I'll make this connection. What I think is, and obviously it's multifaceted, and I'm telling one story that doesn't obviously fit every woman's fucking experience.
Mm-hmm.
But what I think has occurred to a lot of women, especially, and young millennials, right? But that are men too, is that there was this promise before 2009, especially, that a lot of people had in school of like, look, go get a college degree, focus a little bit on a career, go and, live the American dream, buy a house. And then at the same time, these women were told that, we're told many modern dating myths about, like there's a contradiction here that exists. And I don't mean that in the historical dialectical materialist perspective. I mean it in a more literal sense, which is that there's a finite amount of men that make more money than you, that are available on the market. And as women do better and focus on their careers, that becomes a shrinking market of available men, especially as they get older. That is smaller than the women that are looking for those men, right? Like as women begin to outpace, again, in the middle of the distribution, men, and as economic woes and concerns become worse and worse, and a two-person job becomes kind of almost a necessity to survive, there is a desperation for a nostalgia to a time that probably doesn't ever exist, right? But to a concept of being at home, being a stay-at-home mom, being able to do all of these things to the family and have a man be a provider that doesn't necessarily match reality for the overwhelming majority of people. And at the same time, there was this promise, I think, that was sold to women through feminism that they would be happy if they focused on a career and got their shit together and they were a girl boss and all of these things. And what they found is that they're now in a male hierarchy, right? With the office life or something like that. And there may be a lot of women, but it is still traditionally a male hierarchy of like boss and you're underneath me and you work for me. And it doesn't bring any amount of happiness. For men, it brings some level of happiness to be able to provide for women. It brings some level of happiness because we're more goal orientated, and women do tend to be more interested in people, less interested in things. And there's so many things that stem from that. Cost, disease, socialism, for example, where women go in professions that are people dominated, and they have to use the power of the government in order to increase their pay, because their productivity isn't increasing. Whereas, men that make things, they make widgets, they work in tech, productivity and profit increases for those people. And it doesn't for things like school teachers. So they have to use the state to try and force those things. And there are all of these clashes, and there are men that are checking out of the dating market. And there are like, there's 100 different issues. But ultimately, what I think is that there is a group of women that thought they were going to be happy if they lived their life a certain way, based upon the kind of general feminist narrative that they grew up with. And that promise isn't coming to fruition in any way.
And I
I
wanted
think that I don't.
and one last thing, and then I'll go straight to you, Bam. And then Litecoin.
I'm gonna bounce, is what I want to say. So I'll catch you guys
okay.
later.
Thank you, friend.
I'm getting out of here too.
I wish I could have heard more from you. friend, but it's okay. Love you, Lactoid. Love you.
You
Ali.
got to
Thank
cut
you
off
for being here.
topics at a hard time if you're going to do free discussion.
But you from you? Okay, all right. From this motherfucker.
Don't ask me. I kept trying to bring us back.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna give Scott some credit today. I'm gonna give Scott some credit today. He stayed on ball and didn't detract too much. I'm gonna give him some credit today.
I'll back him up with this.
Bye, Lactoid, and bye, Ali.
Peace
All
out, fellas.
Yeah.
See you, Lactoid. See you, Ali.
So what I say, and then I will go straight to you, Bam. Is that this has a corollary with men, right? So this is how it relates to what Ty was trying to say before.
True.
Ty was talking about, well, there's a lack of support for men, and that's absolutely the case. But I think what's much we're seeing is that this economic system, one way or the other, has failed men as well, right? So they're not doing what you said at the end, Scott, right? Being able to take care of their family in that way, having that purpose, right? And so we see these deaths of desperation that are happening. They don't, and there is not an off ramp, right? Like, you know, if I'm poor, then I'm just like poor. I'm just fucking poor, right? Like I can't even dream of having a beautiful woman. Well, not even beautiful, just a woman. Like, take care of me. Like, it's just, that's like, even, like, it's just such a fantasy. So like for men,
well, I think that's always been true, but yeah, I agree.
Yes, yeah.
Why do you say you said you can't like go tomorrow and start running? It's free. So you're so sexy that like some woman's got a sugar baby. You tell me because I just saw a billionaire marry a felon. Just this like what was it last year? That billionaire chick, she like broke up with her, got divorced her husband, and married the world's most good-looking felon.
Again?
Man, that's a good one. See, but I'm saying like this happens. I don't. So what you're saying is false.
I haven't heard of that, but like amazing that guy. But anyway, let's go to Bam.
Yeah, so I think that good response for both of y'all. One, I disagree with Scott's perception of like, oh, it's just that women found out this didn't make them happy, but there's something that does make men happy about this. Like, I don't think it's anything related to the work itself. I just think it's the social ROI, the social return on their investment. Men directly feel their increased social standard in society based on the amount of money they make. When men have good jobs, quote unquote good jobs that make good money, they see their social standing and desirability from friends and family increase. Women don't necessarily like there's a slight increase in their social status for women with good jobs, but it's not a 1-to-1 correlation. Like women, if a woman's attractive,
I don't disagree with that at
her
all.
having a great job doesn't add as much value to her socially. So I can see why women would be less interested. Like, I'm not gaining that much from this. So that's part of the reason why they don't
How do
feel
you disagree with
the
me? I
strong
don't understand.
desire to hold on to this, because I think you made it out to be more biologically. You just made like innately women figured out that they didn't like work because they're women.
Well, I mean,
and I'm like, I don't think it's because they're women. I think it's because they don't see social benefit.
Never assume when I'm speaking that I'm doing a univariate, right? Just because I'm talking about one aspect doesn't mean that there aren't multiple aspects or to what I'm saying. I don't disagree with what you're saying at all. And I also wouldn't necessarily think that it doesn't have a basis in biology as well, right? The concept that reputation management is important to women, but that what I said, I think immediately was that women are entering a traditional male hierarchy when they enter the workforce. And so I that is an element to what I'm saying, is that men achieve status through being at the top of that hierarchy that helps them feel better about themselves, helps them feel accomplished. And I don't think that women gain as much from that, from like, you know, and I mean, like we see it all the time where women talk about how when a man is like, you know, really hardcore in the office as a manager, you know, he's respected for his sternness, but women have to have this balance with their femininity.
Yeah.
Which is they're seen as ball busters or like dykes, or, you know, like it's like this bad, you know, overly masculine female, because it is a masculine thing to be authoritative and to make demands of those underneath you. And so it starts to clash with what you have. Now, whether or not you think that's biological or socially constructed, like maybe we could have a conversation about where that airs, because that's always something that's up for question. You know what I mean? Like what percentage of it is that way or the other, but I don't disagree with what you're saying at all.
Okay. Well, then my other thing with prom would be, again, going back to this idea of capitalism failing them and like it being due to desperation. I'm not saying that there's not a aspect of people that exists for, but I think that there's I think it is more just across the board. I know that she wasn't technically as rich as she is now when they got together, but Beyonce didn't need to find a Jay-Z. Beyonce could have married a regular guy and like and because she like money shouldn't have been in consideration for Beyonce when getting married, but it still was. Like someone who didn't choose Nicki Minaj in her partnership, which I think they're broken up now, but Nicki Minaj in her partnership didn't choose money. She chose to get with some guy and every time she spoke, she got flamed for it. Like, why aren't you with a guy with money when Nicki Minaj is a worth nearly probably $100 million? Like, why would she consider money? She also
You
got
have
flamed
whoever she
because he was
wants.
a sexual predator. But like outside of that, like a lot of women's issues were like, wow, this is just some guy. This guy's not rich. Why didn't you marry a rich guy,
Right.
Nikki? That's lame. And it's interesting that like
status.
women can't turn off that concept of like no matter how much money they make, they have to find a man of like
Equal
this,
stature.
yeah, of equal
I
stature
don't
or
think it's
more in that
yeah.
area. And I'm saying that that's a
Wait,
problem.
you don't
That's
think men
something
do that too?
I don't
I'm
know
saying
that it's necessarily
generally
money per
people
se.
do date within tax brackets. I'm not saying that
Well,
that's not true, but I'm
yeah.
saying men aren't necessarily attached to that as a priority in
Well, hold on.
dating.
It's
You know
still a
what I'm saying?
flex. You talked about this earlier about these women that are like making 80, 90,000 years as a doctor, and they go find another doctor. Tell me it's not a flex as a man. You're a man. Like walking up to him. Oh yeah, your wife? Oh yeah, she's hot. Oh yeah, what'd she do? That's cool. Oh yeah, my wife's hot. Not only that, she was also a doctor. How you like the way that dick tastes? Like it's a flex. You're dropping the nuts on him. Like you're like,
Like I
yeah,
said,
I'm better than you, and I know it. Like that's what you're doing. Like, come on. Like you
Maybe
said it's
I,
not
I
fair.
don't know that
but I'm
it's
saying that that's
I
not.
don't
I'm saying
think
that
most men care.
it's I think that's the thing. Like men tend to do it because they share space with them, but I don't think that was the priority when they in their interest in dating. Like once men do make enough money to provide for themselves, they prioritize other things. Like in their dating pool, they're not looking for
Yeah,
like
it's
you
a
don't need to
cherry
add
on
money.
top. Like
Mhm.
I think most doctors would probably most male doctors would probably value a 10 that they found working at McDonald's
I
over
wouldn't say
a 6
McDonald's,
that
but I
makes
understand what you're saying.
maybe not McDonald's, but maybe that's a little too low class or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
What if
not
they
about
got
the
a
money.
10
It's
that was
just
a
about the
But
type of class of job. Like they probably think
right,
she's
but you know what I
trashy.
mean? Like, but
But
a
I
girl
understand
from
what you're saying.
a girl from a good family that
Yeah.
doesn't make a bunch of money, but is an attractive girl from a good family over a less attractive girl that is, very financially or career orientated and successful. I don't think for some men there will always be outliers for sure,
Mm.
right? Like whenever we have these conversations, we should always recognize that there will be outliers. And also I don't think it's about money so much with women that are because we are talking about outliers when we're talking about millionaires, right?
Mhm.
For those women, I think it's less about money and more about perceived status as you described, right? Like I think a millionaire singer, female, right? Like Nicki Minaj, right? She could easily date a UFC fighter, right? And if we all know that UFC fighters don't make that much money, but it doesn't matter that he makes less money than her, like considerably less,
Mm.
if he's a Billy badass that is seen as like a high status person and very masculine, right? Like because once you make over like $200,000-$300,000, how
Mhm.
much money you're making really isn't that relevant. What's more relevant is how you are perceived and how she is perceived by being attached to you based upon the status that you have in the greater context of society, right? So the you could be a cardiac surgeon that makes makes $600,000, or you could be a plastic surgeon that does Doctors Without Borders and fixes cleft palates, but only make $200,000 on average. And I think to a millionaire woman, both of those men are seen as high status men, and the fact that one makes triple than the other really isn't that relevant because they're kind of out of that domain where financially like it kind of doesn't matter how much money you because they're
Yeah,
already
but
millionaires.
even with the second one, what are they doing? They're collecting an object to show off. Like it's a status thing, kind of what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
got a
that's what I'm
doctor with that
saying. It's
border.
a status
I'm
thing.
so rich that I can afford my my awesome Doctor Without Borders guy that's poor. Oh, yours is a $600,000 a year heart surgeon. That's good. That's good. Yeah, mine does Doctors Without Borders. Like it's just a flex thing. I don't understand why y'all even
Sure,
argue.
I understand you're talking about stats.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
saying that that's what needs to be like. I understand that's the reality. I'm saying if anything needs to shift in our society, that's one of the things that we have to figure out how to turn off in women. Not the idea of like not finding partners that you're attracted to, but the idea of like the idea of once a woman does realize that like, wow, I'm in a high standing position, and like I said, this doesn't have to be millionaires. This could be a girl that, like I said, makes 90K
Yeah,
or
yeah.
120. Just the idea of like, huh. You know what? It's fine to date a dude that brings home 55. Like because she already owns a house. It's like it's fine to find a guy that I actually legitimately just like, and takes decent care of me.
So okay. I think I overall agree with you, right? But this will have to be. This can't be just like one sided, right? Like, because men,
Oh yeah.
as they become more powerful, right? They expect a woman of more value, right? Now
Yeah,
that
trophy
value,
wife.
that value can happen in all kinds of ways, right? So one, they could just be like within their industry and they top of their field, whatever the fuck, right? Or like our friend Gibbs just said, a trophy wife, right? And
Or
then
both if you're really
and
good.
and then there's the yeah, if they're really good, yeah. And then there's the idea of like like marrying down, right? Like if you see like a person who is either a guy who is either like really good looking, right, or really successful, and then their wife doesn't match that in some way, that's
Like Pierce
also a
Brosnan.
problem, right? Pierce Brosnan, his wife is what, ugly?
Yeah,
Something?
she has a thyroid issue. She's like my size, and Pierce Brosnan's James Bond or was
Yeah.
when
Oh,
and
okay.
so like they've been
Fair
together
enough.
for like 30 years or whatever.
He took a lot of
Yeah, I
shit
think the
for being
value
with
there
her.
is
Yeah, he
loyalty.
took a lot
because
of
they've
shit
been
about it.
together so long.
I mean, Elon
think-
Musk's ex-wife is kind of not attractive.
Which one?
Grimes.
Well, his most recent ex-wife. Um, yeah, I don't like I do know that men appeal to this status thing, and I'm okay with women dating a guy that's cute or whatever, like being in the what you call it, like, oh, he's just hot. But I'm saying that women have to find, I think we have to tell women, like, in a society where women are making more and women are eventually going to out earn men, they have to prioritize something in the relationship other than earnings. Like that, once they hit that point, once they hit that, like, some threshold, it has to become about something other than money. And it seems that currently it is about generally,
But
like,
would
money
you
and
also
women.
say to men and that you should not value women for their looks? That's okay. That like you should like look for like the character within, right? And so if you're with a woman who is a bit more homely, but is essentially a good person, that's the way that we go, and that's an attainable goal that we can get men. Yeah, that's the thing I really want to ask you. That it's an attainable goal that we could reprogram men to not value women in that way.
I mean, it may be like that would be a good value, but I don't think, but it's not from like a tit for tat perspective. The reason I'm saying women have to value something else is because we're telling men, like, because men are literally making less than like women are making more than they used to in comparison to men. I'm saying that, like, the
You're the
idea of
sexual selector.
women being able, like, it used to be, if in the 19, I don't know, I'm going to go back, 1970s, it was easier to find a man that made more than you because men just made more than you. I'm saying that in a society where where women don't want, like, women, where you close the gender pay gap, you can't have a society where men and women are making the same amount of money and women want men that make more money than them. Those two things can't
Okay, well then
coincide,
what
is what
about
I'm
this?
saying.
Then men not wanting to be with a woman who makes more money and having a problem with that, right? So like a lot of the reasons why these relationships don't work is because of jealousy. Like when in terms of when the
Sure, I
man
understand men have
makes
those things
less.
too. Men have to unpack that part of it. Yeah, men, we have our role in that too. But I was just speaking from the women's perspective. If we were
Okay,
having, just based on
okay,
this part of the conversation,
fair
like I
enough.
said,
I
if
just
we
want to say,
did decide that if these soft life women are saying that, like, you know what, I'd just rather the man make all the money, then yeah, it becomes feasible to find men that make more money than you because you're not bringing home income. But you can't be making 200K and be like, Ali, like, I still have to uphold this value of a man making more than me. Like, realistically, I mean, you can, but you're setting yourself up for failure. and it's
Well,
not.
it's a power dynamic. It's a power dynamic, right?
Mhm.
Like when men tended to make the majority or all of the income in a household, right? It was easier to fall into those traditional gender roles where the woman is kind of like, oh, I'm here to support my man. And I'm here to support my man in his goals out in the world. And there was a, I'm in many ways subservient to the man. You can't be, but many women go, well, I don't want that. And feminism goes, that was evil. That led to so many horrible things. Like, when you read, you take gender studies, women's studies classes, and you read like, Yellow Wallpaper, or you read The Feminine Mystique, and the lie of the nuclear family where the woman is subservient. They don't want that power imbalance. But the problem is that there seems to be, at least to some degree, whether it's innate or socially constructed, a desire that women have for a man that is better than them in some regards in their ability to achieve financial or social status, that they do want a man that they can listen to in some regard and that they can look up to and respect. And when you have egalitarianism, you can't also have all of the women finding women that are better than them. It's not possible. It's statistically, it's like you're going to have a large subset of men and women that are going to be kind of like left out of that dynamic,
Mhm.
because you're going to have an increasingly smaller group of men that are capable of having that power dynamic with the women in that regards. I mean, and there's so many things at play here, right? I mean, when you read The Bell Curve, which is, widely seen as a very racist book because chapter 8 is about, racial disparities in IQs. But when you read the main thesis of the book, what he is talking about is that it was previously seen in society that there would be a village of people and you would all kind of live in that village, and there wasn't a lot of options in the village, right? And in order to make a family work, you would sometimes have smarter women that would go after dumber guys because it didn't matter, because like you needed a family and you needed something. What is
Mhm.
happening over time is that smart women go to Harvard, and then smart guys go to Harvard, and then Harvard couples form at Harvard, and you're having a disparity growing in IQ in the classes, because what you're having is heritability in IQ has shown that rich, smart people are having smart, rich babies that are getting smarter and smarter because there isn't this equalization that is occurring in the local scene. And so with dating apps and with, the ability of the invention of the automobile, and with feminism, and with, modern plumbing and things like that, there is some of the societal gender roles that we have that are constructed around biology. Many of the barriers that were there and socially enforced are gone, and yet we still have, whether you want to say it's socially constructed or whether you want to say it's biological, innate desires that don't match the reality on the ground.
Mhm.
And so there's a combat there.
Yeah, I just thought of an easy example for anyone in the chat who still hasn't kind of put together what I'm saying. Like I switched to like height is something that maps onto this really simply. Like when you take like the 4'10" fun size girl and she says that like, oh, what type of guys are you into? It's like, well, before you even start, he needs to be taller than me. At 4'10", that becomes really, really feasible. And then with 5'2", it's still really feasible. 5'6", feasibly feasible. And then you have the other end of that spectrum. Camila Cardoza, she's just drafted in the WNBA. She's 6'7". At that point, if she says that before I can start dating a guy, like before that, he has to be taller than me. Now, like on her end of the spectrum, there are people who are taller than her, but it's probably
Aaron Trump.
like it's not in her interest. It wouldn't be in her interest, like in her interest, for that to be her top priority. She probably at 6'7",
Yeah.
you should probably prioritize other things.
I mean, I'm
And-
6'5". I'm 2 inches shorter than her, and I kind of freak out when I see someone taller than me, because it only happens like once a month out in the maybe not once a month, maybe like once every 2 weeks. When I go somewhere, I'm like, oh shit, that guy's taller than me, and I'm so used to looking down, and I don't mean that like mentally looking down on you, but I just mean like
Well,
I'm
you do
so
that
used
too.
to every. But I just mean like sure, but I just mean like I'm so used to every person in every room that I'm being in shorter than me that there's like a weird like whoa kind of like oh peace Tiberius, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that. I
there's
just want to let you talk.
Well, there's just like it's like a weird dynamic for me because I'm just not used to my eyes going up to look at a person that it like kind of freaks me out. So if you're looking for someone that's taller than 6'7", I mean, I'm in the astronomically rare category of incredibly tall dudes. I'm 1 inch shorter than the average NBA player, and yet someone that's 6'7", right? Like you're talking about 0.0001.
I think Baron Trump is 6'9"
of one thing.
He's like
He's
crazy
crazy.
tall.
What's
he's
that girl,
crazy.
Maria Tamura? She's like 7'2". Like I follow her on Instagram. She's pretty attractive. She's like, yeah, I definitely don't try to date men taller than me because there's like 5 of them worldwide. I'm like,
We used to have a guy who used to come in here. His name was
Right.
Titan. This is long before any of you
You're
guys were.
actually 6'5" guy. Maybe it's because you
Yeah.
do the Hobbit background thing, but I really thought you were like 5'6".
It's like an ironic thing because I'm so incredibly tall. I put a hobbit behind.
well, by the way, y'all were looking at this all wrong. Y'all were arguing
and
about
because they're an anarchist community and because it's
so just to play the massages for a second, because we haven't had one of
Just
those
for
in a
1
bit.
second.
Just
yeah.
for 1 second, y'all been over here. Y'all been saying that women, compete with, men or find men that are better than them. Well, the age-old thing is that all men are better than all women. One drunk man is more intelligent than 3 women with PhDs, or one a wiser man than me once said that. So you don't got to worry about none of that, guys. Y'all are set.
Right, I forgot we were just better than him.
We used to have a guy named Titan. Like at the very start of my channel, used to come on. I think he was like 6'10", maybe 6'11". He was crazy
name?
tall. And then we had another person who was also like Razor's also tall. Our friend Razor from we got all the tall people come through here. I mean, like me too. I'm one of you guys. But like it's just a club. Yeah, I guess I attract my kind.
I had those flipped. I thought Scott was short, and I really do like. I don't know. Maybe it's just your picture. Rob, you look 6'2" from your picture. I would assume like, okay, he's probably like a tall, really lanky, skinny guy. But yeah, I know that's
nope.
not
I'm
the
just
case.
so I have a connective tissue disorder that with signs and symptoms of Marfan's and Urban Danslow's. So like part of my height is likely due to a joint disorder that I have. Even though my dad is 6'2" and like my grandpa's 6'4", so like I was probably gonna be tall anyway. Even and my little brother is, I say little brother, but he's like 6'1" now and still growing. So he might end up taller than me, which would be weird. But yeah, no, so part of it is like I have the same thing that Abraham Lincoln likely had. And it's because we're both Melungeons, most likely. There seems to be joint disorders in the Melungeon racial.
Okay.
So yeah.
Is like a West Virginia? Because you said your parents. I don't know where Melungeon is.
Yeah, Melungeon is like it's a group of people that it's basically freed black slaves and runaway that moved out into the mountains in Appalachia. And then later like Scotch Irish, and so Sioux Native American, black, and then later Irish started coming in more heavily. But yeah, so it's a racially kind of like mixed group of people in Appalachia that have led to some genetic disorders. But yeah, so Abraham Lincoln was Melungeon.
This is proof that God doesn't like race mixing. Like I don't know why we have to go any farther than that.
To me, when I learned that, I was like, the Civil War kind of makes a little bit more sense.
Well, yeah, it makes it just right a bit.
Abraham Lincoln was probably part black, and if we're being honest.
Oh my goodness! If we're talking about black people, I just seen some pictures of it. I had heard the rumor before, but I never looked into it. But now I'm like really leaning into the conspiracy theory that Babe Ruth was probably mixed. But not not
pictures of him.
Yeah,
like you can tell. Like I think he might be like Sicilian or something, and like a lot of those people are black from.
Like I don't think he knew he was mixed, but like I don't think he had an understanding. But like a grandparent or something like like one of those like family secrets that you just don't talk about generations
my
later?
own family lied about it, right? Like I didn't know that I was part black until I got like ancestry. Well, I did 23andMe, but same difference. Um, like I didn't know until my mother and I both got like tested, and then I'm like, oh, I'm 13% West African in my DNA. Like that's weird. And like and my father knew that our lineage was from a family member right before the Civil War that married his slave, which is kind of questionable there. And then he got excommunicated from the family, but I didn't know from my mother's side of the family because I was always told like, oh, we're part Native American. It's like there's no Native American. Like, and I said, oh, it's like 1%, or like it's less than 1%. It's like no, because I mean, like you got to think during the Jim Crow South, if you said you were part black during the like one drop is all you needed, you couldn't own certain business rights, get loans or things like that. But if you said you were just part Native American, you were white passing, then it was a non-issue.
That's a good
right?
point.
So
I never
you
thought
lie.
about that. Yeah.
So you lie to your family and you lie to your children because you don't want them to be racially or legally even discriminated against, right? So you just go, oh, well, we're part Native American, from like our family side or whatever. Now you can get business loans, you can get all this stuff, and you lie about it in that way because that's kind of the legal enforcement. Because there's all of the, and there's of course like in Appalachia in racist
them in the chat.
communities, there's going to be you're going to be looked at and treated differently if you're mixed with black, but if you're mixed with Native American, it's way less taken as like a as an issue. So you kind of have to undo the lies in the modern by tracing your genetics to realize like, no, the reason I have this darker skin complexion and I've got a lot of white lights on me, so I look a little brighter than I am. But like the reason we have all of this is because we're part Native American. It's like, nope, I'm 13% black, and that is what it is. It's not like I have any part of the black experience being a white passing dude that grew up in white passing families with white culture. But yeah, so I mean, I don't know that's part of the reason why I think Abraham Lincoln had a certain ire towards.
You're just allowed to say
because
the N-word 13% more than the average white guy. You mean, right?
Yeah, I mean, I say the N-word all the time when I'm not on camera. I don't give a fuck if it's in a song or something, or I'm joking with my friends. I don't give a fuck. You come after me. I'm not stupid enough to say it on camera because it's obviously going to be a problem.
I think
it's a word. I think it's stupid when people have reactions.
I was just joking with your friend. Okay, all right, moving on.
I want to have this conversation. Yeah, I think
brought
that
it up, so I was just being honest. I don't lie about shit.
But yeah, the only other thing is related to like because I think he even had like family members.
He's
I mean, not family members.
Ruth.
I think he even Babe Ruth. I think he even had like teammates that wouldn't like share rooms with him because they thought he was black. Like it was like he's lying. I know.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
He is,
Babe Ruth
was
was definitely part black. I'll believe in that conspiracy theory. Just look at a picture of the dude.
That's what I'm saying. I just dropped him in the chat.
Is he in the third picture? Is he the guy in the middle, or?
Yeah, he's the guy in the middle.
Yeah, I would if I didn't know. Like, oh yeah, that's probably a black guy.
Like he's probably like a mixed guy, like but not like super mixed. And then the fourth picture, like is his dad, and I'm like, they probably are, but like he swears like no, we're just German. I'm like,
German? That's your excuse? Nah, dog. If I would have believed Italian,
yeah,
Italians are part black.
Yeah,
I think his mom is the Bambinos or whatever, but I think his dad's of German descent. But I think his mom says it's something Italian. But either way, like I said, but I mean he's dead now, and they're that history is locked up and throwing away the key. And he also had he played Negro League games. Or played in leagues with Negro League players. He didn't have any personal issues with it. It was just.
So you're saying he was indeed invited to the cookout? Are you telling
me? Yeah, literally, he was. He was invited to the cookout. As anybody was. But yeah, I don't know. I seen that maybe 2 days ago, and I was like, I read about it, and I looked at some of these pictures, especially the color ones, and I'm like, you know what? I'm in now. I'm in. Babe Ruth was black. Actually, Jackie Robinson was the second black player.
There was a very large period of history. I mean, this is something that like is also true of FBAs, right? Is like there is a lot of obvious mixture of slaves that were raped, that have put in European DNA in, multi-generational FBAs, if you will, is I guess is the best term for it. I don't like the term because I don't like, race-based fucking
Foundational
politics
Black
around it, but you get
Americans,
what
in
I'm saying.
case you're wondering, audience. Go ahead.
Right, but
Oh
like
crap! I
when
gotta
you
go. I'm
see
sorry. This is random.
when you see
Okay.
West Africans and then
Bye,
you
friend.
see peace. When you see West Africans and then you see American blacks, there's an obvious fucking difference there often. You know, like it's like, but like it's an elephant in the room that like no one wants to talk about. But I think it's important to recognize, like, nobody in America is really that racially. That like so much of our race-based politics are absurd because if you're multi-generational American,
We can sit.
you're
Oh my
probably
God,
mixed
your
race.
bike is not down, and we can hear all of that, friend. Like
Oh
when
yeah,
your
I
mouth.
think so. Yeah.
Yes. So go ahead. Continue, Scott. Go ahead.
No, I just like I think the concept of race-based politics from both sides, obviously, right? From like the black side, and it is interesting to see the foundational Black Americans kind of like discussion in politics. I think that's a really really fucking interesting new development because there is a need to distinguish between Africans that have ire towards American blacks, but also, yeah, there's a different racial demographic to American blacks. There is Native American and especially European DNA in the black community, and vice versa. There is so much lied about, buried, and hidden black DNA that is in white that we just try and pretend like isn't there.
Mm.
And many of it, like I said, is people don't know, right? Like there is a reason that people in Sweden and fucking Norway don't look like American white people. And it's not because we have a lot of Portuguese, right? Like it's because a lot of there were mixed people that got with white women or got with white men, and then 3, 4, 5 generations later that shit disappears, and then they start lying to their children and going, oh no, we're part Native American, right? And then before you know it, you're right back in with all of the white people thinking you're, this purebred white Aryan or some shit. And it's like, dude, no, you're fucking 10% black. Like, you're swarthy as fuck. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, you see that raw egg nationalist guy?
Oh, raw egg nationalist.
So have you heard of raw egg nationalist is like a famous, like, I guess, like, I don't know if he's a Nazi or something. I don't really follow his shit enough. But on Twitter, he, he's very much like, I am, we must be the A10 Aryans or whatever. Very, very racially based way. And then like he got doxxed recently.
Okay.
And like the pictures of him is like, he's clearly like a swarthy looking, you know what I mean? Like mixed race white guy. Like there's nothing Aryan about that. And it's hilarious that like that guy was so obsessed with like the Aryan, like supremacy type shit. Cause it's like, dude, you look like your mom was a fucking Sephardic Jew. Like you don't look like a white dude.
I'm seeing a guy taking a picture of Alex Jones. I don't know if this is the same guy. I just searched for raw egg nationalist and for Google Images. There's
well, he recently got doxxed. I don't know if Google is like good at keeping away that shit from like the image filter. Because I don't think it was like an intentional thing, but I mean it went all over Twitter.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I think that is something that we don't like. I think that is something that like if more people came to terms with, I think potentially a lot of racial segregation in the United States could be alleviated because there's so many racial issues, and it's like you're literally hating your own ancestors. Like most critical race people on the left or like white nationalist people on the right that are multi-generational American, it's like, dude, you hate your ancestors. Like you're part white or you're part black. Like you're not.
Well, what if your
pure.
ancestors were rapists? Is that okay then?
What do you mean? Okay. I mean,
no, you're saying like you're hating on your ancestor, right?
Well, I don't give a fuck about your ancestors. I'm saying they do.
What
they
was that
have this,
chick for
like,
that found out her ancestors were like Mayflower, and she was like the biggest proponent of critical race theory, and then she found out she was like not even black. I can't even think of her name, but it was on 2020.
that's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Is that like there's an appeal to your ancestry when you get engaged in race-based politics, right? When you say like I'm, like these are black issues and this is the black experience, that's fine because you're talking about culture. But many of these people and many of these problematic racist types on the left or on the right are appealing to their ancestry. And I think many of them don't realize that their ancestry is made up of multiple races.
But yeah, but hold on, but that's what I'm saying. So one, you perceive people from BLM as racist. Okay, so I'm not gonna fight you on this. But like you're saying that they
Well, not
have
everybody, but yeah, I mean, like I think, yeah, I don't want to go into it too
sure,
much, but
yeah,
but there's, I mean, you would admit that there are certainly races that are like in general in our discourse about race-based politics on both sides.
sure,
Like
yeah,
what
yeah.
percentage you think that is? You know what I mean? Like
Fair
Tariq
enough.
Nasheed. You know what I mean? Like that dude is a full-blown racist against
Yeah,
white
yeah,
people.
yeah,
And
yeah.
is
No, I hear you.
constantly like grifting.
So my only point though, just to tie together two things you said, you're saying that among the people on the left, and I guess by that you meant black people with white ancestry for this specific example, um, like they were hating on their ancestors. So I'm asking you, what if their ancestors, being the white ones in this case, were rapists? Is it okay to hate on their ancestors then?
I think it's okay to hate on your ancestors at all. What yes, it's absolutely okay. What I'm saying is that many of them are appealing to their ancestry. So like they value, presumably they value, the plight of their ancestors and the things
That
their
doesn't mean
ancestors
we
went
meant
through.
all of them
Like,
though, right?
well, sure, but like if you're saying, for example, we need reparation, right? A certain demographic.
And then you found out your
for
grandfather
sure.
was a slave owner, and he was black. He was one of the few black slave
Right.
owners.
Right. That's what I'm saying is like you're saying
What are
white
you gonna
people
do then?
deserve to pay reparations because their ancestors did this thing. Now, yes, many of them are going to say because the current black, white supremacist, has given you privileges, but many of them are also going to say your ancestors raped and pillaged and did all these horrible things. And it's like, dude, you're talking about your ancestors. And vice versa, you're talking about white people who part of their ancestors were those raped slaves. What I'm saying is that it's muddier than we want to admit. And
Yeah.
I think much of this conversation would be better. Much of our understanding of each other would be
I
better
agree. I
if we
understand on that part.
recognize that fact.
I understand that that's what you're saying on that end. I was just trying to like tie those points together just to say that people can have complicated feelings about their past, and it's okay if like whether they are invoking their ancestry, of approval, or denying it altogether. Like it, um, like it can be valid.
No, I agree with you. I agree
Yeah.
with you. No, I totally agree with you that you could look at disdain for the white man that raped your great grandmother,
Mhm.
right? And not think like I agree, but I don't make the appeal to my ancestry as
Yeah.
like an important aspect. But if you can't have your cake and eat it too, right?
Mm.
If other people are wrong because their ancestors did something, and then we go, hey, dude, they're your ancestors too.
Okay.
And then you can't be like, oh, but that's only a small part of my ancestry. It's like,
I see what you're
yeah,
saying.
me too, bro.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like,
Fair
like
enough.
the contradiction comes into appealing to your ancestry and then finding out that your ancestors are terrible people.
Okay.
I don't
fair
think
enough.
there's anything wrong with having a certain disdain for your ancestors when you find out that your ancestors were horrible fucking monsters that did specific horrible deeds.
Okay.
Yeah, I just think that there's if we were to I think if more people were to discover that their genetic makeup and understand that that the American experience is a unique experience that almost necessitates race, that the concept of race politics here is what I think it is really is there's two things. One, what I just said, that the American experience is a new country is interesting in that, but also that it is a new country, and that because it's a new country, we have difficulty grasping that American is an ethnicity. We have not come to term, like the British, we recognize British as an ethnicity because Britain is the UK, etc., is so old and they have so much history that it becomes easy to conceptualize Britain and being British as an ethnicity in and of itself. And yet it becomes difficult, I think, for us because we have this so much racial division to recognize that you are an American and you're ethnically American. That is your primary ethnicity, is American, not black, not white. White and black as an ethnicity is it is certainly true, but that is your race. That's not your ethnicity. You're not West African, right? Like you don't know anything about West African culture, and neither do your parents, and neither do your grandparents. What you know is the American experience.
I push back on that a little bit, right? So I'm more or less on your page, right? So I see where you're going, and I like the direction you're going. But like, for instance, my experience, well, my parents are Haitian, right? Like, now I was born here, spent my entire life here, but my parents are Haitian, and like there was a connection there, right? And that's so, and because there's a nation of immigrants,
there's
right?
A conflict.
Yeah. And so like I hear you on like this creation of the American ethnicity and how that's like a distinct experience, right? And what you are experiencing is different from like what my Caribbean family members are experiencing there, or whoever it might be in Africa. But it's this it's hard to formulate whatever this American ethnicity is, right? Like it's hard to boil it down to something that a person can like properly conceive of. So it's so much easier to go back to like the old country, right? Whether you actually been to the old country or not, right?
Well,
and whatever you
can
imagine that.
Right, there's more history there. Like one of the things that I think is so problematic, and I hate that term, but it
because we use it all the time on the left.
Yeah, because we use it too often. But like one of the things that I think is really rough is that blacks have carved out their own culture, and they have their kind of that cultural subgroup is something that black people identify with, recognize in each other, right? And what I would say is that it's more difficult, I think, for whites to have a uniquely American culture, right? Like there are subcultures that exist, right? Subcultures in music, like in country or in metal, or right, etc. But there seems to be like an ill-defined American culture that we haven't fully tied ourselves down to, and yet
it's beer, guns, and ammo. Come on, man, that's the American
and
culture.
God,
what do you mean?
And God,
God damn it, that's right.
Right. But like there's a distinct problem, I think, that is a cultural crisis within white Americans, because there's a forced kind of concept of white culture. But I don't think if you asked white people what is white culture, any of us could give you a really substantive answer that actually that feels correct to white people in America, right? But if you ask them about black culture, you'll hear plenty of racist ideas, and you'll hear plenty of non-racist ideas. And if you ask black people the same thing, you'll get the same answer. But there is a distinct feeling of a black community, a black culture that doesn't necessarily exist for white people. And also white Americans are separated from whatever European ancestry that they had because we're so mixed, right? Like, sure, there are much like you have, right? There are people that like, oh, my parents are Polish and I grew up in a Polish household. But for a vast majority of Americans that are white, that are multi-generational American, they're not Irish unless it's an Irish like it's food and like these like pathetic links to a culture that they don't really have. They don't have a respect for Irish religious tradition, or they go out and get drunk on St. Patty's Day and wear a t-shirt that says "Kiss Me, I'm Irish," and they have red hair, but they're not Irish, not really, not deeply, not distinctly. They're American. There's a cultural crisis in America because we're a nation of immigrants, because the racial and ethnic ties are two different things pulling at each other. They're pulling in from different angles because we're a racially homogenous mixed thing that has no tie to a storied history.
My friend, Fairy Queen FQ, she had talked about this, how her father, like was super like fucking Irish, like in his conception of himself, right? And like you would go into his house, there's lots of Irish flags and Irish like random like dolls, Trotsky type stuff, right? But then like when they actually went to visit their like friends, the family members in Ireland, they're like, it's just like a regular house, right? Like they don't like their conception of being Irish is different, and like what it becomes boiled down to is a story. Um, Hold on. We got another person in here. We got it. It comes down to a story, a self conception of like what these things are, right? So you're not in Ireland. You're not in Ireland. You don't actually engage with Irish people, but you have an idea of what Ireland should be, and so that's what you hold on to because it's an important thing to you. There's another point that I was going to make about ethnicity. Oh yeah. Because black ethnicity, right? Um, there's the black culture that you were talking about. It's a counterculture, right? Like it's in response to a racist society with racist laws, and a feeling of being oppressed. And so like in that it coalesced into a sub, and I think you'll find that in others. I don't think it's uniquely a thing about Black Americans. Now, Black Americans are unique in that like our previous cultures were completely stripped from us, right? And so like
Right.
it's a melting pot of individuals who don't know exactly where they're from to begin with. So that's unique. But I think if you go into these other ethnic groups, especially once you've like had a bit of a history here, like looking at the Chinese um experience, like they have those Chinatowns, but like they needed that to survive, right? They needed to make that community survive because like their history here was full of a lot of violence, a lot of oppression, as well. And so like getting that insular community there like makes sense. And I think they're maybe not for all ethnic groups because they don't all have that history. But I think for quite a few of them, you'll see this replicated. They have roots. They have more roots to the homeland than Black Americans do. But still, you understand like the general trend there.
Yeah, but even still, it starts to it's. I would say that even amongst those other minority communities, it starts to create a crisis of cultural identity very quickly, right? Like amongst first generation immigrants, right? You find this sadness. So like looking at Asian Americans, for example, right? You find this sadness and the sense of belonging that they're gripped with because Mandarin is such a difficult language, right? So is one example. And so you'll find many of first generation immigrants where their parents speak Mandarin, but their parents, unlike Black Americans, for example, were very, very, very insistent. Asian American households are very, very insistent. Obviously, they're outliers, blah, blah, blah. They're very insistent on their children assimilating into the culture. And so what you find is a lot of times they speak English, and they didn't speak that much Mandarin with their children. And then their children grow up and they don't speak the language of their home, and they meet other people that do, and there's this sense of something that is lost to them because now they're an American, but they see themselves as a Chinese American, but they don't speak the language of their homeland, and they can't culturally connect with people from that country. And yet they also feel outside of the American culture because the American culture is so disjointed and ill defined. And what I'm saying, I think what I'm trying to say is that there is a lot of emphasis on the struggle of minorities with this lack of culture. And there is an assumption that like white people are just like living in this culture without the same crisis. And I think that that is a really poor assumption because there is a too much of this focus. Well, I would say all of it is bad, but this focus on like white supremacy and like that this is a white culture, etc. But it's not. Like there's no sense of belonging. There's very little, I would say, sense of belonging of a deep cultural tradition of like white people, right? Like we don't like you may hear Republicans especially talk about their love of the founding fathers, right? But like it's a minority of white people that have like a connection to Patrick Henry and like the spirit of fucking fighting against the Brits. And you know what I mean? Like that, like it might be played up and it might be in certain political demographics, but they're like looking at Democrats, for example. Democrats in America are and in Europe as well, but just specifically talking about America,
Yeah.
they're the first white Democrats are the first racial demographic group that we've seen in history that have an out-group preference. It's never before happened in the history of man that white liberals, specifically white Republicans, white conservatives, have an in-group preference. But it's lower than Asians, it's lower than Native Americans, and the highest in-group preference in America is Black Americans. They have a preference for Black people, a preference for Black things. They're distrusting of people that are not Black, etc. But white liberals, white like Democrat voters, they have a preference for Black people. They have they intentionally have a racial bias against white people, despite being a white person. That's a crisis. And if we don't understand and figure that crisis out, that's how you get a pendulum swing towards racial ideologies like fascism, is when you have a culture that doesn't have a story to tell about itself, that doesn't have a sense of belonging and a sense of community with its own people, it swings and it becomes politically dangerous.
My response there is I don't think that it's a problem the same way that you think might be a problem. I see where you're going.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Yeah. I see where you're going with this, and I think where you're going is very valid. But I think that the bigger issue is that race, the American conception of race, right, which is a very specific conception that is different from other people's conception, other nations' conceptions. But it was born out of a very specific history, and it does not serve anyone, right? It's a problem. And so it's created this artificial group called like white people in general, right? And rather than maybe focusing on us as an American ethnicity that you were talking about, which I think is a good idea. Sorry, you there, Bam? Or sorry, Gambit?
All black people aren't the same, Prime.
I'm sorry. Bam was just here. God. I apologize. Our friend Gambit wanted to say something, but let me finish this and then I'll throw it to you.
Gotcha.
But I like rather than focusing on creating our own story here, we are focused on this artificial group of white people. But these white liberals, what are they made up of? Well, just the same as white Republicans, they're all over the fucking place, right? And then they are responding to institutions that they believe are unjust, right? There's a story here that's being told about America, one that I tend to agree with more, and it has created a response. And with this, I haven't seen studies about this out-group preference, but I believe you. I believe you when you say this, right? It's created this response that like I don't want to be associated with this history, right? This isn't my history, so I want to create something new. And I could see that, expressing itself as an out-group preference. That problem, the out-group preference for me isn't the problem. It's the conditions that have led to that, I would say, would be the bigger issue.
No, I don't disagree with you. Obviously I disagree with like, some of the critical race theory aspects, right? Mm-hmm. What I would say even more is like, where do you think the KKK stems from in its early history, if not a racial crisis within whites? Like we love to look at the oppression side. We love to look at the victim in the narrative, And obviously when talking about the KKK, there's an obvious and specific victim, right?
Yeah.
But what we don't necessarily recognize, I think, is that like, why is there a need? Like that is a crisis in and of itself, even from the very beginning, is that there was a need to create WASPs, white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. There was a need to create that because, again, that this problem isn't a new problem. The problem that whites have a missing sense of identity because American white isn't really a culture
Fabian,
that
can I
they can
ask you a
deeply
question?
identify with. Yeah.
You don't think it's reasonable to assume that the KKK came to exist because they didn't want to see blacks in position of authority or power or blah blah blah, right? Like we don't see the KKK as far as I remember, we don't see
No,
the
I'm going deeper
KKK.
than that.
No, but
I obviously agree with you. I'm going deep.
no, but
why do they have those feelings?
No, but I'm disagreeing that there's a deeper reason, right? We don't see the KKK or um uh, uh, a, a fragility towards like white culture and blah blah blah. We don't see these things when black people are in chains, right? In America, at least. I'm talking only in the American context. We don't see this. We see the KKK and these things.
I don't understand that
No, what?
sentence. Can you clarify for me?
It sounds like you're saying that you think that there's some deeper reason for the KKK and some of these other groups that's not just the oppression side. You think it's some longing for some sense of national or white identity, correct? Maybe I misunderstood you.
What I'm saying is the Germans that went and created Nazi Germany were not some special group of people. What I'm saying is anytime you have any type of movement of hate or movement of destruction of other people or genocide, that there's always more there that we can unpack. That there's always like contributing factors. That like people aren't born racist the way, like they're not born racist, right? That there is, and it's not simply just, oh, they're raised that way, so
Why couldn't it just be simply they're raised that way, right?
So the question, so why couldn't they simply just be raised that way?
Yeah.
My response to that is what motivates you? It's one thing to dislike blacks, right? If you dislike blacks, whatever, right? Like that. I mean, well, not whatever, but that's not an action. But to take up the banner of a social organization, right? To want to take time out of your day to fight for white identity and to the purity of the American political, right? Like that's a level of care that goes beyond dislike. Like you have to be motivated. And I don't think you get those motivations just by being programmed to have those motivations.
I don't think so, right?
They have to be covering up something.
I don't think so, right? We're definitely social creatures, right? So you could understand that if I were birthed into a community with some negative ideas and negative actions towards another community, it's not necessarily that there's some really deep, like this deep feeling that you have. I'm just with the status quo and everyone around me is with the status quo, and being a person that is antagonistic to such a structure could lead to me being ostracized by those I have familiar relationships with, right? So I don't think necessarily there has to be some deeper force than cultural like cultural agreements that some.
But we're not talking about people that are going along to get along. I'm talking about people that are politically motivated and activated to harm other people that they see as an enemy. Why? Well, you have to ask psychologically where what purpose does that serve? It doesn't serve a function or a purpose to hate a people and It doesn't make your life better unless you think it makes your life better. And in order to think it makes your life better, to spend time, energy around it, you have to be trying to fill some void or attain some goal that you think is going to actually make your life better.
I do want to
I
get
disagree
Gibbs
in this
in
way,
here.
right? I think.
Hold on, you can respond, Gambit. Then I'll go to Gibbs because he's trying to get in.
Yeah. So I don't necessarily think so. Dang, I messed up my train of thought. Let me think through. I don't necessarily think so, right? But wait, can you say just the last sentence that you said again?
Sorry for interrupting you.
I don't know that I have the exact sentence, but I can reiterate the thought, which is that, like, psychologically, right? When we look at anything, and we can decouple this from, like, you know, the KKK or something like that. Like when you look at actions, those actions have motivation, and it's not usually just that you're taught something. You can be taught racism, right? And you can use that. But when you go out and commit hate crimes, right? You're covering up for something, be it some form of trauma that you're then displacing onto the other person. What I'm saying is a factor. Not all of this is one thing, but what I'm saying is
100%.
there is a trauma in white identity in the American cultural context.
So I'm gonna give you a framework, and I'm not necessarily saying I think this is 100% what's at play. Let's say I am a person that was raised off racist ideas, and I have some negative feeling towards white people, and I'm in power, and I think that the culture or the essence of people who are white is negative towards my well-being or the well-being of my children, and blah blah blah, right? And it's possible that I'm a person that's an extremist. So it's possible that the majority of the population is, you know, like you said, going along with the get along. Yeah, we're suppressing these people in some way, but we're not actively, you know, burning people on a cross, right? And there can be another subset of that population that are more extremist due to their just personality or other things, right? And I'm saying that there could be a black person in this world that I'm creating that goes out and commits atrocities against white people. And it's solely because that's their like personality playing out on the inbred feelings that they have.
What I'm saying is yes, you can have fluke outliers of people that are extremists that do crazy shit because of whatever. But what I'm saying is when you have a cultural movement, when you have something that picks up, you know, a large group of people within a culture, that there's a reason that that's there. That when you have a lot of extremists that have
let's take a fringe idea. Let's take a fringe idea like today,
hold on.
right?
We haven't let
Admiral
Gibbs in.
Gibbs respond,
Let's
Yeah,
go.
let me just jump in here real quick. I won't be long, and then y'all can get back to those things. One, first of all, recently, this is gonna sound like it's not on topic, but it is. Recently, they discovered a new complex in Mexico that the Aztecs were used in the ceremonies and human sacrifice. And part of that they had attached was a Pozzoli making area, and they found something like 80,000 bodies where the right thigh had been used to make Pozzoli. So I could take pride in my ancestry coming to kill the evil Aztec Empire and freeing millions of people from this evil, human sacrificing, cannibalistic empire. And I'm going to take pride in that. And then I'm going to take pride in my ancestors turning on these people and fighting against Mexicans for Texas independence. I take pride in my history. I know my history, even if it's my adopted history, it's my blood history. It doesn't matter. That's our history down here. And on that note, I'm going to go do some degenerate things and go to the degenerate side of Twitch. And so I'm going to go talk to some e-girls and get real drunk and have fun. It's been great, Brian. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
We'll have a good time.
If any of those e-girls are like they're single, then I mean.
Yeah, but get right on it. Just you know.
Not
Yeah, listen, I can only do so much. Y'all gotta appear and talk to him. That's what I tell everybody. You just go talk, and what's the worst?
I'll toss up like you bring me in sometime right on your side, right on your.
Okay,
channel.
yeah, we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
All right, bye, friend.
Bet. Later, y'all be good.
All right. So what I would point to if we were looking for a contemporary example is like trans people, right? There's a lot of people who hate trans people. There's a lot of people who hate the LGBT as a whole, right? But But there's a lot of people who hate trans people, and there's some segment of people who commit atrocities against trans people. I don't think. I think hate is under. It seems like you may underestimate hate, and I don't mean that in like this, finger wagging type of way. But I think hate is just as good of a motivator as the void that you're saying that could exist. And I'm not saying that this is definitely true, but I could see hate being enough of a motivating factor for someone to go out and commit atrocities against trans people. And it's not necessarily that there's some deeper void that needs to be filled within that person. It's just that they're taking their actions out in hate, and that's how they're moving, right?
I just think that's fundamentally misunderstanding human psychology. I think it's just an overly simplistic worldview. I
Definitely don't think so.
I absolutely.
Why so?
I don't think, because like the question then becomes, why do they hate? Right? Like hate takes energy, right? It doesn't matter what demographic you're talking about. It takes energy to hate people. And it is not usually, unless the society is like predominantly hating a group of people, it's not usually supported by those around you, and it breeds toxicity in all portions of your. If you have a genuine, deep hatred of a group of people, and so the question then becomes is, why are you maintaining that?
Wait, but we're talking specifically about two situations where the prevailing narrative was that the hate is not justified. I would even say in both cases, almost, right?
But if you believe that it's not justified, right? Like
no,
that
it
goes to the
is.
point to my decision.
No. I'm saying that it is. I think if you're a white person when the KKK was forming, hating black people was justified, and it was enshrined into law across most places.
But I'm not talking about the people that have tacit support for the KKK at that time. I'm talking about people who are emboldened and impassioned, right, to go out and commit racial hate crime.
Yeah, wait. I think we're missing each other. What I'm saying is your statement was you believe that hate takes a lot of action because it's like it runs counter to the thoughts of the culture that hate is being enacted in. And I think you said that explicitly, but what I'm saying is the culture that these two situations arise in, the prevailing narrative of those cultures is that the hate is okay. Now, it is true that the extremists are taking that to a new level, and it is true that there could be thoughts in the general public that, hey, you're really being extreme, bro. You're taking this thing to a different level that we won't, even though we don't like these people, right? But I think the general sentiment of dehumanization is there in both cases, and I think that dehumanization, plus when you add in the idea that some of these people could just be radical due to whatever mental personality, whatever they have going on, I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect that there's going to be people who commit atrocities in that situation.
What I'm saying is that it is not the default state of man to spend energy on hating some other group. I don't think that is true, because we need to trade, right? We're you could say we're social creatures, and that comes with many problems. At our core, we're creatures that need to trade with other creatures, right? Because as we develop niches, and as humans value things differently, right? I value, anime higher than you do, or maybe not, right? All humans have a subjective value is subjective, and we have skill sets that are different. And so it is the default state of man is poverty, and we utilize our skills to attain the things that we value, be they material possessions, be they goals, etc. And so when you have hatred of another group, you have to try and then go, okay, well, where is it coming from? Because that requires energy. And I don't discount the concept that, two tribes are exist in a valley, and tribe A and tribe B are competing for resources. And so tribe A, develops a hatred for tribe B that is, advantageous for them because they, are adversarial with this tribe, etc. I don't
Wait,
discount that at
but
all.
but you don't.
Go ahead.
Hold on, wait. I want to say something on that point because I want to see if you disagree with this, and I'll give you a parallel in both of the scenarios that I brought up. In Reconstruction America, right? There's a wave of people who are saying that these newly freed Black people need access to resources and power so that they can enrich themselves and their future generations. So I can see uh, combativeness over resources. Similarly, today with trans people, hey, trans people want to have access to cisgender spaces, right? Whether it's prisons, whether it's bathrooms, whether it's sports. And there's a competition over protecting those resources, just like there could be a competition over protecting resources from Blacks post Civil War, right?
I don't think that those two are comparable. Because
Why not?
They're just not, right? Like because it's not economic in any capacity. Like
wait, I don't think the competition for in groups.
There's no competition for resources.
Economic. Wait,
Okay,
wait,
well, then you're
wait.
not talking
First,
about competition for resources. Like you're saying something else, saying they're comparable. They're not.
Wait, there's resource constraints in both. Whether if let's take sports, right? There's contracts, there's scholarships, there's positions on teams, there's endorsement deals that come with it. All of this has some economic factor to it. To say that, and I wasn't necessarily trying to juxtapose that those two positions have the same economic factors. I was just showing you that there's a competition for resources. What that resource is, whether it's job and money more in the Black situation in post Civil War, or whether it's access to siloed spaces or access to business loans or access to spots on a roster. I'm just saying that that's the resource. I'm not saying it's the same resource in both situations. I'm just saying that there's a resource that reasonably could be fought over.
I don't think that the fundamental issue of transphobia is tied in any way, shape, or form for competition to reason. Like, yeah, sure, you can make a stretch. You can please let like your I don't think like your argument here is that hate just is, right? And what I'm saying is that
I'm actually not saying that.
No, you absolutely
No, I'm saying that
are.
there's a reason.
You're saying that there is no deep to racial hatred as it has existed historically. And what I am saying is that there are factors at play in racial hatred that are in part, not wholly, but in part caused by an identity crisis. That so for example, we can look at something like Herrenvolk democracy, pre-Civil War, right? Where white identity is in some ways defined by otherizing blacks. That when you are in a situation where the aristocracy of Southern kind of like plantation owners realize that their power is loosely held by, part of it is their money and part of influence, etc., but that there are a massive amount of yeoman farmers in the South that are struggling, like really, really struggling, like the overwhelming population of whites, if you will, in the South prior to the Civil War, are economically like really just trying to make ends meet, and part of that is defining their identity as better than the slaves, right? Like some of that racism is in part due to being able to say, well, at least I'm not black. There's another class that is beneath me. And I have these dreams and these aspirations of being able to be in a position of power, in a position just like those, just like that aristocracy, et cetera, because I'm not black. Right. And so what I'm saying is that throughout our history as Americans, that this concept of whiteness is something that is loosely held together. That this concept of whiteness, as white people are experienced, as is in many ways antagonistic and reactionary to the existence of blacks. That it is held together by otherizing blacks and not really a genuine identity and a genuine culture that white people ourselves connect with, and that humans have a sense of belonging to a rich story and culture, and that lack of belonging plays a role. I'm not saying it's the only role. I'm not even confidently saying it's the predominant role. What I'm saying is that it's not discussed and not understood, that as whites in America now and throughout our history, that there has been difficulty with us being a country of immigrants, in that we don't have a distinct, rich, historied culture that we can look back on thousands of years. What we have is like multiple different places that we came from, that over several generations, we've become Irish and Dutch and French and British, and we're not really connected to any of them, and that we don't have a strong enough connection to an American culture, American identity, that has in some part led towards the racism that we have against other races, because we don't have a rich story and history and culture for our own identity. That there is somewhat of an identity crisis, that this concept of whiteness is something that we're kind of like given or whatever, but like we don't fit in with or understand, because it isn't like we don't have a strong connection to the founding fathers, powdered wigs, ceremonial dances that are American, right? There's no ceremonial dance that's American. And there's American food, right? But what the fuck is American food? Like Tex-Mex is American food. And yet we see that as Mexican, even though it was Tex-Mex, right? Like hamburgers come from Hamburg, right? Like pizza is seen as like an Italian thing. Like there isn't a connection to like a story that created that food, or a story that created dance, or traditional garb. What the fuck? There's no traditional garb. And yet if you're a fucking Mongolian, you have a rich connection to a traditional garb, right? Like what I'm saying is that that longing can lead to an identity crisis, that can lead people to needing to have like I need to define myself by otherizing the other group. That it is, because I have a difficulty defining who I am and who my people are and what my tradition is, I can define myself by otherizing the other group. The blacks are the problem. The Mexicans are the problem. The, whatever's in vogue today to treat as the problem can be there. And I think part of that stems from a lack of a distinct American culture beyond Coca-Colaization, is what sociologists, call, beyond like corporate America and advertising. We have a culture, and yet we're not tied to it the way that we ought to be tied to it. And that's part of that is also the racial division. It is also that there is a Black American culture that pushes itself in contrast to the American culture. And so I think it comes from both sides. And I'm only saying that these are in part motivation. I'm not saying that they are I'm not saying they're the cause, but I'm saying like they play a role. And to deny that, and to say that like hate is just hate because people are taught hate, it undoes some of the psychological things that are feeding that hate, that add to that hate, that might be some things that we're going to have to come to grips with or solve or understand if we want to get rid of that hate.
Yeah, so there are some things there I agree with. I'll tell you first how I conceived of this and why I was providing some counter narratives. The word I specifically heard you say earlier was deeper. And before I joined the panel, there was a different word that you said that kind of triggered my same thoughts around the word. When I hear you say the word deeper, or whatever other word you used earlier that I can't remember, that's like you're saying something is, to me, more of a prevailing narrative. And we're focused on the surface issue of hate, but there's really a bigger underlying reason. So I wouldn't take issue with you saying that there's a crisis of identity ever. The only thing I took issue with was saying that this crisis of identity is something that we're missing, and it's much deeper and it's much more the core of the problem, right? So if you're saying that, hey, I don't think this is the core of the problem, or I don't think this is the most prevailing part of the problem, then I think it's more easy to digest some of the things that you're saying. But specifically
What
how
I'm
it's
saying,
presented,
I think
yeah,
that
go ahead.
both of what you said is correct. What I'm saying is that like you can address hate all you want, but like you can't solve problems unless you understand all of the factors of the problem. And when I say is
Yeah,
that when I say
I
it's
wanted
deeper,
to.
is I'm saying that is an influence that undergirds hate.
Yes, and
That is a, so I don't understand why you take issue with that.
no, because from my perspective, imagine that I have two problems, and one problem is that I have no limbs, and the other problem is, I don't know, I was late for work today. And imagine if I was really making a big deal of being late for work. And you're like, dude, you have no fucking limbs. Like, this is a really big fucking problem, right? And I felt like that's what you were doing. You were saying that, hey, the whole big ass forest is not really the issue. This leaf is the issue. So you were presenting it
That
in
doesn't make sense.
counter.
Come on, man.
No, you specifically said words that presented this as a counter narrative as more important of an issue.
It's
And I
more
feel like you're
important
not
because
owning
it's
up to
not
that now.
it's no, it's more important because it's not discussed. It's not about it's not about importance being relevant to like percentages of
So
the
let me give
problem.
you a narrative.
It's about
Let me give you a narrative of
you're not
why
you're
I
not
think.
listening.
No, I
You're
just
not
listened to
listening.
you talk
You're
for like
not.
20 minutes. I literally muted and let you talk for 20 minutes. Don't say I'm not listening. I have a whole list of notes of what I
But you're
wanted
not
to respond
grasping
to.
what I'm saying.
I am
How could you be
grasping
listening
it.
and not?
No, I'm grasping it. I have everything that you wrote
Your
written
counter
down.
arguments don't
I
make
can.
sense.
No. Listen, let me tell you why they do. Because when I'm saying you're missing the big picture of the identity that you painted is because white people coupled themselves to a system in which they had power to oppress, and they rode their identity coupled to oppressing others. So the hate that you're saying is not that important was the vehicle that they used to couple
I'm
their
not saying
entire
that.
identity. And now that you're saying
I'm not
that
saying
we've
hate's not important.
we've now that you're saying that we've progressed to a different place politically, these same descendants of those people who made those decisions, not saying that it's your fault, those people coupled themselves to hate. And that was it. There wasn't an identity crisis in 1865. Well, in 1765, let's say, there wasn't this identity crisis that existed. These were people that were new immigrants to a new land, and they chose to make certain decisions to enrich themselves. And those decisions necessitated that they hate a different group of people. And now you're saying later, hey, they made these decisions that didn't give me an identity, generations later. But the decisions that they made were based off hate, and that's what I'm trying to get you to see.
You're not engaging.
What am I
with
not
what I'm
engaging
saying
with?
in any
Go
meaningful-
ahead.
Right?
What
Like
am I not engaging with?
You're saying that the hate is just the hate, and you're
No, I'm
trying
not.
to decouple.
No,
You
I'm not. I
absolutely
haven't said
are.
that once.
You
I've said
absolutely
that hate
are.
was a competition for resources, and it's based off the social dynamics of how groups work. I've not just said the hate is the hate. You keep saying that. You've repeated that 3 times. That doesn't make it true.
It absolutely makes it true when it is true, right? Like it's not me saying it and repeating it. Your own words at you is not somehow contradictory. You stated in the beginning, right, that you're taking umbrage with the concept that there are reasons that people hate, and that you said that the hate itself was the thing itself. Now you're saying
No, I didn't.
that
No, I
you're coming
didn't. I
along to my
explained why.
perspective.
I feel like you're just
Now you're
lying. Did you
saying-
not hear me explain the competition for jobs? Just like I even paralleled it in the trans situation
Right.
and explain it for.
It's Marxist drivel to say that the reason
This
that
has nothing to do with Marx.
transphobia exists is that it absolutely does. You just don't understand the ideology that captured it.
I do.
You don't.
Okay, I
really
do.
don't,
But
and
keep
it's
going.
okay.
Keep lying.
I'm not lying. You just it's
Go
very
ahead.
obvious.
Explain.
Anyone that's
Go ahead
educated.
and paraphrase. Well, not even paraphrase. Go ahead and lie
You're
about what I said
saying-
about trans people. Go
I
ahead.
haven't lied about a single fucking thing. You said
Yes,
that
you
there
have.
was
That's
a-
all you've
that
done.
you-
This.
that
That's all
you
you've
could-
done. But go ahead. Explain.
I haven't lied about a single fucking thing. What have
Okay.
I lied about?
You said I said hate is just hate. When I explained why the hate exists between these two groups, because one of them wanted to enrich themselves off the backs of the other. I didn't say hate was just hate. I never said that.
You said that in the beginning. You said that that there was nothing deeper behind the hate, and that trying to understand, and you even reiterated the concept when you said that there's an entire forest, and this idea of like trying to break about what fuels the hate deeper down.
What was the context when I said that first statement you just said? No, let's take this one by one. I feel like you're going to try to spit out a whole bunch of things that I can go on mute for 20 minutes, and then I'm going to have to address it, and then you're going to stop me as soon as I address one of them. So I want to address your first point. In the first point where you said I said there was nothing deeper about the hate, what was the context of that?
Was that I was saying that there is an identity crisis within white cultural context.
No, the context for that. No, that wasn't the context. The context for that was me saying that. No. The context for that was I was saying that groups have these dynamics where they otherize and dehumanize others. When I say that there's hate there and there's nothing deeper, I'm saying that this is just the social order amongst dominant and subordinate groups. I'm saying that it's nothing deeper than that. It's nothing deeper than in-group bias.
You say that and then say that you're not talking Marxism? Like you're just spouting critical race theory talking points.
None of this is critical race theory. None of this has anything to do with critical race theory. It's basic in-group.
You're literally describing power dynamics as the primary cause for racism. Like
that's not what I did. I didn't say the primary cause was power dynamics. I said the primary cause was competition amongst groups. Catch up. You're not listening.
Competition amongst resources
that you don't fucking understand and say stuff that you don't understand. You're not really engaging. This entire time, I've been saying it's competition amongst groups, whether it's trans people and non-trans people, whether it's black people and white people. This entire time, I've been saying this is group dynamics. Nothing I've said. Now,
where did the meta narrative for the concept that competition amongst groups for resources and materialism is the primary explanatory power for demographic differences originate from? Where is
that's completely separate from what I just said. That's completely separate.
Not. You're being silly.
Yes, it is. The fact that you can't see that is wild.
Talking points.
This has nothing to do with Marxism. This literally has nothing to do with Marxism.
You just don't know what you're talking
it doesn't. No. This Marxism and postmodernist stance that you're trying to push me into, that's not at all what I'm saying.
I didn't mention POMO at all. I'm not discussing.
Yes, that's what you're doing. That when you say that I'm talking about the power dynamics between groups, and I'm not at all. I haven't once used that as the basis for that. Now, power dynamics do come to play when groups hate each other and one of them wins and the other one is losing, but I haven't used that as argumentation at all in this conversation. I've only said that there's this group of white people, there's this group of black people. This group of white people define themselves by the hate and the not even the hate, the competition for resources. The competition of resources.
That way.
The competition of resources. I've said it multiple times.
Okay. Competition for resources between groups.
Yes. I would much rather have free labor than pay for labor.
Right. The fact that you can say that, presumably with a straight face, and then say that you have that nothing about what you're saying is critical race theory and Marxism is absurd.
It's not.
How is it not absurd that you're spouting CRT talking points?
You think the long universal history? Wait, you think the long universal history of different tribes coming into conflict for resources and solving it by subjugating the other has anything to do with Marxism?
I think that when your predominant historical narrative about racism is that it is competition amongst resources and that whites define themselves by oppressing blacks is the most critical
No,
race theory
wait,
shit
no,
you can
wait.
say. And
Let's
then to
be
say
clear.
that isn't CRT is stupid.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. We were talking about whites in America, and I was using this as the backdrop of you 100% saying this is how they define themselves. I was agreeing with you when I made that statement. You said your words earlier. I wrote it down. Where is it? When you talked about identity, you said you guys don't understand. The identity was built off the subjugation of others, and now we have an identity crisis. I was using your words.
The identity of whiteness was built upon the subjugation of others.
You literally did.
I didn't. I said that.
Prime, am I making this up, Prime? Do you not remember when he brought up identity, Prime, and he said that the reason why there is no identity now is because previously our identity was about the relation that we have with blacks, and he gave some example. I can't remember, but he even gave an example. Am I making this up? Hold on, wait, Prime, am I making this up? Hold on. Let's. Prime is here. Prime, am I making this up?
Is Prime here? There he is.
I am here. So yeah, like I don't know. I haven't followed the conversation exactly, but I know there was a point where you talked about like the lack of relation to prior ethnicities and how like the white identity is is counter to the black identity. Yeah.
Okay, so you remember that. I remember that. Do you remember that when you said that, Fabian? Because apparently I'm talking to myself right now.
No, you're trying to twist my words. I'm not saying that.
I am?
I can clarify if you want what I'm saying.
I would love for you to clarify how you didn't say that identity and whiteness was built on the idea of whites being above blacks and there's a struggle because that isn't a thing today. I would love to hear you explain that.
Yeah. So when I mentioned Herrenvolk democracy, when I mentioned it, I said that there is a crisis amongst whites to be able to define. And yes, absolutely.
Wait, can you repeat that? You sounded a little low.
When I mentioned Herrenvolk democracy, I absolutely did mention and describe a process, which is one part of a whole, that is what you were saying. But you're hyper fixating on a part of a whole and saying that is all that I'm saying. So when it's
I didn't say that was all you said. I said you said this statement. You've been trying to simplify my argument to you made this one statement and I've been rejecting that framing and I've purposefully not been subjecting you to the same thing and saying this is all that you said. I've taken the breadth of what you said, digested it and responded to certain parts of it that I disagree with.
You've taken the breadth of what I said, digested it, and then put it within your own framing and then saying this is what I'm saying and it's devoid of the whole. Like I don't disagree with the concept that I actually do disagree with the concept that whiteness is defined by otherized. Like I don't think that even makes any sense, right? Because it's impossible to come to a definition by a negative, right? You can't say that something is in its essence what it is not. That is.
So you don't feel like you made statements that are similar to that?
No, I don't. I think that is what
so
I'm trying to say.
How would you describe white identity? How would you describe white identity
you can't describe a positive by its negative.
No, I'm not asking you to describe a positive by a negative. I'm asking you a question, so you have to repeat things. No, I'm not. No, I'm literally asking you a question. So you can't say I'm defining something by a negative and I'm attempting to ask you a question for clarification. So I'm asking you, how would you say white identity was defined pre-Civil War? Because earlier you made statements that exactly what you're saying is not possible now. So can you describe white identity pre-Civil War?
By whom?
From the gaze of a white person in that time, not now.
No, I don't. I didn't live through that. I can't describe an
you can't comment on
to a demographic. It doesn't even make sense. You
couldn't. Wait, you can't what now?
It's an impossible. You can't. In order for that to be accurate, whites would have to be a monolith. All white people would have to think the same.
Wait, you have
So
to
you
be a
couldn't-
monolith
you
to
couldn't
have a
do that.
culture? Now you're
That's
arguing
not
that
what I said.
it's not possible to have a white identity.
You're
The thing
saying-
that you're saying that white people need, now it's impossible, and I'm giving a framing for that. What? What are you saying?
What I'm saying.
You were
I'm saying
arguing that white
basic-
people need an identity in America. Now you're saying I can't speak to white identity pre-Civil War because now I'm treating all white people like a monolith, while arguing that the deeper problem is that white people don't have an identity that they can identify with. That's crazy.
It's not crazy. It's just
That's
basic logic,
insane.
right? Like you're asking me to describe what someone in 1865 thought about their white identity. It's an individual experience that I can't say Thomas Dale or what, whatever.
So
like,
you
had
can't give
this
any
experience.
commentary on white identity pre-Civil War.
I can absolutely give commentary on white identity.
Okay, what
I can't
commentary can
define
you
it
offer?
from their what I'm saying is I can't define it from their
What
perspective.
commentary
because
can you offer? You
an
don't like how I
individual
asked the question? What commentary can you offer on white identity pre-Civil War? Let's skip the last question. Let's act like it doesn't exist. I'm literally begging you to engage in good faith.
What do you
Find the
mean by
question
commentary?
wherever you want.
What, like,
Ignore my
you're-
words.
This isn't the question is too open-ended in order to be able to actually engage with it faithfully.
Okay. All
What
right.
do you mean
cool.
by commentary? What commentary do you want? What is the question? Ask a question that I can actually answer.
Okay. You've been here saying that you feel white identity or some aspect of whiteness or whatever word you would like to substitute in that is that there is no shared culture. And that
What
there
I'm
is
saying is that
nothing.
there is a lack of white identity.
Yes,
identity
yes.
isn't
That's what
really
I
a
just
thing.
said. Is that not what's substantially different between when you say that and when I say it? I'm trying to understand where we're
You're saying that
disconnected.
there is no white identity. Saying there is a white identity. Contradiction.
And you're saying that there's a lack of white identity.
Yes. To say that something doesn't exist is not the same thing to say that it does exist and doesn't. Your framing requires that white identity exists as an opposition to blacks for
What did I just say? I didn't say anything about blacks. What are you talking about?
You absolutely.
And who are you even talking to?
What do you mean? Who
I
are you
didn't
even
say
talking
anything
to?
about white people. I said, can you give me any commentary on white identity pre-Civil War? And you're saying that I'm doing it in contrast to blackness.
I'm saying. You said that earlier.
Are you talking to me?
You're floundering. Yes, I'm talking to you. I'm asking you to ask me a genuine question that I can answer.
And I asked you multiple, and you brought up shit that I didn't say.
What do you want? Ask a fucking question I can answer. Saying give
I
me
asked you a
commentary.
question. I asked you a question that you could answer, but you didn't want to answer it because you had to reveal that you said all the shit that you're saying you didn't say. And now you're saying that I said something about blackness when I've only been asking you about white identity. You're just making shit up.
I'm not. What am I making up?
You just said that I was trying to define whiteness in contrast to blackness, and I've said nothing about blackness. I've been trying to beg you to answer a question. In this conversation that we're having now, as in like this 5-minute period where you've been trying to re-clarify that you didn't say any of the shit that you said, I've not mentioned blackness once.
Okay, if you want to
I specifically asked you, how would you define
context of the
whiteness?
conversation before doesn't appeal to our conversation now, then what you're saying is that you don't believe in the things that you say that you believe in. Like, that's absurd. I'm asking you to give me a question that I can answer if you want to ask me a question.
And I gave you a question. I gave you a question.
Give me some commentary on white identity in pre-1865 is an open is not even actually a question. You're asking for a speech about an opinion of whichever opinion I'd like to pick. Like,
why do you think I asked you that question? Why do you think I asked you that question?
Why you asked me that question?
Okay. Okay. Do you think?
So you
do you think?
it.
Do you think? Do you think before I joined this conversation, you were giving commentary on how you think white identity has changed over time? Would you say that's a fair assessment of what was happening before I joined?
I don't know what you mean by that. Like, white identity has changed over time.
Oh my God.
I would say that the commentary that I was giving to Prime Guys before you joined was a concept that American is an ethnicity and that there isn't a white identity. That white people are trying to tie themselves to the American ethnicity, the American culture, and that there are other cultures that are fake, right? The definition by a negative is not a definition, right? By banding together to try and oppress Black people in some way throughout different time, right? Is in part, and I was very clear on in part, due to a crisis of specifically this group of white people that aren't tied to a deep ethnic tradition, and that those things are inaccurate. That you can't define whiteness by a negation, right? Like you can't say that like white people are a thing in general, because you know it's a multitude of different people with different ideas. But even still, that there isn't a culture that is strongly rooted to people that are white. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm gonna ask you a question again because I have no idea what you're responding to right now. When there were white-only signs hung, and there were and those were rules of white only. My question to you earlier, my second question to you, and my question to you now is: when whites only was hung in restaurants, what do you think whites represented, and what identity would you say that represented?
So I can answer the first part. In terms of what identity do you think that represents, that's a weird question. But in terms of like what did it mean, it would depend upon what year you're talking about, whether or not Italians would be considered in this group or whether or not Irish would be considered in this, right? But it would be people that aren't Black or Native American or Asian.
So you're saying that there's a point in our history where there was a word that tied together a culture, and that culture's one of their main objectives was the subjugation of Black people.
Negative. I'm saying that when you talk about white only signs, you're talking about skin color. And I'm saying that skin color doesn't necessarily represent a culture.
But it doesn't represent skin culture, because there were people that even didn't have white skin that were a part of this label whites.
What? Like what do you mean?
You've talked about how the groups that that became a part of whiteness changed over time, and it wasn't because those people's pigmentation changed.
Agreed.
Why so why did the moniker white,
like, what do you mean by?
Okay, why did the moniker white grow to encompass more and more groups over time?
Why did the moniker of white, so white being a skin color, why did it become that Italians were considered? I mean, there's a multitude of reasons.
Do you think when white was
Italians being here for a longer period of time would gain more relevance in whatever culture is the American culture? I don't understand what it is that you're trying to add.
No, I'm asking you a specific question. Why did the term white grow to encompass more and more groups over time? What do you think the reason is?
I'm saying that's like I think there's a, like I said, I think there's a multitude of reasons.
I'm asking you, what are those reasons?
Well, I just gave you one. I said like Italians being here for a longer period of time gain relevance within the culture. I mean, Italians, for example, right, are going to have some increased level of African DNA, right? So they're, especially like people, Sicilians, right? Like we know that they're darker skin tone, that they're swarthy, and that they have African within their DNA. As they've gained relevance, sure, yes, they became accepted both legally and within the concept that is like kind of like, I guess you could claim is collectively held. Right?
But
like
you don't think it's just
negotiated.
You don't think it's just familiarity and relevance, right? There are big aspects of Black culture that are within relevance and familiarity in Black culture. And I would say, when you say live longest, Blacks and whites have lived the longest amongst each other than some of these groups that immigrated more recently, right? So it's not just familiarity and relevance, right? There has to be something deeper than that that is binding these groups, that's growing despite
the predominant
another group.
definition of white, right, is based upon skin tone, right? So obviously, like, Blacks are not going to be considered white in that regard, because it's defining skin tone, right? Like,
so when you've been
what are you
saying
talking
white
about?
during this conversation, you think the only reference to it is skin tone?
Now you're just being silly. I don't think it's the only reference.
Well, why are you acting like me asking you questions about white only have to do with the skin tone? I don't understand what we're.
I don't think that.
There's even groups that are over time. There's even some people who identify as white today who have much darker skin than you do. And some of those people are even accepted into the white label. It has nothing to do with skin color.
To say that whiteness has nothing to do with skin color is what is white describing? Skin color. Like, are there other elements to that? Absolutely.
But you just said you don't define it. So, okay. So you're saying that now whiteness is just the collection of people who are not Black, or the collection of people who are white?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so what are you saying?
I'm saying that whiteness is obvious. White is obviously referring to skin color. That's obvious. I'm also saying that there are other things that it is referring to, but the predominant definition of white is obviously white people is included in skin color. Like that's like that, or not included in.
So you think as more and more groups are included into whiteness, their skin color is what matters most?
I think that if you think that whiteness isn't about skin
No,
color,
I'm not telling you what I can do. I'm just asking you questions.
Well, then I don't understand the framing of the question. You keep trying to say that I'm saying things I'm not. Like,
No, I haven't said you said anything except the questions I'm asking you to try to clarify what your crazy ass position is.
What is my crazy ass position? What is so crazy about what I'm saying?
You've both said white refers predominantly to white skin, and white is this other thing multiple times throughout this conversation.
What is this other thing that I'm saying?
I don't know, because I've asked you to define it multiple times, and you keep saying, oh, there's these other things, but white skin is the biggest thing. And I keep asking you, what are the other things? And you keep saying white skin.
That's not what's happening right now.
I've literally asked you multiple times. Have I not? So you don't think I've asked you the question on what brought these people onto the moniker of whiteness except white skin? You don't think I've asked that question 3 or 4 times different ways?
You don't think that I've answered that? I mean, I gave you a specific
No, you
example.
haven't. Well, what did you answer and say? What did you answer and say?
And then you said that I was defining
No, what did you answer and say?
Familiarity and relevance. Excuse me?
What did you answer and say?
I gave you the example of Italian, right? And how Italians weren't considered white, and then Italians were considered white. I said it's socially negotiated, right? Like there is a, especially when it comes to like legal terms, right? That throughout time, right, you would have considered white initially to be white Anglo-Saxon Protestant, right? So it would have referred to a racial demographic that is very specific, right? Anglo-Saxon, which would be predominantly British with some other Europeans, and that it includes other people over time, because the definition of whiteness, as you will, is changes. I don't think it's I don't agree with whiteness as a concept.
I'm not asking you
that
to
it
agree with whiteness.
has played relevance, right? But what is it that you're trying to understand?
When you say
you're
that
more
it's
upset than you are trying to actually understand.
I'm only upset because you can't answer questions straight and you go on these long soliloquies for no reason. That's why I'm upset. But I'm trying to power through this regardless of that.
When you have questions with built-in concepts that I disagree with, right?
No,
then
I haven't asked you a
becomes
built-in
difficult.
concept. I'll just ask you to define things how you feel about it. You haven't taken it. You only taken issue with one of the questions I asked you. The other ones you've just been running
is a
from.
built-in concept to questions about whiteness?
Not in a conversation where you said the word white at least 300 times and I use it in the same exact context. No, of course I don't think it's built in. If I walked up to a random person, maybe, but you in the middle of a conversation about white identity for probably 3 hours now, me asking you something white doesn't mean I'm packaging some definition.
That is the thing we're discussing. Like
exactly.
if we're discussing the concept of
why say I'm packaging it? If this is the thing that you're discussing. Why try to frame it as if I'm giving you some disingenuous question?
When you're accusing me of not giving you a straight answer because I'm attempting to unpack things. And then at the same time, you're saying that you want to unpack, like give a positive position to why you disagree with something I have, and we can deal with that positive position. But when all you're doing is asking questions and subverting, and then we try and unpack the things that you're claiming, and then you just get mad and ask more questions. Like, it's not a productive conversation about anything.
Okay. I'm asking you questions because I wanted to be able to figure out, where do we actually disagree, or do we agree? And I'm frustrated because I can't even get, do we agree or disagree? I just get random statements about shit that is unimportant. But anyway, but okay. I'll give you my statement, and then I want you to give me your statement, right? I think that one of the questions that I asked was, how has whiteness changed over time, and why were more and more groups included in this moniker whiteness? Now, I'll give you
too many fucking times.
No, I didn't say you didn't answer it. I asked you more follow-up questions that you didn't answer. So I would say that this group has grown over time because this group has had hatred for minorities in this country, and this group has created kinship with other groups in order to continue said domination of those other groups. And it's at the end of the game, it's because of fighting over resources and having more power. So if there are people that will say the same thoughts as me, and they will agree that this other subjugated class should be subjugated, then they can be a part of my tribe. This is why whiteness as a concept, regardless of the skin tone, the political label whiteness, or the whatever economic label whiteness, doesn't include blacks. Not because we aren't familial, like the I can't remember what group you said. Not like the group that you said. Not because we don't have relevance with each other, but because there's a borderline position to get into this club. Is that, hey, you can't fuck with those guys like that. That's why this group has grown over time, to maintain power and to maintain control over resources. That's what I believe.
I think that is, that is, I don't understand why you took umbrage earlier with the concept that what you're saying is critical race theory, because I can't fathom how you would be upset by that, because that is just what you were saying. Like, you were just touting critical race. The idea that whiteness would be extended to blacks, but can't be extended to blacks because it is defined by hatred of blacks, just doesn't make sense. It doesn't fit. Again, it's defining things by its negative. Right? There are
it's not
positives
defining
that
by
have
negative.
to be. It absolutely, what? What are you saying? Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What the fuck are you talking? You literally just said it is. You said that whiteness is defined, right? That whiteness is defined by someone's opposition to blacks to maintain a power structure.
That's not saying not
that
black.
Is contradictory.
That's not saying not black. Saying that I like cats and I have an idea of cats is not saying not dogs. You don't understand the difference between that? I can have a club of people where I say, hey, we really rock with cats. Or I can have a club of people that say, hey, we believe that cat owners are better than dog owners. But I'm not defining myself by not dog owner. If you don't understand that, that's
You
crazy.
literally are. You're saying that like we define ourselves by, we define who we are. Our identity is defined by opposition to cat owners. And what I'm saying is that you can't give a positive position by exclusion. That doesn't tell you
No,
what
I am
something
giving a
is.
positive
Tells you
position.
what something is not. What is
I'm
the
not telling
positive
you what
position?
something is not. That's not true. I'm telling you what something is. To be a part of this, you must meet this set of criteria. I'm telling you what is inclusive to the group.
Okay, so what it is in opposition to this thing.
Whether
That's
or not there's
definition.
no. Whether or not there's a opposition is irrelevant to the definition that
What
this
is
group is
white?
using.
What is white? What defines white?
What defines white? White is a
Define white.
political or economic label placed on a group of people around a strategy to monopolize resources in American history.
Okay, so would that would apply to black people?
It could theoretically.
No, that literally applies to any black group. Like that applies to Black Panthers. You just defined the Black Panthers as
No, I was
They're
giving you a
political
broader
group
definition.
that is defined for their.
This is
like,
crazy.
it
This is
doesn't, like,
crazy.
It's not crazy.
This is
Your
like saying,
definition
what is
fits
a
the Black
chair, and
Panthers.
saying that a chair has 4 legs, and you saying, oh, well, that could be a table too.
No, don't
Yeah, of
distract.
course.
No. The way that you just defined white includes the Black Panthers. Black Panthers is a political organization, or was historically, right? Political organization that is for the power and advancement for a group of people that is.
I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying. You think you're making a point. I'm not
No,
disagreeing
I'm
with anything
absolutely
that
making a
you're
point
saying.
because it's absurd to think that
You're
your
not
definition
making a
of white
point.
would include the Black Panthers.
No,
I am
the
making a point. My
idea,
point is that your
that I'm
definition
gonna,
doesn't
the
fit
idea that
anything.
no. This is why it's
I'm saying
stupid.
your
The
definition
idea
is
that
a
I'm gonna
negative,
give you
and that's
some
the problem.
hyper precise definition where you can't say that there's another category that could fit onto that is stupid. Now, what you can do is you can say, hey, wait.
It's not stupid to say, give me a definition of the thing that you mean, and then
I gave you a definition, and now you're saying that there are other things that can fit in that, and we can tease this out and get more and more granular. But I'm not going to give you some spiel for 10 minutes about how to hyper define this without you being able to add anything else to it. That's crazy.
I'm just saying you can't define your terms. The reason you can't define your term is because you are defining things through negation.
No, I'm not.
You just did
I'm
again.
not.
I don't
No, I
think you
didn't.
know what you're saying.
I literally didn't. How did I define that by
Defining things
negation?
as an opposition to another thing.
No, I didn't. I didn't use the word opposition. I didn't imply opposition. There's nothing oppositional in what I said.
I don't know that this conversation can go anywhere.
Yeah, because you're just making stuff up. You're saying I defined it in opposition.
I'm not making stuff
You
up.
read back what I said.
You're spouting critical race theory at me.
Explain
you're
what
upset.
oppositional force I put in the definition I gave you.
The definition that you gave, right? Competition for economic resource is a portion of the definition that you gave, correct?
Yes.
Right. So how do you compete for resources? How is your definition about the competition of resources towards a different group without it being oppositional?
Oh my God, this is so stupid.
How can you square those two?
Do you understand that I can talk about basketball and the concept that it has 2 teams, but the primary concept of basketball, I'm not defining it as opposition. Similarly, in this, I'm saying that
fucking define basketball and you give me a definition of teams, then your definition is fucked up. Obviously.
If you don't think basketball includes teams that compete to score points and putting the ball in a goal, you're stupid.
Cool,
but you wouldn't say a definition of basketball is oppositional. It's as stupid as what you're saying right now.
No,
just because there's dynamics that happen, just because there's dynamics that happen with this group in opposition to others, doesn't mean I'm defining that group in opposition of the other. That's crazy. That's stupid.
You saying things are crazy and stupid, but not being able to give a positive definition.
I gave you a positive definition. You created something. that wasn't in my definition and put it in there to say that I didn't give you one when I did. Matter of fact, I gave you a definition so broad that you tried to apply it to Black Panthers. That's how you know I didn't give you something that was oppositional, or you would have never brought up the idea that the Black Panthers could have been a part of it. But you're so stupid you can't even realize that. You try to straw man me on one hand, and then you try to put shit into my argument that doesn't exist there. And you're literally arguing right now that I define whiteness as in opposition of blackness, and your compelling response was, well, that could include the Black Panthers. Well, obviously, if I would have defined it as not black, you wouldn't have brought up the idea that the Black Panthers could have been a part of it. But you're too stupid to understand all of that.
You saying I'm too stupid to understand.
Okay, explain how I defined it as not black, but you brought up the Black Panthers. Go ahead.
I asked you for a definition.
Can you answer that? Can you answer that question? How did I define them as not black, but your answer was, well, that could include the Black Panthers who are black? Explain that.
You didn't give a definition that was not black.
I did give you a definition.
That's the problem, is that if you were to do that, then we would be in the same.
So you're saying both I didn't give you a definition and I did give you an oppositional definition. Now you're claiming that I both didn't give a definition and I gave a definition.
That's not what I'm saying at all. Now you're just spouting nonsense and yelling.
So wait, you didn't just say I didn't give a definition after claiming I gave an oppositional definition?
I'm saying your definition doesn't make sense.
So now you're saying my definition doesn't make sense, but I'm asking you to specific.
What I'm saying. I'm asking you to give a positive definition of whiteness.
Because you're not answering the question that I asked you. You would understand that. Okay, the question I asked you again is, you made two claims. You said I define whiteness when I just described it as opposition to black. And then you said I defined it oppositionally, but you also proposed that Black Panthers could be a part of the definition that I gave. How can both of these things be true? That's the question I asked you. Not, do you think my definition is valid? I specifically asked you, how do you have these two counter positions that you proposed in this conversation?
Because your definition is incoherent. That's the problem.
So my definition is incoherent, and you put forth two contradictory arguments because my definition is incoherent.
Can we try this? Right? Because like I haven't been following all the twists and turns. There's been a lot here, but it feels like you guys are talking past each other. I feel like you guys can have a more robust conversation. But why don't you try this? Each of you will define what you mean by whiteness to me, right? And I'm going to reflect back in my own words to you, and you're going to say if I'm correct or incorrect, and maybe that'll be helpful to bridge this gap.
Yes,
okay?
And I would like Fabian to go first because I asked him this question earlier, and he said it was too broad and he couldn't give commentary on it. So if you can ask Fabian that question, and then I'll answer it second.
Okay, all right.
Yeah,
Fabian.
that's not true, but that's okay.
Sure.
What is whiteness?
Yes, please.
Whiteness is a concept created by critical race theory to explain for the meta narrative that that the United States history is one of white supremacy, and that white supremacy is the prevailing narrative of growth and political power within the United States, based upon the Marxian analysis of oppressed and oppressed dynamic, or I should say maybe critical theory perspective. We don't want to go all the way back to Marx, and that it is a vague term that that shifts and moves without a positive position. That it is an incoherent thing in and of itself.
Prime, what I'm gonna suggest now. Hold on. I don't want you to repeat that back, because what I'm going to suggest now is that we move back to the conversation that we were having. What he just tried to do was a sleight of hand and talk about whiteness in this concept. What Fabian was talking about before I joined.
Definition of whiteness.
Prime. What Fabian was talking about before I joined was white identity or the lack thereof. I don't want you to ask him to define whiteness. I want you to ask him to define white identity that he was talking about, not whiteness, this new term that he's trying to move to because he feel like he has a more palatable argument.
You
Can you
asked,
do that?
I said white.
Can you
And
do
then you
that? Can you
changed it
ask
to
him to
whiteness.
define the white identity or the lack thereof that he was describing before I joined?
Oh, okay. All right, then let's do that. Scott.
You brought up whiteness. Dog, I didn't bring up whiteness. I asked you to define
No,
white.
no, I've been talking about white identity. And yes, I may have used the word whiteness because in some ways they're synonymous, but I think you can understand that we've been talking about identity this whole time. The fact that you can't is fine. Hey, look, this is why we're resetting. Prime is about to ask you what is white identity. I'm going to go on mute.
Okay, please, Brand. What is white identity?
You're not going to like it because I think it give roughly the same definition. Yeah, I mean, I don't know where you want me to go with this because I'll just go into a similar definition of whiteness.
That's fine.
So the thing that you were talking about before is the definition you're saying is incoherent and you don't agree with. The thing you were talking about before I joined.
Okay, hold on. Let me repeat what you said about whiteness or white identity.
I'm delving into critical race theory, and so in order to and being demanded to work
Nobody
within
is
a
asking you
framework
that.
that I think is incoherent.
I'm not asking you that. Hey, Prime, before I joined, would you say that you guys were having a conversation over white identity or the lack thereof and the nuance that is deeper than just the hatred? Would you say that's a fair summarization of what was being said before I joined?
Yeah, it wasn't limited to white identity. It was about the broader concept of like American identity, and then we broke it down.
Lack of white identity, right? Like,
yeah.
My position is that doesn't
yes,
exist.
I said or lack thereof.
Yeah. So it was. I would just say that the conversation was a bit broader than simply whiteness. But yeah,
I didn't use the term whiteness. I used the terms that y'all were using that I wrote down before I joined.
Understood.
There was a conversation over the lack of white identity. And what I'm asking you, Prime, is can you get Fabian, because I can't, can you get him to define what that white identity that he's saying is lacking? Can you get him to define that? Because I can't, apparently.
Let me try and make this. So white is an ever-moving category that is socially constructed, right? At one point in time, it didn't include Italians. Now it does include Italians. I'm using this language colloquially because we have a concept of it. My issue is that is from then and now is that you can't define something through negation, right? Like you can define Ireland because it's a country, and you can define Irish people as people that have a connection to Ireland, genetically and culturally, and that there are certainly going to be gray areas that people have in terms of who is and isn't Irish. That is going to be socially constructed in some regard. What I'm saying is that whiteness or white identity, the very problem that we are having in culture is that it isn't real, that there is an American ethnicity that is a group of people that have been living in this country, this land, that are under similar laws and because of that similar culture, and that there are other more gate-kept and defined subcultures, such as the Black culture or maybe Hispanic culture, etc., and that the inability of us to actually really attach to the American ethnicity because it isn't as storied. There are no classical American dances or dishes or garb or cultural practices and tradition that are so uniquely American that it allows an individual to have a sense of sharing a culture that, again, is going to be individual, is part of the problem that has created racism in our country, because there is a lack of belonging to a storied tradition.
And the
That is
question
my
that,
position.
and the question that I asked you was, when you say you can't define it through a negation, I 100% agree with you. And the question that I asked you is, this is why I asked you the question earlier. Well, what was white identity pre-Civil War? Because I'm saying that we can't define these terms through negation, but I'm saying that we do know that these terms were used by whites and blacks alike. So I'm asking you, hey, this term, white identity, that existed before these times, let's not define it through negation. What do you define it as if you were a white person in 1765 and white identity was a concept then? What would that concept be defined as? And please don't use negation. What is that concept?
People of European ancestry, I guess. I don't know.
So all people from Europe were a part of this
people of
white
Western
identity?
European ancestry, right? People of Western European ancestry. Like I said, there's going to be a give and play, because each individual is going to have a different sense of understanding of what they think that, right? Because it isn't something that is strictly defined in that regard, right? Like there is a cultural concept of an idea of whiteness, or white identity, where some people may consider one group belonging and other people may not consider that.
Do you think that non-Protestants would have been counted?
No, originally Catholics weren't. John F. Kennedy is probably the major cultural force that this concept of, I think over time the concept of white identity, as it includes more people in its definition, but like it wasn't until John F. Kennedy came in that like Catholics begin to be kind of like considered a part of that group.
Yeah, and that's why I hope you understand now, because I'm asking you the same question I asked you earlier. I hope you understand now why I asked those questions earlier, because I don't think our 35th president was around for the definition of whiteness and as this group started to grow. So the question I asked you earlier is, hey, what things do you think made this umbrella term increase in the amount of people that it covered? These are the same questions I asked you earlier. I first asked you to define
I answered
whiteness.
That question multiple times, and I used
and you answered, and you answered it, and you said you think it was familial relationships and relevance. And then I said, hey, there are other groups that had familiar ties and relevancy to this group. Why wouldn't those groups have been a part of it?
Skin, right? Like that when you're talking about race, right? Like that there's a social construction around race. I don't even necessarily disagree with that, right? Like I don't disagree with the idea that like who isn't and is white, that there are gray areas and that those things are kind of like socially looked at. Like I'm not so averse to some of the explanations that critical race theorists have come up with over time.
No, okay, so if we were to change the definition you gave earlier, you said people from Western Europe, you would agree that adding people from Western Europe with white skin might be a good addition to that definition.
Yeah, I gave you that immediately. Well, blacks are considered with familiarity and yet they're not in there. And I said, well, yeah, the predominant thing of white is going to be skin because it's describing race. And that obviously blacks are a separate race. But like what gets defined as white changes over time. And then again, I gave back to the Italians. Said
yes,
the Italians have some ancestry with Africa, etc. And like they might not have been considered quote unquote white by most people early on. And then over time, most people would consider Italians white. And the same was true of Irish.
And my question was, this group called white, our white identity, seems to be growing, and it grows to include other pigmentations. why might it not include another group of people that have the same familial and relevancy with this group that have a much darker pigmentation? Because you can't just stand on the house of cards that you have to have white skin when there are people without white skin under the umbrella term white.
So you think white doesn't describe white skin? Yes or no?
I'm
Does white
asking you,
describe
do
white
you
skin?
think that?
No. I'm asking you now because you're being
Yeah,
silly.
no, I've said it plenty of
Does it not
times.
describe white skin?
Yes, and I've said that it doesn't. I've said
Okay,
that there
so
are
if it does,
more.
who are these
Hold on.
groups
I
that
want to
are
give a full
being
answer.
added in?
I want to give a full answer. I've said that over time, this group has started to include more and more pigmentations that aren't just solely pale white or whatever white we want to say. There are even some Asian people who claim that they're white.
I mean, sure. I mean, again, they can claim, anybody can claim anything, right? But if we're talking about what is culturally accepted in the predominant in conversation in language, as language changes, it's going to be based upon the meaning that is invoked by a majority of people. A majority of people are not going to include Asians as white. But yeah, you're
So
going to
do
find
you
people
think?
that say that Asians are quote unquote white adjacent because whiteness and white identity is
Okay,
defined in
so
by different groups, right? Academically, it's going to be defined by critical race theory, and then you're
so
also
do you
going to have
think?
the people that are fascists that are going to be
So
defining
do
it
you
as well.
think
You're going to have different concepts.
So, question: do you think albino black people from Western Europe would be included in the term whiteness? Because it sounds like you're saying white
Obviously
skin
not.
is important, or pigmentation towards white skin is important. So, if somebody who's albino, who is more white than white people, do you think an albino black from Western Europe could claim whiteness and be accepted into whiteness? And if not, why so? If white
I
skin
don't think.
and ethnic and country of origin are what matter.
I don't think that anybody can be accepted into whiteness because I don't think whiteness as a concept is.
Wait, but you said new cultures got accepted in over time. You agreed to
Yes,
it. You said it.
I don't think an individual gets accepted into whiteness. But setting that aside, an albino is
Well, okay,
someone
yeah.
with a condition like you would have to use a Bayesian inference, right?
No,
And
wait.
so
Let's not say an
why are you telling me
individual.
Wait?
Because I feel
Obviously,
like
we're talking about an individual because we're talking albino.
no,
The
yes. So
majority
that's
of
why I'm trying to
Africans are
change
not
it.
albino.
So now I'm trying to change it. Let's say there are leagues of albino people from Western Europe that
Now
are.
we're not even engaged in our reality.
No,
We're not
no.
engaged in reality.
Wait, you don't think
There
there
are not, that those don't exist. They're not there's not a country or leagues of fucking albinos anywhere.
No, I'm asking you a hypothetical to test your definition. That doesn't mean that this has to have instantiation
Right.
in
And I tried to, and then you interrupted
history.
me because you didn't like the term Bayesian inference. Assuming I don't
No,
know why, but
no. Wait. You were targeting me using the word individual. An individual wasn't at all important to the concept that I was bringing, so I was expanding to get rid of the whole
it is
concept
important
of
to the
talking
concept.
against
Oh no, you're playing
individuals.
with words. When you're
No, I'm
talking
not.
about albino, you're talking about a very, very, even if you're talking about a group of albino, you're talking about a
Yes.
very small portion of the race that they are, who happen to have a medical condition that makes their skin white. The acceptance of different races and ethnicity is not applying to groups of people with a medical condition that changes the pigmentation of their skin, right?
Why not? Is the question I'm asking you.
Because the question is about race. Like
Yes.
we're talking
All
about
right.
races of people,
You've agreed that
right? And
race
that's
is
why
a
I said
social
there's a Bayesian
construction.
inference.
No. You've
What's
agreed
that?
that race is a social construction. You've agreed that what's inside of this social construction changes over
Well, I don't
time.
agree that
The
it's
question.
completely a social construction, but predominantly.
Well, I'm just using your words that you said. You said race is a social construct, but we can move past that and act like you didn't say it. Whatever you're saying now,
Will you
let's
stop?
take
Will
what
you
you're
stop?
saying.
Stop.
I'm reciting back to you what you said, and you're asking why I'm being frustrated. You're saying stop because I'm repeating back to you what you said.
You're speaking past me. You're not trying to grasp at what
I am.
Right? I do agree that race is socially constructed. And when I say that race is socially constructed, there are gray areas, and as a rule, for example, we consider Obama to be black, despite the fact that he's just as much white as he is black, because of
That's
the
a question I could
pigmentation of
ask
his
you too.
skin, et cetera, right? Like I agree that there is a social construction element, but that doesn't mean that there aren't clines and there aren't genetic things that go into race, and that there aren't specific demographics.
Can we
there
put a
are
pin
other
and stay
bases.
here? Can we put a pin and stay here? So I'm just going to keep asking you the same questions until you give me an answer. And maybe you're not running from them. Maybe I'm. No, wait. I'm giving you. Maybe you're not running from them. Maybe for some reason I'm not being clear. So I want to be super clear. Let's use Barack Obama, who you've just like engendered in this conversation. Barack Obama, as I know it, has a black mother and a white father, or vice versa. One of those two, right?
Father.
Yes, and the statement you said that I agree with is we consider Barack Obama black, right? And now the question I want to ask you is we have these two categories, white and black. And the question I would ask is why are people of this mixed descent accepted into one and they're accepted into that by that in group? And why are they rejected by the other and they're rejected by that in group white? Why is that the case?
That would assume that blacks in America are a monolith, because some blacks definitely don't accept Barack Obama as black.
Well, you said he was though. Let's not talk about the blacks that don't agree. Your words were, "We all agree that he's black."
Relax, my guy. Relax. What I'm saying is that the question that you asked, I understand the question that you're asking, because you're talking about whites, or the culture as a whole, as most of us agree, right? Because when we talk about social construction, right, when something is socially constructed, it means that predominantly we have a definition, that there are outliers that don't agree, right? So there are going to be some people that say Barack Obama's white. There's some cohort of people that believe that he is white. Most of us agree that he is. So then that's right. So moving on from there.
Hold on, wait. You cut out. Most of us agree what? I'm just asking you to clarify because you cut out a little bit.
No, it's fair. Yeah, it's show. Most of us agree that Obama is black, right?
Gotcha.
Like society predominantly agrees that he's black, but some wouldn't say so. Assuming that we work with that the majority kind of conception is that he's black. Why is he accepted as black? Well, there's a multitude of factors, right?
Well, no. Wait. I asked you a different question. Hold on. Wait. I asked you, why isn't he accepted as white? That's what I specifically asked.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. I mean, it would. What I was going to say would work either way.
No.
Why he isn't accepted as white is because there is a concept that black people have a unique experience, standpoint epistemology, right? And that because his skin is darker, he has a shared experience with other black people, right? So the assumption that is taken into that is that because he has that darker complexion, even though he's mixed, he looks black. And because he looks black, people treat him as that, because predominantly the concept of race is based upon skin color. Because
so if he's phenotypically,
when we view someone in the world, right, we kind of go off of phenotype. We kind of
no, hold on. But the question I'm asking you,
place people in a category.
Yeah, so I'm trying to ask you questions where you extract and extrapolate and then apply your principle. And I feel like we're hyper focusing. So I'm not asking you a different question to move the goalpost. I'm asking you a different question because the essence of what I was asked, I think, is being missed. If we took Barack Obama and he was the child of a slaver with a black slave and he phenotypically was represented as white, do you think he would be accepted into white culture? And why not if he wouldn't be?
Well, back when we had slaves, it was like a drop of blood, right? So he wouldn't be considered white, regardless that he's like, to use the
And
the
why
stereotypical term
might
white
that be?
passing,
And
because
why
he was
might that
black.
be?
That's how he was legally defined.
And I'm asking you why these things might be. I'm not asking you just that they are. I'm asking you why might they be?
Well, yeah, there's a billion answers to that question.
And I
Why,
just need
like,
one.
why was that? Why? Okay, so here's one.
The most,
Because
what you think is most,
slave owners often raped their slaves, and so the because of that regard, they didn't want a bunch of mixed or mulatto at the time defined people that would have be able to pull themselves out of slavery, because chattel slavery required a definition of black, and you didn't want to exclude people that were half white because their slave owners raped their slaves, because that would cause an upset to all of chattel slavery in and of itself. Over time, when slavery is abolished, that becomes completely irrelevant in terms of the definition of white and black. So that definition might change if
so
he's quote
would
unquote
you,
white passing, because the legal system changed.
so I want to make sure I'm not unfairly characterizing your statement. Would you say that a way to say that is there were economic reasons to exclude and I'm using air quotes, but you can't see that. So when I say Barack Obama, I'm saying a mixed person phenotypically representing as white at that time. There are economic reasons why Barack Obama would have been excluded from the term whiteness by whites at that time.
Hold on, I was fixing something on my stream. You asked the question again.
Yeah, so what I'm asking you is, I'm just trying to summarize, and I am trying to portray it close to a definition I gave you earlier. So I just want to be very clear on that. But would you say that a fair characterization of what you said is that there were economic reasons to exclude this quote unquote Barack Obama mixed person phenotypically representing as white? There would be economic reasons to exclude them such that they would be a subject, he would be a part of the subjugated class rather than the dominant class. Would you say that's a fair characterization of what you said? And like, hey, we rape these people and we don't want you to have rights and blah blah blah, and that's why to keep you as a slave, I'm gonna put you outside of this thing called white.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's the only thing, but yeah, sure, there are economic reasons to
Okay.
upholding the economic system that existed at that.
And would you, so if you had to give a percentage of people that you think would agree with that statement that are accepted as white, what percentage of white people would you say would agree with such an idea?
I have no
I
idea.
just want to make sure
I
you're
don't-
not saying that this is
like, I have-
fringe.
No, yeah, I don't think it's fringe to say that one of the reasons that the definition of white was the legal definition at the time was to protect the system of slavery, which was I wouldn't even be recalcitrant to say predominantly economic.
Okay.
Sure, whatever.
So if I was asked to give a definition of whiteness and one of its most prevailing characteristics, which is more important than the country of origin, would you say that that's a fair definition to give? And I'm not being a critical race theorist and trying to look at everything through a Marxist lens. Would you say that that's valid? If I gave the definition you just agreed to?
I didn't agree to a definition.
Okay, wait.
No, I
Would you say it's fair if I describe
predominantly economic over skin
Yeah,
color?
hold on, wait. I want to ask you a slightly different question. Would you say that it's fair if I describe aspects of white identity in that way?
I'm not sure what I'm agreeing to when you say that.
You want me to repeat
I'm
it?
a bit confused. No, of that way, like, yeah, I mean, like, if you were, let me reformulate. So, would it be fair that aspects of your definition of white would include economic, like, I mean, sure, if you're using a historical time to look at whiteness in through that lens at that time, I don't think it would be unfair for aspects of that definition to include the economic system at the time. But I would still say that predominantly it would be referring to skin color. Like, yeah, I mean, to say that it wouldn't, I think would be silly.
Okay, so we've said that the definition of whiteness has changed over time, and it sounds like you're saying that this aspect of whiteness.
Well, that legal definition, yeah.
Well, we're not talking about legal definition, right? We've not yet invoked a legal definition, right?
I mean, I have,
Okay.
because when we're talking about slavery, we're absolutely talking definitions
Well,
that were
when we,
enshrined in law.
yeah, I agree that slavery was enshrined in law, but that doesn't mean that we've been trying to hyper define a definition of white that can stand up in court. I think we've more so been going on the colloquial usage and the shared ideas amongst those people, which is why I specifically asked, do you think
Well, yeah, it just
that
depends on what
most,
context we're talking about. Like
yeah,
it would be.
I'm saying our predominant context and not a hyper specific version at some point. Would you agree that? I don't even care if you agree with that. Let's move past that. Okay, now this aspect of whiteness, which we can extrapolate and say, excluding groups of individuals that would belong that belong to a underclass for economic advantages, which I think you agreed to. Would you say that though the concept of white identity has changed over time, though new groups have been added to this group, would you say that there's groups that have been added to white identity that break that rule?
There are groups that have been added to white identity that break what?
So we just talked through why Barack Obama and phenotypically white representing Barack Obama would be excluded from whites during slavery, right? And you kind of agree.
There was a legal definition.
So,
yeah, sure.
So what I'm asking, it's not because it was a legal definition, because I don't think the people who would have told Barack Obama that he's not white would have been waving documentation from the state at him, right? Like colloquially, and
he would look white, right? So like the assumption there would be that he would pass as white, that people wouldn't know that he was half, let's say, West African.
Let's say people knew.
See him.
No. Let's say people knew he was the son of rape and slavery, and he phenotypically represented as white. They would not call him black, and they wouldn't refer primarily to some document. You have to agree with this. Or do you think most people...
They would probably call, if they knew, right? They knew for a fact that he was half West African. They would have said back then that he was black, that he was not white.
Yeah, and I'm just saying primarily the energy and the thoughts of that person when they're saying that he's not black is not because of some legal definition that was written in a book. That's all I'm saying. And I think you're agreeing, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm agreeing. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay,
I mean, like, he would be an outlier. Like, he would obviously be an outlier because he would be black, and yet he would phenotypically look white. Like, he wouldn't be the norm.
Got you. So the question that I was trying to ask earlier that maybe I didn't ask properly in some type of way is, though the definition of white has changed over time, that same situation of people that could be, because these things are socially constructed, could theoretically become a part of white, those people still don't have access to the label white. And I'm asking you if that isn't one of the primary aspects of whiteness, why hasn't that tradition broken?
Could you like reformulate it? I'm actually genuinely trying to understand. What are you?
Okay,
Why
Barack Obama.
hasn't-
Okay, yeah, I have a very simplified way to answer. Okay, what you said is this white representing Barack Obama would not be called white because of laws at the time and because of the legal definition of white. And what I'm asking is, though
Not
the
primarily, but well, we get primarily. Maybe I don't
but
know.
though slavery doesn't exist anymore, and though lots of other things have changed, why is that white representing Obama in 2024 still not considered white? What would you say?
Well, I don't know that he would or wouldn't. I don't like that. Someone that looks white, has white skin, and has white ancestry, but has some black in them, is probably considered white now, right? Like I'm
No,
13% black.
let's hyper specifically talk about the ones that are 50, well, where one parent in one family side is white and one family and the other side is black.
I'm saying that. Yeah, I'm
So
saying that I don't. It would depend on who you ask, right? But I
So-
think that if you
No, but hold on, wait. Let's
and present as a person and you look like a white person, most people are going to assume that you're white.
I want to hold to the
Even if
same
they
standard.
know-
No, I want to hold to the same standard that you held to earlier. I don't want to say depending on who you asked. I want to say, what do you think would be the prevailing opinion? No, hold on. What do you think would be the prevailing?
I honestly don't know the answer to that. If you have someone
You
that looks
don't know
white,
if you walked
if you
up
have
to
someone that-
most. No, wait. I'm just repeating it back to you to make sure I'm understanding your I don't know. You don't know if you walked up to most white people and said, hey, there's a guy, his dad is white, his mother is black, or vice versa, and he's white presenting. Is he white? You don't know what most people would answer, how they would answer that question. That's what you're saying.
I think most people would have some confusion on it and might just consider that person mixed and like not, or maybe they would consider him white. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, because we're talking about someone that looks white and is in their
No, but
ancestry.
why would there be hesitation to not just say he's white?
Because you just defined him as being genetically half black. Right?
But
Like
you
people would say
said-
he comes from a black, like
but
his
you
father's black, his mother's white, for example, or vice versa. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
but he
I'm
looks
gonna
white,
tell you what
and he seems white. Like I think that people would be confused as to how to classify a person.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't
gonna
think
tell
that
you
would have been
what.
true in the past.
Yeah, no. I'm not talking about the past. I'm gonna tell you what I'm struggling with, right? Because I'm telling you what I'm trying to understand. We said that white is not defined by the opposition to another. That's one of your foundational claims, that we can't define something by the opposite of the other, right? So let's keep that in mind in this conversation. Okay, there's a person who has Western Europe ties genetically. They have white skin phenotypically. This person matches a lot of the characteristics of this group
I
of
feel like you're
people
just
who
asking
call
the
them.
same questioning.
No, wait. This person is almost the exact same as these people, except they have some genetic part of them that is black. But we've said that we don't define white as not black. So I'm asking you hyper specifically, why is this person not white? They have all the same attributes, except they have a black attribute as well.
I've already answered. Like, I think most people would be confused by this. This would be an outlier. This would be someone that is genetically, one of their parents is black. Like, I mean, like, I think that you're talking about a gray area and that people would have difficulty defining said gray area because whiteness isn't something that is clear cut. There is no longer a legal isn't. Sorry, I'm breaking up a little bit. There is no longer a legal what is and isn't white. So I think people would struggle to know whether or not they themselves considered that person to be white.
Okay.
I don't understand what's problematic with that answer. I feel like that's
No.
I feel like people would be like, I don't know.
Wait, just because I'm asking you for a reclarification and I might disagree, doesn't mean that I'm saying that there's a problem with your answer. I completely disagree, but I'm just asking you to reclarify to make sure
Why do you disagree?
understand the fullness in which I asked you. So I want to ask Prime a question. Prime, do you think most people that go by white today would be confused in this situation, or do you think they would understand whether or not they consider this person white, and what answer do you think they might give?
Could you repeat what the parameters were, please?
There's a person who has a white father with all white ancestry on that side, and they have a black mother with all black ancestry on that side, or vice versa, where the mother and the father are switched. It doesn't really matter. At least I don't think so. But so the question that I asked Fabian is, do you think we agreed that during slavery, most white people would say that person is not white because they want to
Whoa, you just
subjugate them.
changed it to during slavery.
No, wait, I'm giving him the historical context so I can ask him the same question I asked you.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying the question was about now, not during.
Yes, I'm gonna get to that, but I'm giving him the background so I can ask him the same question with the same context that I asked you. Okay, so me and Fabian agreed that during slavery, this person would not be considered white, and it would be to subjugate them for economic reasons. And that is one of the factors about why we would say this person is not white. So the question I asked him is, today, what do you think? Do you think that person would be considered white, and why not? His answer was, I'm confused, or I don't know, because I think most people might be confused if that situation were to arise. So my question to you was, are you confused about the situation, and how do you think most people that are white might respond to it?
And you said this person has white skin. They have white ancestry on one side, black ancestry on the side.
Phenotypically represented as white, yeah.
Phenotypically represented as white. I think it would be a quandary for some people, but I think overall, uh, uh, I think race is multiple things, is what I think. So I think it's how you appear. I think it's.
I think you're going into what your definition of race is.
Okay.
My question was hyper specific to how do you think white people might classify this person?
I would think they would probably classify them as black. Once they learn of that ancestry, they would classify them as black.
Yeah. We're saying that the ancestry of this person is known, so it's not hidden to these people.
Yeah.
It's known.
Okay, then yeah, I would think that they would be classified as black then.
Okay, gotcha. Only reason I wanted to ask is because I think it's obvious, and I think definitely most people would consider this person black, and specifically they would consider them not white. I just wanted to know, was there any agreement here? But it's fine. I think Fabian is saying that he doesn't know how most people might respond, and they might be confused about the situation. I'm a little bit off-put by that, given that this situation arises all the time in America. The idea of a mixed black and white child is not something that's foreign. And I think most people have thought through how they might classify the offspring in that situation. But yeah, I just
No, I mean, I said that I think that people would consider them mixed predominantly, but that they might be confused if someone is presenting as white, especially if they self-identify as white, right? Like if they say like I'm white, right? Like that's going to change it too, right? I think in America, most people that are mixed say that they're either mixed or identify as black, right? Like you know what I mean? Like imagine if Drake, right, identified as white and said he was white and didn't engage in what is seen more often by most people as like black culture, right? Like wasn't a hip hop artist, but like was just an actor on Degrassi and like continued to be an actor and like said he was white and claimed to be white, I think a lot of people would be like, oh yeah, I guess, you know, like a lot of people might be like, I don't know. And I think a lot of people would just accept that he's white. I don't know how important this is to the overall conversation, but yeah, I just think that like most mixed people today tend to identify as black or mixed. They don't tend to identify as white. So I think that
I understand what you're saying. I think your knowledge of understanding that mixed people either identify as mixed and not black and not white, I think you're somewhat, and I'm not saying that this is true, I'm saying this is how I'm digesting what you're saying. I think you're missing the fact that those people are rejected whiteness, and that's why they run to either mixed or blackness, and none of them usually classify themselves as white, specifically because white people would never say that that person is white. Black people most black people might say that that person is black.
Whiteness? Right? Like
no, wait. Wait. You asked me a question. I want to explain it. If Barack Obama said, "I am black," black people would not reject that blackness and say you aren't black. I think similarly, if Barack Obama, or white phenotypically representing Barack Obama, that's known to be of mixed ancestry between white and black, most white people would reject his whiteness in that his claim of being white. And I'm saying that the byproduct of that would be that people of this mixed ancestry would likely call themselves black or call themselves mixed, and they wouldn't call themselves white because they're being rejected by that community. So when I say reject his whiteness, I'm saying reject his claim of being white.
I mean, maybe. I mean, I would say they would probably be rejected. I don't know what you mean by that community, because the entire conversation is kind of
no, it's about white people and black people.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is the entire beginning of this conversation that Prime is that, you know, I don't think that community is very defined in and of itself, right? Like, I don't know that there is a quote unquote white community that
but understand that I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying white is very well defined, and people who are under that label understand the parameters, so much so that they know who to accept and reject under that label. So I'm saying the exact opposite of you. I'm saying it's well defined.
Right, but there's a difference between, and I don't know that it's necessarily well defined. I don't know that I accept that, but even if I were to accept that, there's a difference between white being well defined by like skin color percentages or whatever, because there's gonna be gray areas for sure, because I'm a gray area, right? I'm considered white, I'm accepted as white, and yet I'm not. I'm racially mixed to a certain degree. 13% is not enough, right? So I mean, I do think that there are going to be boundaries at a certain, you know, where things come into question. But even if I was to accept that white is well defined as being like, you know, a certain percentage within, you know, however we believe it to be, I don't think that it's well defined. But if I do accept that it was, there's a difference between white being defined and a white community existing, right? Like that is what the entire conversation stems from, is that I don't think that there is a white community. I think there are cultural subgroups like metalheads and, you know, country people and things like that, but that there isn't there isn't a that the ethnicity that we're discussing is the American ethnicity. And there are all of these, there's this assumption that white people kind of have this predominant American ethnicity, and then there are these subgroups like the black community, etc. And what I'm saying is that there's crossover and bleed with American ethnicity, with the black community, etc. And that I don't see a distinct white community or a distinct white culture. I see cultural subgroup that exist, and that because that there is one and not the other, that this causes problems.
Yeah, and I'm accepting your viewpoint. I'm not agreeing with it, but I'm accepting your viewpoint. And I definitely agree that there's a difference between quote unquote white community and the definition of white. And I would define in a hasty way in this conversation as the white community is the people who would stand up to a mixed Barack Obama, and if he claimed he was a white president, that are saying, "Hey, Barack Obama, you're not white." I would say that that group of people, which I think would be quite
That would
numerous.
include black people.
Yes, it would.
That white community would include blacks, right? So
Yes, I'm
I
saying
think that goes to my conception
Hold on, wait.
that there isn't a real white community.
You're pushing me to define better, and I agree with it. I would say the group of people who don't identify as black that tell him that he's not white, those are the people that I would call the white community.
Right, and and that is a major issue that I have with your viewpoint, is that it is defining by negation.
No, wait. Hold on.
What we aren't.
Hold on. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm not defining it not by negation. I'm removing a subgroup and I'm saying the people who are left. So I'm not defining it by not black. I'm saying that the people who don't belong to the group, if we drew a Venn diagram
That's
of people.
by negation.
No, it's not. No, it's not. If there was a Venn diagram, and there's white people on one side and there's black people on one side, I'm agreeing with
What are these white people?
No, let's not define them right now. I'm agreeing with your definition because we didn't have to define it for you to answer the question. I'm agreeing with your response that there are black people amongst the populace of Americans who would say, Barack Obama, you are indeed not white. I'm agreeing with that. And I'm saying that there's a Venn diagram, there's overlap, and you're calling out that there are black people amongst this populace that would say that he's not white. I'm saying if you remove those black people and you leave the other subgroup behind, I'm not defining that subgroup by not black. I'm saying that this is what's left over after we extract another subgroup out of it. If we looked at what's left, I'm saying that those people are likely the ones who would call themselves white and the ones who would enforce this rule that he's not white.
Again, that's defining by negation.
No, it's not.
It just is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What are you talking about?
Not.
It definitely is.
If there's a room of animals and I say, hey, if you take cats out of this room, whatever is left, I think these animals have this idea, and I'm going to put this label on these people because of their feelings about this topic. That's not defining them by negation. That's defining them by affirmation. I'm saying that their idea is what is combining them and not the fact that they're not black.
When you remove,
why can I? You're saying that I can't remove black people from the conversation of, hey, there's people that's going to say that he's not white. You're saying that it's unfair for me to present in the conversation, well, hey, I want to talk about the people who don't identify as black.
I'm saying
you're saying that's unfair to bring up in this conversation.
I'm not saying that that's unfair to bring up in this conversation.
That's what you said. You said I'm defining them as not black.
Well, no, stop. I'm saying that doesn't a definition make. That's what I'm saying. Because now, we can keep playing this game over and over and over again, but it doesn't give a positive definition of what it is, because we can then go, okay, that includes Asians. And then we're like, okay, well, let's take Asians out. It's like, okay, well, that includes Hispanic Latinos and Mezzozitos, and go, okay, well, let's take those people out. And then we go, well, that's what's left once we take out all of these other things that are positive.
What you're saying
is the definition of white. And I'm saying that's defining via negation. And that's not a definition of what it is. That's saying
what
it
you're
is
saying
the thing
is,
that it is not.
So what you're saying is you said that we can define what white is. We can talk about what aspects of white people might believe, but if I circle those people, that's unfair and I'm defining them by negation, even though I'm using all of the affirmation principles that we said lead them to be in this category.
You're just reframing out. Like, no.
You're literally saying we can define white, but we can't say what white people are. That's crazy. There's a group of, he's claiming to be white. There's a group of people saying you're not white that have this thing that all of them agree is white, and
Are
you're saying
Asians
that if
part of
I
that?
circle that and name
Are
that, I'm
Asians
now
part of the
being
group
unfair.
of people? Are Asians part of the group of people that would say that Barack Obama is not white?
Yes.
Okay. So are Asians white?
I would say the predominant answer would likely be no.
Okay. So we don't have a definition of white.
But that isn't all I said. Wait, no, Jesus Christ, did you not hear me? I said the people that call themselves white, that are not black, that group of people that call themselves that are white, that are not black, that would tell
white.
Obama that he's not white. That's specifically what I said. That is the white community. You were saying that there's no such thing as white community. And I was saying, yes, there is a white community. The white community would be the people that will walk up to this theoretical Barack Obama and say, hey, dude, you're not white. And they would define themselves as white.
So what if Barack Obama called himself white? Would he be white?
You said, well, no.
Well, if Barack Obama said, if Barack Obama says I'm white, is he white or not white? Does it matter how he self-identifies?
I would say
in the definition of whether or not he's.
I would say when someone is identifying as a race, I would think the most important part of whether or not that's like whether that claim is true is whether or not that group would predominantly accept him into the fold.
Okay, so we need a definition of that.
No, we defined that earlier. You said we can define white. You gave a definition of white earlier. What are we talking about? You wait, your statement earlier wasn't that we can't define white. No, your statement earlier wasn't that we can't define white, that there is no white community. And I was saying that there is a white community. Just the very essence that we can define white and we know that there's a group that we can circle and call them white means that there's a white community.
Okay, so community is now defined by a group of what? Like that identifies?
A group of people with some shared belief. Like you said, black community
is a community.
You said what now?
How is that? How is the problem is here is that like.
Wait, do you think there's a black community? You said black community earlier. Do you think that there's a black community?
Yeah, I would say that there is a black community.
Okay. There's a thing that we can define as black. There's a group of people that we can circle that likely agree with those things in our definition, and we would call that black in the black community. What I'm saying is that we've defined what white is. There's a people that we could circle that meet that definition and agree with that definition, and I'm calling those people the white community. You're saying the black community exists, but somehow the white community doesn't.
The problem here is we're now saying that community is simply self-identification, right?
I never said that. I said that they have to be accepted by the group. I said it's not self-identification. I specifically was against that. I never said that.
Okay,
do you agree that I never said? Hold on, wait. Do you agree that I never said that?
Yeah, you didn't say what I said word for word. So, and I agree that you did add an additional stipulation here. So they must be. So
wait, not just word for word. You agree that I disagree with the idea that self-ID.
Yes, I don't need the trap. It's fine. I'm trying to get your right. I missed a component when redescribing your definition. Relax. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth. So the definition of a community is threefold. One, they must be accepted by the people in the community, which is circular, but we'll take it anyways.
Circular, but necessary for sure.
Well, was because like you,
it's emergent. It's emergent.
Yeah. We could go with that. It's emergent. That's fine. It's fine. I don't want to get into the weeds. So they must be accepted by the community. That we're defining, which I have problems with that, but I'll move on. That they must ID as part of said community, whatever it is. They have to say, I am white, I am black, I am a metalhead, right?
I don't
and there
necessarily
was a
agree with this component, but go ahead.
okay,
OJ
so they
said he
don't
wasn't black.
okay
OJ
okay
said he
so
wasn't
that's
black,
not a
but people would say OJ is black in the black community, and I would consider OJ black regardless of his self ID. What I'm saying is self ID isn't a part of it. It's the thoughts and ideas of the group, and whether or not the prevailing narrative would be that they accept that person, regardless of that person's individual beliefs.
okay, but we can't define a community solely on whether or not they the we can't define the community on the basis of the community, right? Like it's circular. You see what I mean?
It's
Like,
emergent, but not circular. But yes, I agree. I agree that it's emergent.
what do you mean by emergent?
It's coming in. It's coming into existence, and it seems circular. What you're saying, but it's just the fact that it's coming into existence and how we define it. So community is a category that we're using, and that category is coming into being with these rules, and that is the category. And it seems circular, but it's just emergent. It's yeah.
That's just circular. Like a community, you can't define something by like you can't define something based off of the thing defining itself.
It's like the
Like
set
you
of
can't
all
say the
sets.
black community exists, but that the black community exists
No,
based
no, wait.
upon whether or not someone is accepted
No,
by
no,
the
wait.
thing that exists.
No, first I said that there are ideas. We circle these ideas, and these ideas make black or these ideas make white. And then I said, second, there's a group of people who believe, enforce, whatever word we want to use, those ideas. And we're circling that group that is emerging as people who believe this idea, and that group is the community. So there's a base definition that we have for this concept. It's like furries, right?
Can only be
Furry can be defined as a thing, and furry, the who is a furry and what is a furry then becomes defined by the people who collectively agree with some set of ideas and enforce what those boundaries are. I'm saying that black community.
So furry must be defined by the furry community, and it can't be defined by those that aren't a part of the furry community. Yes.
I believe so. Yes.
So a community, the problem is that we're saying that a community of people is not to be defined by people outside of the community. I don't know how.
Yes.
I don't know how that's possible.
Because other people can have an idea and this group can decide to accept that and redefine themselves in that way or add that to that definition, or they can reject that. So I'm not saying that there can't be commentary on what a furry is. I'm saying that when it comes to ultimately of whether or not we would say this thing is a furry, we would go to a community of furries and we would say, hey, we think you all are this. Do y'all agree with that? And whatever the prevailing answer was is what we would accept as yes or no, that's a furry. And it doesn't have to be something that is in 100. You have to agree with that.
No, I absolutely disagree with that because that's standpoint epistemology. They're saying that there's special knowledge, that's special knowledge, and this is another critical race theory belief, but that there is knowledge that can only be had about the reality or truth of something.
Yes, because this is a social category being defined by the beliefs of a set group of people that changes over time. So if I want to know instantaneously, is this a part of that group? I polled that group. That group gives me an answer, and whatever the prevailing answer is how we act. That's just true.
It's not though.
If we said what is a leftist,
and you define, community has to be defined by the community. Like we can outside analyze that a community exists,
but it's not being defined by an individual. It's not being defined by an individual in the community. It's being defined by consensus amongst the community.
But no, their opinion doesn't matter. Like every furry could exist. Let's say there is a furry community, right? And every furry community could deny the existence of a furry community and could say, no, there is no furry community. And yet we could look at a group of furries that go to conventions, that have their own that coalesce together online and in reality, and we could say that's the furry community. And it does not matter whether or not the furry community accepts that they exist as a community, or whether or not they accept a person or an individual within or without of their community. Their opinion doesn't change the reality of whether or not
if
that
they
person
didn't
is engaging in that community.
if they didn't if they didn't accept a moniker, there'd be no way we could collectivize them. We couldn't point to them.
We absolutely could.
If
we
no,
could
we
we could say
couldn't.
all furries could say furries, there's no such thing as a furry community, right? That and they could even deny it because they think it's like kink shaming or something, right? To label them, and they could reject the idea of a label. And yet, we as outside, an anthropologist, right, a cultural anthropologist trying to understand cultural subgroups, could look at them and say, look, here's a group of people that I, on the outside, can see similar characteristics of, and I can see that they coalesce together, and I could see that they engage in certain behaviors or dress and things like that. And I could define the furry community and define that a community exists because of shared behaviors and all of these things.
Can I ask
they could all
about that?
say
I never said someone couldn't have an opinion. I said what we would call a furry would be the collective agreements on what a furry is within the furry community, for sure. If an anthropologist said this thing here is a furry, and there was no one historically that agreed with that label, we would never say yes, that categorization is right. That wouldn't exist. I don't think we can point to an example of that. But Brian, what were you about to say?
Well, I was gonna ask, so if if an anthropologist was describing a new community, right? There's no name for this. They're just seeing a pattern, right? And then they give it a name. But no one has accepted it because this is he's writing the paper now. Can we accept that this is a cohesive group, right? If we look at it and see that, well, this makes sense, his conclusions seem to be valid, right? Can we accept that even if the people inside that group don't accept it?
I would say
absolutely. Let's make it a fishing tournament, right? And let's say there is a group of people that are pro fishermen, but they don't consider themselves a community at all. They're just people that show up to fishing tournaments and do fishing stuff. They don't have an identity or self-ID in any way that there's a community. And yet, a cultural anthropologist shows up and says, well, they have this shared behavior. They go to these events together. They have common experiences. They have, they do these things that I'm noticing that they reject, which is that, that they do have a group of people that coalesce and have similar behavior, similar backgrounds, similar circumstances, and they come together for similar goals. We would accept that as a community, and he would be able to define it. And it does not matter that the people in said community do or don't gatekeep individuals in or out of their community. It doesn't need, what I'm saying is I reject the notion that we define community by whether or not those within said community accept or reject those people as part of them. That is
so what I want you to do,
because it doesn't work.
I understand that you're trying to be hyper theoretical, and I'm asking you to concretize this. Can you give me a categorization of people or anything where the objects within this set have say? Can you give me an example of where we've created a name and attributes for a collection of things? That collection of things disagree that they adhere to that label or they are that label, but we still call them that label. Can you give me an example of that?
Latinx. 97% of all Latino people reject that label, and yet it's predominant academic label for a community. They say the Latinx community, they reject that label completely. Like I said, 97% of them reject that label, and yet we still try and define them by that way.
I would say that's a perfect example of where we would say there's no Latinx community. And yes, there might be people who might espouse that there is, but that doesn't mean that there's any veracity to those claims. If there's not a set of people who embody the actions that you're trying to put onto them, and they're saying that they don't embody those actions, there's no way a label is going to stick around on that collective group of people.
So what if
what you just gave is a perfect example.
What if 49% of people in the quote unquote Latinx or Latino community rejected the label, but 51% accepted? Would it then be valid?
So I didn't say it had to be majority rule on whether
I'm just asking.
I think that
do accept it.
I think that there's some, I can't define, there's some arbitrary number of that would emotionally make us agree that this thing exists. And I can't define to you, like, it's not real to say, 68.257%. Like, that's not real. Like, I'm just throwing some shit out there at you, right? We don't think about these things in that way. Or maybe you do. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Maybe you do though. Okay.
No, my point is that whether or not a community exists is not based upon the acceptance of the name by said community. That's a
no, I wasn't
definition.
talking about the name.
Define, right? But I am here, right? Like, you could say that the Latinx community exists, even though they reject that name wholly, right? Like, you could rename it and say the Latino community, right? Like, you could get to a point where they accept it, but their acceptance of the term or their acceptance of their existence as a community is not what makes a community.
I think you're pointing out something
critical race.
I think you're pointing out something good, and I see where I wasn't holding to my definition. Specifically, the thing that I said earlier was that the set of attributes to that group has to be agreed upon by that group, not necessarily the name. So I actually do agree with you. There is a Latinx community because the attributes to be a part of Latinx, that group would agree with. They just don't like the name. So I agree with you that anyone can name and put a label, but what I was getting at was the essence of being amongst that group. Right. So if somebody was defining the Latinx community, they would give some ethnicity, blah, 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 some parameters. And those people can say, I don't like that name, but they can't say, I don't belong to the attributes that you're collectivizing me in. Right. So similarly, I'm saying is there's not a situation where the group is saying, I don't embody these characteristics, but we still call them by whatever label we call them.
I think there is a group, white people. I think we label white people as white people, and that there is
white people came up with the label white people, and now it sounds like you're saying that an external group came up with that label and is applying it to them unfairly.
It doesn't matter whom came up with the name.
Wait, you're saying that white people came up? Hold on, you're saying that white people came up with the name white people, and they're being called white people because they came up with it, but it's some kind of way, unfair, or it's not real, but they came up with it and other people are using it, but it's not real?
That's not what I'm saying. You know that.
I'm not saying that's what you're saying. I'm trying to understand you. I'm asking you the question.
So the term white predates my existence, and yet I'm white. So I have no say on the term white existing before I was born, right? So white people came up with the term is like what
they also came up with Latinx,
people that lived, but like people that existed before me came up with a term that I am now generally considered to be a part of, right?
Yes.
So my opinion on it is irrelevant because I didn't even fucking exist when the term came into existence. What I am saying is that what we name ourselves, or what the community gatekeeps in or out of by how they define it, is not the characteristic that makes a community real. And even if you were able to find and define the white community in black and white terms, that doesn't make the bond psychologically important to fill a void of what it is that humans need and seek in communities, right? There are loose communities of very loose association that give very little to that person in their life. And then there are very strong communities with very strong bonds that fulfill meaningful psychological things within themselves, you know, like religion being, right? Like the identifying perspective of being an Orthodox Christian is a very strong community. But me being in the D&D community, you could say is a community, right? But it is a much, much less important community, and very much so not really giving me deep meaning and cultural ties in my life.
I agree with you that the word community has different levels of companionship and blah blah blah, right? So earlier, I think you said the statement, even though most 97% of Latin people don't agree with the term Latinx, there's still a Latinx community. So even if you don't agree with the term white, but people are considering you white, is there not a white community based off the same thing that you said earlier for Latinx?
The problem that I have is when we get into the concept of like, what does a community make, which is why we were talking about like,
no, wait, but you said, wait, I want to bypass the semantics parts of this because you said
it's not.
No, wait. You said earlier Latinx is a community, whether or not they agree with it. So whether or not you feel communities need to be strong and give all of this like energy to the people who belong to it, none of that matters because you said earlier Latinx people.
No. I never said that the Latinx community is a legitimate community. I did say that for Black.
You said if an anthropologist looks at a set of things and names it, that person is right, essentially, regardless of whether the people agree with it.
I'm saying no. Please relax. I'm saying that a community's self-identification is irrelevant to whether or not a community exists. If there is a Latin community and someone calls it Latinx, they reject the name, it doesn't matter because the community exists.
So if you reject white, does it matter? Or can you be white and say that white doesn't exist, so we must listen to it? What's happening?
What do you mean?
A Latin person can say Latinx is not my community. I don't agree with that. I don't abide by that terms. I don't know what the hell that means. That has no significance to me. But Latinx still exists. And I'm saying the same thing to you. You're white. Whether or not you self-ID as white is irrelevant. But I think you feel that I would be unfair.
Now you accept that whether or not someone identifies in the community is not a definition of the community.
No, I told you. No, wait. I said I gave you that 10 minutes ago. I said, wait, I'm wrong. I agree with you here. Whether or not the people necessarily agree with the name is not important. It's about the attributes. I gave you that 10 minutes ago. So what I'm saying right now is, hey,
could be the attributes as well.
But what I'm saying right now is, hey, whether or not you agree with the category of white, the vast majority of Americans agree that there's a thing that's called white, and we also agree that you are white, whether or not you want to be white or not.
We're switching in between white and the white community. I do.
No, you're a part of the white. No, wait. You're a part of the white community, whether or not you want to be or not.
Okay, yeah, but that's a different thing. The white community and white are different things.
No, wait, bro. Hold on. Let's not, bro. I'm just trying to repeat stuff back to you. And sometimes I might say a different word, but the essence of what I'm saying, the reason why I went to Latin community is because I was talking about community, not just Latin. So what I'm saying is you can say that you are not a part of the white community. I'm saying that you are because everyone else is saying that you are.
Okay, so I am in a community because people say I'm in a community. What community?
Just like those people are in the Latinx community, though 97% of them disagree it exists.
You're not, but like, where is the community?
The community is
there a blonde community? Like a community of blonde people? Where is what how do we like blonde people? It doesn't matter now whether or not blonde people identify as blonde or whatever. We recognize that there are people that are born with hair color, right? And and these people we call blonde. Where is the blonde community?
I think that
member of the blonde community?
I think that we start to call things a community if there's some cultural, economic, or political or social significance in labeling that group. So is there a blonde community? I'm not sure is my honest answer. But what I'm saying is, to lots of people in America, there's cultural, political, and economical reasons why we've constructed this thing called white community, and you're a part of it. Whether or not you believe you are is irrelevant. That's what I'm saying.
But I agree that whether or not I believe I'm part of the blonde community is irrelevant. The thing here, though, is that if you're saying that a community can be defined because of a political belief system by the out group, and I don't think that makes a community.
No,
Like, even if a bunch of people said the blonde community exists because Hitler, was very about the Aryans, etc., and that like the blondes, the blondes that they run everything, and that like these blonde people have all of this economic power. Blonde-haired, blue-eyed people have all of these economic advantages, and they have this in-group preference towards other blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, and they reject other people. That doesn't make them a community just because we say so, or that we attach a label to them based off of similar characteristics. It doesn't actually make a community. Like, we can replace blonde and white interchangeably, and all of a sudden it falls apart.
Wait, so the things that you said earlier, when you said an anthropologist can circle a set of attributes and give it a name, and whether or not those people agree with it, they are a part of that, is true. And you're saying that, yes, that grants him the ability to collectivize that set of characteristics and name it. But you're saying if he uses the word community, now it's untrue. You're saying your statement that you said earlier was just for the word collection, but is not for the word community. And when you said Latinx community, you're saying that even though you were agreeing that Latinx community exists as a word, you're saying that you disagree that there is a Latinx community.
This seems to be like you keep repeating things back at me and then kind of
Yeah, because I'm trying to get you to have consistency with your previous statements and your statement now. So I'm asking you, is there a Latinx community?
Is there a Latinx community, and that we could call it something else, right? Or we could keep Latinx.
Why do we have to call it something else? Let's use that example. Is there a Latinx community?
I'm trying to think if there is or isn't. I'm trying to think by what.
Wait, you use it as an example, but you're not sure if it exists, if it's a community?
You keep feeling you keep. I don't know what's going on here. It seems like you keep aggressively misunderstanding me and thinking that you've got a gotcha.
No, it's not a no.
Like,
understand that.
What?
The reason I'm frustrated.
Oh, you said this thing that I didn't say.
The reason I'm
frustrated. Is out of context. What?
No. The reason I'm frustrated is because you're making statements. I'm consuming your statements and repeating it back to you. You're agreeing with it, and then when I parallel that later in the conversation, you say I don't agree with what I said earlier.
Avoiding this. Except I'm not. You keep.
Did you say the Latinx community was a community earlier? Yes or no? And now you're saying I don't know if it's community.
I didn't.
You didn't say Latinx was a community.
No, I didn't. I said the Black community is real, right? I reiterated that to you on multiple occasions. What I said is whether or not it is a community is independent, and it's irrelevant to the definition of a community. Whether or not the individuals define themselves both by name.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's not the
community.
question I asked you.
But that's not. But again, that's not a definition or a positive position. That's just me critiquing.
Earlier, so I want you to make sure what I'm saying.
Critique of your definitions.
Yeah, I want to make sure what I'm saying is false because I think that's what you're putting forth as your ideas now. Earlier, you mentioned the Latinx community. Earlier, you mentioned that 97% of the Latinx community disagrees with that label. But I thought you agreed in that statement that you agree that there is a Latinx community.
No, I rejected that multiple times that had given a definition of a position on whether or not.
Earlier I said, "Oh, critique. You know what? I agree with you," and then I regurgitated what I agreed with from you, and you agreed as well. So I'm frustrated because
I'm not. I said that I do believe that there is a Black community, but I would even to a certain extent have to reformulate that a little. Even on the Black
why is there no Latinx community? Let's skip the Black community. Why? Because I'm trying to understand the parallel between you and white community and Latinx community.
You're being really like relax for a second.
No, I am because I think I understand what the disagreement is, and I'm trying to get you to explain it to me.
So I would, even though there is a Black community as defined culturally, I don't know that there even really is a Black or a Latinx community.
But you said there was a Black community earlier.
I literally, you're very frustrated.
So now you're saying that there's no Black community and there's no Latinx community.
I am literally in the process of reformulating and saying that and you're like interrupting me to be like, what? You're reformulating what you're saying. Yes.
Foundational things. You expect me to just
listen. Conversations happen, and the way that I'm formulating my words over time is going to change. Just like you're either here for a discussion or you're not.
No, I'm here for a discussion, but this is my complication. I can listen to you right now, and I'm going to consume your ideas. My frustration is you may say right now what you're saying in 10 minutes is not true, and that's what I'm frustrated by. It's not that you're modifying vaguely certain things.
You're just having
you were saying before
conversation about constantly trying to get me to say things I'm not saying.
You were saying before I joined to Prime that Black people have this Black community and they're lucky because this and because that. Maybe you didn't use the word lucky, but you were saying all of these things about the Black community and why a Black community exists and how we aren't part of the American community and we've segmented ourselves off. And there's this thing
using words interchangeably to try
Black community doesn't exist at all.
Stop. You refuse to allow me to explain what it is that I believe, and then you constantly interrupt me so that you can then say that I said things that I didn't, and you change the words that I say.
It's only when you start disagreeing with yourself that I start interrupting you because I'm trying to figure out what you actually believe.
Shit that I'm not saying. Stop.
You did say all of this earlier. That's Prime. That's Prime.
Stop. I did not say that there was a Black community when I was talking to Prime at all. I was saying that there's a shared culture.
Panel, did he not say there's Black people have segmented themselves off and they have this community and they're not a part of the
now you're using the term community and
white people need that community? No, I'm asking Prime a question. Prime.
I know you're asking Prime a question. You keep trying to fucking change my words, put words in my mouth, you aggressively misunderstand what I'm saying. Constantly.
Okay, that's what I'm asking Prime.
What fucking internal critique is.
Like I did earlier when Prime agreed with everything, I'm asking him again as a third party to understand if I'm confused or if you're confused. So Prime, earlier before I joined,
ask a third fucking party whether or not what I'm saying is what I'm saying.
Prime,
trying to gaslight me and
okay, I'm trying to gaslight you. I'm trying to stop you from gaslighting me. Prime, earlier before
you.
Hey, Prime, earlier before I joined, was it not stated that Black people segment themselves off from American culture and they've created this Black community and there were attributes about what Black community is? Was that not said by Fabian before I joined? Am I wrong?
Yeah, there was some, that Oh my
Negative.
god.
Okay, so
I'm
Prime,
not
are you?
using
Hold on,
the
hold on,
term
hold on.
community. I use the term culture.
So wait, so Prime, are you surprised to hear the statement now that Fabian believes that there's no such thing as the black community?
I'm definitely a little busy right now. So exactly, I can't do this
No,
right
stop
now.
jacking off. No, stop jacking off. Yes or no? No, yes or no. Are you surprised to hear now, after those statements earlier, that he believes that there's no black community?
You won't let me fucking have a goddamn
I guess
conversation about this. You're
a
just
little
searching
bit.
for gotcha.
Fabian, you're cutting out.
I'm
You're
not
cutting out,
using-
I guess a
Fabian.
little bit.
We can't hear you, Fabian. You're cutting out. Prime, go ahead and answer.
Hold on. Fuck, dude, I'm sorry. I'm really busy.
Bro, you're about to come. It's okay. Just stop. Stop jacking off. Like, stop jacking off and participate in the conversation.
I swear I'm not jerking off, guys. I'm just.
Prime is literally.
He's clearly
I
he's
can't
playing
talk
a
to
game.
Oh,
I
Listen,
can't talk to a guy that's
all
jerking
dead.
off. Fabian, I'm listening to you, and I'm never talking to Prime again. Go ahead.
all right. So
I wasn't jerking
I'm-
off. I was playing
like I
Elden Ring.
said-
I'm sorry. All right.
like I said, I am reformulating my previous. We'll say I'm completely going back on my position. It doesn't. The concept of community is multifaceted, and I think like defining community can be difficult. Like I'm sure there are sociologists that have done it before. I can't think off the top of my head exactly like pull a perfect definition. What I'm saying is that like it is obviously true that all black people in America are not a monolith. And so for there to be a shared community amongst all black people is something that I would have to kind of take back from, right? Like we do have a word that we say, the black community. And what I'm saying is like, I agree that we talk about the black community as a thing, and that it does have like a kind of a shared cultural understanding or definition that we kind of all know what we mean when we say black community. And yet I want to back away from that to a certain, because I don't think that even though we have that, I think it's
Can I ask you a question?
missaid.
Can I ask you a small question? This is a small clarification. Okay.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is there's some colloquial way that we use the word community and the way that we use the word black community. And you're saying that most people on the face of America right now would agree both with what community is colloquially, and they would agree that there is a black community and they could circle it and identify it. I think you're about to go into some hyper specific definition of community that you have that doesn't meet colloquially what we call community. And I'm saying that I don't want to go into that. We all know what the black community and the white community is. Almost everyone could give some.
Got it.
No, it's not that I don't want you to clarify your position. It's that I think you would disagree if I were doing this to you. If I said most people on the face of the earth agree with this term and they use this term in this way, but I define it somewhat differently, even if I defined it exactly as the dictionary defines it, if most people use it in this other way, we can have a conversation. No, we can have a conversation about how most people use a word. Whether or not we agree with that usage is irrelevant. And when we say something doesn't,
so
go ahead.
It was not a quick question. What I'm saying is that we have a definition of community, and then we have a term black community. And I don't think that those two things actually match. That like we use the term black community to describe something that doesn't actually meet our own cultural understanding of the term.
I agree that you think that. I'm not disagreeing that you think that. I completely agree that you're saying that there's a conflict between black community and the word community. I'm agreeing that that's what you think. I'm disagreeing with you that it matters.
Okay,
and I don't know.
I think it does matter. And the reason I think it matters.
You do.
Okay. This isn't like, this isn't you proselytize conversation back and forth. What I'm saying is when we're trying to describe the white community, I say I don't feel a sense or understand a sense that there is a white community. And I think we use the term black community, and we use the term white community, but I don't think it matches what we envision a community is. There isn't a white community. There isn't a black. Now, yes, when I say black community, there is a concept that is invoked in our mind that we colloquially understand as black people believe that there is a shared cultural experience that they have. And I disagree with that. I don't know that there is a shared cultural experience that black people have. They or you or we as a culture accept a farce, which is that there is a black community. And I would say that that is as problematic as the concept that there is a white community. I do agree that there are cultural things, and that there are things that, as you described earlier, is like kind of like self-IDing. Right? There are people within this group that we would say are black people, and that they have things that they believe to be theirs, or that they own in some way, or that is predominantly theirs in some way. Like, hip hop is a black art form, or that like there are dances, or that there are things of that nature that, and I do agree that there's, if we would like Venn diagram, right, that like a majority of hip hop artists are black, right, and that they're, my thing here is that, and that there are cultural subgroups. My thing here though is that black people as a race are not a monolith, and that there is no real black community, just like there is no real
community need to
white
be a
community.
monolith. Does a community need to be a monolith? You keep using the argument that white or blacks are a monolith. What I'm saying, what I think is that you can have a community, but there doesn't mean that community needs to be monolithic in thought.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that, right? Like, I don't disagree that like you could have a community of people that have, obviously any community you have is going to have individuals that are different.
I understand that you don't disagree with me. No, I understand that you don't disagree with me. I figured you wouldn't. But the real question that I'm not asking correctly is, what does it mean to you when you say that there's not a monolith? Because I know you agree with what I'm saying, but you've said that multiple times, and I'm trying to understand what's underneath that.
Yeah.
So I'm
what
giving you an argument to understand yours better.
Yeah, what I mean by that is, in order for people to be in a community, I would argue that they have to have a shared desire or goal or experience. All of them share, right? Like, so when we take it back to the furry community, they're all furries, right? Like, some may vote Democrat, some may vote Republican, some may be black, some may be white. They may have different religions, etc., but they all share one common thing that binds them together, makes them behave in a certain way, makes them coalesce together, makes them share this thing. And there's this assumption that there is a shared black experience that creates the black community. I don't think there is. I think that is a myth, that there is a shared black experience. And I would say the same thing for the concept of a white community.
So
I
question
don't think
about
there is a shared white experience.
Yeah, question about that. I do think that there's somewhat of a shared experience. And I think a lot of black people, when they get together, they talk about that shared experience. When you say you don't think there is, I understand that you can say, hey, I don't necessarily have information to agree. But it sounds like for you to say that there is no black community, you have to go further and say, not only am I not aware of evidence that there is, but there is not evidence, right? To refute that the community exists, is it the same as to say, I am not certain that there is a shared experience? Do you agree or you disagree?
I don't think that there is. I mean, to say that, to be agnostic, right? Like, for example, to be atheist is to say that I don't believe there is a God. That's not the same thing as saying that I believe that there is no God, right? So I mean, like,
yeah, I know, but you're saying the
fucking
statement
possible.
it does. No,
right?
I
Like,
agree.
I'm saying I don't
No,
think there is a
wait,
God.
wait. I agree
Mhm.
with you, Fabian, and that's what
Why
I'm
do you always
saying.
interrupt me when I'm trying to explain things?
Because you're explaining, but I'm agreeing with you, so you don't have to go deeper. I'm agreeing that there's a difference between agnosticism and whether or not you reject a concept or accept a concept. And what I'm saying for you on the Black community is I want you to be agnostic. I don't want you to say there is no Black community. I want you to say I don't have evidence that there's a Black community. You said earlier in the statement there is no Black community.
I think I have evidence to the contrary that there is a Black community.
So
Which
what's
is
the
that every-
evidence to the contrary? Because that's what I want to get
My
at.
evidence to the contrary is that there are tens of millions of Black people, and that they're obviously going to have different experiences throughout
You
their
agreed
life.
that it doesn't have to be
and
a
that there
monolith.
isn't-
So the fact that some have a different experience doesn't matter.
Well, it does matter if they're presumed to have a shared experience. I don't know what that shared experience is, and no one
Aspects
can
of an
point it to me.
experience that's shared doesn't mean that there aren't other aspects that aren't shared, correct?
Wait, can you repeat that?
Just because there's aspects that can be shared doesn't mean that there aren't other aspects that aren't shared.
Yeah,
And what
that's
you're
fine.
saying is
I'm
there's
asking, what is the shared Black experience? Can you define that for me? Can you point to an example of something that every single Black person in America has experienced?
wait,
That
it
there
doesn't
isn't
have to
a
be
single Black
wait.
person.
You agree that there doesn't have to be every single Black person because you agree it doesn't have to be monolithic, right? Or are you going back on that and you think it does have to be monolithic?
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what monolithic means.
Wait, no, I'm asking you, does every single Black person have to share it for it to be a shared experience amongst Black people?
Yeah, for it to be a shared experience that defines a community, there can't be people that are a part of the community that don't have that shared experience. Definitionally,
So you
that is
think the
required.
shared experience has to be monolithic? I don't think that for a community. And I thought you didn't either.
That's not what monolithic means in this context. We're talking about one specific shared experience, not that all shared experience that all experiences
I don't think,
must be the same.
yeah.
I'm saying that, like, in order for the definition, in order for the community to be defined by a shared experience, there can't be people that are in it that don't have that shared experience. It would be impossible because it would negate the definition, right?
And I'm disagreeing with that.
So how can the definition of a thing be not true and the thing be true at the same time? You're saying A equals not A. Fundamentally
No, I'm
against
not.
logic.
No, I'm not. What I'm
Then
saying
what are
is
you
that
saying?
yeah, I'm saying that there are a set of experiences, which maybe I can't enumerate in this conversation elegantly. I'm saying that there are a set of experiences. And I'm saying that though no experience is shared amongst all individuals, I'm saying that there is a set of experiences and everyone a part of that group shares some experience in this set. Now, I can't qualify to you what that set is because I think that'd be hard to do right now. But what I'm saying is, imagine there's 10 things in a box. What I'm saying is that everyone a part of this group has some of those things in the box. Now, it's not true that everyone has one item in the box all shared together. But I'm saying that this amalgamation of experiences, there's some of them that overlap and everyone a part of that group has one of those experiences, and the group or the community is being defined by that amalgamation of experiences, which doesn't necessitate that one experience is shared by all members of that community.
I think that's a reformulation, but that's okay. Like it's just being more specific. That's fine. Yeah,
Do
I
you
mean, so
reject that?
if no, I'm working through it in my head. So if a community is to be defined by a set of shared experiences that not everyone has them.
Well, everyone has some of them, but not everyone shares one.
Yeah. No, I'm agreeing with what you're saying. Maybe I'm stating it poorly, but no. So imagine there are 10 experiences. Everyone has that. The problem that I have with that is for those shared experiences, to apply to every single person in America that is black, it would have to be incredibly shallow. And thus, the term black community would essentially just mean people that are black and wouldn't actually represent what we think of as a community. There would be some people that have all 10 experience, and they would be deeply, kind of connected to whatever this life is that they believe other people share with. And there will be some people that have none of them, or let's say we arbitrarily make it 100 or 200 or 1,000. And some of them are really simple, like someone says you're black once, right? And so everyone would fit those parameters, but it wouldn't necessitate a community. Now it would just be an arbitrary definition, kind of no different. I could do the same thing with like blonde people, right? And I could say that blonde people are a community because they have a set of shared experiences. And then I could pick experiences that like are maybe really bad or really good that most blonde people have lived with. And then I could pick ones that are kind of shallow so that like all blonde people would be included, but it still wouldn't mean that like a blonde community exists, that there's like this community of people that are blonde. And if it does, well, then the definition of community is so loose as to simply just mean that community is, by definition, is just an arbitrarily group of people based off of characteristics and doesn't actually share anything cultural or meaningful or impactful that kind of necessitates our concept of community.
But I think what so this is how I feel. Let's I'm not saying that this is true, but let's say this box has 10 items in it. Only 10. What I'm saying is that this group of people that has this collective shared 10 things can create a culture that makes music about that set of 10 things. They make art about that set of 10 things. They do they have deep conversations and podcasts and blah, blah, blah about this set of 10 things. And though all of them don't share those 10 things, a sufficiently large amount overlap to where they can create meaning from having people who collectively share these 10 experiences, and that can be extremely impactful and empowering to them. So the fact that none of them
I'm
have...
with you on this. I like this.
Yeah.
I like this. And the reason I like this is because I think that kind of what you're describing, we can instead of calling it a community, we could call it a cultural subgroup here, like, or we can even say community. I agree with that. What I'm saying is that if we were to say that thing is the black community, there will be some subset of black people that are not a part of that community, right? Like that aren't necessarily sharing those experiences, are not engaged in the culture around those experiences, right? Like imagine, an adopted black person, that grew up in an all-white neighborhood and went to an all-white school.
Joe Louis is a part of the black community. I'm joking just because that's Joe Louis' background.
Right. Like, no, it's okay. But and that community or that cultural subgroup, I agree with that. What I am saying is that once we add this moniker, there is like this shared, there is this group of people that have these shared experiences, that have podcasts about these shared experiences, that make culture around these shared experiences, that in a way exists for black people in a way that it doesn't for white people. That white people don't have this set of shared experiences where we develop our own dances and our own culture and our own music around it in a way that is large enough of a net to include white people. That it does exist in like the metalhead community or in like, certain cultural subgroups that are predominantly white, but that there isn't a white community, so to speak, right? Like once we add those monikers of how the culture surrounds those things, I think that can apply to a large portion of the black people in America, and it doesn't for whites.
Yeah, I agree with a lot. Hold on, I'm like getting some water out of the refrigerator. Give me 1 second.
I wasn't masturbating. I want that on the record.
Dude, you were
Yeah,
like
fair enough.
about to nut as you were trying to talk.
I was trying to kill this
He's playing
enemy.
Elden Ring.
Yeah, and I got very
Your,
frustrated at the end.
your
'Cause
voice even got high pitched.
I was so close. I'm still
No,
grinding this
it's
fucking thing. Like,
I no listen. I find it flattering that me and Fabian can be having an argument and you can masturbate to it, dude. Like, yo, I'm flattered, dude. It's fine. Hold on. So Fabian, I agree with everything you said. And what you just said is how I was trying to describe earlier. And I wasn't trying to describe it in an oppositional stance in the way that you were defining it. So we just defined the Black community as this group that has some sort of shared collective set of experiences. And that's what being a part of the Black community is. And
Well,
I'm not
we added
defining
the moniker, or not moniker, but we added that that there is cultural additions, right? That have meaning, that bond people together, right? That's what makes the Black community a community and doesn't make the blonde community a community. Right?
Yeah, and this is what I was saying. And this may be a little bit of a stretch, but I want you to try to follow me here. Okay. Me and you both agree that you can't define something as not so. Well, you can, but it's not a new categorization. It's just not like hot and cold. Hot and cold are actually real, and they're like the reverse of each other, right? And what I'm trying to do is not define white as the opposite of Black. So we agreed that there's this thing called the Black community, and there's a shared blah, 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 right? Now, what I'm saying that I have traditionally defined white as the people who subjugate that community that we call the Black community. I'm not defining them as not Black. I'm defining them as the ideas, thoughts, and actions that they have against the community that is Black. So I'm not defining them by not Black. I'm defining them by their engagement with those who are Black. And I'm saying over time that
community.
You said what now?
Am I a part of the white community?
So yes, and so you didn't let me. I want to finish though.
Am I?
No, wait. This is what I need to be able to finish, right?
That
so
subjugates Black people.
Yeah. So
That's
as I was.
up.
No, wait. I didn't get. Okay, you gonna let me finish? Okay. All right. And this group has changed. Okay. Wait. Okay. Okay. I can finish. All right. This group has changed over time to introduce new people and introduce new ideas. And what I think you're saying right now is what I think was the glue that held this quote unquote white community together is no longer a shared idea of everyone in that community. Which is why I'm saying that you're not somebody who subjugates Black people or other white people who exist. No, I'm trying to explain. So when you say that there's no longer a white community, I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. But the core point that I was trying to call out was that the core of what held white people together, the political and economic landscape has changed such that those ideas that held the glue that held that community together no longer exist because of people like you. So when you say that there's now a lack of a white community, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm agreeing because the ideas that held that community together are no longer potentially predominant amongst that group. So when we say we've lost a white community, I agree with your core concept, but I wanted you to agree with the glue that held it together, which is why I was saying hate earlier and all of this other stuff is strong enough to keep this community together. And that's why we feel like we've lost a white community now, because the glue that was keeping the pieces together is no longer the dominant idea by the group of people who usually express those ideas. So I'm saying that the descendants of white people from the 1800s have changed ideas, and now the ideas from the 1800 are the predominant idea. So now there's this sense of there was this thing that we could point to and talk about and had a culture, and that no longer exists today. And that's because the core part of that group, which I believe was hate for this other group, no longer is the predominant idea.
So do you so you don't think I'm a part of the white community?
No. Wait. This is complicated, and I want to make sure I say this right. You have ancestry that created this thing called the white community. And the ideas of those people was that this is going to continue and my offspring are going to be just as a part of this as I am. Now, you were born, and for whatever reason, you have different ideas along with millions of other white people. So when I say you're a part of the white community, I'm saying that you're a part of the legacy of what created the white community. And in most cases,
So I'm not part of the white community.
Yeah, but I'm saying that there is a way, there is an argument I think you could make to say I'm not a part of the white community, and I think that's valid. I think that there's a way that people could collectivize you based off your ancestry and say that you are a part of the white community. And I don't think just because some people will say, and I would be one of them, would say that you're a part of the white community, that doesn't mean that you're planning to continue to subjugate black people, even though I think that was the predominant idea of the white community. If that makes sense. I know that's like a word salad somewhat. So yes, I think.
I just think it's racist. I don't think. I mean,
Wait, how would that be racist? Yeah. How am I essentializing you? Like what?
I mean, I think it's deeply racist.
Wait, how is it deeply racist? What is that? What does racist mean to you?
You're saying that I am to be defined as someone of the white community or not of the white is up for grabs. And that based upon my ancestry, that I am by some to be a part of a community, and that this community is not defined by, that this community is defined by the subjugation of blacks, by the persecution and hate towards another community. Like, you need to be able to definitively say that I'm not part of the white community in order for it not to be racist.
Wait, you and I agreed earlier that ancestry was a big part of what it meant to be white, correct? Is that true or that false? Okay,
because
right?
Race, so, yeah, because it's race.
Yeah, exactly. So ancestry was a big part of what it meant to be white. And you have shared ancestry with those who held those beliefs. I'm not saying you hold those beliefs. I'm saying you have shared
I have shared ancestry with black slaves.
But before you answer that question, I just want everyone to know that I beat that enemy. So I did it. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you beat it pretty good.
So I have shared ancestry.
It took about 15 minutes probably. Say that again?
Yeah, I have shared ancestry with black slaves as well.
I'm not disagreeing with that.
Okay, so we have to be able to. You're saying that the white community is this this group of people who define themselves as a community and bonded together on the subjugation of black people, correct? Or am I incorrect? Am I missing something?
At some point in history, yes.
Okay. And that you can't definitively say that I'm not a member of that community.
I feel like you took all of the nuance out of what I said. So I'll restate my nuance while agreeing with your framing. I think that this group over time can change, just like any other social category, right? What we consider XYZ today, if you take me 2,000 years into the future, that doesn't mean that XYZ is the same. So I think that there were deeply racist beliefs. I think even the category of white was constructed specifically because of racist beliefs. So I think there were heinous racist beliefs that constructed this category called white. A core part of that being in that category was ancestry. Now, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it, depending on what conversation we're having, you belong to that ancestry. Now, the good news is that you have the ability. The good news is because you're a part of that community, you are a part of what defines what that community believes. And it could be like you're saying, hey, I have such a psychological or whatever difference between me and those ancestors that I no longer, I am not a part of this thing that they started. And I think that's perfectly valid for you to be able to say. Or you could say, hey, my ancestors believed XYZ, but today we're defining ourselves based off these other beliefs, which are different from XYZ. It's ABC, right? So I'm saying that you have multiple things you can do. You can, one, still embrace the name, and you can say that it stands for a different set of things. And if you get a sufficiently large amount of people to agree with you, that will become what being white means in 2024. Or you could say, hey, I'm just not a part of that. That shit has a whole bunch of baggage that comes with it. So I'm not going to identify as that. And I'm saying that you can do both of those things. Now, what I'm saying is, go ahead.
Okay. Well,
Go
I'm just
ahead.
curious, would you consider William Lloyd Garrison part of the white community?
I know that name, but right now I can't recognize who that historical figure is.
He was probably the most prominent and famous abolitionist, and was close friends with Frederick Douglass in
That's
doing
why I
everything he could
remember.
to stop the subjugation and slavery of blacks. Was he part of the white community? Because this is definitely during a time
For sure.
where you're claiming that like whiteness is defined in by your definition in towards of subjugation and racism.
Wait, you disagree that the term white comes up for the reasons I stated?
I don't disagree that people decided to define themselves as white.
Because expressly because of the reasons I laid out.
What I'm saying is the problem with that is that it is referring, when someone says white, to even if I create the term white, right, for the express purpose of having a category that black people hold on, let me get through this. Let me get through this. I even if it is true, like I do think that there are historical there is historical evidence of what you're saying. Yes. Sorry. Let me answer that quickly.
Okay, got you. Okay, got you.
Right, but even though that is true, we'll just say that is true, right? And we'll work with it. Even though that is true, it doesn't negate that someone could be considered white, and by being white, that they are somehow a part of that community, right? So there has to be a line now. If you're defining the white community as this collective group of people that are identifying themselves as white for the express purposes of subjugation of blacks, William Lloyd Garrison considered himself white, stated that he was white, and very clearly does not hold those beliefs at a time that is not today, right? That at a time where you're saying that whiteness is constructed for that reason. So it kind of throws a wrench in it unless you don't think he's white.
No. I think I would grant William the same thing that I granted you. So William can say, I'm a part of this and I want to redefine what this means. Now, that doesn't mean that William's ideas was popular in the white community and that most of the white community wouldn't disagree with him, right? So William can say, So I can say I'm black, and I can say, look, as a black person, I am some negative concept, and black
But
people
he's
can be
not a
like,
furry.
huh?
But he's not a furry. Like
He's
going back
not
to
a-
our furry analogy, right? Like he's not a furry. He's not white. He can't be white if whiteness is to be defined by that, which means that
No,
William Lloyd Garrison doesn't have a race. He's
no. So
non-race existent.
I disagree because earlier we said that everyone within a group doesn't have to be a monolith, and everyone in a group doesn't have to share each experience that defines that group. So there's some set of ideas. One of them is strongly the will or want to subjugate black people. If we're talking about pre Civil War America, and there's other aspects of being white that William does share. And when William says I'm white, he's referring to those things that aren't the subjugation of black people. And he also wants to change the majority opinion of white people to no longer want to subjugate black
Right.
people.
But then,
And,
but then
but
if he's
what I'm saying
I
is
am
he is
white,
white.
it necessitates that white isn't that. It can't
No.
be. You can't say that there's a majority rule on what white is, and then say
No,
that
wait.
it's perfectly acceptable for him to deny those things and also
No, wait.
still be white.
I thought you agreed with this earlier. There's a box with 10 things in it. One of those 10 things is the subjugation of black people. And there's a bunch of there's 9 other things within the box. Everyone who pulls from this box doesn't have to agree with all 10 of the things in the box. Right? I thought you
That's not
agreed
one
with
of the
it.
things that makes.
For
At no
sure.
point
It's
in
almost
time
the
has
reason.
the subjugation of black people been a thing that defines a white person.
I thought you agreed that a part of the construction of the term was for that reason. You
That's
just said
not
you
the
agreed.
same thing. That's not the same thing.
Wait. There's a box. I just want to make sure I'm understanding because I thought we were getting
We're
somewhere.
going
And we let
back
them.
into the same thing where
Yeah,
you're defining
I thought we were about to go to a whole different conversation, but now I feel like the same thing is happening. There's a box with 10 things in it, right? One of those things in the box is the will to want to subjugate black people. If we go back to William's America,
No.
do you agree that the predominant amount of white people would agree that that thing is in the box?
No, I don't agree to that. I don't agree that the predominant amount of white people today would agree that in any one point in time, and even if they did, it wouldn't matter that. But but regardless, it's true or false, regardless of whether or not a majority of people believe it's true or false.
Wait.
But even if that's irrelevant. But what I would say is that the concept that the will and the desire to subjugate black people is a defining characteristic of what it means to be white is a deeply racist idea. That it is ascribing hate, it is describing negative emotion to a race of people as a defining characteristic of who they are.
This isn't
And it's no different than
ascribing.
saying it's no different than saying
This isn't
that one of the
ascribing, it's
this is no,
describing.
this
It's
is one of the
describing.
way no. It is saying it is no different than saying that one of the defining characteristics of being Native American is the desire to be cannibals and to eat people. Like that's fucked up. You can't say that one of the ways that you describe what white people are is a desire, a human motivation to commit atrocities against another race of people. That is a deeply racist idea.
That's expressly how those white people define themselves. I'm describing, not ascribing. I feel like you're trying to modify history. You're trying to act like white people pre-Civil War went completely for and okay with the subjugation of black people. Like this is extreme gaslighting.
Let's say let's say
The
for
core
example,
component of being
let's
white
say
and
for
being
example,
excluded from
let's
being
say
white.
for example, let's say for example, a majority of black people committed violent crime. I'm not saying it's true at all, but let's just say hypothetically it was true.
Mhm.
In that world, to say that a defining characteristic of what it means to be black is the desire to commit violent crime, and that you as black, part of your identity is to be defined as a violent criminal. And yes, there are some people that are black that aren't violent criminals, but part of the essence of blackness is violent crime and against other people. That would be a deeply racist thing to say.
No, that's not true.
It
If
is
it
true.
were, if it were the case that most black people were violent, and somebody said blacks are violent people, that would be a true descriptive statement. That wouldn't make it racist because it's true.
Okay, so if it's a part of a set of shared experiences, what percentage of black people need to be violent criminals for me to say that part of the intrinsic nature of blackness is the desire to
So,
commit violent crime?
so you asked me this question earlier, and I told you I couldn't give you a specific number because I don't think that's how we think through this. I think that there's some predominance or some
So
sizable
there is
group
some
that we
percentage.
theoretically, yes, for sure. But what we would say is that representative of most people or some sizable portion of people, and would they agree to that? And if we took,
But you can't
wait, you
give a
keep cutting me off.
percentage.
You keep cutting me off. If we took white people pre-Civil War and we said, hey, do the vast majority of you agree with the subjugation of black people? It would be a resounding yes. And for me to descriptively, like, for me to identify that and for you to say that that's somehow racist to recall what is just true about the past in this country is the biggest gaslight I've heard in my life.
I'm not gaslighting you by calling you
Yes, you are.
racist. Saying that that a defining characteristic of white is an evil desire. I think that that is a deeply racist. You agree that that it would be
Recounting history is
you
evil?
can't give a percentage of what percent for a hypothetical of what percentage would necessitate saying blackness or the concept of black is to be defined by desire for crime, and yet you believe that that threshold that you can't define is true of white people. I don't think it's fair that you can say that for
I don't
white
think
and the
you're.
definition of
That's not
white
what I said.
and
What
not do so for black.
No, no. What I did was I expanded and I said two things. I said, is it do the predominant people of that group agree with this thing and identify with it? And is that true? You said, give me a number. I said, I can't give you a number, but I gave you an idea.
So
If we went,
51%?
I'm not giving you a number. I've said it multiple times. I'm not giving you a number. I don't care to try and.
You can't refuse to give me a number, then say that it's true
Yes, I
for
can.
white.
Yes, I can, because I gave you an
Sure,
idea.
but you're just not being consistent at all.
No. I qualified. I didn't quantify. I still gave you an answer. You just don't like the answer. I gave you an answer.
Your answer is I vibe it out.
No, that's not what I said, unless you didn't listen to me. If you want me to say it again, I can.
You can't give a percentage. You
I
can't give a
don't need
percentage
to
for the
give a
hypothetical.
percentage.
You
I don't
absolutely
need
do
to.
need to give a percentage.
No. You're just trying to put me into some stupid argument. What we can say is,
No, I'm asking you to be
most
consistent. You're not,
people, do we believe that most people think this idea, and would that group
most is a
say that they
percentage,
think that idea?
51% or more. So 51% is your number. Most.
No, I should change my words. Do we think that there's a sizable portion of people that means that
So
I don't
doesn't
want
even
to
need
say
to be most.
51%. No. So this is what I will say: 51% is likely automatic, but I don't think 51% is the barrier. I think the number could be lower than 50% in certain cases. I just can't give you what that exact number is. If I said, "Hey,"
okay.
if I
Let's
no,
change it. I can fix it.
I'm going to finish talking. If I say, "Hey, Nazis believe in the subjugation of black people, and they created this term Nazi Jewish people, and they created this term to concretize it," saying that Nazis are for the subjugation of Jews is in no way inflammatory, and it's just descriptive.
It's an
White? No, it doesn't matter that white is a race. The concept of race was constructed for the subjugation. So it doesn't matter that race is this.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Yes, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is, because you still use the term now. You still use the term to describe me. You describe me as white. Am I a Nazi?
Why did you say, "Am I a Nazi"? Did I ever say you were a Nazi?
Am I Nazi? Am I Nazi? Yes or no?
I have no reason to believe you're a Nazi.
What if my ancestors were Nazis? Would that make me a Nazi? Yes or no?
I think
I reject Nazism fully, but my ancestors are Nazis. Would that make me a Nazi?
I think Nazism is a term that we use to describe people at a specific time in history, and it's not a label that's still really that much ongoing. So I think there are still fringe people probably today somewhere that are saying that I'm a Nazi, but I don't even think I don't give any mental energy to those people who claim that they're Nazis today. So it is true that likely there are some people that still call themselves Nazis, but I think how we contemporarily use Nazi is that it's a set of people in Germany during a certain set of years in history. I think the term white, though, is different. I think the term white can define itself differently across time, unlike the word Nazi. Now, it could be true that there's going to be a bunch of people that call themselves Nazi, and they're going to radically redefine what it means, and Nazi is going to mean people who like to play Elden Ring, right? That's within the realm of possibility. I don't think it's going to happen, but it's possible, right? Now, just like white used to mean particular
Are you
sets
still
of
there,
things.
buddy? Scott? Scott? You might have
He was
disconnected.
just talking. Oh, he was just talking.
Yeah, I think you might have disconnected. Hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me switch to.
I'm got a clinic.
I'm not.
Are you there? It sounds like you're back.
No, he's still there.
Yeah, you are the one who left or had a thing happen, but it's fine. Hold on.
I'm sorry. Something crashed on Streamlabs.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what.
No problem. I'm gonna. Yeah, you guys can continue talking. I'm just gonna switch to a different screen. Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Okay.
So my question was, all I'm saying is that obviously Nazi and race are interchangeable. Bad analogy.
Wait, can you say that again? I'm sorry.
I'm saying obviously Nazi and Nazism and race are different things, and so it's a bad analogy, right? Like you can't, like, even if I had ancestors that were Nazi, if I reject Nazism, then I'm not a Nazi, right? But I can't reject like I am white. I can't, even if I reject. Oh no. Oh no, my stream crashed.
Yeah, but we can still hear you.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah, I'm still streaming.
Let me see if I can bring this back up. It's not ending stream on my end. Oh, and it won't let me go live. All right, whatever. YouTube crashed on me. Sorry.
Oh no, it's fine.
I'll just finish this conversation.
So what I'm saying is, I don't know where you crashed out earlier because I said a lot. Okay, being black used to be defined by a certain thing, and it was mostly pushed on black people by white people, right? And you were an 3/5 of a person, a whole bunch of terribly bad ideas. And black people have redefined somewhat what it means to be black. Now, there's still some shared aspects of experience in relationship to white people that exists, and that is a defining thing. But the core concept and core ideas of what it meant to be black in pre-Civil War are very different from what exists today. And what I'm saying is you have the ability, just like people like me had an ability to redefine what black is. And though you do belong to a lineage of a term that meant something much more heinous in the past, you can define today and you can get others to agree and it hopefully become the prevailing narrative that what this term means today in 2024 is different than what it meant in 1700s. And I'm saying that you have that ability, just like William was fighting for these ideas, and he had that ability, and just like me and other black people have that ability today. So, yes, you belong to the term white. Yes, I belong to the term black. Just like we are no longer slaves and we no longer identify as animals and all of the wild shit that used to exist on what it meant to be black. We had the ability to redefine that. And now it's something that's meaningful to us. And we've created a community, as you like elucidated earlier. I'm saying that you also have that ability as a white person today. So you can spread your ideas. And if most white people agree with you, you can then have a white community that is much more palatable and have those same bonds. Now, I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that you can.
My issue is that I don't have a choice whether or not I just am white. Right? I'm white.
Mm-hmm.
I have no choice of whether or not I'm white. You have no choice whether or not.
Agreed.
And what you are saying is that a defining characteristic of who I am is that whiteness or white is to be defined as a desire to subjugate black people.
Wait, that's not what I said.
That is deeply racist.
No. Please don't do this. You're gaslighting me. What I said is that when the word white was constructed, and if we're talking about pre-Civil War America, this was a core component of being white. And what I've continually said is that this is a term that can change meanings over time as long as it's the predominant narrative. And predominant doesn't mean 51%. I can't qualify a percentage, but as long as the predominant amount of people in that group agree, then we would say that this is how you define it now. So what I'm not saying is that whiteness today has to be defined by wanting to subjugate black people. What I am saying is that that's why the term was constructed, and that's what it meant for a really long time.
So change it to me, William Lloyd Garrison.
Change what now?
Just change the definition from now to then, during, leading up to the Civil War. William Lloyd Garrison is a white man and identifies as a white man because it describes his race. And you are saying that part of the definition of his identity and who he is the desire and will to subjugate black people, when his life's work was to free the slaves.
I'm saying that he belonged to a community where that was the prevailing idea. Absolutely.
So you're saying that isn't part of the definition of white.
Wait, do you disagree with that?
You're being sneaky here by trying to interchange the term white community, which is very vaguely defined, and white, the identity, the race.
I'm being sneaky. Wait, say that again.
Don't change it to the white community. Is part of the definition of white that in his time, is that what it means to be white? Is that part of the
Yeah,
definition
no,
of how we
I'm
determine
never
whether or
gonna
not
say
someone's
that
white?
that's not true. I don't know what bullet you think I won't bite, but that one I'm biting all day. Absolutely.
I think that's a horrifically racist thing to say, and a complete disservice to the legacy of William Lloyd Garrison. I think you should be ashamed for holding that opinion.
Okay, do you think it's true? Do you think
No, I
that
think it's completely false.
hold on, you think that being white, which you admitted they wouldn't include a white phenotypical person because they want to subjugate him, but you think saying that being white is some will, you did say that. You said that they wouldn't.
No, I didn't.
You said that they would not include a mixed race, white phenotypical, quote unquote, Barack Obama is because of rape and they couldn't rape him and subjugate him to slavery laws. That's what you said almost word for word.
I said that's part of the legal definition of white. That doesn't include all white people, because now you're saying that William Lloyd Garrison, who is white, would not define a mixed person. Like, obviously, he wouldn't believe that.
Saying that the legal definition of white included the subjugation of black people. I said what it means to be white includes the definition of black people. And now you're saying that I'm racist, but somehow I'm right. And you agree with it all along.
I'm not saying you're racist and that you're right, or that I agreed with it all along. You need to answer for this fucked up opinion that you need to change.
What's the fucked up opinion?
That William Lloyd Garrison and his identity is that of someone that wishes to subjugate and oppress black people, despite him identifying as a white person as his race, because that is what his ancestry is. That is what his skin color is.
Did you not say the legal definition? Did you not say that the legal definition of white during the time of his life was basically the want to subjugate black people? Did you not say that?
I did not say that the legal that doesn't even make sense, dude.
Wait, you didn't say that?
Of course I didn't say that. What I said was that
what did you say the legal definition of white was? What's the legal definition of white during his life?
Stop interrupting me because you want me to say.
You're not answering the question I'm asking you. I'm interrupting you so you'll give me an answer.
The question you asked me. What I said was that the legal definition of white had some of those motivations as to why that legal definition existed, but that the legal definition of who is and isn't white is not the same thing as those motivations that would create that definition. Those are not the same thing.
So you think the legal definition of white didn't inform the culture of people who identify with that label?
No, I didn't say that at all. I didn't say anything.
So you do believe that? So you said I didn't say that at all, which isn't a yes or a no. So I have to keep asking you questions because you won't fucking give me an answer.
You're trying to run away from the fact that you've said horrific racist shit.
No, I haven't. So hold on. So what you're saying is that you think white people constructed a legal definition of white that was exactly what I said, but somehow white people at that time didn't believe the legal definition that they created and legislated. That's what you're telling me.
Did William Lloyd Garrison believe that?
I didn't ask you if William Lloyd Garrison believed that.
Did he or did he not?
I don't know. I don't know. I told you I don't
know whether or not William Lloyd Garrison believed that in
just because you say it louder
as a means of subjugating black people, despite
just
the fact
because
that
you
his
say
life's work
it
was
louder doesn't mean my answer is going to change. I told you that I don't know who this figure is. I recognize the name, but I don't know his life's work. So I can't tell. You're asking me to give my opinion on whether or not he believed ideas during his time. I don't know. I'd have to go look him up, read more about him, and then I could give you an answer. But I don't fucking know.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, it's a real safe opinion that William Lloyd Garrison didn't believe in the subjugation of black people. And his entire life's work was to free the slaves.
And there's nothing wrong with you having that opinion, but that means nothing to the legal definition of white or the colloquial definition of white at that time and the parameters thereof.
The definition of white does not include the subjugation of black people. It never
You
did.
said it did. You literally said it did.
No, I didn't. No,
Yes,
I
you
didn't.
did. Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. You're lying. And I
Hey,
think you're
Prime.
lying not on purpose. I
Hey,
just don't
Prime,
think you understand
Prime,
the
you
logic.
have this recorded, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, gotcha. I've never asked you for a recording in the history of this channel, but even though this one is going to be gigantic, I don't know how the hell you'll give it to me, but I may ask you
It's
for
on
it.
YouTube. It's all on YouTube, so you can just.
Okay, gotcha. So I
Again,
can rewind
I'll
and
state
show.
for the record multiple times, right? And restate it again and again that the intrinsic motivation for the creation of a definition is not the definition itself. Those things do not equal the same thing.
I don't
That's
think that they
basic
have
logic.
to equal the same thing, but in this case, they do.
No, they fucking don't. That is insane.
No, it's not.
So you think the motivation to naming fruit is a part of the definition of what fruit is?
That's not what I said. What I said is I said I agree that the statement you said doesn't have to be true, but in this case it is. So don't go give me a whole bunch of stupid ass definitions where I can say, hey, I said it doesn't have to be, but in this case it is.
Why does it have to be? Even though
Because
it never has been.
that was the predominant thought of those people, and that was the predominant idea on why they created the category. So because both of those things are true, that's why it's true. Now you should go talk to those people and figure out, hey, why were y'all so hell bent on subjugating black people? Maybe you should ask them and not me. I don't fucking know.
Well, I'm asking you because you're the one ascribing racism.
I'm not ascribing, I'm describing. I'm describing racist people, of course.
No, you're describing white
wait, oh
people
no! So
as,
these people
as
weren't
all
racist.
being defined
these
by
people,
racist
wait.
beliefs.
No, these people weren't racist.
William Lloyd Garrison wasn't.
I'm not talking about William Lloyd Garrison. These people weren't
You
racist.
aren't if you're talking about white people.
So wait, so you think making the statement white people who carried on slavery and kept that tradition were racist, you think that that's somehow a racist statement because some small segment of them weren't racist? You're fucking stupid and insane if that's what you think.
No, I don't think that.
So you think the statement white people were racist pre-Civil War, you think that statement is wrong?
Obviously.
Because you're
William Lloyd
stupid.
Garrison wasn't. I think you're stupid for saying that William Lloyd Garrison
because
was racist.
you agree with the idea that things don't have to be monolithic, but then you run to this idea of, well, everything doesn't conform to that, so that can't be true. You're stupid. You talk out of the side of your mouth all day long. And that's why it's frustrating for anybody to talk to you, because you'll say something and somebody will hold you to that and you'll say, well, I said that, but now I don't believe it because it's been 5 minutes. And that's what you've done this entire conversation. You literally, I joined because you were talking about, hey, this is the black community. This is what they are. This is what they believe. They're segmented away, blah, blah, blah. And then later on you say, you know what? There's no black community at all. You say, oh, hey, you can define the Latinx community. You know what? There's no Latinx community at all. That's all you do. You say one thing, people hold you to it to be consistent.
You're going on a diatribe.
I need to reformulate
to avoid. You're going on a diatribe to avoid the conversation because you're pinned against a wall because you're saying deeply racist things.
Bit the bullets that you think I won't bite because they're true and they're descriptive. What am I avoiding right now? Go ahead.
You think and have defined William Lloyd Garrison as a racist.
No, I haven't.
You've said he's white.
I have.
He said he was white. You've said that an intrinsic part of being white is the desire and will to subjugate black people. I've given you an example of a person that does not have that and yet is still white. And you're saying, well, it's not intrinsic, actually. There's
No,
a
I didn't
box
say
of shared
intrinsic. No,
experience.
you made that up because all you do is straw man. What I said is that there's a set of beliefs that falls under the umbrella of being white, and subjugating black people is one of them. I've also said multiple times that everyone doesn't have to share everything within the box. I've told you this 10 times, but you're too fucking stupid. Everybody doesn't have to agree with the subjugation of black people and say that that's one of the biggest fucking marbles in the box. You're just stupid. You keep saying, I don't think things have to be monolithic. This is monolithic. Hey, William Lloyd Garrison, was he racist?
You cannot make a definition that does not meet all of the people that it describes. You can't say, what is A? A is to be defined by B, C, and D. And then when someone says, well, here's an example of A that only has B and C, but not D, and then say, well, it's still A because the definition of A is B, C, or D, or some level of B, C, or D. Because now what you have is you have a definition for a term that does not meet all of the people within that category.
Yes, and you agreed to that definition earlier, but now you're not because conveniently you want to call me racist. This is why you're stupid, disingenuous, and bad faith. I told you earlier that black experience, or the black community, has a shared set of black experiences, and there's 10 marbles in the box. And some people have some collection of those marbles, but there's no marble that's shared amongst all of them. You said, you know what, that's a good idea. You know what, let me think about that. Yeah, you know what, that makes sense.
And I also stated that would necessitate that some black people are not a part of the black community because they would have none of them.
No,
and
you
again,
didn't.
you are interchanging white and white community. You keep doing this game where you change white and white community and you use them interchangeably.
No, I'm using them interchangeably, not because I'm dodging something. It's because I'm consistently telling you they're almost close to the same thing. And it doesn't matter. One is the community of whites and one is white. It doesn't matter. It matters to you, and that's fine, but it doesn't fucking matter.
So will you go back on your statement that William
I'm
Lloyd
not
Garrison
going back at
was
all.
a member of the white community?
I'm not going back on it at all. Hell no.
All right. So he is a part of a community and defining himself by the subjugation of black people.
I never say he defined himself by that. That's a lie.
Okay, so no. So he's saying he's white, but being white doesn't necessitate in any way, shape, or form the desire or will to subjugate black people.
I'll say what I said again. Being white, there's a box of marbles. One of those marbles is the subject.
Don't dodge
I'm answering the question. I'm answering the question. There's a box of 10 marbles. One of those marbles is the subjugation and the will to want to subjugate black people. A large portion.
Take that marble out.
A large portion. No, I'm not taking that marble out because it's too fucking important to the whole fucking box. That's why.
It's not important because you can be white without that marble, and there is no person
that doesn't mean it's not important
on earth. Okay, so who is it? Name the person. Name the one individual that has all 9 other parts of the box, the 9 other marbles, but doesn't, that doesn't have those 9 others, but does have the desire and will to subjugate black people that is to be defined as white. Who's that person?
Ask that question again.
There's a box of marbles, and these marbles define whiteness or white, as you say, right? And you don't need all 10. You just need some of these shared things that help define white, okay? And one of those things is the desire and will to subjugate black people. So what I'm saying is, name the person that doesn't have any other characteristics that we would use to define white, except for one, which is the desire and will to subjugate black people. Who is that person throughout all of human history? Who is that person that is white, doesn't have white skin, isn't European ancestry or DNA, isn't considered white by all the other white, all of it has nothing else associated with white race, but is white because they have a desire to subjugate black people. Who's that person?
Why do you think this question makes sense? I don't want to just call you stupid. I want to understand why you're
Because if
asking.
you were to define that person, then I could say that that's a necessary element to the definition. But if that person doesn't exist,
Wait, say that again.
then that has, if you were to find that person, right? If you were to find one historical figure, one person that could exist that has nothing else in common with white people, save the desire and will to subjugate black people, then that would be a necessary component for the definition.
No.
But if that person doesn't exist, then it's not a necessary component.
This doesn't follow. Just because
Yes, it
most people just because most people share a lot of the things in the box and most of them share this thing doesn't mean that there's going to be one individual that has this quality and none of the others. That doesn't follow.
Then it's not a necessary component for the definition. It is
Yes,
not
it
a
is.
necessary component. If
No,
there is
no,
not
but-
a single person, if there is not a single person that is white, okay, or sorry, that is non-white by every defining characteristic of white, except for the desire and will to subjugate black people, if that person does not exist, then it's not necessary to.
This is stupid. We agree that white people don't call white phenotypical people that
You're dodging. It's not
No,
stupid.
no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm explaining to you why you're stupid. Maybe if you listen, you'll understand. If there was a mixed race person that hated black people as well, that person wouldn't become white because the other characteristic is they need some sort of white ancestry and blah blah blah, or they need some sort of Western European ancestry.
So they have.
Or blah, blah, blah.
So you're saying
So
that
just
there
because
isn't a person.
let me finish. So just because the box has 10 elements in it doesn't mean that a group will agree that you can only have one. That's stupid.
Is there? So you. I'm trying to work through your lack of logic here. It's astounding.
No, you're trying to make a double straw, man. Go ahead, try.
No.
You're too solid.
If it is not possible to be white, okay, and the only defining characteristic of you being white is the desire and will to subjugate black people, and you share nothing else with other people, then it's not a necessary component.
No, you can have
define
multiple
white.
requirements. It's stupid to say to be a part of a group, there's one thing you must have. Some groups can have multiple things you must have to be in the group.
Well, you don't. You. Okay.
I never
William
said
Lloyd
you
Garrison does not have that thing. William Lloyd Garrison does not have, and did not have, sorry, the desire and will to subjugate black people. He is considered to be white.
I never said he did or did not.
Therefore, it is not necessary to define him as white with that category, with that portion of the definition. If
Makes
that
no
portion of the
sense.
definition, it makes perfect sense. You can be white without that. You can't be white if you share none of the other characteristics and only have that. Therefore, it cannot be that is a part of the definition of white. That is only a description of what most white people at a certain specific time felt, but it is not a definition of
No,
white.
that's only if you buy into the idea that there must be some monolithic shared experience to be in the group, which I completely disagree with.
I'm not even saying that there must be a monolithic.
Yes, if I see a group of people, if I see a group of people that commit murders, and I'm like, and they're hanging out with there's 200,000 people that commit murders all the time, and there's one guy hanging out with them who's never committed a murder, and I look into that group and I say, look at all those stupid ass murderers over there. I don't give a fuck that, hey, actually, there's one of those 200,001 people that haven't committed a murder. We never care about shit like that. That's always accepted
racism.
Collectivization.
That is the cornerstone of racism.
No,
it's
not.
It means to be
no,
racist.
It's not.
Is to say
No, it's not.
that
it's literally not.
What the fuck is wrong with you? You just justified racism against
No,
black people because
no, I didn't.
some subset
This is
of the
what you
community
want to say,
engages
but that's
in
not true.
a type of behavior.
That's what
That
a
is
racist
what it
person
means.
would want to say, but that's not true.
That is so fucking racist to say that I have had experiences and I have seen a multitude of this race of people commit a crime, engage in a behavior. You said murderers, and now I just call all black people murderers now, and it doesn't matter whether or not they are or aren't a murderer because
So
I've had enough personal
do you think
experiences
90?
towards
So
this idea that they are.
200. I said 200,000 out of 200,001. That comes out to 99 point some long amount of nines and then probably an 8. Do you think that many black people have committed murder?
No.
Do you think that percentage of black people commit murder?
No.
Okay, so doesn't that follow that maybe if you try to call all black people some bad thing that the vast majority of them don't share, I might not agree with it because my principle is that there must be some predominant amount of them that agree or exhibit said behavior. That's not justifying racism.
I'm
Stupid.
saying if there were 200,000 black people in existence and 199,999 murderers, that it would be perfectly rational to say, I don't want black people in my community. It would be perfectly rational to say, to put up a sign that says no blacks allowed, because it would be a protective measure. But that it would be racist to say black people are murderers. That because you're black, you're a murderer. Because there is one man who is not a murderer. There is one man that isn't represented by that. And that it would be racist to call that man a murderer, despite the fact that he isn't a murderer, just because of the color of his skin. And that it's fucked up to say that because of the color of his skin, he's a murderer. Or that the definition of the color of his skin is to be a murderer. That's racist.
Okay, so this is stupid. So one, I didn't say this
stupid.
individual William whatever
Stop
had
starting every
any kind
fucking
of
sentence
idea.
with an insult
I
against
didn't say no. I said he's white, and I said a part of being white is this, but that doesn't mean that he shares that at all. Like I don't know how many times I need to say that to you. It's almost like this is too stupid to even continue. But yes, a core part of being white pre-Civil War was the will and want to subjugate black people. Period.
Okay, well then find me the person that has that will and desire to subjugate black people, but doesn't have any of the other things that we would
I don't care that this in-group was hyper selective to only do it with other white people and call themselves that. I give zero fucks that they more uniquely identified themselves in one thing in the box. I give zero fucks.
You're racist.
Oh, yeah. That's what you think racist means.
Racist beliefs.
Of course, that's what a white guy thinks that's what racism means. Of course.
Yeah, I think defining a group of people by a historical narrative is deeply racist.
I didn't define a group of people by a historical narrative. That's a complete lie. It's a complete lie. I said white people pre-Civil War, dumbass. I didn't say white people today. I didn't say contemporary white people have these thoughts. I said contemporary white people cannot have these thoughts, dumb fuck. I said white people pre-Civil War had these ideas, and this was a defining characteristic of being white. So don't say I said white people today have to believe this. That's stupid and dumb.
Okay, so
you're used to talking to low intelligent people, and then straw manning them into things that they don't believe for your little stupid ass stream. You can't do that with me. I'm too smart. I'm much smarter than you. You can't do that. Yes, I know. Just make facial expressions. Yes, you can't do this to me. You can't try to change. That's why you keep trying to recite what I say, and you add shit to it that you know that I didn't say. Stop trying to recite exactly what I said.
You are projecting so fucking hard.
Did you not say I
You've
called
done that
William Buckley racist, even though I told you I don't know if the man is racist at all? Did you not say that? You said you called an individual William Buckley racist. And then I said, I never said that. I said he belongs to the set. Then you changed your words. And then you said, oh, you think white people today are defined by the history of white people. And I said, wait, I never said white people today are defined by the history of white people. I said white people today have the free autonomy to redefine what it means to be white, different from their racist ancestors. You keep trying to repeat what I'm saying and add some hidden bullshit in it, but I'm too smart.
You just keep yelling and saying you're too smart, but you're not
Yes,
engaging
with
the logic.
I'm engaging with everything. That's why you can't. That's why you can't gaslight me.
You can't. Are you going to shut the fuck up?
No, I'm not. When I feel like talking, I'm going to talk, just like you do.
Okay. All right. Are we done? What is your point? Your point is that you're calling me a liar, and saying that I'm gaslighting you because I'm saying a thing that I didn't say. I did not say now, and you even gave an example. Your logic. You're full of contradictions.
What is
so I'm perfectly okay. I'm perfectly okay to do this internal critique into sticking with the time period that you choose, which is pre-Civil War, which is why I keep bringing up William Lloyd Garrison. Okay, so to say, well, I didn't say that about now, I say that about then, is to say that there is a different definition of white in 1860 than there is now, that these are separate things. To say someone was white in 1860 means something different than what it means now. I don't think that you even believe that, but I'll work with that.
Why would I not believe that when I told you that being black in 1860 is different from being black today? This is so stupid.
The experience that you have of being black, is certainly gonna be like they don't have plumbing, right? Like obviously there are many things that are different about living back then than there are about living now, right? But we are trying to define race, okay? And so what you're saying is that race is not consistent over time because the definitions change. And that, but regardless, if 99% of white people believe something about what whiteness is or what white is, you're saying that those things must be part of the definition. Is that wrong or right?
If 99% of white people believe that in order to be white, there's this thing you must share, the guy who is the 0.1 who's identifying as that group, even though the rest of the group is saying this is what it has to be, I don't care that he disagrees with them. He is a part of the group that has that mentality. And that's what I'm going to say every time you ask me this.
So he is white.
Yes.
And part of the definition of him is that he is to be defined as someone that has the desire and will to subjugate black people.
No, you're lying again. No, he's a part of the group that has a set of ideas.
It's okay.
And there's a set of ideas, and he doesn't have to ascribe to all of them. But that doesn't mean that this thing that is core to this group isn't a part of its definition. I'm going to repeat that every time. Every time you try to say that one person must have
illogical shit over and over again.
I'm going to say that he doesn't have to have everything in the box. So just know that I'm going to say that every time you sneakily try to ask me that, I'm going to say the same thing.
It's not sneaky. I'm just trying to get you to understand basic logic. A equals A, the law of identity. You are trying to justify that A equals not A. You are trying to go against Aristotelian formal logic.
Okay, let me ask you a question, because I know you're going to give a different answer now. And like, I don't even do Twitch shit because it's boring to me because all of y'all are just stupid, except for the all black everything panel. I may actually just cut you showing, look at what this dummy said and look at him now saying the opposite. So I'm going to ask you this just for the recording. Do you think that to be a part of a group, one has to share one experience with everyone in that group?
Do I think to be a part of the group, one has to share every experience with that group? What are you saying?
Do you think there has to be one shared experience that every member of that group has? My answer is no. What is your answer?
No.
Okay, so you agree that a component of being white could be the subjugation of black people, but that doesn't mean that all white people agree with the subjugation of black people.
No. I think it's
Okay,
not a
so you agree
component.
with me. Cool. All right, cool. Perfect. You agree with me.
I don't agree with you.
Yes, you do.
I'm saying it's an unnecessary for the definition of white. If you can be white without a thing, right, then it's unnecessary.
Well, the opposite of that is you must have this thing in common with everyone to be a part of the group, which is antithetical to the statement you said before that. This is why you're stupid.
No, it's not antithetical to
Yes, it is. Yeah, exactly.
What you said is, do all of the members of a group have to have one shared experience? They don't. But that shared experience thus becomes not necessary for the definition of that group.
Okay.
It can't be. It would be impossible for that to be a necessary component to define them, because then they wouldn't be that thing.
So it's not possible to say we define ourselves as the people who have these set of beliefs, even though no individual shares one common belief amongst this set. You think that's impossible?
Absolutely.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. You're stupid.
No, I'm not stupid. You're just going against logic. Like you stated earlier, right? When talking about the black community, you gave this, you keep going back to this analogy of like 10 marbles in a box. And then not everybody that is a member of the black community has all 10 marbles, has all 10 shared experience. But that the concept of the black community is this set of shared experiences that individuals may have some of, or only one of, or all of these experiences. And that community then creates
I didn't say one of,
and music.
but keep going.
Okay, maybe it's two or more, whatever it is, right? You have some set of these shared experiences. What I said is that that's perfectly valid, and that is describing the black community, but it's not interchangeable with black, because that necessitates that some black people would have none of these experiences, but they would still be black.
Yeah, and I'm saying that that's stupid. I'm saying that whether you use the word black community or black, community is just a collection of people that are black, and that community is defining what it means to be black. And the fact that all of them don't have the same experience shared is irrelevant to what that community espouses as its position, or the individuals in that community, the label that they belong to.
And again, this is why I brought up the blonde-haired, blue-eyed community.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that community. Educate me.
Well, I would say that it isn't a community. It's just a set of
it's
characteristics that we chose to say, and then say that it's a community.
That doesn't run counter to what I said. Saying that there's things out there that aren't a community means nothing to the community that I defined and that most people define.
What I'm saying is that there are blonde-haired, blue-eyed people, and yet there is no blonde-haired, blue-eyed community.
That's fine. That means nothing to this argument.
Again, there are black people, and then that aren't a part of the black community.
I never said that
white people
I never
that aren't.
I never said that there aren't black people that we quote unquote couldn't say aren't a part of the black community. Just like there could be white people that quote unquote for some reason white people could say aren't a part of the white community.
Well, you didn't say that earlier when describing William Lloyd Garrison. He is
no, because William Lloyd Garrison said he is white. You said that. I was assuming that statement was true. Okay, so he belongs
to the same thing as being part of the white community.
Group of people with a specific set of ideas. Some of those ideas he may or may not agree with, but those ideas are core to what it means to be a part of that category.
So now, in order to be, and you are saying A equals not A. You are saying that
no, I'm not. No, I'm not.
Can say that you're saying that a white man can say that he is white without being part of the white community, but that a black person can't be black without being part of the black community.
No, I'm not.
So I'm a little confused.
So can there be black people that aren't in the black community?
I said yes to that.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys are, it seems like you're dividing, at least trying to divide, race and community, right? So you could just have these ideas to be part of the community. I mean, I'm not endorsing that. I'm just saying you can have those ideas to be part of the community, but that's different from your identity, right? Your identity will be set no matter. Right?
And I'm saying that. So what I'm saying is that these things aren't that distinct, and I agree that they are distinct words. But I think a community is just a collection of the individual's identities, and the community is expressing what us as a community believe, and the individual is a part of that community. And
so it is impossible for someone to be
so
black
it's
and not part
not
of the black community.
You say what?
So is it possible for someone to be black and not a part of the black community?
I would say most people that we say aren't black aren't in the black community. A lot of people say, yo, he's not black. Yes, those two statements go well together.
So it's not possible. So you're saying it is possible for someone to be black but not part of the black community.
I said yes to this at least 8 times. I would say this 8 times. I said yes.
Right. So it's also possible for someone to be white and not part of the white community, correct?
I've said this 8 times. The answer is yes.
Yeah, I'm getting you to clarify your position, right? So that I'm not straw manning you. You keep accusing me of straw manning. That's the only reason I'm doing this. So if something is to be defined as part of the white community, that is not necessary for the definition of white, correct?
I'm not agreeing with the statement because remake your statement. I think my answer right now is I don't agree with that answer. Go ahead, say it again.
So to be more specific and put it in example, and with William Lloyd Garrison, right? William Lloyd Garrison, you would say is not part of the white community because he is rejecting those ideals that you believe are part of the white community in that pre-Civil War time, where a majority of white people hold the belief that like black people ought to be subjugated, correct?
Wait, say that again.
Would you say that William Lloyd Garrison is a member of the white community, even though he is rejecting one of those principles you're talking about, which is the will?
Yes, absolutely, 100%.
So he's not a member of the white community?
No, he.
Okay,
I'm going off of what you said. So I don't want to decontextualize.
Let's assume that he doesn't believe that, right? Let's just assume for the sake that the one of the most famous abolitionists in American history doesn't believe in what?
More than that, he doesn't believe one thing. You said that he said he's a part of this community, and it's likely that community. No. You said he said he was white, and my assumption is that white people also accepted him as being white. So if he said he was white and white people accepted him as being white, and now you're saying, well, just because he didn't believe one of the ideas makes him not white, I'm disagreeing with that. Because it's more to he just disagreed with one of the core tenets, and that makes him not white.
You're using white and part of the white community interchangeably.
And I'm saying that I use that responsibly. I'm saying that I use those interchangeably in responsible ways.
What does that even fucking mean? Like, you can't just pick and choose when to say that they're the same thing and then say that they're not the same thing. Either they're the same thing or they're not. Right?
That's perfectly. No, it's okay to say that these two things are distinct, but there are similarities, and in certain contexts, this word can be used in place of another. That's perfectly valid.
You can't say that they're the same thing and they're not.
I never said that they're the exact same thing. I never said that. I've been careful to not say that.
Okay, so they're not the same thing. Working off of the ability that white and being a part of the white community are different things. You're saying that he has no choice but to be a part of the white community if he says he's white, and most white people in the community would accept that he is white, correct?
At this moment, I would say yes. I'd have to understand where you want to try and take this. But yes, I think right now I'm saying yes. The answer to that is yes. If somebody is claiming that they're white and the white community is claiming that they're white, I'm very inclined to believe that person is white.
Okay, you're about to make a breakthrough, and before you make that breakthrough, guys, I've been on it for a long time. Consider supporting the channel, if you can. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. You can also follow the channel if you haven't followed yet. We're on this conversation. I was gonna end this like 5 hours ago, but this thing happened.
Me too.
But yeah,
Fucking
consider
way
supporting
too
this community by subbing to the channel, please. It's been on for a long time because I thought this conversation might be interesting. Because they're helping us out. But go ahead, you can, Scott, make your breakthrough, please.
Yeah. So if you, what you're saying is that, just to re-clarify, because we kind of got broken up with Prime there a little bit. He is a member of the white community, not by choice, right?
No, it is by choice. He's professing his choice to be a part of it.
Well, he's professing that he is white.
Wait.
Definitionally, right? Not that he's a part of the white community.
Okay. I think the white community is the I think the white community is the collection of white people. So when you claim to be white and you're accepted to be white, inherently you're saying that you're also a part of the white community because the white community is the set of white people.
Okay, so the white community necessitates that it is all white people.
Yes, the white community is a set of white people.
Okay, but is it if it's all white people, right? Then what you're saying is that if someone is white, they are a member of the white community, right?
No. These are two different statements. All white people all of the white community is white, and all whites are a part of the white community are not the same statement. That's not transitive.
Right. So how could you be white but not a member of the white community?
Because the white community could not accept you, or you could espouse to not be white.
Okay. It's interesting. Okay, so there is whether or not you are white is a true or false thing. But whites could say that you're not white, and therefore you wouldn't be a member of the white community, but you would be white. But also you wouldn't be white because the white community says you're not white.
Yeah, I said this multiple times. I said earlier, when you said, I'm not a part of the white community, I said, you know what? Yeah, you could choose two things. I literally said this earlier, like 2 hours ago. I said you could choose one, to work with others to radically redefine what it means to be white, or you could say that you're not white. Do you not remember when I said that 2 hours ago?
No, I do. I just don't think it makes sense.
So what you're saying is I've been consistent with what I'm saying this whole time.
That's not what I'm saying. I think you're full of logical.
I'm just saying what I said 2 hours ago over and over and over again. Okay. I just want to call that out. That you remember that I said the same exact statement that I'm saying now. And that's not true for you. You said you need to reformulate your ideas. And I've said again and again what I've said an hour ago. I just want to call that out.
Cool. So you can't be white unless you're accepted by the white community. Is this true? Are we breaking up? What's going on?
No. I'm thinking. I'm here.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, if you need to think about it.
You cannot be white if you're not accepted by the white community. I have to say I agree with that for sure.
Okay. So what would you be as a race if you're not accepted by the white community and you're not accepted by the Black community, Hispanic community, what race are you? Do you no longer have a race?
I have no clue.
Are you a new special type of human that so you have to have a race, right?
Why do you
belong to
have
some
to have a
race.
race?
Well, if you don't have a race, then you then what are you?
If there's a person born, let's take a mixed person for example. Thankfully, the Black community accepts mixed people, and the white community doesn't. But let's say that wasn't the case, and white and Black people both rejected mixed race people. Let's say we were both racist in that way.
Mhm.
I don't know what that person's race is.
Wouldn't they just be a new race?
I don't like what does
mixed
that even
race?
mean? I don't know. Maybe like I feel like it's a pointless conversation. Maybe so. Yeah. I don't know. I don't like. I don't feel like going in depth into that conversation is gonna be important. And I also have no idea. I haven't thought about the topic before, so I can't give you anything off the cuff about what's the race of a person that's rejected by everyone. I have no clue. I don't think it's important. Maybe you do think it's important though, because it's some core part of your argument, but it's not a part of mine. So I'm telling you that this is irrelevant in mine. Now, if you think it's important, let's dive into it.
Well, I think it is to a certain degree important to recognize that that if a person is without a race and that they're not to be described as mixed race, right? I think mixed people are belonging to more than one race.
Is mixed really a race? Like,
I think probably mixed is a description of belonging to more than one race.
but we wouldn't say they belong to more than one race because white people don't accept them. So they don't. So let's take Barack Obama, right? Barack Obama is mixed. Barack Obama is Black. Barack Obama is not white. So even though he's mixed, he's only accepted by one community of race, but we still call him mixed.
So why does the in-group matter, but not the out-group matter? In terms of the definition.
Wait, say that again.
So why is it that our definition of what Black is belongs to Black people? And vice versa, why is it that the definition of what white is belongs to white people? We had this conversation before about a culture anthropologist, and we talked about furries and stuff. Why is it that we're saying that the reason Barack Obama is Black is because Black people accept him as Black, not because white people reject him as white?
Because we don't define him by what he is not. We're defining him by what he is.
No, I'm saying, why is it like sure. Let me reformulate. Why is it that it matters that Black people accept him as Black as opposed to white people saying he's Black? Like, does it matter that white people say you're not white, you're Black?
I think if there are certain political conditions, it's possible for a group to place you where they want, for sure. But I think in a situation where things are more I don't know what word I want to use, but where things are less tyrannical, the ability for a group to place you in something that you don't espouse and also doesn't accept you, I think that becomes more rare.
Okay,
but you disagree with that?
I don't necessarily. I don't know.
So think about it this way.
I have is that if
no, wait, hold on. I just because I want to make sure we agree on this. Okay, there's a bunch of people that are cisgender, and it's more people that are cisgender than people that are transgender. Now imagine there's a person and cisgender people say, hey, you're transgender. And that person says, I'm not transgender. And the trans community says, that person's not transgender. I think it's fair to say, well, that person probably isn't transgender, even though this out group is saying that this person is. And I think we will resolve that by most people are likely not referring to that person as transgender. Now, if we're in a situation where there's power dynamics at play, it's possible that this majority group can say, yo, you're what the fuck we said you are, and it doesn't matter that you don't want to identify as that. But if things were more equitable in that system, huh?
Well, that's kind of my follow-up, actually, going in that vein, is that if white people are presumed to be the majority power and that they hold power, shouldn't we just defer to white people's opinions on whether or not someone's black, not black people? Shouldn't black people's opinion not matter about who is black? Shouldn't blackness only be defined by white people?
Wait. I hope you know that I completely agree with this. So when I'm answering the question, I'm answering it on the terms of thinking about how we would rationally think through this if there were no power dynamics at play. If we add power dynamics, my answer is going to change. Of course, if you're in a nation and they say, hey, you're a witch and we're going to burn you at the stake, you can say that you're not a witch as much as you want, but they're going to burn you at the fucking stake and say you're a witch. I'm not disagreeing that the majority has power. I just don't think that's important to the conversation over classification.
But power doesn't change truth, right?
In a weird way, in this one, it does, right? So, like, it's true that those people weren't witches, but it's also true that they were burned because they were witches. And they were witches because the majority thought they were witches, even though we know they weren't witches, right? So it's weird. It's just a...
So I would say might doesn't make right. Might makes reality, right? Like you have the power to enforce your will, even if your will is wrong. But that wouldn't make them witches. Like they're not witches. Like I can very confidently say, right, that these ladies weren't witches. It doesn't matter that they were burned at the stake as witches. They weren't witches.
I agree that there's an objective truth. And I also agree that there's a quote unquote subjective truth. And in these situations, those things are at odds. And we hope to be in a situation where those things are never at odds. So when I answer your question broadly, I'm answering it in a situation where those things are not at odds. But I recognize that if you live in a white nation and all the other white people are saying, yo, you're not white and you're this, regardless of how you feel, you're going to be treated as that thing. So it really doesn't matter what you say in those situations. But I'm agreeing with you that there's an objective truth.
Well, I would say there is no such thing as a subjective, right?
Well, there's a mob rule. I don't know, whatever word we want to use.
Yeah, it's like, I mean, like might is enforcing their will upon people, but that doesn't make it right, right? It just means that they have the power.
It makes it right. I'm not saying that it's subjectively true. Yes, we agree on this.
Okay, so my problem here, I guess, I mean, obviously we've had a ton of problems. Keep going in circles, and I hate that we are, because I don't want to talk past you, but I really feel it's important that these beliefs be kind of like thrown to the wayside, is that we can say that a community of people predominantly held a belief. But if that community is how we, by democratic rule or whatever, you know, by consensus, define reality, that things are true just because they're true, that mob rule doesn't determine truth. And so even if they say, you know, oh, you're not white, it doesn't matter. You either are or you aren't white. Mob rule doesn't determine whether you are or you aren't white. And to say that the definition of something necessitates a belief means that you can't be that thing without that belief.
So I
feel like that's very standard logic, and I don't understand why there's so much pushback.
No, so what I'm saying is there's a classification and there's a group of people that belong to that classification that are espousing what that classification means. There's a person who says, I belong to this classification, but I don't agree with some of the ideas of the predominant classification group. And what I'm saying is, regardless of you saying you don't agree, you're saying that you're a part of that classification. That classification is saying that you're a part of that classification. So you are that classification, whether or not you believe in all of the ideas of that classification, period. If I started a group and I said, hey, look, everyone in this group must be a Twitch streamer. I don't know, whatever. I said everybody in this group must be a Twitch streamer. And then me and Prime start a cool little club and you really want to be in. And we're like, all right, broadly, we represent ourselves as Twitch streamers. We're going to let you in, even though you don't stream on Twitch, but we're going to let you into our group. It's not fair or logical to say that this group isn't a group of Twitch streamers just because one individual that was allowed into this group doesn't stream on Twitch.
But it would be illogical to say that all members of the group are Twitch streamers, correct?
Which is why I would never make the statement all white people want to subjugate black people.
Right. But it would also be unfair to say that the defining characteristic is that you are a Twitch streamer.
No.
Some aren't Twitch streamers.
I think if we started a sufficiently large Twitch Discord and we was like, yo, this is the Twitch streamers Discord, and though we invited some people that don't stream on Twitch, it would be absolutely fair to say that's the Twitch streamer Discord, and no one would have to clarify every 5 minutes that, well, remember they got that one guy Fabian, he streams on YouTube, not Twitch. No one would do that, and it's unreasonable to have that as an expectation.
Define it that way.
Yes, you could
define it. How could you do that? You're just saying, well, since most of them are this, all of them are that.
No, not because most. No, it's not because most of them are this. It's because this is how most of them define themselves specifically. It's not just I'm not doing a descriptive analysis of the group. I'm saying that this is what the group has said is one of its identifiers. And if you're a part of that group, whether or not you engage with that identification, it's still fair to call that group the thing that they predominantly identify as.
So you're saying that white people predominantly identified as we are the group that is defined by our will and desire to subjugate black people.
So much so that they legally they enshrined it in law, yes.
Can you find an example of that anywhere?
Yeah, they said black people were 3/5 of a human because they weren't equal to whites. That's a good example.
Well, no,
right?
that's a law that subjugates black people, but that's not
who created a law that subjugates black people
themselves as that. What's that?
Okay. There are a plethora of examples where white people excluded black people, and they specifically excluded them with the word white. That was how they were excluded. Don't come into this restaurant because it's for whites only.
Right. But can you find just one historical example of people defining themselves that way? Not saying that, I'm not saying that there weren't tons of examples of white people excluding blacks or subjugating blacks or creating laws against blacks. I'm saying, can you find one example where they define whiteness, what it means to be white, as the desire or the will to subjugate black people, or at least something,
So I never said. So I never said that this one attribute is what they define themselves as. I said there's a set of attributes
that includes that. Can you find one example?
I'm just gonna be honest with you. I'm not gonna go look to see if there's a post somewhere. I think it's clearly evident that white was defined as we're the people who subjugate black people from its conception.
I don't see that anywhere.
No, that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm not willing to dig through and try to find something. I'm not. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, but how can that be? Why are you so married then to that being definitional?
No, because the reason why I'm not is because I think it's such an unprecedented and gaslighting type of thing to ask. That's why I'm not willing to engage.
I'm asking you for any one. I'm just asking you for one piece of evidence for an idea that you strongly hold, that you refuse to give up. I'm asking you, give me a piece of evidence for the idea that you deeply hold. And you're saying I'm gaslighting, and I'm. You said something else.
Yeah, it's like if
that
somebody walked up to me and said, "Hey, you say you're a man, and there's 4 classifications. Can you show me your sex organ as to prove that you're a man?" And
I'm not asking you to expose yourself.
No. I'm saying it's.
I'm asking you to ask for evidence.
I'm saying it's as disingenuous. I'm not saying you're asking me that question. If somebody walked up to me and said, "Hey, prove to me you're a man, show me your dick," the same energy I would give them say, "Dude, I'm not showing you my dick." It's the same energy I'm gonna say, "Dude, I'm not finna go search for, hey, show me the exact statement where white people said that they definitely wanted to subjugate black people when there was an entire constitution written to do it." It's gaslighting of the highest order. I'm not willing to do that.
It's not. You can't keep calling me a gaslighter because
no, it is.
I'm asking you for one piece of evidence.
I understand that you don't agree that it's a gaslight. I'm just telling you that's what it is for me.
So asking for evidence is gaslighting.
In certain cases, yes. If I said, "Hey, Fabian, prove to me you're not trans right now. Show me your penis." I'm asking you for evidence, and I think I'd be gaslighting you if I did that.
You realize that those two things.
Wait, do you think I'd be No, wait. Do you think? Hold on. Do you think that would be gaslighting?
Well, no, I don't think that would be gaslighting. But that's because gaslighting is when you attempt to get the other person to believe that they're crazy for having a belief.
Yes.
Despite the fact that there is evidence that person's belief.
Yes, and
true.
I'm saying that there's so much evidence that
evidence.
Yes, I'm saying that there's so much evidence.
So much, it should be super easy to find. Like a
no,
Google
yes, and this is what the gaslight is. Yes. There's so much evidence that Fabian is a man, but I'm asking you to pull out your penis, and I'm asking for evidence, which is silly.
I'm not asking you to pull out your penis. I'm not asking you to prove any of those things. What I'm saying is you have a deeply held belief.
I'm not
it's true, and I'm asking for a single piece of evidence.
I'm not coming to prove I'm a man.
So you refuse to. You refuse
to. I refuse to come on camera and show that I'm a man. Yes, I do. I actually do.
I'm not asking you to show your penis. Stop being silly. I'm just asking you to present one piece of evidence.
That's what I'm reading this.
Have you ever heard of a piece of evidence? Right, like that you can reference that I can check.
Oh, you can gaslight more. That doesn't mean I'm really going to engage.
You keep saying I'm not gaslighting you. I'm saying give me a piece of evidence.
You may
refuse to give any evidence.
Yes, absolutely.
Well, then why do you hold this belief so strongly if you can't produce any evidence of it?
Just because I don't want to. Just because I don't want to waste time giving you evidence says nothing to whether or not there is evidence or whether I should believe this.
Can you reference it?
No.
So you're incapable of referencing it, and you're
I think it's
presenting it. But
so I think if you want me, to reference it, you should use some of the things that you said tonight. And one of those things that you said is that a core part of the legal definition of being white was to not be black. So I think you should refer to the thing that you presented in this argument, and that's just even more gaslighting that you're doing.
Evidence. That's not evidence of the claim. The claim.
Yeah, I'm telling you that
whiteness is defined.
No, you keep saying that's not evidence, and I'm telling you that I'm not trying to provide evidence.
Right, but your claim, which I believe to be not true, is that whites have historically defined themselves as the group of people that wish to subjugate blacks, that is what it means to be white. I don't believe that. I don't think even the Ku Klux Klan has stated that. They may have identified the Ku Klux Klan members as people that have wanted to do so, but I don't think that even the Ku Klux Klan has ever presented that what it means to be white is the desire to
I never
subjugate.
said that's what it
black
means to
people.
be white. I said that's one of a set of things.
Right, but in order for it to be one of a set of things, then it must have been predominant. It must have been all over the
I
place
said
that
it was
white people were
predominant.
defining themselves in
I
that
said
way.
it was predominant. I agree with that.
Right, so there must be tons of evidence out there of this claim, and you're
Yeah, it must
incapable
be.
and unwilling to present that evidence.
Absolutely.
And you
you can
can't
call me bad.
reference it.
Yeah, and you can call me bad faith for it. That's fine. Yeah, you can say, "Hey,
I don't think
look."
I don't think it's bad faith. I think it's actual ideological possession. I think you're
Oh,
taken
yes,
over by
oh,
ideological
yeah.
set of beliefs.
I'm just giving you a plethora of adjectives that you can use. Yeah, any of those fit.
So do you just admit complete and total defeat in this discussion, and that you're willing to recant
Absolutely.
those
You have
positions?
won. Like I never thought I would be dominated in a conversation in such the way that I'm being dominated right now. Absolutely. This is crazy. I couldn't have fathomed this. Like I literally have to go shower to like get the shame off of me.
I mean, I feel like you should, and then when you're done,
No, I will.
your
No.
racist
I took a
beliefs.
shower earlier before I jumped on stream. I'm actually going to take one right after this, for sure, without a doubt. Like, there's no way I can. You think I'm going to walk around with this shame all day? That's crazy.
Okay. All right. Okay.
right.
You did it. All right. And we don't have any more
Yeah,
subs.
I think it's
so.
a natural end to the conversation at nearly
Hey,
6
Prime.
o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
I always have to refer to the moderator before I leave.
Okay.
Hey,
Well,
Prime, do you think I've made consistent statements all night?
yes, I think you've all been consistent, both of you.
Who's asking you about me? Do you think I've made
Yes.
consistent statements all night?
I think to the best of your ability, you've been consistent. I mean, there've been times where you've erred, but like you've tried to correct yourself as best you can.
Cool. That's all that matters to me. I've been consistent in my ideas, and I haven't flip-flopped and changed. That's all that matters.
Okay. Well, this has been a thing. This has been lots of things. Tom Fuller at some point raided the channel. Shout out to Tom Fuller and the people. Hit the subscribe if you're on YouTube. Follow if you're on Twitch. I gotta. Oh my god, I gotta sleep or something. I don't know. I played quite a bit of Elden Ring while I was listening to this. I don't even know who to fucking rate. Is this person playing Elden Ring? Yeah, no, she's playing. Yeah, she's playing Elden Ring. So we're going to rate her. And her name is Chris Mafia. She's cute. Don't be awful to her. Okay, all right. So we're gonna send you off.
All right, brother.
Oh no, go ahead. I thought Fabian was leaving. I just wanted to say one thing to him.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was just saying I'm gonna get out of here. I gotta like clean up and